Chenglu? What a nice name. I can tell it was you who chose it. When Su Jing learned that the fourth brother's restaurant was named Chenglu, he knew it must have been named by Su Wan. Only she had such a talent. Brother still understands me.
Su Wan smiled.
Su Yi also told Su Jing about his experiences in the past year. When Su Jing heard the name of Mr. Qian, he couldn't help but express his surprise. How could Master Qian think so highly of you? He is also a famous scholar in Kyoto. I thought he was from Kyoto, but I didn't expect that his hometown is actually our Xiangzhou. Yes, I didn't expect that there is such a great scholar in our Xiangzhou. It is my honor to receive his guidance. Su Yi is still quite humble in this regard. Su Wan was willing to tell her eldest brother everything, even telling him about her trip to Fengyue Villa. However, the thrilling and tortuous process was omitted, and only the good aspects were mentioned. The eldest brother also realized at this moment that during the time he was away, their little girl had been abducted. The man's name is Jiang Yu. Suddenly recalling some details from the past, Su Jing always felt that there was endless tenderness in Jiang Yu's eyes when he looked at their daughter Wanwan. He didn't understand it at that time, but he understood it now. Long before he knew it, Jiang Yu had been secretly eyeing their little sister.
Su Jing suddenly felt cheated.
I treated you as a brother, but you were thinking about my sister. I will have to have a good talk with Jiang Yu when I see him again in the future. Our Wanwan is now a big girl. Your brother hasn't even had the chance to take a good look at you or talk to you, and you've already grown up. Su Jing raised his hand and gently rubbed Su Wan's head, just like he did when he first brought her back. For a moment, he was filled with emotion. Sometimes he wondered why fate was so cruel to make their two families encounter such bloody things. If he hadn't made a mistake, he wouldn't be lamenting now that he had participated in her life for too short a time. Su Wan is very good, so good that even he, the eldest brother, feels a little ashamed. It was her return that changed this family and put everyone on the best path. Brother, you re-talking as if I'm getting married tomorrow. I'm telling you, even if I get married, I'll still come home every few days to annoy you and my future sister-in-law. Su Wan started teasing Ba as soon as they had a disagreement. Su Jing was successfully amused by her, and Su Yi also laughed. As long as you are willing to go home, I will not bother you no matter what. I am just worried that you don't want to come back. We don't see you often, but we miss you. What do you think we should do? Otherwise, you can ask your sweetheart later if he is willing to be your son-in-law. This way, everything will be easy. We can see each other every day, and we don't have to worry about each other. Su Jing did it on purpose, wanting to see what Su Wan would say. If my future brother-in-law is Jiang Yu, it would be unrealistic to let him be my son-in-law, as he looks like a child from a wealthy family. Now, Su Jing still doesn't know that Jiang Yu is the eldest son of Duke Jiang. When Su Wan heard this, she started to wonder, let Jiang Yu be the son-in-law. With him personally, but Duke Jiang might not be happy. Oh, brother, how old am I? You're already at the right age to get married. Why don't you hurry up and find me a sister-in-law? Su Wan pretended to be embarrassed and turned the topic directly to Su Jing. When Su Jing mentioned his marriage, he smiled awkwardly, covered his lips, and coughed a few times. His face unconsciously reddened. Su Wan and Su Yi saw that something was going on. Brother, do you have a girl you like?
Who is she?
In the original novel, the eldest brother's official match with Zhao Xiyun was ruined by her. Now she is curious about what kind of sister-in-law the eldest brother will find for her in the future. Looking at his brother and sister's gossipy faces, Su Jing thought of that girl, and the smile on his face widened. However, this was just his one-sided love, and he was not sure what the girl felt. There's no such thing as a girl I like.
Su Jing denied.
Brother, you are lying. Your face is red.
Tell me who it is.
Otherwise, don't even think about going back to your room to sleep tonight. Su Wan's gossipy soul was burning. She really wanted to know who the girl was that could win the heart of her elder brother. Yes, big brother, just tell us, and we promise not to tell anyone. Not only Su Wan was curious, but even Su Yi was curious. Su Jing saw the two of them pressing on step by step, and the gossipy look on their faces, so he smiled helplessly. Forget it, forget it. If I don't give them an explanation tonight, I'm afraid I really won't be able to go back to my room and sleep. She is the youngest daughter of the Grand Secretary's mansion in Kyoto, Shun. I have met her several times and we had a good chat. Miss Shun is a beautiful and elegant lady, a famous talent in Kyoto, and she is unmarried. However, the family background of the Grand Secretary's mansion is not suitable for me now. When I first met Miss Shun, she was already 28 years old, and I was transferred by the Emperor to be the water commander of Shuanha. And this is a few years. I know very well what these few short years mean to a young girl in her prime, and I am afraid of delaying her. In addition, there was a rumor in Kyoto that the Prince of Xiang's mansion intended to ask Miss Shin-san to be his consort on behalf of the prince. My status with the Prince of Xiang was very important. It's a far cry from that. Now that I think about it, third Miss Shun is probably already married. 28 years old is 16 years old, which was the best age to get married in ancient times. Su Jing's worries were not unreasonable. If it was because of him, Miss Shun would have to wait for him for several years, and by then she would be 18 or 19 years old. Being unmarried at the age of 18 or 19 would be the easiest to be criticized and pointed out in this feudal and superstitious era, especially in a place like Kyoto. She was the legitimate daughter of the Grand Secretary's mansion and should not have to endure those rumors. The Prince of Xiang had a good reputation, and the Princess of Xiang was also well known for her virtue. This marriage was a good destination for her. And how could he let her endure those rumors just because of his own selfish motives? After listening to what he said, Su-won understood one thing. His elder brother had feelings for someone else, but he didn't know whether the other person had any feelings for him. Brother, do you know how Miss San feels about you? Su Jing heard this and shook his head.
I don't know how she feels about me.
I just know that I can't delay her, so I never expressed my feelings to her. This silly brother, Su-won is helpless. If you don't tell others, how can they know your feelings and how can they give you a chance? Brother, this is a matter of love, not an official position. How can you be selfless? Love is inherently selfish. How can you have a chance if you are not selfish? If Miss Shin really marries the Prince of Xiang, you will never have another chance. These words came from Su Yi's mouth, and they really touched Su-won's heart. You see, the fifth brother understands the truth, but the eldest brother doesn't. Brother, can you tell me in detail how you and Miss Shin met? How many times have you met? Have you ever given each other gifts? I'll analyze it for you. I'm also a girl, so maybe I can guess what Miss Shin is thinking. Su-won needs to know those details. Su Jing felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he still said it. He and third Miss Shun first met at the Grand Secretary's residence. At that time, he ranked first in the examination, so the Grand Secretary invited him to visit him. He met third Miss Shun in the back garden, who was playing the pipo in the pavilion at that time. The third young lady heard his name. She was immediately very excited because he had written a poem in the examination topic. After reading it, she thought it was particularly beautiful and had always wanted to meet this champion. So, the two of them sat in the pavilion, drinking and singing, reciting poems and composing essays. They had a very pleasant conversation and felt that they had met too late. The two talented people were attracted to each other and met several times afterwards. The third young lady even specially organized a poetry gathering and invited Su Jing to come. Su Jing became famous in the poetry gathering and got to know many talented men and women in Kyoto. After a few visits, they met a few more times. Every time they talked, they had the same views, like close friends. The eldest brother also fell deeply in love with Miss Shin. Afterwards, he won the top spot in the imperial examination, and the third lady personally congratulated him. After that, when he received the appointment order to Shuanha, the third lady came to the city gate to see him off and gave him an emerald gem ring. During this period, Su Jing once gave Miss Shin-san a poem and a jade hairpin. Su-won knew that the girl his elder brother liked must be a talented one, the kind who could sing to the moon, recite poems, and compose essays with him under the flowers and moon. So romantic. However, she also captured the key information, the emerald gemstone ring that Miss Shin-san gave him before leaving. Brother, Can you let me see the gemstone jade ring that Miss Shun gave you? In ancient times, women gave men gifts such as sachets and jade pendants, love knots and necklaces, and even handkerchiefs, but no one had ever heard of giving men rings. But she seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who gave the ring. Su Jing nodded, then took out the ring from his inner garment. He really did. Su-won was crying her heart out. How much must he like this guy to even put him so close to his chest? The ring was handed to Su-won. She looked at it carefully. The water quality was excellent, without any impurities. It was a men's style and was exquisitely made. It must have cost a lot of money. Brother, it seems that Miss Shun is very fond of you. This jade ring is of very good quality, Su-yi said with a smile. Su Jing smiled a little embarrassedly. He didn't dare to ask for it at first because it was too expensive. But Shun Qingli stuffed it into his hand and ran away. He thought at the time that this was a good thing, as he could think of the person by looking at the object, which was also a way of keeping the thought in mind. Su-won took the ring and pondered it over and over again, carefully examining it inside and out, wishing he could see through it. She wondered if she could find some clues in this. Wan, what are you looking for? Is there any secret behind this ring? Su-yi noticed that something was wrong with her and asked. Su-won didn't say anything because she did notice something different. She found that the base on which the emerald gem was inlaid could actually be unscrewed. She looked at Su Jing and Su-yi in surprise, then began to twist it in the direction. After a while, the jadeite gem and the base were separated from the ring. There was indeed a secret hidden inside. A small note was stuck inside the base, neatly folded. Su-won took it out and was about to open it to have a look, but Su Jing snatched it away. His heart was pounding at this moment, and he felt his breathing quicken. Because it was given to him by Miss Shin-san, he treasured it very much. He would just look at it quietly after taking it out, and did not deliberately look for any mystery in it. Now that Su-won had arrived, he easily figured out the mystery, which made him surprised and happy. Brother, open it and see what's written inside. Su-won couldn't wait to know the contents. Su Jing placed the jewel ring and the ring on the table, then unfolded the note. The note was very small with a line of words written on it. Su-won and Su-yi couldn't see it either. Su Jing only glanced at it. His face quickly turned red, his eyebrows and eyes were filled with smiles, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He held the note in his palm, which made Su-won very anxious. Brother, what exactly is written? Tell me quickly. Su Jing felt quite embarrassed, so he handed the note to Su-won. He held the note in his hand, causing it to become a little wrinkled, but you can still see the words clearly. Su-yi leaned over and the brother and sister looked together. When Su-won saw a beautiful handwriting of small calligraphy with hairpin flowers, he felt ashamed of himself. It was obvious from every stroke that the person who wrote this must be a talented woman. It says, "I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him till we are old." What does this mean? Isn't it obvious? Miss Shun is expressing her love to Su Jing. However, Su Jing had never expressed his love to her, and she didn't know what he felt. But she was a woman, and if she was too proactive and straightforward, her reputation would be ruined if she was rejected, and she would be ashamed to death. On the one hand, she didn't want to know the result. If she was really rejected, how embarrassed would she be? It would be better to lie to herself. So, Miss Shin-san made such a ring with a hidden secret. If this love can never be revealed, then they are not destined to be together. But if this love can see the light of day one day, how will he respond? Brother, you are not unrequited love. Third, Miss Shun also likes you. Su-won was very happy because he found his perfect match tonight. Su Jing just smiled, clutching the clothes on his knees with both hands, showing his excitement and nervousness at the moment. But now a year has passed, and the Prince of Xiong might have already. Su Jing didn't dare to think further. She is a royal relative. If the emperor agrees on the marriage, it will be a done deal. Su-won knew what his elder brother was worried about, but it didn't matter. It was written in the original book that the crown princess of Prince Xiong was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, not Miss Shin from the Grand Secretary's mansion. No, Big Brother. Miss Shun will wait for you. When I go to Kyoto for business, I will find a way to meet Miss Shun and express your feelings to her. When the Shwanha Dam is completed, it will be a great achievement for the ages. Didn't the Emperor also promise to make you a high official? By that time, you will be a new noble in the court, young and promising. Then you can ask your parents to come and propose marriage on your behalf. Wouldn't that make it happen? As for what you said, that you were afraid of delaying third mission, that didn't exist at all. It would only make a good story. For example, third mission and number one scholar Su were in love with each other, but they were separated by 2 places. In order to wait for her lover, third mission insisted on not marrying anyone else and waited for several years. However, number one scholar lived up to everyone's expectations and built the Shwanha Dam to benefit the people. After returning to Beijing to be awarded the title, the first thing he did was to ask the Grand Secretary to marry third Mississippi. The two finally got married. What a romantic story it is. It can be written into a storybook. Su-won opened her little mouth and talked a lot with great emotion, using her hands and feet, just like those storytellers. Su-jing was comforted and acquiesced to Su-won's statement. He really wanted to respond to Miss Shin-san at this moment, but if he wrote a letter now, it would be too abrupt. The only way was to do as Su-won said, for her to meet with Shin Qingli and convey the message in person, which would show his importance to the matter. He is indeed not worthy of it now, but once the Shwanha Dam is completed, it may not be the case. The Emperor will at least appoint him a third-rank official in Beijing. Then I'll have to trouble Wanwan to take care of Big Brother's future marriage. You're too polite, brother. This is what Wanwan should do. Just focus on building your career in Shwanha. I'll help you chase your sister-in-law. Su-won solemnly picked up the teacup and drank it all, just short of signing a military order on the spot. Su-jing and Su-yi were amused by her appearance and laughed out loud. From time to time, melodious and pleasant laughter could be heard in the small courtyard, and the atmosphere was full of joy. The 3 siblings chatted until very late before returning to their rooms. Early the next morning, Su-jing took Su-won and Su-yi to the yard on the dam as he had said the night before. There were 5 or 6 empty rooms in his yard, which was enough for a group of people to live in. The guards had to squeeze in a little and just bear with it for 2 days. Before leaving, he had to do some shopping in the county. In the next few days, he had to cook for himself. Su-jing didn't want his sister to come all the way here and not eat or sleep well. The morning, Ma Yuang wanted to come with them, but was rejected by Su-jing on the grounds that there were not enough rooms. Ma Yuang had no choice but to give up. She watched them leave with a look of grievance on her face, without even looking back. Su-won rode in a horse-drawn carriage on the bumpy road for half an hour before reaching the dam. The rushing water of the Xian River can be seen from afar. The mud and sand have turned the water yellow. Although it is not the flood season, it is still rolling rapidly. If you stand close to watch, you will always feel as if you are being swallowed up. Above the dam, there are many supports made of bamboo and wood, and workers are hammering on them. There were soldiers and civilians here, with their upper bodies naked, walking on a bridge built with wooden frames. Su-jing introduced his ideas to them along the way, and Su-won and Su-yi listened carefully. The dam has now taken shape, and it will take at least 2 years to complete. Construction is suspended for 2 months during the flood season every year for the safety of the workers. In the middle and lower reaches of the river, he issued orders for officials to lead the people in planting trees on both sides of the Xian River. The upstream areas were worst hit during the flood season every year, so he dug trees from the mountains and other places and planted them directly on both sides of the upstream area. After a year of adaptation, and with plenty of water on both sides of the river, the roots of the trees are able to take root deeply in the ground. From a distance, one can see that large trees have been transplanted densely on the open space opposite the Xian River. This is a huge project that relies entirely on the concerted efforts of the military and civilians. The purpose is to be able to withstand the impact and silt when the flood season comes, so that nearby villages can be less affected. Anyway, the common people are working, and the court not only reduces taxes but also pays them wages, so why not? These floods do not occur every year, but there is one every few years, and each time it occurs, it is a devastating impact. The people on both sides of the strait have to watch their lives just get by, and then they have to start all over again. This is why the emperors of all dynasties were very distressed about the floods in the Xian River. At the beginning, there were many people who wanted to do things, but they still had too little experience and theoretical knowledge. As for Su Jing, he was able to control the flood thanks to his own understanding, his sleepless research day and night, and a series of measures listed by Su Wan. Looking at this situation, we can vaguely get a glimpse of how majestic this dam will be when it is completed. It will stand here from generation to generation, protecting the people on both sides of the strait from floods. We will live there in a while. We have to come down and walk up the mountain. The courtyard with white walls is where we will live. Su Jing opened the window and pointed towards the mountain. Looking through the carriage window, there is a small village on the mountain. The eldest brother's small courtyard with white walls looks particularly conspicuous and is the best among the small wooden houses. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the three siblings got off the carriage and walked up the mountain. The path leading up the mountain was paved with stones, and the weeds on one side were cleared away. The slope was not too steep, and it didn't take much effort to go up. But the higher you go, the smaller the scenery below, the rushing river, and the workers working there seem to become. But standing here, you can have a clear view of the scene below. The small courtyard looked quite small from the foot of the mountain, but after climbing up, I found that it was quite spacious. The rooms were all clean, and no one had ever lived there, except for Su Jing's original room. Shizi and Juzi were already waiting in the yard, having cleaned it thoroughly. The villagers in the mountains heard that Lord Su's family had arrived. They all sent over all the good things in their homes. There are chickens, ducks, bacon, and freshly picked vegetables. The village women usually had to cook for the dam workers. When they heard that Lord Su had a beautiful sister, they all ran into the yard to take a peek. Suwon showed it to them openly and asked Luyan and Luing to share the candies and cakes they brought with them. Miss Su is so pretty. Yes, I have lived for decades, and I have never seen such a delicate and beautiful girl. That's right. Don't you see that Lord Su is born good-looking? How can his sister be bad? Master Su's brother is also well-born. Each of them has his own merits. This whole family was carefully molded by Empress Nuwa. Only we are just a speck of clay thrown out. The village women praised the Su brothers and sisters a lot, and their smiles were simple and came from the heart. Because Su Jing was so sincere to them on a daily basis, he did not keep much of the food that Su wanted people transport for himself and confiscated it all. The guards crowded into one room, made their own bunk beds, and worked in shifts of 2 at night to keep watch. In fact, after staying in the bustling city for too long, it's quite nice to go to the countryside and live there for a few days. The most important thing is that I don't feel bored when I'm with my elder brother. My eldest brother still goes down the mountain twice a day to inspect work on the dam. The weather turned cold in early autumn, so Suwon took out some money and asked them to buy cloth to buy some clothes for the workers and soldiers to keep warm. It was all her private money, so she didn't spend much. The monthly net profit from her many stores was quite high, so it was nothing. However, she is still not as wealthy as Gu Yu. Her business has just started not long ago, unlike the Gu family, which has been running the business for many years and has deep roots. Those 50,000 taels were indeed nothing to them. Yu County and went to the county magistrate's mansion to inquire. She told the county magistrate's wife that she was Su Jing's sister. The county magistrate's wife was very puzzled after hearing this. Lord Su said that he only had one younger sister in the family, and now another one has come. What's going on? Miss, are you Lord Su's cousin or cousin? Faced with the county magistrate's wife's doubts, Gu Yu felt embarrassed and shook her head. Neither. I think she should be considered as a stepsister. Indeed, neither of them is related by blood. We just grew up together. Gu Yu now thinks that she seems to be nothing in the Su family. Apart from the proof of her existence over the years, everything else seems so pale and powerless. She was an outsider, so if she wanted to go to Bahang, she had to find someone to inform Lord Su and ask him to allow Gu Yu to go in. When the county magistrate's wife heard that she was her sister, she did not let her stay in her house. Gu Yu found an inn to stay in by herself. Later, Su Wan, Su Yi, and Luyan Luiying prepared the meal and waited for Su Jing to come back to eat. He went to the dam. In addition to their own food for the guards also had to be prepared, so a large iron pot was set up in the yard. Not long after Su Jing came back, someone from the county magistrate came and said that a Miss Gu wanted to see Lord Su. Su Jing has always known that Gu Yu donated 50,000 taels of silver to the Shuanhe Dam. Now that she has come and specifically asked to see Su Jing from a public perspective, he should go and meet her. For selfish reasons, he didn't want to have anything to do with her. So Su Jing asked Su Wan, "Wan, Gu Yu is coming, would you like to meet her?" He always knew that these two girls didn't get along. But ever since the incident with the fourth sister, Su Jing knew that the sister he once loved was not the same kind of person as their Su family. When Su Wan heard that Gu Yu was here, she lost her appetite. She didn't want to see her, because if they met, there would be sparks. The two of them have different magnetic fields, so it's better not to meet each other. So Su Wan hurriedly shook his head. "Goodbye, I don't want to see her. My fifth brother, and I saw her in Minzhou City before we came. She set up a tent at the city gate to give out porridge. We also donated 3,000 kilograms of brown rice. It's only been less than 2 days. How come she came to Yu County?" Su Wan was thinking that Gu Yu had tried to gain Jiang Yu's support from her before, but failed. Now that he saw that his big brother was building a successful business and had a bright future, he had set his sights on Su Jing and wanted to use this donation to win him over. Then she had to intervene. Her first impression of the fifth Prince Shun was not good. She felt that he relied on women to get to the top, was the one who took care of everything for him from behind, and this alone was enough to make him feel humble. Of course, do you think Gu Yu is really a pure love god of war? No, she is also aiming for the supreme position. Love is secondary. She does love him, but she is not a love-brained person, and she wants to fulfill her own possibility more. Now, the situation is unclear, and she must remember not to take sides arbitrarily. She needs to make things clear with her eldest brother. Since you don't want to see her, I'll send word that I'll go to the county to see her in person tomorrow morning. Now that Su Wan is here, Su Jing naturally puts her comfort first in everything. He won't bring anyone she doesn't want to see in front of her. "Brother, I have something to tell you." Su Wan decided to tell him Jiang Yu's identity and all the attempts Gu Yu had made to win her over in Yanzhou. Seeing her serious expression, Su Jing realized that what she was about to say was more important. After dinner, the three siblings talked alone in the room. "Brother, Jiang Yu is not the son of a merchant family in Kyoto, but the legitimate son of the current Duke of Jiang. He has a noble status, so he has been hiding something before. I have known this for a long time. Of course, what I want to talk about today is not only about this matter but also about Gu Yu." When they heard that Jiang Yu was the eldest son of Duke Jiang, Su Jing and Su Yi's eyes flashed with disbelief, but they soon calmed down. Both brothers are smart people. They knew that Jiang Yu's identity was not ordinary, and he must be the child of some important person in Kyoto. But no one expected that once his identity was revealed, he would turn out to be the son of a first-class marquis. Well, their family is very different from other families. The first thing they thought of was whether Wanwan would be disliked by other parents in the future. However, this is not the most important thing to consider right now. Su Wan also said that there are other reasons. "It's related to Gu Yu, what do you mean?" Su Jing asked with a frown. Su Wan nodded and began to speak. "In the early winter of last year, I opened a branch of Yintang in Yanzhou and ran into Gu Yu. At that time, she was meeting a man. Later, I learned that this man's identity was more noble than Jiang Yu. He was the fifth Prince Shun. Jiang Yu said that this fifth prince has never been prominent in Kyoto, and his family is also not prominent. He seems to be a carefree person, not fighting or showing off, but in fact he is ambitious. He saw that I had feelings for Jiang Yu, so he asked Gu Yu to come and lobby with me, hoping to pull the Jiangguogong mansion into his camp. Later, she was rejected by me, and we had a bad argument and were fed up with each other. Duke Jiang was in a high position and had great power, but he always remained neutral and would not take sides randomly. Now that the Xian River was flooded, she donated huge sums of money and opened a porridge stall, earning her a lot of fame. The Xian River Dam that you supervised to build has shown initial results and is only waiting for completion. You will surely be an important figure in the court in the future. The fifth prince's mother's family is not prominent, and he is weak in the court and needs help. I am afraid that Gu Yu came here this time to persuade you to work for the fifth prince. So I want to remind you, big brother, that our foundation is not stable right now, so you should be careful not to get on the wrong boat. Su-won also had good intentions, fearing that her elder brother would be blinded by her superficial efforts and believe her slander. In her eyes, the fifth prince is good in every way. Wasn't it the same last time? After listening to her words, Su Jing frowned deeply. He didn't know that Gu Yu could be involved with the current fifth prince. I have met the fifth prince once and exchanged a few words with him. He seemed to want to befriend me. I also heard some rumors while preparing for the exam in Kyoto. The fifth prince is not very prominent among the other princes. After hearing what you said today, I realized that the most inconspicuous ones are often the most dangerous. If Su-won hadn't told him these things today, he would have really thought that the fifth prince was just as the rumors said, an elegant man who only pursued a carefree life. It turns out that power is the most fascinating thing in this world. Brother, I am not saying this today to control your consciousness. I am just reminding you. I believe that no matter what you do in the future, you will have your own reasons. Just follow your heart. Su-won also didn't want what she said to spoil her eldest brother's rhythm. Everything she did was just for the betterment of the Su family. Seeing her like this, Su Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at Su-won lovingly and said with a smile, "R11 is the lucky star bestowed by God on our Su family. You are my elder brother's guiding light. I will always trust your judgment. Don't worry, since I have entered this career path, I will be careful and cautious in the future, and I will consider every step carefully to open up a smooth road for our family." He never felt that his thoughts were being controlled. He knew that she was doing everything for his own good and for the family's good. The court is full of twists and turns. If you make a mistake one day, you will lose everything. Every step you take in the future needs to be cautious. Then, I wish us all a bright future. Sui raised the teacup and toasted his elder brother and Su-won. The three siblings drank tea instead of wine to toast a better future. The next morning, Su Jing took a carriage to Yu County to meet Gu Yu. Gu Yu received a reply last night and got ready early in the morning, waiting to meet Su Jing. When Su Jing arrived, Gu Yu saw her and happily stepped forward and shouted, "Brother, long time no see." Gu Yu was still wearing gorgeous clothes, gold and silver jewelry, pearls and jade on her head, and even put on some rouge, looking rosy-cheeked. He could only sigh in his heart that things and people have really changed. He smiled and nodded at her, but did not respond to her call of brother. Instead, he politely said, "Ms. Gu." Gu Yu felt extremely lost in an instant. The two of them were talking in a private room. During the meal, Su Jing was very polite and considerate. The more he was polite, the more unfamiliar he seemed. How close were they as siblings? But now he was like a stranger, keeping away from her in every way. How could Gu Yu not be sad? This time, Gu Yu came to see Su Jing not just to reminisce about the past, she came to win him over. At first, what they said were just some trivial reminiscences of the past, but later they started to mention Morong Shun. Although she did not reveal her relationship with Morong Shun, she was praising Morong Shun in her words and deeds.
Gu Yu was also smart.
She guessed that Su-won had probably already told his eldest brother about these things, so there was no need for her to waste time explaining them. It would be better for her to be direct. Meal. Su Jing only expressed her gratitude for the donation for the construction of the Shuanhe Dam and did not directly respond to any of her leading words during the meal. Anyway, it was just perfunctory and lukewarm, which made Gu Yu feel the feeling of punching cotton. She also truly felt Su Jing's indifference and alienation towards her. She thought that Su-won must have said something slanderous about Morong Shun in front of her eldest brother, which caused her eldest brother's attitude to be so unclear. She was naturally angry, but there was nothing she could do. Now she regretted not having improved her relationship with Su-won. Now, she has come between them, making it difficult for her to carry out many things smoothly. Seeing that he had been here for such a long time, Su-jing wanted to go back early to accompany Wanwan. It was not easy to see her once, but she would leave again in 2 days. Shouldn't he cherish the time? So Su-jing stood up and said goodbye. Miss Gu, there are still many things on the dam that need my decision, so I'll leave now. Before that, I would like to thank Miss Gu again on behalf of the people of Shwanha. Su-jing bowed to her, and Gu Yu quickly stood up to help him. Brother, what are you doing? Why are you being so polite to me? It's not easy for Mr. Gu to do business, but he is willing to donate generously for the people of Shwanha, which is a great virtue. However, he is not here, so I can't thank him in person. Please ask Miss Gu to convey my gratitude for me. Su-jing's words made Gu Yu's face even uglier. When he said thank you to Mr. Gu, wasn't he telling her in a disguised way that he wanted to thank Mr. Gu, who is able to earn this money, not her, Gu Yu? That's right. This money was earned by Mr. Gu with great effort and has nothing to do with her, Gu Yu. Gu Yu withdrew her hand awkwardly, the expression on her face almost unable to hold back. She walked him downstairs in silence, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Before Su-jing got on the carriage, she stopped him. Brother, hearing the voice, Su-jing turned his head slightly to look at her, with no emotion in his eyes, quietly waiting for her next words. Gu Yu walked forward. Her eyes were red, her nose was sore, and her words were tinged with a strong nasal tone and a little sobbing. Brother, if I hadn't done that to my fourth brother, would you still treat me the same way as when we were little? Gu Yu also knew that it was because of Su-yeon's incident that the whole family was disappointed in her, and that was why they were so distant from her now. But it was not just because of this incident. With many details piled up, the Su family also understood the gap between themselves and the Gu family. Gu Yu was born to live in the Gu family. As the saying goes, if you are not from the same family, you will not marry. Even though she has lived with them in the poor Su family since she was a child, she has a sense of superiority in her bones and between her eyebrows. Sometimes, she even looked at the villagers in the same village with contempt. He still remembered the night before when he returned home. He thought Gu Yu hid in the room and refused to come out for dinner because she was sad about the upcoming separation from them. But he saw Gu Yu's bright and brilliant smile through the crack in the door. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, as if she was fantasizing about something, with light and expectation in her eyes. She stood up to pack her things, but halfway through, she stuffed her clothes back into the shabby closet with a look of disgust, slammed the door shut, and then kicked the pair of intact embroidered shoes at the foot of the bed to the side. It was obvious that when she got this new pair of embroidered shoes a few days ago, she was very happy and was reluctant to wear them, treating them like a treasure. This pair of shoes was given to her by Su-jing. He used all the money he earned from copying books for others in the academy to buy her shoes. However, the pair of shoes was rejected and ruthlessly kicked aside, and his heart as the eldest brother was also broken. Su-jing was silent for a moment, then he smiled, turned to look at Gu Yu and said, Miss Gu, the wind is blowing, let's go back quickly. After saying that, he got into the carriage. Gu Yu's bitter smile finally fell. She still didn't understand. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? She already knew she was wrong, so is she not worthy of forgiveness? When Su-jing returned to the dam, Su-won and Su-yi tacitly did not ask him what he had said to Gu Yu, and Su-jing did not take the initiative to say anything. The three siblings stayed quietly for a while, as if they had returned to their previous life in Yengao. Every day they thought about what to eat next and how to cook the dishes to make them delicious. This time when Su-won came, she brought some autumn and winter clothes for her eldest brother, all of which were sewn by Su's mother herself. She was concerned that her son would be surrounded by mud and sand every day, so he must wear clothes that would not stain, so she chose dark-colored fabrics. She also made the shoes herself, high boots with thick soles that were water-resistant. Su-won also made him 2 black fox fur cloaks. It was winter, and the wind was strong in the dam, and she was afraid that he would catch a cold if he was not careful. During the past half-month, the 3 siblings were undoubtedly happy. When people are happy, the days go by quickly. Soo-won and Soo-yi thought that they had stayed for so long, and it was time to leave. If they stayed here, their eldest brother would have to worry about them every day and would not be able to do their own things. So Soo-won asked Loo-yeon and the others to pack up and leave Yu County the next day. It's autumn again. Soo-won is still thinking about third mission. He is afraid that his elder brother will miss her, so he doesn't plan to go back to Seongjo yet. Now it was approaching October, and she had to settle the business in Kyoto before the new year. The new year was not until February of next year, so she had plenty of time. However, she had been away for too long, and her family couldn't help but miss her. She had no choice but to write a letter home to tell her parents about her eldest brother. She also said in the letter that she was anxious to act as a mouthpiece, and for the sake of their eldest son's marriage, she asked them to wait at home. As for fourth brother, I have to coax him when I go back. We agreed that he would only be gone for 3 months, but now the time has passed. Forget it, forget it. I guess Chunglo's business is so good that he has no time to be distracted. Things have their priorities, and right now, eldest brother's affairs are more important. Before leaving, Soo-won specifically asked her eldest brother whether he wanted him to prepare any gifts so that she could take them to Kyoto and give them to Miss Shun-san. Soo-jing thought about it and wrote a letter on several sheets of paper. He didn't bring any good things with him when he came to Shwanha. The most valuable thing he had was a jade pendant bestowed by the emperor. Since it is a gift from the emperor, giving it to Miss Shun-san is clear enough. When Soo-won got the letter, he squeezed it carefully. Wow, it was quite thick. He didn't expect his brother to be so long-winded. Did he write down everything he wanted to say in the past year? And this jade pendant was bestowed by the emperor. It is a great honor. I will give it to third Miss Shun. I want Soo-won to say, "Brother, don't love it too much." Of departure, Soo-jing personally rode his horse to send Soo-won and Soo-yi to the official road. He was reluctant to let them go, but the conditions in Shwanha were really harsh. Soo-won had been here for half a month and felt that his skin had deteriorated. He couldn't let her continue to suffer here. Won-won, I have a safe trip. Remember to write to me when you arrive. I know, big brother. Remember to apply the jade cream I gave you. Look at your face, it's so rough. If you don't take good care of it, third Miss Shun will dislike you. Soo-won brought this up again, and Soo-jing couldn't help but glare at her. During this period of time, Soo-won kept forcing him to wipe this stuff. It would be embarrassing if it got out that he was a man and wiped women's things. But to be honest, her jade face cream is really useful. After using it a few times, my face feels more smooth. Soo-yi was laughing secretly on the side. Brother, please don't let Won-won down. Soo-jing then glared at him. Take good care of Won-won. If she loses a hair, I'll hold you responsible. This time Soo-yi couldn't laugh anymore. He curled his lips helplessly and replied, I understand, big brother. I will take good care of Won-won without you telling me. Soo-jing nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Soo-won. His originally serious and cold expression immediately became gentle. Won-won, I can only take you so far. Be sure to pay attention to safety on the way. It's better to arrive later. If you come across an inn, stop and rest for a night. Don't tire yourself out. I understand, big brother. Don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. How can I let myself down? Soo-won felt that the eldest brother could be quite nagging sometimes, just like the second brother. The same instructions were repeated over and over again. Soo-won and Soo-jing left Yu County with eyes full of reluctance. She opened the window and waved to him all the way, and he waved back until her brother's figure disappeared from her sight. Soo-won felt quite lost, as her elder brother had always been the white moonlight in her heart. Soo-yi saw her reluctance and comforted her. It's okay. If you miss your brother in the future, you can come and see him anytime. Fifth brother's smile still looked harmless, his eyes narrowed into slits. But only she knew how sinister he was beneath his harmless appearance. She was indeed reluctant to leave, but unfortunately there was not enough time. The Chinese New Year would be just a few months away, and she had to resolve her eldest brother's affairs before the new year, and also open the Yuan Hall in Kyoto. In Kyoto, the floral-scented goat milk soap and hair soap will surely sell very well by then. So we should make as much money as possible now. Soo-won has been making a big plan. She wants to use Yuyen Hall as a shield and safe haven for their Soo family, at least to ensure that the Soo family members will live a safe and secure life. It took more than half a month to reach Kyoto. Since Minjo was farther away from Kyoto than Xiangzhou, it took some time. The city gate of Kyoto is even more majestic than that of Zhongzhou. A moat surrounds this prosperous city. The 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north are all equipped with watchtowers, and the towers are full of patrolling archers. Watching from afar, in addition to the overwhelming momentum, there is more solemnity, not to mention that it is a cloudy day when entering Beijing today, and the fog is lingering around the city wall. The so-called atmosphere is just like this. The screening for entry into Kyoto was also very strict, and originally the guards were not allowed to bring weapons in, but the guard Ainin took out a token and showed it to the soldier at the city gate. As soon as the soldier saw the token, they immediately bowed respectfully and let the carriage enter the city. Although they didn't know who was sitting in the carriage, the pure gold token of Duke Zhong's mansion was enough to intimidate them. Soo-won successfully entered Kyoto without even showing up. There was a curfew in Kyoto, and it was only 3 p.m. It was a foggy day with no sun. The capital was foggy, but there was still no shortage of pedestrians on the streets. Prosperous and wealthy place under the feet of the emperor. The women here wear the most fashionable clothes of the moment. There are no vendors setting up stalls on the streets. There are only physical shops. Each shop seems to be in a state of internal competition, and each one is more luxuriously decorated than the other. The buildings here are very beautiful, with jade, bricks, and tiles, and are of exquisite craftsmanship. You can hardly see any one-story buildings. All of them are 3-story or above. This is equivalent to a modern super first-tier city, and Xiangzhou is at best a second-tier city. Even though Soo-won had seen the world, he still felt like a country bumpkin when he arrived in Kyoto, and everything he saw was new to him. I watched it all the way, and was amazed all the way. She could now understand why so many people were trying so hard to stay in Kyoto. Wealth and fame were truly so alluring. Not only did Soo-won look like a bumpkin entering the city, but even Soo-yi, looking at the scenes before him, could not help but sigh that the people under the emperor's feet were truly extraordinary. This is Kyoto. I've only heard about how great it is before, but now I can finally see it with my own eyes. Soo-yi's eyes were also full of hope. Would he be able to gain fame here in the future? The guard sent Soo-won directly to Jiang Yu's Farong cottage in Kyoto, which was where Su Jing had lived for most of the year before he came to take the exam. Since you are in Kyoto, there is no need to stay in any inn. It is naturally more comfortable to live in your own house. When Soo-won saw this name, she suddenly knew why Jiang Yu smiled when he saw the plaque for the first time after she bought the house in Xiangzhou. They have the same name. Ainin went to knock on the door, and an old man with gray hair but a kind face opened the door. This should be the Yuanbo that the eldest brother mentioned. Yuanbo didn't recognize Ainin when he saw him. After all, Jiang Yu had at least 800 guards under his command.
Who are you?
Yuanbo asked Ainin with a wary look. Ainin directly showed Jiang Yu's token. Seeing this, Yuanbo understood. Ainin whispered to him for a while, and Yuanbo's expression changed from disbelief to surprise. After saying this, Yuanbo stepped out of the door, holding up the corner of his robe, and trotted towards Soo-won and Soo-yi. When he came closer, he looked Soo-won from head to toe, nodded with great satisfaction, and his smile became even wider. But he looks very kind, with a slightly plump figure and a few missing teeth, which makes him quite funny. Miss Soo, Mr. Soo, you two have come from afar, and I'm sure your journey must be hard. Please follow me into the mansion. You're Yuanbo, right? I often hear my brother talk about you. Soo-won said with a smile. Yuanbo nodded. Yes, I am Yuanbo. Su Zhuangyuan lived here for half a year before, and I also heard him talk about how wonderful his sister was. Now, I finally get to meet her. Yuanbo just heard from Ainin that this was the future wife chosen by the prince. The princes are also divided into different levels. Jiang Yu is the prince of the duke's mansion, but the wife he will marry in the future can only be called the prince's wife. However, someone like the Prince of Xiang is a member of the royal family, and his wife can be called the prince's consort. Su Wan and Su Yi followed him into Farong Cottage. After entering, they felt as if they had entered a Suzhou garden. Miss Su, Mr. Su, just treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just tell me. Yuanbo was really happy. Usually, this small courtyard only had him and a few maids and servants, and it was not lively at all. Now, someone has finally come, and this person is the girl that their family's young master likes. He must treat her with all his might, right? Thank you for your help, Uncle Yuan. We have come here, and have to trouble you to take care of me. Su Wan was still polite. It's not a bother, it's not a bother. You are our future wife of the crown prince. How can it be a bother? This is what I should do. Yuanbo spoke frankly, which made Su Wan feel embarrassed. Su Yi, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the words, Crown Prince's wife. If Yuanbo wasn't so old, he would have refuted it. Although Farong Cottage is a two-courtyard house, it is quite spacious. The front yard is already very large, but I didn't expect the backyard to be even bigger. Not only does it have a big pond, but there are also several hibiscus trees planted here. No wonder it is named Hibiscus Cottage. Besides, the koi fish raised in the pond are all carefully selected for blessing, and each one is very expensive. Su Wan's room is next to Jiang Yu's original master bedroom, while Sui lives in the house where his eldest brother used to live. The layout of the room is also exquisite and elegant. It does not have the luxuriousness of gold carvings and jade, but it reveals a noble atmosphere everywhere. Because any piece of furniture here is made of rare wood. After traveling on the road for more than half a month, Su Wan really felt tired, with sore body and neck. Yuan Bo immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare food, and also specifically asked Su Wan whether he wanted to eat local Kyoto cuisine, or Xiangzhou cuisine. Now that you are in Kyoto, you must try the local Kyoto cuisine. Therefore, Yuanbo asked the kitchen staff to prepare a table of authentic Kyoto local dishes. Chili peppers were not yet widely popular in Jean State, so no matter where the food was, it tasted very light. When Su Wan arrived in Kyoto, the first thing he had to do was to find a way to make an appointment with Miss Shun-san to meet her and convey her eldest brother's token to her. However, third Miss Shun was, after all, the legitimate daughter of the bachelor's mansion, and the Grand Secretary was a first-rank official. It was quite difficult for her, an unknown merchant girl, to meet third Miss Shun. If she went directly to meet him, as do Shuiling's sister. She did not want to reveal her identity when she came to Kyoto this time, so she appeared as an ordinary merchant. After all, the eldest brother is an official, and she is a direct relative. Now that people know that she is doing business, it will be detrimental to the eldest brother's future career. However, in a prominent family like the Shun family, the young ladies usually never go out of the house. Not to mention that she was a merchant's daughter and was not well received by these scholars. It was even a question whether her visiting card could be delivered to the Grand Secretary's mansion. This made Su Wan very troubled, so he simply went to Yuan Bo to ask him if he knew where the third young lady of the Shun family usually liked to go. This question is asked to the right person. She first inquired whether Miss Shun-san had gotten married recently, and then asked about the places Miss Shun-san usually liked to go. When Yuan Bo heard that she was looking for the third lady of the Grand Secretary's mansion, he was puzzled. Why would Su Wan want to find her? Miss, do you have anything to do with Miss Shun-san?
Su Wan nodded.
Of course something happened. It was an extremely urgent matter. I haven't heard of any rumors that the third young lady of the Grand Secretary's mansion is getting married recently, but third young Miss Shun was good friends with Su Zhuangyuan before, and she even came to visit our Hibiscus Cottage. If you want to meet her, I can find a way to arrange a meeting for you. If she knows that it's you who wants to see her, she will definitely come. Hearing Yuan Bo's words, Su Wan was a little curious as he was so sure that third Miss Shun would come to see her. Why do you think third Miss Shun will definitely be willing to see me? Speaking of this, Yuan Bo smiled and explained, You don't know this girl, right? When Su Zhuangyuan lived with us, he had always been in contact with Miss Shun-san. The two of them had always regarded each other as close friends, often reciting poems and writing essays together, and felt that they had met too late. I can see that Miss Shin-san is interested in our Su Zhuangyuan. There was a rumor in Kyoto that Miss Shin-san was to be betrothed to the Prince of Xiang. This was already known to everyone, but for some reason, there was no news. The Prince of Xiang turned to marry the daughter of the Minister of Rites. Now the two are about to get married. Wasn't Su Zhuangyuan transferred to Xuanhe Dushueling? The two have not seen each other since then. I don't know what they said to each other. I heard that she fell seriously ill in the winter of last year. She has always said that she is not in good health. Now she rarely shows up in public. If you want to see her, you really have to spend some time. After hearing what Yuanbo said, Suwon probably understood. This third Miss Shun really has feelings for the eldest brother. Although her engagement with the Prince of Xiang did not go through, the rumor of marriage between the royal nobles and the high-ranking officials is definitely not an empty talk. It concerns the reputation of the two families, so it must have been discussed seriously. Yuanbo, I didn't intend to show up as the sister of the top scholar when I came to Kyoto. Now she rarely shows up in public. If you want to see her, you really have to spend some time. I can only trouble you to find a way to arrange a meeting for me. Suwon was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know where to start. She couldn't even find the Grand Secretary's mansion. Yuanbo probably guessed that Suwon came here this time because of the matter of Su Jing and third mission. Su Zhuangyuan had lived here for half a year. He was gentle, polite, and thoughtful. They also had feelings for each other, so Yuanbo was naturally happy to help. Now it was their future crown prince's wife who spoke again. For the sake of their crown prince, this old servant of his would go through fire and water without hesitation. Don't worry, young lady. I will take care of this matter. Please wait patiently. When we get to Kyoto, you can have fun and eat well. If you need anything, just tell me. If I have something, you can take it. If I don't have it, I will try my best to find it for you. Now that Suwon is here, she is like the ancestor, and everything must be based on her happiness and comfort. Yuanbo, you are too polite, but I still want to thank you for running around for me. Suwon smiled sincerely, with deep dimples, and Yuanbo finally understood why their young master was being held in such a position. Just this smile is so contagious that people will never forget it, as if they have fallen into a honey pot. Well, their young master has suffered a lot since he was young and seen a lot of dirty things, so he needs such a pure and clear person to influence him. It's not hard, it's not hard. Your business is our prince's business, and the prince's business is my business. It's what I, an old servant, should do. Jiangyu has never allowed Yuanbo to call himself a servant in front of him. He regards him as an elder, and Yuanbo has always kept this in mind for many years. But even so, he still knows who he is. After dinner that night, the maid in the yard prepared hot water for Suwon to take a bath. This hot water was actually mixed with milk and sprinkled with flower petals. Suwon has never taken a milk petal bath, so she must enjoy it today. After days of travel and body aches, I felt healed after soaking in this milk bath. Yuanbo also has to wait for the right time to meet with Miss Shin-san, so Suwon has to wait patiently for the time being. The next day, Suwon decided to go strolling around the streets of Kyoto with his fifth brother to experience the prosperity of the capital. As for business matters, let's put it off for a few days. It won't be too late after resolving my brother's issues. There is still enough time. After Suwon went out, she started shopping. The skirts in Kyoto are so beautiful, especially since winter is about to come. Those winter-style skirts are dazzling. Once Suwon decided to go shopping, it would be a waste of time and money. Su-yi and Luying couldn't even carry the bags. She usually just buys some clothes and stuff. As for jewelry, she has several big boxes of it at home. She doesn't like to wear too many of them, and she can't wear them all. So now when she sees those sparkling jewelry, she is not attracted at all. Of course, when you go out to play, in addition to shopping, you also have to eat. From East Street to West Street, you have to try all the special snacks in Kyoto. You can't go back with an empty stomach. After being out for a day and spending several hundred taels of silver, Suwon returned to Farong Cottage contentedly. Yuan Bo hired someone to keep an eye on Miss Shin, and would only have a chance when the personal maidservant of Miss Shin San went out of the house to make purchases. Since she had to hide it from the Grand Secretary, she could only report it directly to the maidservant beside her. Yuan Bo also found out some new news. Miss Shun has been ill for more than a year, and her condition has not improved. She stays at home every day, so rumors spread in the Beijing circle that Miss Shun may have an incurable disease, which is why no one has come to propose marriage to her even though she is already 17 years old. Logically speaking, the Grand Secretary's mansion is a noble family, and any girl of marriageable age in the family, even a concubine's daughter, would be a popular commodity and could become someone's principal wife. But there were rumors that third Miss Shin had contracted a serious disease, and now no one dared to get close to her. Su Wan and Su Yi waited for 3 days in a row, but received no news. The maidservant accompanying the third miss did not leave the house. There was no need to rush, so Su Wan simply focused on his own business. So, I went to the dental clinic in Kyoto to see the workshop. This dental clinic in Kyoto was also large, like a very professional agency. The people inside were very busy, and I could hear the sound of abacus clacking in the yard. She came in, someone greeted her and offered her tea and snacks. Su Wan wanted to see the workshop. She was received by a woman at the dental shop. After looking through the cloth drawings, she found that Kyoto is a super first-tier city, and the housing prices are really expensive. A small workshop of 200 square meters in the city center can be sold for more than 3,000 taels, which is enough to buy a nice house in Xiangzhou. 200 square meters would be more than enough. The workers would have to live in it, and there would also have to be a warehouse. The yard had to be big enough, otherwise it would be difficult to dry the soap. Or, like in Zhongzhou, you can just buy a farm outside the city to use as a workshop. The place is big enough. This is what Su Wan thought and acted accordingly. She told the people at the dental office directly that she wanted to see the manor in the suburbs. On the way into Beijing, we saw large tracts of flower fields in the suburbs of Beijing, so the supply of flowers would definitely not be a problem. There are so many cosmetic shops in Kyoto, and their raw materials are all flowers, so there is no shortage of farmers growing flowers in the suburbs of Beijing. However, the manors in the suburbs of Beijing are really expensive, and each one costs tens of thousands of taels. The people from the dental clinic took them out of the suburbs of Beijing to see the farms. The farms here were different from those in Zhongzhou. They were all in one place. Instead, it is a separate household located alone in a certain area. I looked at several and felt that they were all similar. The most important thing was the location. The closer the place was, the more expensive it was, and the farther the place was, the cheaper it was. In one day, you have to visit it over several days, and the price of each one is not cheap. The main thing is that there are 2 kamashu around Kyoto, which are not far away. It only takes 3 or 4 days, or 4 or 5 days to go back and forth. The workshop is located in the suburbs of Kyoto. Once the market is opened, the demand for orders will definitely be huge. Her goat milk soap must be sold at a high price, and in Kyoto, it is no problem to double the price, as there are many people willing to buy it. After looking at villas for 2 days in a row, Su Wan was still hesitant. There were a few that he liked, but he still needed to think carefully about which one to choose. She discussed with Su Yi that the manor was about the same size anyway, and several courtyards could be used. The land outside the manor could also be requisitioned. There were mountains and water, and living was convenient. However, the price was beyond the budget, and it would cost between 12,000 and 15,000 taels to buy it. After discussing for a long time, they finally decided to draw lots. Su Wan drew a manor 20 miles away from Kyoto, the price of which was 13,000 taels, and chose neutrality. By then I have to look at the shop of Yuyan Hall, which will cost another sum of money, and I have to renovate it and hire people. I brought more than 30,000 taels of silver notes with me. I didn't spend much in Jeju and Banja before, and I spent about 5,000 or 6,000 taels in total. Now that I'm in Kyoto, it feels like it's not enough. Therefore, Yuantang's shop can only be rented for the time being and will be bought after it becomes profitable. She has worked so hard for so long, but her assets are nothing compared to Kyoto. It's like you worked hard to save 10 million in a modern second-tier city, but when you go to the capital, you can only afford a two-bedroom apartment in a slightly better location. Fortunately, I brought a lot of money with me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to do anything. After deciding, he went directly to the brokerage firm to buy the farm. He would not lose money if he bought the property, as it was a real estate asset. The house in Kyoto would not lose much even if he resold it. Finally, on the 7th day after arriving in Kyoto, there was news from Yuan Bo. His people had finally tracked down Lure, the head maidservant beside third Miss Shun. Lure grew up with Miss Shun-san, and she knows everything about her young lady's thoughts. Therefore, when Yuan Bo's people mentioned Su Jing, her eyes lit up. When she heard that Su Jing's sister wanted to meet her young lady, she was also very excited. She didn't buy anything and immediately turned back to the mansion to inform her young lady. Then she made an appointment so that Yuan Bo's people could go back and inform Su Wan. Yuan Bo told Su Wan that Miss Shun-san had invited her to take a boat trip on Lake Taihu tomorrow morning. After hearing this, Su Wan and Su Yi were finally relieved. As long as they could make an appointment with the person, it would be fine. They were just worried that they wouldn't be able to make the appointment and then not be able to deliver the things. Looking at third Miss Shun's attitude, Su-won could also conclude that she did have feelings for her eldest brother. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to make an appointment to meet. If it wasn't getting late today, she would probably come to see Su-won right away. Su-won was so excited that he was about to meet his future sister-in-law that he fell asleep very late. She has already discussed it with her fifth brother. Tomorrow she can just bring Lu Yun and Lu Ying with her to the appointment. After all, third Miss Shun is a girl of the boudoir and Kyoto is the capital where people follow these rules the most. It was not appropriate for Su Yi to go with them. Besides, if they were seen by Miss Shun's acquaintances, it would be bad if some unpleasant rumors spread. For the sake of his future sister-in-law's reputation, Su-won had to be extremely careful and cautious, no matter what. Anyway, she will have to stay in Kyoto for at least 2 months in the future. Once her feelings are understood and she personally admits her feelings for her eldest brother, they will have many opportunities to meet after they get to know each other better. Su-won was also thinking that he would ask his fifth brother to draw 2 portraits of his future sister-in-law, send one to his eldest brother who is far away in Yu County to ease his homesickness, and bring the other one back to show his parents to make them happy. Su-won got up the next day, dressed up carefully, and put on new clothes. However, everything should be just right, not bright or eye-catching. The simpler and fresher, the better. Of course, Su-won would look best with some red elements on her body. I don't know if God was helping me today. The weather in Kyoto was already a bit cold in mid-October, and I had to wear a thin cloak when going out. But this morning the sun came out, which was a rare occurrence. Shin Qingli had been waiting on the boat for a long time. She rented a boat on Taihu Lake and arranged for her personal maid Lure to wait for Su-won at the Taihu Pier. The person who brought Su-won here was also the servant who had communicated with him yesterday. It was he who found Lure to deliver the message. Lure recognized the boy from a distance, and also saw Su-won following behind him. They came closer. Lure came forward to greet them. "Is that Miss Su?" Su-won also guessed that this was Miss Shun-san's maid. She smiled and nodded. "It's me." Upon hearing this, Lure started to laugh and bowed, unable to hide her joy. "Miss Su, please follow me aboard. My mistress has been waiting for you for a long time." Su-won sent the servant to wait at the dock, and she took Lu Yun and Lu Ying on the boat. The cruise ships in Kyoto are so beautifully built that once you get on one, it feels like you've returned to another home. Shin Qingli was waiting on the boat, about to meet Su Jing's sister. To be honest, she was quite nervous and paced back and forth. She didn't stop until she heard footsteps on the deck. She adjusted her dress and hair and turned her back to the door. Miss Su is here." As Lure's voice sounded, Shun Qingli turned around. She was wearing a pink and white dress, with only a hairpin of the same color on her head, dotted with a few pearl flowers, looking fresh and elegant. When she looked back, the tassel pendant on the hairpin swayed gently. As soon as Su-won saw Miss Shun-san, he was struck by her temperament. That comes to your face is like the spring water in a small town in the south of the Yangtze River. When you gently touch it with your hand, You will feel that the water seems to be as warm as hot spring water. It is said that her cheeks are as red as fresh lychee, her nose is as smooth as goose fat. She is gentle and silent, very endearing to look at, and very memorable to see. Is worthy of being the daughter of a cabinet minister of the current dynasty. Just standing there, her every frown and smile is full of the demeanor of a noble person, and her temperament is extraordinary. When Soo-won approached her, he kept thinking that third Miss Shun looked sweet and soft, and must be easy to hug. She also knew in an instant why her eldest brother was so infatuated with her. Only a woman like this could stand shoulder to shoulder with her eldest brother. The two of them standing together would be a match made in heaven. No one could be more suitable than the two of them. Soo-won had not even spoken to his future sister-in-law, but he had already spoken so highly of her. Xiangzhou Soo-won, nice to meet Miss Shin-san. Soo-won is still very polite and knows the rules. Shin Qingli quickly held her hand and said softly, Miss Soo, there's no need to be so polite. Please sit down and have some tea. Oh my God, Miss Shin's voice is so nice, just like her, like a passing breeze. Not to mention that big brother couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear it either. Miss Shin-san, if you don't mind, I'll call you Sister Shun. And don't call me Miss Soo. Just call me Wan Wan. When Soo-won is facing the person she likes, she is very familiar with him. Her humble appearance makes Shin Qingli feel less restrained. Of course, I don't mind. I'm very happy that you are willing to call me sister. Shun Qingchu blushed slightly after just a few words. This is a typical lady from a noble family. Come, let me order some tea for you. This is the way we treat guests in Kyoto. When a distinguished guest comes, we need to personally order a cup of tea to show our welcome. Shun Qingli spoke in a calm and steady tone, with a slight smile always on her face. Moreover, her hands are well-maintained, slender, white and tender, with her nails polished into an oval shape, and they look fragrant everywhere. Thank you, Sister Shun. Soo-won watched her quietly as she ordered a cup of tea. The whole process took a cup of tea, and each step was neither hurried nor slow. Finally, she placed a lotus flower on the tea foam, and the cup of tea was completed. Soo-won thought about himself and felt that he couldn't even make tea foam, let alone flowers. Sister Wan, come and try it. Shin Qingchu pushed the tea in front of her. Soo-won picked it up and took a sip, and the fragrance of the tea instantly filled his entire mouth. She just thought it was wonderful. The ancients were not deceiving her. The culture passed down by our ancestors was indeed good. It tastes good. Sister Shin's cooking skills are good. Shin Qingli covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed. Sister Wan, thank you for your compliment. After drinking tea, Soo-won had to get down to business. She waved her hand, and Lu Ying brought the things over. The letter and the jade pendant were both put in a box. Soo-won placed the box in front of Shin Qingli and said with a smile, Sister Shin, I asked you to meet today because I am here to deliver a token of love on behalf of my eldest brother. He asked me to tell you that he knows your feelings. There is a letter inside that contains what he wants to say to you. Soo-won's words were simple and obscure, but they were enough to make Shin Qingli blush with embarrassment. She touched her almost cooked face with a handkerchief uncomfortably, and looking at the box, she was filled with joy and wished she could open it and take a look right now. But Soo-won was still here, and she couldn't lose her composure, otherwise people would think she was not reserved. But why would Soo-won care about these? She said bluntly, Sister Shin, please open it and see what my elder brother gave you. She pretended to be curious and asked even though she knew the answer. Giving Shun Qingli a step, she went down. She opened the box and saw a piece of topaz pressing down a letter. From Miss Shin-san. The eldest brother was very polite and did not call her by her maiden name. After all, the two of them had not settled anything yet, so they should use honorifics. Seeing his handwriting, Shun Qingchu couldn't help but feel moved and couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Shin Qingli took out the jade pendant, placed it in the palm of her hand, and rubbed it carefully. Su Jing had changed the way the jade pendant was tied, using a red rope to weave a concentric knot. Soo-won began to assist appropriately. Big brother actually gave this jade pendant to Sister Shin? This is the topaz bestowed by the emperor. Big brother cherishes it very much and wears it every day. He is quite clever. He actually took the red string and made a love not to give to Sister Shun. It shows how much he values Sister Shun. When Shin Qingqing heard this, her heart beat faster and her ears turned red, but her face was filled with a sweet smile. Su Jing gave her such an important thing, which was enough to express his appreciation for her. Although she did not respond to Su Wan's words, her reaction said it all. Afterwards, Shun Qingli opened the envelope and began to read Su Jing's letter carefully. Su Wan didn't know what was written, so it was not convenient to ask. These were all love words between the couple. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Wan drank tea and ate snacks, waiting quietly for her to finish reading. But why are my eyes turning red just by looking at this? Su Wan didn't dare to ask and could only watch from the side. After reading it, Shun Qingli folded the letter again, put it back into the envelope, and put it back into the box. She touched the jade pendant carefully, put it back into the box, and locked it. Her maid Lur wanted to take the box away, but was stopped by Shun Qingli. She put one hand on the box, shook her head at Lur, and motioned her to leave. Sister Shun, now you know how much my eldest brother loves you. If you have anything to say to him, you might as well write it down, and I will send it to him for you. Shun Qingli smiled and nodded, then told Lur to get paper, pen, and envelope. The boat was floating quietly on the lake, and the sun was shining brightly outside. There was silence for another period of time until Shun Qingli finished writing the letter, put it away, and then handed it to Su Wan with a blushing face. It says, from Su Lang himself. Oh my, this is Su Lang? Su Wan looked as if he had been shocked. Don't worry, Sister Shun, I won't peek. She deliberately joked. When Shun Qingli heard this, she started laughing too, feeling a little embarrassed because she knew she was joking. Su Wan turned around and gave the letter to Lu Yun, asking her to pack it and find someone to send it back to County after getting off the boat. For our sake, I've troubled you to come all the way to Kyoto. You must be very tired, right? Shun Qingli thought that Su Wan came to Kyoto specifically for this matter. Su Wan didn't treat her as an outsider and simply admitted generously, not just for this matter. I came to Kyoto, on the one hand to deliver a token of love for my eldest brother, and on the other hand to do business. I may have to stay in Kyoto for the next 2 months and go back before the new year. Sister Shun, if you feel bored, you can come to Farong Cottage to play with me at any time. My 5th brother is also coming with us this time, but this is the first time I meet you, so I didn't let him come with me for fear of being abrupt. Su Wan also gave Shun Qingli an extraordinary first impression. This girl exuded a bright aura all over her body. It should be said that she herself was a bright person. Beautiful, energetic, smart, fresh, and refined. All these can be used to describe Su Wan. Especially when she smiles. She is so sweet that makes people want to take the initiative to get close to her. The most important thing is that Su Wan is not like the noble ladies in Kyoto who like to put on airs wherever they go. She does not have a condescending attitude. She is very approachable, yet thoughtful and polite. The fact that she did not bring her 5th brother with her this time shows that she has seriously considered herself. I've heard Su Lang talk about you often in the past. He said you're good at business, quirky, and can always think of many interesting things. It's because of you that he has the confidence to embark on this journey to Beijing for the exam. Shun Qingli remembered that when Su Jing talked about his sister, he was always beaming with joy, his expression full of pride. When Su Wan heard this, she suddenly had an idea. She really wanted to know how her elder brother saw her. So I asked Shun Qingli, Sister Shun, what did my elder brother say about me in front of you? Seeing how curious she was, Shun Qingli naturally told her everything she knew. He said that he had a very good sister, the best sister in the world, who always silently tolerated the whole family and tried her best to make the family live better and go further. He told me about your situation, and I found it incredible when I heard it. But I can see that he cares about you as his sister. He said that you are the guiding light in his life. Whenever he talks about you, his tone is full of pride. He said that you are so good at making money, so sensible, and take care of the feelings of every brother in the family. You even repay evil with kindness, and never make him worry about anything. He said that he worked hard to study not only for himself, for his parents, but also to live up to your expectations of him. He said that he must work harder and climb up. Even if you get married in the future, he can be your confidence. What Shin Qingli said, Suwon felt a little embarrassed. She covered her face with her hands, but her heart was filled with joy. It turns out that in the eldest brother's heart, she is so good and deserves the best in the world. It seems that everything she did was worth it. Oh, how can I be as good as my elder brother says? In fact, he is also my pride. In the future, when I go out, no matter who I meet, I can proudly tell him that my elder brother is the top scholar and a great contributor to flood control. Doesn't it give me goosebumps just by listening to him? Shun Qingli nodded, and she did feel goosebumps all over her body. Su Jing is really good. He can compete with the sun and the moon. I really envy the relationship between you two siblings. Although Shin Qingli came from a good family, disputes were inevitable in her harem. If she hadn't been a legitimate daughter, she would have been bullied to death. There are 3 daughters in her family, and she is the only legitimate one. Her 2 concubine sisters are both married. Although they married into a low position and became the legitimate wife, there are always people who use the fact that they are concubines to suppress them. And then there are those brothers. Her own biological brother is working far away in another place, and her 2 half-brothers have never been close to her. They are more like enemies, so she envies Suwon and Su Jing for having such a good relationship. Suwon could tell that she was really envious, so she took her hand and said solemnly, "Sister Shin, I'm sorry to wrong you, but you have to wait patiently for my eldest brother. When he becomes successful in the future, he will allow you to wear a phoenix crown and a red robe and marry you with a sedan chair carried by 8 people. In addition, our Su family's ancestral precepts stipulate that you can only marry a wife in this life and not take concubines. If you marry my eldest brother in the future, you'll be together for life, and he will never let you down. If he dares to bully you, don't say that I won't agree. Even my parents will break one of his legs. This is not just empty talk. Su Jing can definitely do it, and Su's father did say that no matter how successful the men of their Su family become, their families are not allowed to be messy, and they are only allowed to marry wives, not concubines. Shin Qingli is a typical girl in the boudoir. A promise like, to be together for life, is very important to her. She was born and raised in Kyoto, and was used to seeing men having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even a gentleman with a good reputation would eventually have to take a concubine. So, she had never heard of anyone making such a promise to their future wife. But now, Su Jing said so in the letter, and even Suwon said so. In fact, it was good that he was willing to make such a promise to herself. At least she could still hear it in this life, which was much better than others. Even though her father and mother had such a good relationship, in the end her father still married 2 concubines and let them have children. So, in her life, Shin Qingli never expected her future husband to be with her forever. If Su Jing can do his best, even if he can't, she won't blame him. Sister Wanwan, I am willing to wait for him. I thought I was just wishful thinking, but now it seems that all the grievances I suffered are worth it. Shun Qingli said, holding her hand. After getting to know Suwon, he found out that the rumor that 3rd Miss Shun was ill last winter was not a serious illness at all, but she just caught a cold. At that time, the Prince of Xiang's mansion was already preparing to propose marriage to her family, so she threatened to commit suicide, forcing her mother and father to play along with her and refused to marry the Prince of Xiang. She told the Grand Secretary directly that she already had a lover and if he forced her to get married, she would kill herself. She was the only unmarried daughter in the family and also the only legitimate daughter, so the Grand Secretary loved Shin Qingli very much. Seeing his daughter threatening to commit suicide, he had no choice. The wife of the Grand Secretary found an opportunity to ask her daughter who she liked. After asking her many times, she found out that her daughter liked the top scholar Su Jing. Moreover, there was no commitment between the 2 of them. It was all the daughter's wishful thinking. This put Mrs. Shun in a dilemma. Su Jing was indeed handsome and talented, and would be a good choice as her husband. Her family did not care about family background, so having potential was also good. However, after Su Jing passed the high school entrance examination, he was transferred to Shuana Dushueling, which was a tough job. He might not be able to return to the capital for 3 to 5 years. My daughter is already at the age to get married. If she delays for another 2 years, she will become an old spinster, and she will be laughed at if this gets out. However, it would be fine if they could wait until then, but if it was one-sided, and they found out in the end that Su Zhuangyuan had already married during this period, they couldn't ask their daughter to be someone else's mistress, right? Mrs. Shun tried to persuade Shin Qingli in every possible way, but still failed. In desperation, she had to discuss it with the Grand Secretary. When the Grand Secretary heard that it was Su Jing, he fell silent. He had taken a liking to Su Jing from the beginning and wanted him to be his son-in-law. He understood his character and knew that he was a potential stalk, so he allowed his daughter to interact with him. Unexpectedly, this kid won the top spot in the imperial examination with his essay on water control and was appreciated by the emperor. Even he had to admire his literary talent. But Rang was later appointed as Du Shueling and transferred to a harsh place like Xuanhe. He couldn't just watch his daughter suffer with him there, right? Although the Grand Secretary had many students all over the world, as a parent, he also had selfish motives. As the saying goes, a parent who loves his child will plan for him long-term. It would be fine if Su Jing was gone for 2 or 3 years, but what if it was 4 or 5 years? What about 7 or 8 years? Policy paper is well written, it is still difficult to implement. Otherwise, floods in the Xian River have been so rampant throughout history, and so many capable people have failed to overcome it. It would not be easy to enjoy this great achievement, and he did not dare to gamble with his daughter's life. Unfortunately, fate played a trick on him, and his silly daughter fell into it. After much deliberation, the Grand Secretary finally decided to follow his daughter's wishes and give her 2 years. If she couldn't figure it out, he would find a way then. The daughter of the Grand Secretary would not really be unable to get married. Even if she had to marry a lower-class woman, she would not be wronged as long as he had the Grand Secretary's mansion. But if she thought it through and found another good husband, that would be great. He couldn't bear to let her go anyway, so it would be better if she stayed for 2 more years. Therefore, the Grand Secretary's mansion spread the word to the outside world that third Miss Shun was bedridden and frail, so she could only stay in the boudoir, and there was no talk of marriage for the time being. In the feudal and superstitious ancient times, the only important thing for a woman to do after marrying into her husband's family was to take care of her husband and children and continue the family line. A frail daughter-in-law would have difficulty giving birth, so because of this excuse, many people who wanted to propose marriage were turned away. When Su-won learned about the efforts Shun Qingli had made for her elder brother, he was almost moved to death. She was willing to sacrifice herself and even ruin her reputation just to wait for her elder brother. She envied this kind of two-way love. Originally, the Grand Secretary thought that she couldn't stay at home all day and not go anywhere. He didn't expect that his daughter was really capable of that and never went out of the house. Sister Shun, I am sorry to have wronged you. Don't worry, my brother will be with me for at most 2 years and will definitely be able to return to Kyoto. Su-won also knew that 2 years was still too much for Shin Qingli, but sometimes love is selfish, so this couldn't be considered an empty promise, right? With eldest brother's ability, he can definitely do it. As long as Su Lang doesn't let me down, I will never let him down. I will wait no matter how long it takes. Shin Qingli's eyes were firm. In the future, I must make it up to Sister Shun. This time, Su-won didn't just bring a token of her elder brother's love, she also brought gifts of her own. She brought 2 bottles of ice cream and 2 boxes of goat milk soap. Sister Shun, this Ice Skin Jade Bone Cream is the most popular and fashionable skincare product in my hometown of Xiangzhou. I heard that it is very effective and can make the skin lastingly white, tender, and smooth. It is winter in Kyoto, and the weather is cold and dry. You can definitely use it. There are also these goat milk soaps, which are all made at home. I don't know what scent you like, so I brought some of various scents. These are used for bathing. After washing, your body smells good. These can be used for hair washing, which is much better than soap nuts and aloe vera. Shun Qingli heard from Su Jing that the goat milk soap made by his sister was very useful. Since Su Wan gave it to her, she must accept it generously. Thank you, Sister Wan Wan, for thinking of me in everything. I also brought you a gift, but I don't know what you like, and I prepared in a hurry to see you.
Please don't despise me.
Shun Qingli didn't have much time to prepare gifts. She was anxious to know why Su Wan came to see her, so she hurriedly made an appointment to meet him. She gave Su Wan a pair of jade bracelets made of mutton fat jade. This was a reward from the Queen Mother when she came of age. The bracelets were very significant and sincere, expressing her respect and welcome for Su Wan. Most about a gift is the thought behind it. This was a gift from the Queen Mother, and it was also a gift for the 15-year-old girl. It was also very precious to Shun Qingli. But the fact that she was willing to give it to Su Wan showed that she really liked Su Jing, so she loved him and cared about his family members as well. I didn't know that the 5th young master was coming with you, so I didn't prepare a gift for him. I will make it up to him when we meet again in the future. Shun Qingli really didn't know that Su Jing's 5th brother was also coming, so she didn't prepare any gifts and felt a little ashamed. It's okay, Sister Shun. You don't have to worry about him. Su, you would not care about these trivial matters.
No way.
I'll make it up to you next time we meet. I have to follow the proper etiquette. They are all Su Jing's brothers and sisters, so they must be treated equally when they meet for the first time. Su Wan smiled and did not refute. The two girls were a little reserved when they first met, but now they seem much more natural. Su Wan felt that his eldest brother's future wife had to be someone like Sister Shun, who was well-educated, sensible, and kind-hearted. Such a woman could help him manage the backyard, weigh the human relationships and prevent him from offending people invisibly, and balance family relationships, and handle the relationships with the elders, sisters-in-law, and aunts-in-law in the family, so that a truly harmonious family would bring prosperity. Unlike Xiao Xiyun in the original novel, who is suspicious, jealous, aggressive, and rude, can't do anything well, and offends people everywhere. How important is it to have an emotionally stable and capable woman behind a successful man? Only a relationship like this can last long, go further, and fly higher. The two girls were talking on the cruise ship. Su Wan's personality was easy to get along with, and she could liven up the atmosphere. Even Shun Qingli, who is slow to warm up, could be brought into the atmosphere by her. One is lively and bright, the other is quiet and introverted. They get along well with each other and complement each other perfectly. The more Su Wan looked at her, the more she liked her future sister-in-law, and Shun Qingli also liked her future sister-in-law, Su Wan, more and more. At noon, meals were prepared on the boat. Su Wan invited Shun Qingli that next time they came to Farong Cottage, she would cook delicious meals for her and recommend her 4th brother's specialties. Anyway, when I go out, I'm afraid that the food outside will be too bland and I'll miss the food at home, so I bring a lot of chili powder and soy sauce. Shun Qingli agreed. When she returned, she would tell her parents that she and Su Lang had decided to spend their lives together. Then she would be able to come and go freely with Su Wan. Su Wan is a girl, and no one would say anything if the two of them played together. Besides, it was right to tell her parents so that they could feel at ease. In the afternoon, Shun Qingli played the pipa for Su Wan, and she asked Su Wan if there was any musical instrument he was good at. Su Wan only knew how to play the guzheng, and it was Jiang Yu who taught her a few songs. But she was busy with business every day, and after Jiang Yu went to the front line, she hardly played it anymore, mainly because she had no master to teach her. She usually carried that plane with her wherever she went, but she didn't bring it on board today, so she couldn't make a fool of herself. Shun Qingli originally thought that if she didn't get along with Su Wan, she could still play the pipa to ease the awkwardness, so she brought the pipa with her. Nowadays, the pipa is not used to relieve embarrassment, but to add to the fun. Wan, I know a thing or two about the zheng. If you don't mind, I can teach you next time. Shun Qingli is worthy of being a lady from a famous family. She is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. She can play several musical instruments. She is at the national level in pipa and is also proficient in guzheng and flute. Since Shun Qingli said so, Suwon would certainly not refuse. She would love nothing more than to do so. Thank you, Sister Shun, but I'm stupid, so don't let me make you angry when the time comes. No, I will be very gentle. Shun Qingli smiled with her hands covering her lips, her eyes full of light. The two of them played on the boat for a day and had a great time. In the evening, when Suwon came back, he was in a good mood and humming a song. He found Su-yi and reported the progress of the task to him. Fifth brother, today I have successfully completed the task assigned by the eldest brother. Congratulations, how about a couple of drinks tonight? Suwon winked at Su-yi and stretched out her hand. Su-yi understood instantly and clapped her hand. This is their unique code and unspoken little secret, and Suyeon doesn't even know it. Okay, I'll listen to you and have a few drinks. Later, the food was ready in the kitchen and sent over. Yuan Bo took out Jiangyu's treasured peach blossom wine for them to drink. Suwon couldn't drink, and she started to get drunk after a few drinks. After getting drunk, she felt hallucinations in front of her eyes, and Jiangyu's face was a little lingering in her mind. He was laughing there, and Suwon Shin was also drunk with his laughter. Hee. It's really beautiful. She held her chin with her hand, and Su-yi was sitting opposite her. When she said this, Su-yi thought she was praising herself, and her face turned red. After drinking a few more glasses, Suwon lay down on the table. Su-yi could only let Luyan take her back to her room. He wanted to help support him, but Luyan just picked him up sideways. He was so strong. Su-yi was worried and followed behind. He only heard Suwon mumbling something. He couldn't hear clearly, so he moved closer to listen. It turned out that Suwon was calling Jiangyu. Su-yi heard this name intermittently and felt angry and helpless. It turns out they weren't talking about him, but Jiangyu. Although he was helpless, Su-yi still couldn't bear to say anything to Suwon. Jiangyu is destined to appear in Suwon's dream tonight. On the border battlefield, inside the tent, Su Chun and Jiangyu were applying medicine to each other. Jiangyu's arm was injured and Su Chun's abdomen was cut. But they're just skin injuries, not particularly serious. After applying medicine, I just need to rest for a few days. Now, the two of them have fought bravely on the battlefield, and their positions have been promoted several times. They can lead thousands of soldiers under their command. Su Chen's wound had been bandaged. He helped Jiangyu apply medicine and bandage his wound. Looking at the crisscrossing scars on his body, he frowned. You have no idea where to cut. You have so many wounds and scars. It looks scary. Even Su Chen felt horrified. He didn't know how many injuries Jiangyu had suffered along the way. Jiangyu didn't think it was a big deal. He even joked, "Scars are the badge of manliness. These are proof that I am lucky." He is indeed lucky. There is not a single piece of healthy skin on his body left. Su Chen shook his head. Captain Jiang, Captain Su, are you in there? A male voice was heard outside the tent, and it was obviously Morong Hwai. This kid was quite surprising. He didn't seem to be as dissolute and good-for-nothing as the legend said. On the contrary, on the battlefield, although he was not good at martial arts, he was proficient in the tactics of the army and was good at deploying troops. He offered several strategies to the commander-in-chief and helped win several beautiful victories, which made people take notice of him. Without waiting for the two to say anything, he opened the tent and walked in, holding many bottles and jars in his hands. I heard that you were injured. I have some excellent medicine here. Feel free to use it. Don't be polite. My mother prepared it for me when I came here. I won't be able to use it anyway. Morong Hwai's strength lies in his strategies, so he only offers advice from the rear and does not have to go to the battlefield. The commander did not dare to take his life lightly. He was a prince, and his mother was a favorite concubine. He did not know martial arts, so wouldn't he be courting death if he went? But are you kidding me? Do you think Jiangyu would be short of these good things? The last thing he lacks is these good medicines. However, he is the seventh prince after all, and they both have to be a little responsible. Moreover, Morong Hwai seemed to be sincere towards the two of them and wanted to make friends with them. Morong Hwai began to pester the two of them, as if it had started from a great victory half a year ago. He was in the rear, standing next to the commander-in-chief to support the team, and then witnessed with his own eyes Jiang Yu and Su Chen killing all around on the battlefield. Jiang Yu and Su Chen each took the head of a young general of the enemy, which greatly boosted the morale of the army. The commander-in-chief directly made the two men captains, entered the commander-in-chief's camp, and gave them their own tents. Murong Huai now directly follows the military advisor and holds a civilian position in the army, but he is also quite impressive. For Murong Sheng, his martial arts skills were not low either, and he had some prestige on the battlefield. He was previously a captain and general, and recently he was promoted to cavalry captain, making him the leader of the cavalry battalion. The two princes competed openly and secretly, both trying to win over Jiang Yu and Su Chen to their own side. Jiang Yu and Su Chen are so skilled in martial arts that Murong Huai particularly admires them. Thank you, seventh prince. Jiang Yu took it with both hands. What are you thanking me for?
Don't be so polite.
We are all comrades in arms. Murong Huai smiled brightly. To be honest, Jiang Yu was inexplicably not resistant to Murong Huai. Compared to Murong Sheng, he seemed quite genuine, not pretentious, and more approachable. As the three were talking, Murong Sheng also arrived, bringing some medicine for wounds. Seeing that the tent was open, he walked straight in. He had a smile on his face, but when he came in and saw Murong Huai was there too, he immediately put away his smile. Murong Huai turned around and saw that it was him, and immediately started to speak in a sarcastic tone. Hey, fifth brother, are you here to deliver medicine to the two captains? But you are late. I have already delivered it. Seeing Murong Huai's smug look, Murong Sheng was not flustered and slowly placed the medicine on the table. It's a thoughtful gesture, regardless of who comes first. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness the Fifth Prince. Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen bowed to him. They were not so polite to either of them towards Murong Huai, but the more polite they were, the more distant they felt. Jiang Yu felt that he was very vulgar. He had no feelings for Murong Sheng. Originally, he neither disliked nor liked him, but because his Wanwan seemed to be quite resistant to him, he also started to resist him. Just followed Jiang Yu. He naturally wouldn't get involved with people he didn't like dealing with. Murong Sheng felt like a clown here, so he went back after saying a few words. Murong Huai won the game and felt extremely comfortable. However, he also knew that he could not disturb the two patients' rest, so he left not long after. After the two princes left, Su Chen sighed helplessly. It seems that your status as the prince of the Duke of Jiang is really popular, and it has also brought me some glory. Jiang Yu heard this, raised his eyebrows and smiled. How do you know that it's not because of your outstanding ability that they are extending an olive branch to you? That may be part of the reason, Su Chen said proudly. He had been with Jiang Yu for so long that he became cocky. However, Su Chen reached his current position by himself, and his achievements were no less than Jiang Yu's, all of which were achieved through real fighting. Their reputations had spread in the enemy camp, and the enemy general threatened that whoever could take the head of either of them would be awarded the title of captain. There are those who are willing to sacrifice their lives for military merit, but there are also those who are self-aware. Who wants to die in vain? Those who have some ability all rush towards the two of them, and those soldiers consciously stay away from them. Therefore, Jiang Yu and Su Chen face the most heroic soldiers of the enemy on the battlefield, and can also improve themselves, which is more challenging. Su Chen argued with him for a while, and went back to his tent. Jiang Yu then took out the ring from under the pillow, and looked at it in his palm. When he looked at the gold ring, his eyes were as gentle as water, and he did not look away for a long time.
To outsiders, he seemed to be distracted.
Jiang Yu thought, Are you thinking about me at this moment? Su Wan, who was far away in Kyoto, was sleeping soundly. She turned over and hugged the pillow in her arms with a smile on her lips. She must have had a beautiful dream. Jiang Yu has a plan. He wants to help Su Chen rise higher in the army. He already has a noble status. When he returns to the capital, he just wants to be an idle prince and does not want to take any important position. But Su Chen is different. He is capable and motivated. Only by making more great contributions can he be given a good position and stay in the capital in the future. After that, Suwon was busy with business in Kyoto. He would meet with Shun Qingli from time to time. The two of them went out to play and go shopping, and the time passed quickly. Those processes have been done many times, and Sui can handle them all by himself, including decorating the Yuantang shop, hiring people, and arranging them to make soap, but he has not found a suitable candidate for the general manager yet. This is Kyoto, you have to judge people carefully. If you choose someone who only looks good but not really knows his true heart, that would be a huge hidden danger. Before we knew it, a month had passed, and the workshop had already started production. The weather in Kyoto was not very good right now, so the soap needed to be dried for a long time, and it would take about a week before it could be packaged and sold. The alkalinity must evaporate, otherwise it may be harmful to the skin when used. The workshop is preparing stocks, and the shop location of Yuantang has also been selected. As mentioned before, we will rent it for a year first, and then buy the shop after the funds are stable.
Now.
We need to choose a date for opening so that we can do promotion in advance, but the management issue is really difficult. I interviewed many shop owners, and they all seemed unreliable. They all looked smart, but they had a lot of calculations in their minds. They were all after the lucrative job, and because she was a young female boss, they did not take her seriously. Since they looked down on her as a female merchant, no matter how great their achievements were in the past, it was all in vain. It's strange to say, I didn't see a single female shopkeeper coming for the interview in Kyoto, only old men. Shun Qingli also came to Furong Cottage that day to teach Su on how to play the zheng. The two of them are now like good sisters who can talk about anything and have a very good relationship. Shun Qingli had already told her family about what happened with Su Jing. The Grand Secretary immediately sent people to Yu County to take a look and found that Su Jing was not lying. The progress of the Xuanhe Dam was steady, and the Xuanhe River was well managed by him. Small woods had been planted. There were few refugees, and the common people praised him highly. It is estimated that it will be completed in 2 years at most. By then, when Su Jing returns to Beijing, the emperor will at least appoint him as a third-rank official and allow him to enter the cabinet directly. So, the Grand Secretary agreed to their relationship and agreed to let his daughter wait for him. Now Shun Qingli goes out to see Suwon from time to time, but she does it secretly, and the outside world still thinks she is sick. Mrs. Shun asked her to invite Suwon and Su-yi today, and to visit them another day. Mrs. Shun wanted to meet Suwon. She heard that she was a nice girl. After all, her daughter praised her highly. Suwon was worried about finding a manager. She had to go back to Xiangzhou, and it was impossible for her to stay in Kyoto to manage things. It was not the right time for her to move to Kyoto now. She had to wait until her elder brother returned to Beijing before she could come here legitimately. Su-yi also had a headache. He followed Suwon to meet those people, but he felt that none of them was suitable. They all looked down on others. When Suwon heard that Shun Qingli had arrived, he regained some of his vitality. Sister Wanwan, I have something good to tell you. Shun Qingli and Suwon became familiar with each other. Her personality became more lively, and she would start calling her from a distance. Suwon waved at her, and Su-yi quickly stood up and bowed to Shun Qingli when she approached. Fifth young master. Shun Qingli bowed to him. After the greetings, the two sat down again, and Lu Ying went to serve tea. Lu Yun, last time Sister Shun said she wanted to eat the shikima I made, so I got up early in the morning to make it. Go and bring it over for Sister Shun to try. When Suwon talked to her about his early history of making a fortune, he mentioned shikima, so Shun Qingli was particularly interested and wanted to try it. Shun Qingli's face was full of anticipation. In the pavilion, Kyoto was extremely cold in winter, so one had to wear a cloak when outside. Sister Shun, do you have any good news to tell me? Suwon waited until she finished drinking tea before asking her. Shun Qingli nodded and told her, there are 2 things. The first is that my mother wants to invite you and the 5th young master to her house. She wants to meet you. I gave her half of the goat milk soap you gave me. She liked it very much and praised you for being a wonderful woman who had such a wonderful idea. Suwon and Sui looked at each other and laughed. Suwon even smiled modestly and said, oh, it's not that good. It makes me feel embarrassed to say it. Looking at her shy look, she actually looked quite pretty. Shun Qingli laughed out loud immediately. Her maid, Lur, was also happy from the bottom of her heart to see her young lady, so happy. Ever since she met Miss Su, her young lady's face was filled with smiles every day, unlike before when she looked listless and had no desire to live. Mrs. Shun has invited us, so we must prepare well and not break the rules. Su Yi was very nervous about this visit. Of course. Let's go to the street to pick out some nice gifts tomorrow and take them to the Grand Secretary's mansion. Su-won didn't bring any decent items with him when he went out, so he could only buy them now. Don't be so polite. Just think of it as an ordinary visit for a meal. Shun Qingli's mother was a very gentle woman. She wouldn't care about these things. That won't do. This is your first time visiting a Grand Secretary's residence. Your father is a Grand Secretary, a first-rank official. Where have we ever seen such a high-ranking official? Of course we have to take him seriously. Su-won looked like he had never seen the world before and made Shun Qingli laugh again. But it was true that Su-won was very curious whether high-ranking officials like these were like those in TV dramas, sitting there with great dignity, wearing red official robes, with dignified manners, and intimidating without even being angry. What about the other thing? Su-won just knew the first thing. Next, what Shun Qingli was going to say would be of great help to Su-won. Haven't you been worried about not being able to find a suitable manager recently? You complained to me before. Now I have a very good candidate to recommend to you. After you told me, I went back to ask my mother if there was any woman who was good at business and management and who was mature and kind-hearted. My mother thought about it and thought of someone who was the most suitable. Who is it? Su-won became interested. After hearing what Shun Qingli said, she knew that it was Mrs. Shun who recommended her, so she had to get to know her. Madame Yang, but she is already over 40 years old. She entered the palace at the age of 15 and worked in the Shanggong Bureau. Later, because of her outstanding ability, she became a female official in the Shanggong Bureau at the age of 25. At the age of 30, she became a Siji, which means she assisted the Shanggong in managing the expenses of the harem. However, there are rules in the palace. Ordinary palace maids can leave the palace at the age of 25, and female officials must leave the palace at the age of 40. Madame Yang left the palace to retire according to the law. She now has a house, but she refuses to admit her old age. My mother has seen her before, and she said that after leaving the palace, she also wanted to find something to do and earn some supplies. She has never married and has no children. She worked in the palace in her early years. Although she saved a little fortune, she has almost spent all her money on the house she bought in Kyoto after leaving the palace. She also has to provide for herself in her old age. My mother wanted to invite her to work in the palace, but Nanny Yang said that she didn't want to be trapped in the inner house again after just leaving the palace. So, I think she may be really suitable to help you. With her experience and ability, she can definitely help you manage Yan Hall. From the palace, and was a senior female official, her 20 years of experience were not exaggerated. Working in the palace and being able to reach that position was enough to prove her ability. Besides, the jobs in the palace were extremely detailed and could not tolerate any mistakes. If there was any mistake, one could lose his life. If this Madame Yang was really willing to help her manage Yan Hall, she could offer her a high salary. I naturally trust the person you and Madame Shun recommended. And as you said, she is a female official from the palace, and she will definitely be able to do my job. My job is also free and unconstrained. If Madame Yang wants to rely on this job for her retirement, then it is perfect. Sister Shun, please help me introduce her. Su-won immediately decided to meet this Nanny Yang, and if possible, he would definitely keep her to do things for him. It has been prepared for you a long time ago. This is where Nanny Yang lives. You can go find her directly. She has been out of the palace for 2 or 3 years and has been at home every day. Shun Qingli had already found out where Nanny Yang lived, so she just went there and saved herself the trouble. Su-won saw the address on the note and looked at Shun Qingli gratefully. Sister Shun, you are my soft-hearted god. From now on, I will take care of all the goat milk soap for you and Madame Shun. Let your people in Yuantang directly report their names and provide it for free. I won't be polite with you for such a good thing, but don't worry, with my mother's personality, if there is any useful thing, she will definitely spread it to the noble ladies in Kyoto as long as there is a chance. In the future, your Yuan Hall will not lack business. Shun Qingli patted the back of her hand. That's great. Thank you, Sister Shun. I won't be polite with you either.
Shun smiled sweetly.
The two girls were talking, and Su-yi couldn't get a word in. He could only listen quietly and laugh along with them. Stop laughing, be serious. You've been pestering me to teach you how to make tea. It's been half a month. How's your progress? Earlier, Su-won felt that Shun Qingli's skill in making tea was particularly good. If he learned it, it would become a skill in the future. It would be very impressive and classy to show off his skills in public, so he asked her to teach him. As long as she asked, Shun Qingli would naturally be happy to do it, so she taught her. Su-won was embarrassed when he heard this, and his voice became weaker. I've been busy lately, so I haven't practiced. Shun Qingli guessed it from her expression, but she also smiled dotingly and scratched her nose. Okay, I'll teach you again later. You have to learn it carefully. Su-won nodded quickly, being extremely obedient. Su-yi also smiled lovingly at his sister. Since you two are here to keep me company, I'll go to the shop and see how the decoration is going. The two girls were talking and playing together, and it was not convenient for a man like him to stay here all the time, so he had to find something to do. Thank you for your hard work, fifth brother. Su-won was not polite and just acted as a hands-off boss. After Su-yi left, Shun Qingli began to teach Su-won how to make tea. They learned to make tea in the morning and to play the guzheng in the afternoon. Their schedule was full. The visit to the Grand Secretary's residence is scheduled for 3 days later, and I will go to see Nanny Yang tomorrow. Shun Qingli acts like an older sister in front of Su-won. She always speaks softly to Su-won and protects him gently, just like an older brother. She hasn't even gotten married yet, but she already has the demeanor of an eldest sister-in-law. However, Su-won likes it very much and enjoys it. From now on, there is one more person who dotes on her. The next day, Su-won prepared a bunch of gifts and went to Nanny Yang with Su-yi, asking her to be the manager of his Yuantang workshop in Kyoto. He thought it would take some effort, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. In Su-won's imagination, she thought that Nanny Yang might be a person with a weird temper, difficult to talk to, and very serious, but unexpectedly, she was wrong. Su-won stood in front of a small courtyard and confirmed again and again before deciding to knock on the door. Su-yi knocked on the door, and someone soon opened it. The ones who opened the door were a few little kids, a girl and 2 boys, who all looked about 5 or 6 years old. The 3 radish-headed kids tilted their heads up, wearing flowery cotton jackets and pigtails, looking so adorable. The little girl raised her head and asked Su-won in a baby voice, "Beautiful sister, are you here to see Mammy?" Facing this cute creature, Su-won's tone softened. "Yes, I'm here to see Madame Yang." One of the little boys heard this and ran into the yard, shouting as he ran, "Mammy, Mammy, someone is looking for you." The other 2 also ran and shouted together. It was so funny. At this time, a woman wearing an apron ran out from the kitchen. She looked to be about 40 years old. Su-won thought she was Aunt Yang. She sent a few idiots out to play, and then came to the door. "Are you 2 here to see Madame Yang?" "Yes, we came to see Nanny Yang.
We want to talk to her about something."
"This is a small token of our appreciation." Su-won gestured to Su-yi to hand the gift to the woman in front of him. Only then did he realize that this was not Nanny Yang. The woman quickly wiped her hands on her apron, then took it with both hands. "Since you are a guest, please come in first. Come in and sit down. Nanny Yang is taking a walk on the street. She may not be back for a while. Can you 2 wait?" "It's okay, we'll all just wait. You go ahead and do your work." This woman served Nanny Yang. It was almost noon, and she was preparing food in the kitchen. Su-won and Su-yi were drinking tea in the main room and playing with a few little kids. The woman next to Nanny Yang was also from the palace. She was called Nanny Lee. She originally served Nanny Yang in the palace. The 2 of them left the palace together. Nanny Lee did not return to the kitchen, but stayed aside and chatted with Su-won and the others for a few words. Suwon then learned that these were children adopted by two maids in the charity hall. They were old and had no children, so they wanted to make the family more lively and had an idea, so they went to bring back 3 children 2 years ago. When we first brought them home, the children were only 3 or 4 years old, an age that cats and dogs disliked, and they were the most noisy. Both of them are in good health, so raising a few children is no problem. Their life may not be rich, but they have enough food and drink. Suwon guessed that Nanny Yang probably wanted to save some property for these children, so she wanted to find something for them to do. Otherwise, the salary he saved from half a lifetime in the palace would definitely be enough to support himself in his old age. Not to mention, the two maids are living a very comfortable life. Their age is just right for enjoying their grandchildren. Su's mother is about the same age as, but she still hasn't got a grandson. Not long after, Nanny Yang came back. The moment she walked in, her dignified temperament was irresistible. Nanny Yang was well-maintained and looked very young, not like she was in her 40s. The children saw her come back. They ran towards her and surrounded her, calling her Mammy. Nanny Yang smiled kindly and specially bought some candied fruits to share with them. In a blink of an eye, she saw 2 young, unfamiliar faces standing in the main room, both of whom had extraordinary demeanor. Are there guests? Arlene, why didn't you remind me earlier? I'm just letting people stand here for nothing. I don't know how to behave. Alan should be the name of Nanny Lee. Nanny Lee smiled and felt a little embarrassed. Madam Yang, it's okay. We came here today to discuss something important with you. Madam Shun from the Grand Secretary's mansion recommended me here. When Nanny Yang heard the recommendation from Madam Shun of the Grand Secretary's mansion, she knew it was really an important matter. She walked to the main seat and sat down, and asked Nanny Lee and the children to leave first. The main room became quiet, and the noise of children playing faded away. Suwon began to tell Nanny Yang that she wanted to hire her to be the manager of her Yuyan Hall. There is a farm in the suburbs of Beijing, and a group of people have been hired to work there, but there is still a lack of a manager. By then, branches will have to be opened in the 2 states next to Kyoto. In other words, Madam Yang only needs to manage the operation of the workshop and Yuyan Hall, calculate the accounts, and pay the workers' wages. In short, she has detailed instructions on all of this. It's not tiring at all, as I can work at home. But with such a big market like Kyoto, Suwon doesn't trust him to hand it over to someone with inexperience, so she came to find Nanny Yang. After listening to this, Nanny Yang seemed quite interested, because Suwon said that she could allocate her time freely and just had to manage the people below her, prevent them from having bad thoughts, and sort out the account books. Moreover, Suwon gave her a monthly salary of 100 taels, which was almost a year's salary when she was a female official in the palace. However, one also needed to spend money to manage things in the palace, so one could not save much in a year. This is what Nanny Yang does. She is best at managing people and doing the accounting. When she was a female official, everyone under her was obedient. Madam Yang, you can find a date and I will personally take you to the workshop to have a look. Our shop is very close to your residence, and it is convenient for you to move around. We sincerely want to invite you to become the general manager of Yuyan Hall. We believe in your ability and prestige. We are not at ease leaving it to others. Suwon's attitude was also absolutely respectful and sincere, and Nanny Yang nodded as she listened. She also asked a lot of detailed questions, and Suwon answered them one by one. When she learned that Yuyan Tang had branches in every state, she also showed admiration for Suwon. I thought she was a noble lady who wanted to do business on a whim, but I didn't expect that she was so capable. I didn't want to manage her because I was too busy. She had shops all over the world, and I couldn't manage them all. It can be seen that although Nanny Yang looks gentle, she is very rigorous when it comes to serious matters. She has to find out everything and details clearly. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Nanny Lee prepared meals for Suwon and Su-yi, and Nanny Yang invited them to have lunch and continue the conversation after dinner. The brother and sister did not hesitate and went to eat together. During the meal, Madam Yang was quite well behaved and did not talk while eating. Even the noisy children were very sensible and ate quietly without saying anything. After dinner, Suwon continued to discuss the affairs of Yuyen Hall with Nanny Yang. They finished a pot of tea. Suwon remained calm and answered every question. Nanny Yang was quite satisfied with her answers. She could see that Suwon was different from ordinary women. Afterwards, Nanny Yang agreed to go to Yuyen Hall and Zhuangzi with Suwon tomorrow to take a look and give her a reply. Made happily, and Suwon returned to Farong Cottage with Su-yi when it was close to Shinshur. After returning, Suwon drank 2 more cups of tea to moisten his throat. Nanny Yang was really rigorous and paid attention to every detail. Suwon's mouth was dry from talking so much. Su-yi didn't interrupt much. He just stayed with him quietly, not impatient at all. After a few hours, he was able to keep his composure. Fifth brother, after spending time with Madame Yang today, what do you think of her? Suwon asked Su-yi for his opinion. Su-yi heard this and said with a smile, the food at Yang's house is delicious. Suwon didn't expect him to answer like this. It was really unexpected. She joked, can it be as delicious as what our fourth brother cooks? Su-yi shook his head. Not really. When it comes to cooking, fourth brother is still the best. But Nanny Lee's food tastes like mother's. Su-yi's answer was unique, and Suwon agreed with it. That's true, but it's also rare. If your fourth brother heard what you said, he would definitely be happy for 3 days and 3 nights. Su-yun and Su-yi are twins, but they have never been compatible. They always like to bicker, and neither of them is willing to admit defeat. However, behind the scenes, the 2 brothers are familiar with each other's fields, which is an absolute blessing. Su-yi just smiled and said nothing. He then said, you are quite satisfied with Madame Yang. You have already found the answer in your heart. Naturally, I agree with you. Moreover, I think that Madame Yang is a waste of her talent for this job. After all, she was a female official from the palace, so how could she be a pushover? She already had an idea in her mind. Madame Yang, she was going to fight for it no matter what. The next day, as agreed, Suwon and Su-yi harnessed a carriage and came to pick up Nanny Yang on time. They first went to Yuyen Tang's shop, which had been almost decorated and was waiting to be opened. Afterwards, he went out of the city and went to the farm. The farm bought a total of 20 male and female servants at one time. Among them, 4 were of top quality to take the lead in the farm, and the rest were of medium and lower quality. It didn't matter whether they were smart or not, as long as they could work. Those who were too smart would easily cause trouble. Suwon also told them that if they did a good job, they would have a chance to be released from their citizenship, but she did not give a specific time limit. The same thing has been done several times before, and Suwon has learned lessons and shortcomings. She is also growing up slowly. She knows very well that she cannot promise too much, otherwise these people will easily become arrogant. She also told Madame Yang that she would have the final say on the addition of new people to the farm in the future. Except for the account books every quarter which needed to be sent to Xiangzhou for her review, she could make the decisions on other small matters if she could. Anyway, she was given enough authority and was treated almost the same as her uncle. When Aunt Yang saw the operation of the workshop and the finished goat milk soap products, she nodded in praise. To be honest, Suwon is the most capable among all the young women she has ever met. What she values most is not how women should abide by the rules and understand reason. What she admires are independent women like Suwon who dare to do and take risks, who do not want to rely on men for life and can be their own masters. But in the feudal ancient times, Suwon could only achieve financial freedom. With money, she could stand up straight. As for those remarks about the unity of the Great Way, advocating that women should be independent and that people are born equal, they were all made by a brainless time-traveling woman. She didn't have such great ability to change the ideology of a dynasty in a short period of time. How could she change thousands of years of inheritance overnight or in a few words? It took nearly 200 years of changes, countless people's efforts and blood for the future generations to reach the present point. Those scars could not be erased at all and could only be remembered in the heart. Life is short. Since you can't take care of everyone, take care of yourself. More precise, if these ideas were made public, It would be considered treason and punishable by beheading. Soo-won cherishes her life very much. As for her brothers, they are her relatives in another world. Family members should help each other, prosper together, and suffer together. Their future success is Soo-won's confidence, but Soo-won is also paying for them. It is a two-way journey, and there is no blind dependence. And there is Jong-yu. Soo-won is not humble in front of him. At least Soo-won does not feel humble. She has always occupied a dominant position in front of him, and Jong-yu will listen to her in the future. Even if she marries into the Duke Jong's mansion in the future, she will not be cautious. The brothers she helped are her confidence. If Jong-yu treats her badly or bullies her, she can withdraw at any time. She has money and confidence. What is she afraid of? After a day of field investigation, Nanny Yang finally nodded and accepted Soo-won's invitation, willing to become the general manager of Kyoto Yuan Hall. But first of all, there must be strict written rules and signed by both parties to provide a guarantee. Soo-won likes dealing with people who are organized in their work. It doesn't take any effort on her part, and she doesn't even have to say a word. Nanny Yang's problem was solved smoothly, and a big thorn in Soo-won's heart was finally removed. But she couldn't rest for a moment, as she had to visit the Grand Secretary's mansion as a guest. Soo-won asked Soo-yi to go out and buy gifts, but was stopped by Yuan-bo. It turned out that he had already prepared gifts for the Grand Secretary's mansion, and they were purchased very carefully, with absolutely no faults to be found. Soo-won felt embarrassed again. No wonder his elder brother praised Yuan-bo for being thoughtful in everything, which saved him a lot of trouble and helped him avoid making many mistakes. Now it seems that it is necessary to have someone who knows how to deal with things by his side. Yuan-bo prepared were decent but not too outstanding. They were worthy of the status of the Grand Secretary's mansion and also showed Soo-won's intentions, which was very good. Everything was ready. Soo-won and Soo-yi brought gifts to the door. At the same time, the Grand Secretary's mansion also attached great importance to the arrival of the Soo family and started preparations the day before. When Soo-won saw Mrs. Shun for the first time, he was also amazed, no less than when he saw Shun Qingli. Mrs. Shun is middle-aged, but she still has charm. As the saying goes, time never defeats beauty, and elegant people grow old gracefully. She also has a bookish air, and it feels like she is emitting the scent of ink all over her body. Her temperament is her main feature. No wonder the daughter she raised is so outstanding. The Grand Secretary was just as Soo-won thought. He looked intimidating just by standing there. He had a green beard, but the scholarly temperament around him could not be hidden. The children in the Grand Secretary's mansion were all cultured people who were well-read in poetry and books. They pay great attention to etiquette, but they don't put too much pressure on others, so it's very comfortable to get along with them. Mrs. Shun kept talking to her. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. She even joked that it would be nice if she had another son. But she was just joking, so Soo-won didn't take it seriously. Earlier, Soo-yi drew several pictures for Shun Qingli. There were 2 portraits of her. As Soo-won said, one was sent to Yu County to his eldest brother, and the other was sent back to his hometown in Xiangzhou for his parents to see. There is another painting, which is a picture of Soo-won and her together. The 2 are learning how to make tea. Soo-yi is standing next to them, not knowing what to do, so he recorded this scene. Then Shun Qingli took it back home and hung it in the hall of her yard. Unexpectedly, the Grand Secretary saw it. He had never seen such a lifelike and vivid portrait, which captured the girl's expression and even every strand of her hair clearly. The Grand Secretary asked about the realist style and found out that it was the work of Soo Jing's younger brother. Mrs. Shun also asked Soo-yi to paint a picture for her. She sat in her seat very dignifiedly and dressed up specially, wearing the clothes and hair crown of a lady of honor. She was a person who loved to tell the truth. The court painters who painted portraits of the emperor and the concubines were not as good as Soo-yi. They could not depict the expressions of the people, and they just looked somewhat similar. All in all, the experience of being a guest at the Grand Secretary's for a day was very good. The Grand Secretary and his wife were kind and polite, always with smiles on their faces, and treated them like their own juniors. Even the concubines in the mansion would not act up or look at her in a bad mood. Madame Shun managed them very well. They were well-behaved and respectful to her, and no one dared to overstep her boundaries. Already night when she returned from the Grand Secretary's mansion, and Mrs. Shun was still holding her back and was reluctant to let her go. Afterwards, he stayed in Kyoto for another 20 days. After finishing the work for the Yuyan Hall team, Suwon had to rush home to celebrate the new year with his family. He could not be absent this year. Nanny Yang took charge of Yuyan Hall in Kyoto. She immediately reorganized the workshop with great vigor and efficiency, added a group of people, and formulated a series of rules. She was decisive in her methods and showed the aura of a female official in the palace. No one dared to disobey her. She said, "I am a very picky person. I will not be as gentle to you as my boss. My boss gave me your indentures. If anyone dares to commit a crime, I will sell you without mercy." As an old lady who came out of the palace, everyone believed that she could do it. Wherever there are women, there is competition. She had worked her way up in the palace by stepping on others. Moreover, Nanny Yang arranged several people to work in the workshop. They were all young ladies she knew in the palace. Even if they were not female officials, they were senior palace maids in various palaces. She arranged them to look after the workshop and keep an eye on these people when she was not around to prevent them from causing trouble. She is old. It is impossible for her to go out of town every day to inspect the workshop, right? Suwon approved of her approach. After watching her series of operations, she understood that the workshop in Xiangzhou was fine, and she didn't need to worry about any unexpected problems. Suwon also paid high monthly wages to the retired senior palace maids that Nanny Yang had found, 15 taels of silver a month, for a total of 3 people. Those with ability should be given important positions and kept with high salaries. When Yuyan Hall opened, Madame Yang used her connections, and Madame Shun also promoted the business in her circle of noble ladies, and business was booming on the first day of opening. Moreover, the prices of all goat milk soaps have increased. There are no basic models. The dyed models are directly available. They are bought for washing clothes and provided to the grassroots people. Each piece sells for 38 won. The floral goat milk soap, which is used for bathing and washing hands, sells for 1 tael of silver each. Hair soap is even more expensive, selling for 188 won each. In Kyoto, many people are willing to buy it. As Nanny Yang said, just raise the price. The prices of goods in each place are different. The wives of officials bought them for a few dollars each and took them home, loving them extremely much. In an instant, Yuantang became popular in Kyoto, and soon the news spread to the palace. Suwon saw that it was almost time, so she planned to go back to her hometown with Sui. Shin Qingli was very reluctant to let her go when she heard that she was leaving. It snowed in Kyoto half a month ago, and there was snow everywhere. The snow was heavier than in Zhongzhou. It snowed continuously for 2 days, and everyone had to wear thick fox fur cloaks and hold umbrellas when going out. However, despite this, it cannot stop the people of Kyoto from going out for a walk. Suwon was looking at the falling snow on the ground in the courtyard of Farong Cottage, and suddenly she understood why Jiangyu said that it was beautiful when it snowed in Beijing. On the day she left, it snowed again the night before. Shun Qingli came to the city gate of Kyoto to see her off, holding her hand reluctantly. Shun Qingli was really happy during the 2 months that Suwon was here. It seemed like she had something to look forward to every day. She was very happy to be with Suwon. She could talk loudly and smile with her teeth showing, feeling free and unrestrained. In the past 2 months, Suwon has learned how to make tea, arrange flowers, and play the guzheng, thanks to Shun Qingli. After she returns, she will find a teacher to continue teaching her. When Jiangyu comes back, she will amaze everyone. Nowadays, her business empire has almost expanded. Anyway, she will not rely on Yuyan Hall to make money in the future. This is her ultimate weapon to consolidate her future position and ensure the stability of the Su family. Now that the management has been found, she doesn't need to worry about it. She just needs to take time every year to inspect it, which doesn't take long. Sister Shen, it's cold. Let's go back quickly, or you'll catch a cold again. She held Shun Qingli's hands, which were cold. Wanwan, when will you come to see me next time? Shun Qingli was really reluctant to let her go. I'll come to see you next year, when the hibiscus flowers bloom, okay? Next year, Suwon will watch the hibiscus flowers bloom in Jiangyu's hibiscus cottage, which must be more beautiful than the hibiscus cottage in Xiangzhou. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Don't break your promise. Shun Qingli grew up in Kyoto and found that she had never had a true good sister with whom she could confide in. Suwon was the first one. Okay, I will never go back on my word. Suwon said with a smile, his eyes firm. Well, I wish Wanwan and the fifth young master a safe journey and hope you return to Xiangzhou soon. Remember to write to me. Suwon nodded, and Su-yi bowed to her and said goodbye. The brother and sister got on the carriage, which was covered with a blanket. Suwon planned to lie down all the way back. The Chinese New Year is only 1 month away, so half a month is enough for me to go back home. I'm sure my family must be waiting anxiously. She brought some things for everyone in her family, including the one prepared by Shun Qingli. It is still warm in Xiangzhou. When entering the Jiangnan area, I immediately feel that it is not as cold as in Kyoto. The wind in Kyoto feels a little tighter when blowing on my face. Suwon and Su-yi arrived at the house one night, and when they came back, they caught their family off guard. Su's mother was afraid that Suwon would catch a cold, so she immediately asked someone in the kitchen to make ginger sugar tea and prepare hot water for her to bathe. This time, Suyun did not act like he did the last time he came back from Zhongzhou. He kept surrounding Suwon and asking her, Suwon, is Kyoto good? Have you seen the high-ranking official? What are the restaurants in Kyoto like? Are the dishes cooked in Chenglu delicious? And Big Brother, how is his dam going? He was really noisy, asking so many questions at once that Suwon didn't know which one to answer first, until Su's mother twisted Suyun's ear and lectured him. You little idiot, didn't you know your sister just came back? If you have any questions, can't you ask them tomorrow? You're so old, but you don't know anything. You're a boss after all. Oh, mother, it hurts, please be gentle, I know I was wrong. Suyun begged for mercy hurriedly, and Suwon looked at him helplessly. Fourth brother's temper was too impetuous. When would fourth sister-in-law come and teach him a lesson? Mother Su let go of Suyun and immediately put on a gentle expression and tone towards her daughter. My dear, tell me, is third Mission pretty? Is she really as pretty as in the portrait? Suwon was embarrassed. He had just not allowed his fourth brother to ask, but now he asked it himself. Suyun rubbed his ears and complained, You're still talking about me, but I'm the same. Su's mother immediately gave him a glare, and Suyun became obedient. Mother, do you still not believe in fifth brother's skills? The portraits he draws look just like the real person. Third Mission is even more beautiful than the portraits. She is gentle as water, well-educated, elegant, and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Don't forget that she is the legitimate daughter of the Grand Secretary of the dynasty. Who is a Grand Secretary? He is the most learned first-rank minister in the entire Jin state, and his students are all over the world. How can the daughter he taught be bad? Suwon was still willing to answer Su's mother's question first. After a while, he praised Shun Qingli to the sky, but it was all true and not an exaggeration. When Su's mother heard this, she immediately clasped her hands together, her face full of relief, her eyes red, and she was crying with joy. May God bless our Su family, may good fortune come to us, and may everything go as we wish. Father Su is also happy that his eldest son will be able to marry such a good daughter-in-law in the future. It is a blessing from his previous life. This daughter-in-law is a good one and will bring prosperity to 3 generations. Suwon drank ginger sugar tea, took a nice hot bath, and took a nap before waking up. On the way back to the room, Suyun and Su-yi were fighting. Suyun kept mocking Su-yi by saying his nose was not a nose and his eyes were not eyes. Some people are so clever, they'll follow Wanwan whenever they get the chance. While he was busy with Chunlo's business, he was left alone in Xiangzhou to face everything alone. He was a good person on his own, accompanying Wanwan every day and asking about her well-being. Fourth brother, if you have the ability, you can do this if you can let go of Chun-Lu. Su-yi is not someone who can be bullied easily. He meant was that I would give up my career for Wanwan, and you can do the same if you have the ability. Su-yun was so angry that he couldn't refute it. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "What do you know? I work so hard just to make life better for my family. Let me tell you, in the half year since you were away, my Chun-Lu has earned over 10,000 taels." Su-yun's tone was full of pride. Sui had to admit that Su-yun was indeed talented in food. "Our family is already very good. You are just the icing on the cake." No matter how to make Su-yun so angry, Su-yi has the absolute right to say, "Look, someone is so angry that smoke is coming out of his 7 orifices." Su-yun snorted coldly and continued to sarcastically, "Adding icing on the cake is also a good phrase.
Some people are so proud now.
You have been with Wanwan for so long and have monopolized her attention. Now Wanwan's favorite brother must have become you. You are really scheming." Su-yi disagrees with this. "Fourth brother, you are wrong. Wanwan's favorite brother is always the eldest brother. You must be the last one. I don't know who it is. When Wanwan just came back, she was hurt the most. Some scars grow in the heart and are difficult to heal. Su-yi kills people and breaks their hearts, and he brings up all sorts of issues. But he is right. In Wanwan's heart, the brother who ranks first will always be the eldest brother, and there is nothing wrong with that." Su-yun was so angry that his eyes turned red. "No, I was ignorant before. I've already apologized, and Wanwan has forgiven me. I am not the last one in line." Su-yi had already walked to the door of his room. He pushed the door open and went in. "I've arrived, fourth brother. I'm tired from the journey, so I'm going to sleep first. Have a good dream, too." Sui acted as if nothing had happened, which made Su-yun lose his mind. Su-yun was destined to be sleepless tonight. He tossed and turned thinking about Su-yi's words. What should he do? Could it be that Wanwan really had a thorn in her heart? She didn't care about him on the surface, but she still minded in her heart? Su-won himself didn't know, and was still sleeping soundly. The next morning, when she opened the door, Su-yun's haggard face came into view, which frightened her. She patted her chest to calm herself down. "Fourth brother, who are you trying to scare so early in the morning?" There were dark circles under Su-yun's eyes, as if he hadn't slept all night. Su-yun put his hand on Su-won's shoulder and said earnestly, "Wanwan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. Can you forgive me? I really know I was wrong. I was ignorant and hurt you before." Su-yun's eyes were red and filled with tears, and he looked quite pitiful. Su-won's heart skipped a beat. She reached out and touched Su-yun's forehead. It was icy cold. "I don't have a fever. What's wrong with you, fourth brother? Did anyone say anything to you?" These were all old matters. Why was he still thinking about them? He chose this morning to apologize to her solemnly. "Wanwan, I'm not sick. Some people say that some scars grow in the heart and are difficult to heal. I treated you like that before and said a lot of unpleasant things to you. Are you still taking it to heart?" As soon as Su-won heard it, he knew that it was the fifth brother who said it. The fifth brother was the best at hurting people's hearts. However, seeing the fourth brother's expression, Su-won felt relieved. He did feel pain in his heart when he thought about it before, but after today, it really healed. "I don't care about it anymore. Fourth brother, don't care about it either. I could understand you when we were young. Isn't everything fine now? I never took it to heart. It doesn't cause any scars to me because I have a strong heart." Su-won used to think that Su-yun was ignorant, but now it is all over and he has seen the changes in him. Su-yun then let go of her shoulders and said aggrievedly, "Then I don't want to be the last brother in your heart." Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year ago, a great victory was won on the front line. The remaining external troops, led by the great Khan of the Waya tribe, were captured. The remaining external troops were defeated and announced unconditional surrender. From then on, all the tribes on the border of Jin State were incorporated into the territory of Jin State and became the territory of Jin State. The commander-in-chief was Duke Jiang. After he pacified the border issues, He recommended new kings of each tribe in accordance with the emperor's will. From then on, Khan was no longer respected. They were all kings appointed by the current emperor, and they only managed these tribes for the state of Jin. These newly elected kings were all external royal families who were easy to control and belonged to the side branches. They were the side branches that the original Khans looked down upon the most before their defeat. Now they were all emancipated peasants, singing and voluntarily swearing allegiance to Emperor Dajin. The incident: Duke Jiang left a part of the army to guard the border, and he led the remaining troops to escort the prisoners back to the capital. Among those who returned to the capital were Jiang Yu and Su Chen. The immediate relatives of these captives, whether they were originally princesses, princes, or princesses, whether they were born out of wedlock or illegitimate, as long as they were of the main captive's bloodline, would all be escorted back to the capital. Now Su Chen has been promoted to deputy general of the main camp. Jiang Yu is the vanguard, and his rank is lower than Su Chen because he has not made as many contributions as Su Chen. Both of them are wearing silver armor and look majestic. Chun was the biggest contributor to the victory at this time. He was captured by the Waya tribe while covering the retreat of the commander-in-chief. After being brought back, he suffered a lot and almost lost his life. It was an outsider girl named Mimi who found him and was ready to let him go, but Su Chen did not choose to leave the enemy camp. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and asked Mimi to deliver the letter, while he persisted and fought for his life. Jiang Yu and the 7th Prince Morong Huai came up with a plan. They were going to sneak into the enemy camp to rescue Su Chen. But before they could enter, a girl named Mimi came to deliver a letter at the risk of her life, informing Jiang Yu of Su Chen's plan. Jiang Yu didn't believe it at first, until Mimi took out the amulet that Su Chen always carried with him. This was the amulet that Su's mother asked for in the temple before he joined the army. When Jiang Yu saw the amulet, he decided to take a gamble, and together with Morong Huai, he cooperated with Su Chen in the enemy camp to attack from both inside and outside. Mimi secretly fed Su Chen a lot of life-saving medicine, saving his life. This gave Su Chen the strength to sneak into the commander-in-chief's camp and capture Waya Khan alive. At the same time, Morong Huai led his men to attack from several places, attack from the side, burn food and supplies, and cut off the enemy's retreat. Duke Jiang led the army to confront head-on and attack Huanglong. It was because of his desperate fight that this bitter battle that had lasted for more than 3 years was won with a complete victory, ending the war half a year earlier and greatly reducing losses. Su Chen was captured in the enemy camp and suffered serious internal and external injuries. After capturing Waya Khan, if Jiang Yu had not arrived in time, Su Chen would have been dead. He had been lying in bed for more than 2 months. Now that he had returned to the capital, Su Chen was the most watched person. After he returned, he would be given a real general rank, no lower than the 4th rank. Returning to Beijing, the captives were all locked in cages like pigs and dogs, but there was a girl locked in one of the carriages. She had clean clothes to wear, clean food and water. This girl was Mimi. She is the daughter of Waya Khan, but she was born to a dancer. She is of low blood, and her mother was humiliated to death. She has been in the Waya tribe since she was a child. Although she has the status of a princess, she is always bullied. The Khan is not good to her. He witnessed the death of her mother but remained indifferent. He even said that she was unclean. Later, he allowed her to be bullied by other princes and princesses. Because of her beauty, the queen's sister was jealous of her, so she tricked her into leaving the country and sold her to Jin's state. That's why Su Wan and Su Chen rescued her in the servant market in Xiangzhou. Good and evil in the world. Every cause has its effect. Su Chen sowed the cause, so he reaped the effect. Mimi had always heard of Su Chen's name in the rear. After Su Chen was captured, she was extremely disappointed with her father and family, so she chose to help Su Chen. It is precisely because of this that she, now a captive, can receive such preferential treatment. While the army was resting in place, Morong Huai got 2 wild pheasants from somewhere and asked Jiang Yu and Su Chen to roast them. Morong Huai is indeed a brave and resourceful boy. I was really fooled by him before and didn't realize that he has such great talent. When his deeds in the military camp were reported back to Kyoto, the emperor was very pleased and directly promoted his mother to the rank of noble concubine. He had a set of Sun Tzu's art of war, and he could deploy troops and predict things with great accuracy. His fame far surpassed that of the fifth prince Shun. Over the past 2 years, Huai had become good brothers with Jiang Yu and Shun through his sincerity. They ate and lived together, which completely put an end to Shun's attempts to win him over. After the pheasant was roasted, Shun simply picked off 2 chicken legs and left. Huai and Jiang Yu both knew what he was going to do. They were used to seeing such things along the way, so they didn't take it seriously and just kept eating. Shun came to the carriage guarding Mimi with a chicken leg. The door of the carriage was locked. Shun signaled to the soldiers to open the lock. When the soldiers saw that it was Lieutenant General Su, they opened the lock. When I opened the door, I saw a thin girl curled up in the corner. When she saw Shun, her eyes lit up. She was kneeling in the carriage with iron chains on her feet. "General Su," Mimi shouted. Shun hummed calmly and handed her the 2 chicken legs in the bowl. "Eat it." Shun's expression was also indifferent. In the past few years in the military camp, he had matured a lot, his edges had been smoothed out a lot, and his whole body exuded a strong masculine aura. The soldiers outside were all fierce and brutal, and he had no good feelings towards outsiders, but Mimi was different. She helped him and saved him, and was his benefactor. He has already pleaded with the commander-in-chief to try his best to give Mimi a good place to live after returning to Beijing so that she can live well. Mimi took the chicken leg and looked at Shun gratefully. "Thank you, General Su." "You're welcome. I'm leaving now." Shun left after delivering the things, without wanting to stay any longer. Mimi wanted to say something but held back. She stared blankly at Shun's departing back. The carriage door was closed again and locked. When he returned to Jiang Yu, he thoughtfully left half a pheasant for him, and he started to eat it by himself. Huai joked, "Brother Chun, you are not attracted to Mimi, are you? She is the daughter of Waya Khan. If you two get together, your backbone will be exposed in the future, and it will also affect your career." Huai was joking, but what he said was all true. Shun glanced at him and replied naturally, "Of course I know. Don't worry, I don't like her. It's just that she treated me the same way when I was a prisoner. Now I'm just repaying her." Although Mimi was treated preferentially among the prisoners, the food she ate was not good. "Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. We will arrive in Kyoto in a few days. Are you all ready to meet the people you want to meet?" Huai raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yu. At this time, the Su mansion in Kyoto, which was also Su Jing's residence, was busy moving, and the entire Su family moved in. 3 months ago, the Xuanhe Dam was completed, and this great achievement that will last for thousands of years was finally established. Su Jing returned to Beijing with all his achievements and was awarded a title, and the emperor also fulfilled his promise. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he personally appointed Su Jing as the second-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel was in charge of the imperial examinations, which meant that the emperor had arranged Su Jing to the Ministry of Personnel, and he would be the chief examiner of the imperial examinations in the future, in order to select more talents for the country. The Ministry of Personnel is extremely busy only during the imperial examination years, and is relatively idle at other times. The busiest ministry is the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of the country's money and grain. However, the positions in the Ministry of Revenue are already filled. After much deliberation, the emperor believes that only the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is the most suitable. The Minister of Personnel is old and will have to retire in a few years. Your Majesty is looking for a suitable successor for him. The Shongshuling is a second-rank official. The first-rank officials include the Chief Assistant of the Cabinet, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, the Grand Tutor, and the Left and Right Prime Ministers. The latter two do not belong to the Cabinet. The Chief Minister of the Cabinet is also the Minister of 6 ministries and is the highest leader of the 6 ministries. Su Jing became a high-ranking official, so naturally he was granted a mansion. As his family had many people, the mansion had to be big enough. The emperor made an exception and granted him a mansion of the first-rank standard. This meant that when the Su family moved to the capital, each person had a small courtyard of their own, and there were also side rooms on the east and west sides. Su Wan handed over the property in Xiangzhou to his uncle, and then led his father and mother to move the whole family to Kyoto. He also found someone to take care of Su Yun's Qinglu and planned to open another Qinglu in Kyoto. Gradually gained some fame in Jiangnan. After all, he was the golden generation among the younger generations strongly promoted by Mr. Qian. Not only the Su family came to Beijing but also the Gu family. They came here a year ago. Now their business is booming, and they are the richest people wherever they go. In the past 2 years, Gu Yu has not been idle, accumulating merits everywhere. First, when there was a flood, she donated a huge sum of money to provide porridge. Later, when the plague broke out in Zhongzhou, she donated a large amount of medicinal materials and money and food to support the cause. Later, when the war broke out, the front line was cut off from food and grass, but the treasury was empty, so she began to prepare food and grass everywhere to send to the front line, helping the army win the battle and providing material support. Her reputation reached the ears of the emperor. Concubine Shu told the emperor about this and persuaded him. So a year ago, the emperor conferred the title of Huaimin County Princess on Gu Yu. This title means that she cares about the people. Today, Gu Yu is regarded as a living bodhisattva in the eyes of the common people, and her reputation is well known. Because she became a county lady, she successfully squeezed into the noble circle of Kyoto, participated in poetry and flower festivals every day, and took the route of a talented woman. But the most popular person in Kyoto right now is the newly promoted Minister of Personnel, Su Jing, who won the first place in the imperial examination, built the Shuana Dam, and is a favorite of the emperor. At the age of 24, he has been promoted to the second rank and is still single. The top scholar is handsome and gentle like jade. He was the dream lover of thousands of girls in his time. Now, many officials who have daughters to marry are scrambling to marry him. But the most proud person is the Grand Secretary. He has been beaming with joy when he attends court recently, and it seems that some happy event is about to happen. Just kidding. After the Su family is settled, the first thing to do is to go to the Grand Secretary's mansion to propose marriage and marry Miss Shin-san from the Grand Secretary's mansion. Su-won moved to Kyoto and heard that there had been a great victory at the front, and the army was on its way back to the capital. He guessed that his third brother and Jiangyu would also be back, but he didn't know what official position his third brother would get by then. Su Jing personally arranged a courtyard for Su Wan and named it Hibiscus Residence. He transplanted several hibiscus trees in it. Now is spring, and when autumn comes, it will surely be beautiful when they bloom. Even Su's mother didn't have this treatment. Su Jing just gave the largest courtyard to Su's mother and Su's father to live in. Now they have to call them Old Madam Su and Old Master Su. Su Jing is the master, and when Shin Qingli marries him in the future, she will be the mistress. Su Wan is the only eldest daughter of the Su family. There was no way Su Mu would be absent from such a grand event, so he also came to Kyoto. It was he who developed the prescription for the plague in central China the year before last, saving the lives of many people. He also tested the poison on himself, contracted the plague himself, and tried the medicine himself. Only rumored that Dr. Sun has a last-ditch disciple named Su, who developed a prescription for the plague to save people from suffering. Now Su Mu is known as a little miracle doctor by others. But no one knows that the little miracle doctor is the younger brother of the current Minister of Personnel. Several older brothers are planning to live in the eldest brother's house. The second, fourth, and fifth brothers are not in official careers. They want the family to be lively, and even if they get married in the future, they will not move out and live separately. Each of them chose a courtyard they liked to live in. Such a large house would definitely require maids and servants, a very complete set of configurations, including kitchen staff, sweeping, gardening, personal maids, doormen, and security guards. Such a large house would require dozens of people in total. All the servants who used to work in the houses in Xiangzhou were also brought here. Su's mother didn't understand any of this, so Soo-won was in charge of everything. When her eldest sister-in-law gets married, she can hand all these over to her and let her take charge of the household. After arriving in Kyoto, it took nearly a month to settle down in the mansion. My eldest brother had just been promoted and had social engagements every day. Sun Linger and Dr. Sun and his wife also came to Kyoto and now live in the Soo mansion. The relationship between the second brother and Sun Linger is also a done deal. After the eldest brother's wedding is completed, he will have to propose to Dr. Sun and bring the second sister-in-law home. Soo-moo didn't want to rush things, but Sun Linger was already 19 years old, and Soo-won was already 17. They had grown more and more beautiful in the past 2 years, making people unable to take their eyes off them. As soon as Soo's mother heard what Soo-moo said, she immediately got angry. People of her age already have several grandchildren, but she has given birth to 5 sons, all of whom are successful, but none of them have wives. So, what's wrong with her wanting to have a grandson as soon as possible? What's wrong? Soo-moo couldn't persuade her. Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi had already treated Soo-moo as their son-in-law. As long as the Soo family offered the betrothal gift, they would marry their granddaughter to her at any time. But Dr. Sun had said before that after they got married, he hoped that they could move to Zhengzhou to accompany him in his old age. They could live in the capital temporarily for the first few years, but later when he could no longer walk, he hoped that he could return to Zhengzhou and have Soo-moo take care of them in their old age. There were no problems with these. Soo's father and mother fully agreed. As long as the 2 children could live a good life and love each other, that was enough. Sun Linger doesn't have many relatives here, so her wedding can be held later. She doesn't want it to be too ostentatious, just keep it simple. 1 month after the Soo family arrived in Kyoto, the army finally arrived in Kyoto. The emperor personally came to the city gate to welcome them. The Soo family mixed in the team, looking everywhere for Soo Chen's back and also looking for Jiang Yu. The 2 of them were right next to Duke Jiang, wearing silver armor and riding on horses. Their expressions could not be seen clearly, but they could be recognized at a glance. Moreover, Jiang Yu was wearing a mask, so he was easy to recognize. The Soo family didn't know what Soo Chen had gone through at the border. They only knew that he returned with glory. Following Duke Jiang into the Hall of Supreme Harmony to award merits, Soo Chen was the first to be rewarded. Duke Jiang was a first-class marquis and a marshal, so there was nothing left to reward him with. It could only be said that he had earned a gold medal of immunity from death for the Jiang family and some jewelry and silver as rewards. But now the national treasury is really empty, and the concubines in the harem are becoming more and more plain and simple. The emperor is gritting his teeth and insisting that the rewards must be given. The defeated side presented many rare treasures, all of which are now being used by the emperor to reward. Soo Chen's military achievements are outstanding and should not be underestimated. The emperor was shocked to hear that he was Minister Soo's younger brother. He did not expect that the family had 2 sons, both of whom were contributing to the country. One was a scholar, the other a warrior. They were all pillars of the country and would make great contributions to future generations. The emperor was so happy that he laughed continuously. He praised the 2 brothers again and again. He appointed Soo Chun as a 4th-rank general of cavalry, gave him a mansion, and appointed Soo Chun as the lieutenant general of the city defense battalion. This was a real position, in charge of the defense of the capital, and he could command thousands of people. Since then, the wind direction in Kyoto has changed. Who is the most prominent family now? That must be the Soo family, which has 2 important officials, one civil and one military, both of whom have made great contributions. After a great victory, the emperor would hold a celebration banquet in the palace. All the ministers and their families could attend. The men would be in the front court, and the women would be in the harem. The banquet would be hosted by the queen. The Soo family also has to participate, and Soo Jing will bring Soo-won along. As for Soo's mother and the others, they don't have to go, and the brothers don't have to show up. If every family goes with their children, the palace won't be big enough to accommodate them. The celebration banquet was tonight. In the afternoon, Soo Chun came back on horseback with a bunch of rewards. Soo Jing and the Soo family came to greet them at the door. Soo-won looked at the entrance of the alley expectantly. She hadn't seen her third brother for more than 3 years. She missed him very much and was eager to see him. Of course, there is another person I also want to see, but I'm afraid I won't be able to see him today. Jong-yu cannot miss the celebration banquet tonight, so he has to go back to his home, get dressed up, and attend the banquet in his best attire tonight. After waiting for such a long time, the sound of horse hooves was finally heard in the alley. The first thing Soo-chan did after getting off the horse was to run to Sue's father and kneel down. He took off his helmet, held it to one side, and knelt on the ground with a thud. He put the helmet on the ground and then began to kowtow silently. Each hit the ground hard. Sue's mother had already burst into tears, and Soo-won also cried silently along with her. The atmosphere in the family was very solemn. The third brother has become darker and more weathered. His skin looks rough after returning from the border, but his eyes are bright and lively. There is a shallow scar on his eyebrow, which makes him look more manly. Dad, Mom, I am an unfilial son. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Sue's mother held his face, looked him up and down, stroked the scar on his eyebrow, and asked, Son, does it hurt? Soo-chan shook his head and said it didn't hurt. Sue's father also shed tears. When Soo-chan joined the army, he didn't have the chance to see his son. Hurry up and get up. What are you kneeling on the ground for? Let's talk about it when we get home. Father Soo helped him up from the ground. Soo-chan was supported by his mother's arm. He stood up and looked at Soo-won first with gentle eyes. Won. He called out, and Soo-won didn't care about anything else and went forward to hug him. My great general, you are finally back. This sentence is another tear gas bomb. Soo-chan patted Soo-won's back and said soothingly, Silly girl, I promised you that I would come back. How can I go back on my word? Let me see if you have grown in the past few years. Soo-won immediately stood up and turned around in front of him. The little girl had grown into a big girl now. She was wearing a beautiful ruchuan, as stunning as the night she first came back. With a slight smile, she made him blush in embarrassment. Now he is so proud. Who can find a second sister as outstanding and beautiful as this one? He was in the military camp. He was always very proud when he talked about his sister. My daughter has grown up. Won has grown taller and more graceful. I haven't seen her for a few years. She is no longer the naive little girl, but a grown-up girl. Soo-won is now about 1.6 meters tall, and he is about to grow this tall. The Soo family surrounded Soo-chan and brought him back to the mansion. Soo-jing said that he had no plans to get married now, so he would live in the Soo mansion to accompany his parents. It would be great if the two brothers could go to court together every day. In the yard, Soo-won arranged 2 young male servants around 15 or 16 years old to serve him and take care of his daily life. Hot water and clean clothes were ready. Soo-chan rushed back exhausted and went to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to meet the emperor first. His armor was covered with sand. Soo-won had just hugged him, and sand fell all over his body. Soo-chan is most suitable for wearing dark colors, and black is the most striking, so Soo-won prepared dark and ink-colored robes for him. After taking a bath, Soo-chan looked brand new. Now he is a cavalry general. Once he puts on the casual clothes, his perfect figure can't be hidden. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, a perfect double-door refrigerator. I'm used to wearing this armor, and suddenly changing back to my normal clothes is a bit strange. At this moment, Soo-chan just felt light all over, and the years were peaceful. After you come back, take a good rest for a while. Didn't the emperor allow you to go to court again in half a month? Mother Soo heard this from Soo-jing. I got it, Mom. I will stay by your side every day for the next half month, and you'll get tired of seeing me,
Soo-chan said jokingly.
Upon hearing this, Sue's mother gave him a scolding look. Oh, forget it. If you have the free time, you might as well go out and look for a daughter-in-law for me soon. You are already 21 this year. It's time to get married. Your eldest and second brothers are already in the market, so you should hurry up too. My goodness, Sue's mother has become addicted to urging people to get married recently, and she urges everyone she catches. Soo-yun and Soo-yi were not even adults yet, but she was urging them to find wives. Mom, I just got back. It's inappropriate for you to be like this, right?
Shuchendi torti.
Mother Sue waved her hand. Okay, I'll talk to you in half a month. Everyone heard this. They all burst into laughter. Soo-yun found an opportunity to interject. Third brother, you must have been tired from marching outside. You must have missed the food at home, right? But you still have to go to the palace to attend a dinner banquet tonight. I will cook for you tomorrow. Now my restaurant is open. Business is booming, and we have made a lot of money. Soo-yun talked about his Chunglu restaurant to everyone he met, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was the owner of Chunglu. He was proud of it. 2 years have passed, and Soo-yun's personality is still as lively as ever, without any sign of restraint. I really want to eat it. I want to eat it even in my dreams. I also want to eat the shikima made by Wanwan. Soo-chan also missed Soo-won's shikima very much, as they love sweet food. The family gathered together, and everyone was in a good mood. After several years, they were finally together. In accordance with the third brother's wishes, Soo-won went to the kitchen and quickly made him a portion of shikima. Every time Soo-chan ate shikima again, he always felt his nose sour. He didn't expect that more than 3 years had passed. It felt like a lifetime ago. When there is still time, the family will sit in the living room and chat together, talking about what has happened in the past few years. Yang Qingqing gave birth to a son 2 years ago and named him Yi Huaishu. This year is the year of the imperial examination again. Yi Runs has passed the provincial examination and came to Kyoto to take the exam after the new year. Now he has been on the list of the metropolitan examination, but he is not in the top 30. He cannot take part in the palace examination and can only wait for the next time. But at least I am a Jiren now, so there will be no problem for me to open a school and teach when I return. Over the years, the Yang family has been helping the Su family, and their lives have been getting better and better. My uncle has already bought a new house. Yang Qingqing also moved into a new courtyard and no longer lived in the small courtyard of the Yi family. Su-chan did not mention the danger he encountered in the military camp. The result of Mimi's treatment has not yet been announced, but she has also made a great contribution, and she will not lose her life like other princes and princesses. External alliance had already been defeated, and the capture was only a matter of time, but because of Mimi's defection, it was brought forward by half a year. In the evening, they were going to attend the palace banquet. Su Jing and Su Chin changed into official uniforms and took Su Wan with them. Today is Su Wan's debut in Kyoto's aristocratic circle, so she naturally had to dress up well and put on a skirt with red elements that best suited her, making her look bright and charming. She is no longer the 13-year-old girl. She has grown up. Her hair is tied into a beautiful bun in matching pink and red colors. She wears a crabapple hairpin and a few pearl flowers of the same color in her hair. She looks elegant and generous. She came out dressed up. Her brothers at home were amazed by her outfit. It can only be said to be a fairy product. Having a beautiful sister is indeed something worth showing off. Sun Linga had never been to the palace, so she pulled Su Wan aside and asked her to describe it to her when she came back. The servants had already harnessed the carriage. When they went out, Su Jing took out a thin cloak and put it on Su Wan. It was spring in Kyoto, and the wind was still a little chilly in the evening. Sitting in the carriage, Su Wan couldn't help but ask the question that she had been holding back for the whole afternoon. She was too embarrassed to ask before. "Big brother, third brother, I have something to ask you." Su Jing and Su Chin sat on each side and looked at her when they heard her words. "What's the matter? Just tell me. I will tell you everything I know." Su Jing knew what she wanted to ask. It was not easy for her to hold it in for so long. He had an understanding smile on his face. Su Chin was not as insightful as Su Jing, so he looked at her in confusion. I want to ask, what official position did Jiang Yu get?" Su Jing knew it, raised his eyebrows and explained, "He is already the prince of Duke Zhang's mansion. If he is to be given an actual position, it should be in Kyoto. However, Prince Jiang rejected your majesty in the court today. Your majesty asked him if he had any position in mind. He said that he only wanted to be an idle prince and asked your majesty not to assign him a position. He dared to say that the emperor also agreed and promised him that if he wanted to ask him to do anything in the future, he could speak frankly. The emperor was already happy that Duke Jiang had returned with a great victory. Jiang Yu was the eldest son of Duke Jiang, and he had made many contributions on the battlefield, so the emperor was particularly lenient to him. Moreover, even if he did not want the position, the reputation of Duke Jiang was already very loud in Kyoto, and there were not many good positions available. If the position was given too high, the emperor would not be at ease, and if it was given too low, the Duke Jiang's mansion would lose face. Therefore, the best way was not to arrange it. Jiang Yu proposed to himself, which made the emperor feel relieved. He said before that he didn't want to take any job after he came back. He didn't want to be in the court, but if his country was in trouble in the future, he would do his best to help. These words were said by Su Chen, a good brother who had been in the military camp for several years. Jiang Yu was only willing to talk to him about many things. However, Su Chen still doesn't know that Jiang Yu wants to marry her sister. Jiang Yu never mentioned this, and Su Chen only knew that Jiang Yu had a very exaggerated gold ring that he wore every day, and this gold ring also saved his life. He held it close to his chest. Once, he faced an enemy general and the long sword almost pierced his chest. Fortunately, the ring was big enough and the ring blocked the tip of the sword, saving his life. Later he asked, and Jiang Yu said that it was given to him by the girl he liked, but Su Chen's personality was not like Murong Huai's, who liked to get to the bottom of things. He knew that it was a gift from the girl he liked, so he stopped asking questions, so he still doesn't know that Jiang Yu likes his sister. He had just returned half a day ago, and his family hadn't mentioned anything, so he was the only one who didn't know. Su Wan smiled knowingly when he heard this. This guy is not like in the original novel. In the original novel, he came back from a victorious battle and became the commander of the Imperial Guards. In order to make it easier for the male and female protagonists to do things, this time he chose to be an idle prince, which is good as he is not disturbed by disputes. Wanwan, why do you care so much about Jiang Yu? Su Chen asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Su Wan glanced at Su Jing, and Su Jing stared at Su Chen. Su Chen looked at their expressions and couldn't guess what was going on. Nothing, just asking casually. Su Wan said this, and secretly tugged at his brother's sleeve. What she meant was, you explain it to him. I won't say anything more. Su Jing understood what she meant. Finally, the carriage arrived at the palace gate, and it was first checked, and no weapons were allowed to enter. Su Wan could bring a maid in. Lu Yun was not sophisticated enough in some occasions, so Lu Ying went with him, and she waited outside. After entering the palace, the troops split into two groups, and Su Chen and Su Jing went to Qinghe Hall. Qinghe Hall is close to the harem, and it is the place where emperors of all dynasties held banquets. Su Wan had a special palace made to lead the way, who took her to the Weiyang Palace in the harem, which was specially used to entertain officials' wives. The Weiyang Palace was built in the Imperial Garden. After paying their respects to the Empress, the female members of the royal family could walk around the garden freely. Su Wan is now a newly promoted noblewoman, and her two brothers are both very promising. When she goes out, people will introduce her like this. This is the younger sister of Lord Su, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and also the biological sister of the General of Cavalry. Now, the General of Cavalry is serving as the Lieutenant General in the Kyoto City Defense Camp. The officials' wives have not all arrived yet, so the Queen Mother has not come yet. Usually, she brings the other ladies to make the final appearance. The Weiyang Palace is really big, but Su Wan's seat is near the front, in the second row, because the first row is for the ladies and princesses. Her position was arranged this way. After all, her two brothers are now meritorious officials of the Dajin state. Tonight, Su Wan is destined to be the center of attention because it is her debut in the entertainment industry. However, Su Wan was still a little nervous as it was her first time here. As soon as she stepped through the door, everyone inside looked at her. The way they looked at her made her feel very uncomfortable. Among them, there are many wives of officials, daughters of officials, princesses, and county ladies. However, Su Wan saw Shun Qingli and Mrs. Shun at a glance, and Shun Qingli stood up and walked towards her. Su Wan arrived in Kyoto this year, but had not had the chance to meet Sister Shun. Tonight was the first time he saw her. Sister Wanwan, you are here. Sister Shun, in such situations, seeing an acquaintance is like seeing a savior. Don't be afraid. Just follow me tonight. I will take care of you. Shun Qingli patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Suwon had already taken off his cloak and followed Shun Qingli to Madame Shun's place. Coincidentally, Suwon's position was not far from Madame Shun and Shun Qingli. There was only one position in between, which was occupied by the wife of the Minister of Personnel and her daughter-in-law. The Minister of Personnel is the eldest brother's boss, and there is a profound meaning behind this position. Seeing the Shun family's eldest daughter being so close to this unfamiliar young lady, everyone had more or less guessed Suwon's identity. The noble ladies in Kyoto, and the only newly promoted noble lady is the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Moreover, the Grand Secretary's mansion and Su Jing are close. When Minister Su was still taking the imperial examination, he visited the Grand Secretary's mansion several times. The Grand Secretary also strongly supported Su Jing in the palace, so it was not uncommon for the daughters of the two families to be familiar with each other. The people in Kyoto are all shrewd. Now that they know that the Su family is very powerful and have heard that the daughter of the Su family is still unmarried, many of them have begun to prepare to extend olive branches. Suwon came to greet Mrs. Shun and paid her respects. Mrs. Shun is well. In the past 2 years, Suwon came to Kyoto to see Shun Qingli every year. Mrs. Shun liked her very much and always thought about her. So when she saw Suwon, the smile on her face came from the heart. She took Suwon's hand and let her sit down next to her. Good boy, you are becoming more and more beautiful. This is the truth. When Suwon appeared today, her appearance was the focus. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her skin was as white as cream, and she was elegant and smart. She was wearing a pink and white-waisted skirt embroidered with crabapple flowers, which perfectly set off her temperament. Some of the girls were envious, some felt unfair, and they just lamented that they did not have such good looks. Before the banquet started, many noble ladies began to bring their daughters over. Mrs. Shun took the initiative to introduce Suwon's identity, and also introduced the identities of each lady and young lady to Suwon. In the entire palace, Madame Shun's area was the most lively. As soon as Gu Yu came in, she was attracted by this place. Among the shadowy figures, she seemed to see Suwon's smiling profile and recognized him at the first sight. She was now the princess of a county, so naturally, she was invited to such a banquet. Moreover, she had a good reputation and her family was rich, so many noble ladies were willing to make friends with her. When she arrived, several of them gathered around her. However, they were all daughters of humble families, whose fathers or brothers were high-ranking officials, and they were too disdainful to curry favor with her, a county lord who only had a title but no real power in her family. The higher the social status of the noble ladies, the higher their self-esteem and the higher their standards. They only play with people of equal status, so there are obvious factions among the noble ladies. Suwon also saw Gu Yu, and she turned around and looked at her without hesitation. The daughter of the Minister of Rights noticed Suwon's gaze, and when she saw that it was Princess Huaimin, she took the initiative to explain. Miss Su, this is Princess Huaimin. I wonder if you have heard of her story. Huaimin, county lady? Gu Yu became the county lady? Suwon had just learned about this at this time, and she was wondering why she could see her here. The daughter of the Minister of Rights briefly talked about Gu Yu's achievements, and Suwon finally understood. She said that Gu Yu did so many good things. It must not be just out of kindness. It turned out that he was just as she thought, trying to gain an identity for himself. Princess Huaimin, this identity is worthy of Morongsheng. My goodness, I will have to bow to her when I see her in the future. One after another, the officials' wives had all arrived and everyone returned to their seats. Gu Yu's seat was at the end of the row, near the door, with several princesses. She is the only county lord in Kyoto. The empress led the concubines to the Weiyang Palace. After the servant made an announcement, the empress, wearing a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown on her head, slowly appeared. Everyone was not allowed to look around at this time, but should stand up from their seats respectfully and properly to pay their respects. There is no need to perform formal formalities, just bow. There were 6 concubines attending the palace banquet this time, including the 4 concubines Guishu, Dexian, and Xian, as well as concubine Li and concubine Sujiaoi. Today, these ladies are all dressed up, dressing themselves in a way that matches their status. When attending grand occasions, one must not lose their royal dignity. But only they themselves knew that the country had just fought a war and spent a lot of money on repairing dams, and the treasury was in deficit. The Queen Mother took the lead in donating and reducing expenses. The various specifications of the concubines on weekdays were reduced a lot, and even the emperor himself took the initiative to reduce expenses. Anyone who dares to wear gold and silver and is seen by the emperor will be in trouble if he gets angry. Hello, Queen. May your majesty live 1,000 years. Hello, imperial concubine Shun. May your majesty live forever. After greeting all the ladies one by one, the queen waved her hand and asked everyone to sit down. After sitting down, the Queen Mother gave an official opening speech and the banquet officially began. Suwon will not go into details. After that, the Queen Mother chatted with the other queens in a relatively harmonious manner, without the tension and hostility in TV dramas. She then spoke to some princesses, and some noble ladies also joined in the conversation. Suwon sat quietly in his seat, tasting the palace dishes. It is relatively light and the quantity is small, which means the pastry is quite pleasing to the eye. She was eating and thought it had nothing to do with her, but the Queen Mother actually took the initiative to mention her. Where is the sister of Su Jing, the Minister of Personnel? Hearing his elder brother's name, Suwon perked up his nerves, slowly stood up, walked out of his seat, and went to the hall. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, and the hairpin on her head did not shake violently, which was very dignified. I can't embarrass my brother in this kind of situation. Your servant Suwon pays homage to Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty live 1,000 years. Suwon lifted her skirt, knelt on the ground, and performed a very standard salute. Fortunately, I learned these etiquette rules before coming here, otherwise I might have made a fool of myself. The Queen smiled and nodded. Miss Su, please get up quickly. I have no other intention in calling you. I just want to see you. Today should be Miss Su's first time to attend a palace banquet. Don't feel restrained. Eat and drink well. If you need anything, just ask the palace maids. The Queen Mother is the mother of the country. The Su family is now in its heyday. She called Suwon out to talk to her alone, which also expressed her importance to the Su family. Thank you, Her Majesty, for your consideration. Suwon bowed again. Well, go back and sit down, my dear ladies. This is the first time that Miss Su attends a palace banquet. You must take good care of her for me. The Queen turned to the crowd and said. Suwon returned to his seat, and Shin Qingli tilted her head and smiled at him comfortingly. Fortunately, she was a little nervous, because the Queen was the most noble woman in the entire dynasty after all. Not long after, the Queen Mother announced that it was spring and the flowers in the imperial garden were in full bloom, so everyone could move around freely or continue to stay in the Weiyang Palace. The ladies had to stay and accompany the Queen and the other ladies, but the noble ladies could move freely. Shun Qingli came to find Suwon, and the two of them prepared to go out for some fresh air. Besides, in the Qinghe Hall of the previous dynasty, before it started, Su Jing and Su Chun were not seated together. Civil and military officers are separated. After Su Jing entered the hall, he went to talk to the Grand Secretary. Su Chun sat down alone in his seat, and some military officers who had fought in the military camp came to talk to him. In the previous dynasty was that civil officials always disdained to associate with military officials. Jiang Yu attended the event with Duke Jiang. He held no official position and wore casual clothes. He was wearing a gorgeous purple and gold robe and a mask. He had dressed up well for today and had regained the image of a cold and noble young man. However, his appearance has always been a mystery in Kyoto. Not only does he rarely appear in public, but he always wears a mask. So much so that everyone thought that the Prince of Jiang was ugly. With him was his half-brother Jiang Yan. This guy has never made any achievements on the battlefield. He has always been just a supporting role. He is a good-for-nothing straw bag. Jiang Yu doesn't take him seriously at all. Manhwa also came and went directly to Su Chen. The generals greeted him one after another. Jiang Yu greeted Duke Jiang and came here as well. As soon as he sat down, he could feel the cold aura emanating from Su Chen. Manhwa saw him wearing a blue official robe and joked, "Hey, you know what? You really don't know what? Brother Chen looks quite like the guy in this outfit, don't you think, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Yu nodded, agreeing. He poured a glass of wine and toasted Su Chen. "Congratulations, General Su. You've been promoted to the Lieutenant General of the City Defense Battalion. That's a pretty good position." In the past in the military camp, his colleagues all called him Deputy General Su. Now that he has been officially conferred the title of General, he is called General Su in front of others. However, Su Chen glanced at him sideways, put on a stern face, drank a glass of wine silently, and then slammed the glass heavily on the table. He did not respond and snorted coldly, looking down on Jiang Yu. Manhwa was confused. What was going on? "Brother Jiang, did you make Brother Chen unhappy?" Jiang Yu was also very confused. He didn't know how he had offended Su Chen. When he turned around, he met Su Jing's eyes. Su Jing glanced at him indifferently and turned his head away. Why do these Su family members seem so hostile to him? Jiang Yu was also making no sense. But now he is thinking about how to meet Suwon. Suwon is now in the Weiyang Palace, not far from him. He has not seen her for almost 3 years. The person he misses the most is Suwon. He wishes he could run to the Weiyang Palace to see her right now. Su Chen had never treated him like this before, and Jiang Yu didn't understand until the emperor came, and he was forced to return to his seat. The two looked at each other from a distance, and Su Chen still had a cold attitude, as if he had taken the wrong medicine. It turned out that when Su Jing had just separated from Suwon, he told him that his sister and Jiang Yu were in love with each other. Su Chen had been kept in the dark for 3 whole years. How could he not be angry? He always knew that Jiang Yu had a girl he liked, but he never thought that this person was his biological sister. His best brother had secretly married his sister, and he only found out about it after several years, and he heard it from his eldest brother. How could he not be angry? After the emperor arrived, he began to toast with the ministers and generals. Jiang Yu had been waiting for an opportunity, and when the time came, he waved his hand and called his servant over, whispered a few words in his ear, and then gave him something. The servant nodded as he listened, then found an opportunity to leave the hall. After a while, the servant came back and whispered something in Jiang Yu's ear. Jiang Yu curled the corners of his mouth under the mask and waved his hand to let him leave. Jiang Guogong was talking to the emperor. Jiang Yu found a gap and whispered to his father, "I'm a little drunk, so I'm going out to get rid of the alcohol." Duke Jiang nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the emperor. He pursed his lips and thought, his son has always been so cold to him, and as soon as he returned to Kyoto, he wore such a mask, as if he was ashamed to face people. Never mind, as long as he is happy and doesn't cause trouble. But on second thought, looking at his other good-for-nothing son, he felt satisfied. Jiang Yu is a relief. At least he doesn't make me angry, doesn't cause trouble, and does things in a measured way. Moreover, he had seen his performance on the battlefield, and it lived up to his status as the Prince of Jiang. The Imperial Garden, Su Wan and Shin Qingli had just left the Weiyang Palace. The two of them were arm in arm, preparing to find a place to sit down and talk. At this time, a palace maid appeared in front of the two of them. She leaned forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you the daughter of Minister Su?" Seeing this, Su Wan looked at Shin Qingli and nodded. "It's me, what's up?" After confirming the identity, the palace maid stuffed the note into Su Wan's hand and left. Su Wan looked at the note in his hand, a little confused, then opened it and saw that Shin Qingli had also seen it. It says, "I'll be waiting for you in the Imperial Garden mail-in, signed by Jiang Yu." When Su Wan saw Jiang Yu's signature, her heart began to beat fast, and she quickly clutched the note in her hand. Su Wan had told Shin Qingli the secret, so Shin Qingli knew about her and Jiang Yu. Shin Qingli was right next to her, so she naturally saw every word of the note. She immediately covered her mouth, looking as if she had been hurt. "Prince Jiang wants to see you. Go quickly." She knew that they had not seen each other for 3 years. It was the most difficult for two people in love to resolve the longing for each other. As someone who had been through this, she understood. Soo-won also wanted to see him very much, so she didn't hesitate and asked Shin Qingli directly how to get to Merlin. Shin Qing had been here more than once since she was a child, so she naturally knew how to get here. Merlin is a little far from here, and the plum blossoms have already withered at this time, with only bare branches. No one will go there. I'll take you there, but it's dark and the road is long, and I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. Both of them brought their maids with them. In order to save time, Shun Qingli simply took her with her. So, the four of them headed towards Merlin. Palace lanterns were lit on the road in the Imperial Garden. Luiying and Luda each held a lantern to lead the way. The closer they got to Merlin, the farther they were from the hustle and bustle. After arriving at Merlin, Shun Qingli prepared to return with Lure and let Luiying guard outside. She did not forget to instruct, "You should pay attention to the time and return to Weiyang Palace as soon as possible. Don't let anyone see you." Soo-won nodded, and Shun Qingli left with peace of mind. Soo-won took Luiying's lantern and asked her to keep watch outside Merlin. "Firefly, if someone comes, you can imitate the cuckoo's call. I remember you imitated it the best." In the past, when Soo-won was in a bad mood, Luiying liked to imitate bird calls for her. She imitated the cuckoo the most similarly, exactly the same, and it was hard to tell the real from the fake. Luiying held her forehead with her hand. The girl was really something. She would always use this matter to make fun of her, but she could only do as she was told. "Got it, girl. Go quickly, and don't let Prince Jiang wait anxiously." Soo-won then entered the plum forest carrying the lantern. She relied on the faint light to illuminate the way. There was a pavilion in the woods. Soo-won did not dare to shout, for fear of attracting strangers. A thief and walked deep into the woods, but still didn't see Jiang Yu. She wondered if someone was playing a prank on her. Until someone grabbed her arm and gently pulled her, Soo-won turned around. She immediately held up the lantern to look carefully at the person who came. Jiang Yu was wearing a mask, and it was scary to shine a lantern at night. Soo-won was frightened, and Jiang Yu immediately said, "Don't be afraid, it's me." He spoke. He took off the mask, revealing the handsome face underneath, still as stunning as ever. Soo-won looked at his face carefully and felt that he had matured compared to a few years ago. There had been some changes at the border in recent years. His skin was not as delicate as before. Those who returned from the battlefield had become more masculine and had clearer edges and corners. Soo-won's nose suddenly felt sore, and her eyes turned red. Jiang Yu smiled at her, his eyes as gentle as water, and the two of them just stared at each other, and it was a glance that lasted for a lifetime. Jiang Yu couldn't help but hug her, holding the back of her head and letting her lean against his chest. But Soo-won thought that she had to meet someone soon, so she didn't want to mess up her hair. "No, your hair will get messy and you need to meet people." Jiang Yu then stopped his actions and moved his hands to her back, hugging her gently. God knew how much he wanted to hold her tightly. Soo-won couldn't respond to him, as she was still holding the lantern in her hand. She let him hold her for a while before she spoke. "We here, is that okay?" The two of them stood on the path in Merlin, quite conspicuous. Jiang Yu laughed softly in his chest, which was very pleasant to the ear. He let go of Soo-won, took the lamp from her hand, and walked into the pavilion holding her hand with his other hand. Her hands were a little cold because she didn't have time to put on a cloak, and the wind was also very cold at night. Jiang Yu silently held her hands tightly. "I have arranged people to keep watch. No one will come." Jiang Yu arranged the accompanying Feng Ying to keep watch. "What a coincidence. I also arranged for someone to keep watch." Soo-won responded naturally, and Jiang Yu's smile deepened. He pulled her to sit on a bench under the eaves of the pavilion, and the lantern was blown out because there were lanterns lit in the pavilion. After they sat down, Jiang Yu held her face and looked at her in a trance. There was a small lantern above Soo-won's head, and the dim light shone on her face, as if a soft light was turned on. As the saying goes, it is a blessing in life to see a beauty under the lamp and a gentleman under the moon. After not seeing her for a few years, his little girl finally grew up. She was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. She was so beautiful that he couldn't find any words to describe his feelings at the moment. Now, he no longer needed to endure anything. He moved his thumb to her lips and gently wiped off the lip balm. He was afraid that it would blur and be exposed. The heart-pounding feeling in Soo-won's heart came again. This feeling was given by Jong Yu. It was him a few years ago, and it was still him a few years later. There was only him. She let him wipe the lip balm off her lips, and then he pressed his cold lips against hers. She cooperated by closing her eyes, and their noses collided, and they were full of tenderness. Jong Yu was in the lead, and Soo-won obediently let him kiss her. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making his face itchy and his heart numb. At first, he just tasted it lightly, and then moved it back and forth on her lips. Later, Jong Yu turned into a big bad wolf, pried open her pearly teeth, and went straight in, taking all her breath. The unique scent of him filled her senses. She lost the ability to think and could only sink into him. Before, they were nothing. Before, they were pure love, but what I'm experiencing now is Jong Yu. I don't know how long they kissed, but Soo-won had softened into a puddle and fell into his arms. In his 2 lifetimes, Soo-won fell in love for the first time and had his first proper kiss. He didn't know how to describe the feeling. It was tingling and numb. Jong Yu hugged Soo-won very contentedly and let her lean on his chest. "Don't you want your hair to be messy now?"
he joked.
"Never mind. I'll just straighten it out later." Soo-won gave up. "Fortunately, I didn't do any complicated bun today, otherwise it would be really troublesome." Jong Yu just smiled and reached out to help her fix her hair. "Why don't you want to be an official?" Soo-won thought of this. She recalled the original novel and combined it with the current changes. She was curious about what Jong Yu thought. Jong Yu was also surprised to hear this question. Why would she ask this? However, he would answer her questions seriously. Now that the border has been recovered, there will be no more wars within 100 years. I am a lazy person and don't like being bound. I just want to be an idle prince. I will take you to travel around in the future. Isn't that good? Is what Jong Yu thought. Of course, he had other reasons for rejecting the emperor's reward. He needed that promise, which would be of great use in the future. He knew that Soo-won would definitely not think of being trapped in this capital city for the rest of her life. If he wanted to take her to travel around, she couldn't hold him back.
Fine.
Soo-won could only answer like this. He could do whatever he wanted anyway. "So, when do you plan to go see your grandfather?" Soo-won thought. Jong Yu went back to the capital directly. He must choose a time to go back and see his grandfather. They haven't seen each other for 3 years. Jong Yu has already made up his mind and will go next month. "I'll go next month. I've been at the border for the past few years, and I don't know how my grandfather's health is doing." At the border, Jong Yu was worried about not only Soo-won, but also his grandfather. "He passed away. My grandfather had not yet fully recovered, and in the past few years we can only judge him based on the few words written on his letters. Grandfather is in good health. Every year when I go to Zhongzhou to inspect the industry, I will stay at Fenghua Villa for half a month to accompany him. He is in good spirits now, can eat and sleep well, and occasionally goes down the mountain to watch a play." Soo-won has a lot to say. He promised his grandfather that he would visit him, and he would not go back on his word. Hearing her say this, Jong Yu suddenly felt very emotional. He have to be liked by Soo-won? Thank you, Won-won. It turns out that she really treats the people she cares about as people she cares about, and when he is not around, she will be filial to him on his behalf. "Why, thank you. Grandfather is so kind to me. I am just doing this for you. It's my duty." Soo-won is always like this, taking everyone's affairs to heart, Jong Yu and his elder brother too. It really makes me cry. While they're busy with their careers, Soo-won takes care of their filial piety and coaxes their wives. He has been completely busy in the past few years, and is crazy busy. Jong Yu smiled with relief. The luckiest thing in his life was meeting Soo-won and keeping her heart. "Won-won, when I come back from Zhongzhou, I'll tell my dad that I want to go to your house and ask for your hand in marriage, okay?" Jong Yu now has one important thing to do, which is to marry Won-won. Having done this, he will die without regrets. Hearing that he was going to propose to her, Soo-won broke free from his arms and looked at him straight. You are in such a hurry. Can you wait a little longer? Jiang-yu was puzzled and looked at her in confusion. His tone was filled with grievance. Won, but I'm anxious. I've made you wait for me for so long, and now my only wish is to marry you home. Do you have any difficulties? Or am I doing something wrong that you don't want to marry me? The Prince of Jiangwa, a hero who was so brave and decisive on the battlefield, showed an expression and tone as aggrieved as a puppy in front of the girl he liked. The contrast was so great that Soo-won didn't dare to look at it. But she couldn't bear to see him sad, and she admitted that she couldn't be tough in front of that face. So, she couldn't help but reach out and scratch his chin, then hold his face. This action was unique to her. When they were in Yangao, Jiang-yu would remember that afternoon for the rest of his life. The memory is the most devastating. My dear, it's not that I don't want to marry you, but my elder brother and second brother may both have weddings this year, so I wanted to let them finish their affairs first. Otherwise, my parents will have to worry too much. They have to take care of 3 children's affairs at once, right? Soo-won is always thinking about his family. It is not good to squeeze all the things together, as it is too rushed. Her considerations were correct, and Jiang-yu could understand. You right. We can't let your uncle and aunt be too tired. Besides, your elder brother hasn't married yet. You're the younger sister, so according to the rules, you have to marry after him. So, after your elder brother's wedding is done, I'll bring the betrothal gifts to your house to propose. Let's set the date for next year. It won't be too rushed, right? Jiang-yu made a plan immediately, and it was obvious that he was really anxious. Soo-won wanted to tease him, so she pushed him. It's that simple. You just want me to marry you? Jiang-yu was originally very excited, but this sentence stunned him. He looked at Soo-won and asked, What's the meaning? Soo-won actually just wanted to tease him. Nothing else meant. Think about it yourself. Soo-won shrugged, leaving Jiang-yu to struggle. After thinking about it, Jiang-yu couldn't figure it out. When encountering things like Soo-won, he tends to become stupid. Maybe it's true that girls' minds are the hardest to guess. I'll have to ask Manhwa about it some other day. He has the most clever ideas and is the best at making girls happy. However, Jiang-yu still wanted to reassure Soo-won. He pressed her shoulders, forced her to look at him, and then said solemnly, Don't worry, Won. Jiang-yu, will only be loyal to you in this life, and you will be my only woman. I will definitely marry you with 3 letters and 6 ceremonies, 3 matchmakers and 6 engagements, and a 10-mile red dowry. I will keep all the 3 obediences and 4 gains you mentioned in my heart and strictly abide by them. When Soo-won heard him say this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang-yu is a very capable person. Why does he look not so smart in front of her? She was so amused. But Soo-won still cooperated and put on airs. Let's see how you perform. Jiang-yu also laughed. He knew that Soo-won was deliberately making things difficult for him, but he was happy to go along with her. He reached out to hug her. He felt that if he married Soo-won in the future, he would definitely want to stick to Soo-won all the time. The 2 of them stayed in the pavilion for a while. Lu Ying, who was waiting outside, felt that the time was almost up. If Soo-won didn't show up for a long time, it would be easy for people to be suspicious. Shin Qingli didn't go back to Weiyang Palace directly because she went out with Soo-won. If she didn't go back together, what would she say if others asked her? The cuckoo bird's voice sounded, and Soo-won stood up with a start, thinking someone was coming. She said while fixing her hair, Someone's coming, I should go now. Jiang-yu frowned. He knew whether someone was coming or not, but he didn't hear any footsteps at all. But after calculating the time, it was time for the 2 to separate, and he had to return to Qinghe Hall. I'll take you out. Jiang-yu stood up and put on the mask again, then took her out of the pavilion. Before leaving, he took down the lantern hanging on the pillar and lit it again for her. He wanted to hold her hand, but Soo-won ruthlessly pushed it away. She whispered like a thief, Don't touch me. If someone sees you, it's against the rules for a man like you to come to the harem. Jiang-yu smiled helplessly. What should he do if the little girl is too serious? There was nothing he could do. As long as she was happy, Jiang-yu followed her obediently. In fact, She didn't know that with his identity as the Prince of Duke Jiang, it was okay for him to walk around in the Imperial Garden on an occasion like today. It was just that Wu Zhao could not walk around freely at other times. Lu Ying was waiting anxiously outside. She finally saw Su-won coming out and walked up to him. "Girl, you're finally out. We've been out long enough. It's time to go back." Su-won nodded, returned the lantern to her, then turned around and waved to Jiang Yu. "Then I'm leaving." Now she looks like a girl in love, reluctant to part with her boyfriend. "Go ahead. I'll find you another day," Jiang Yu replied gently.
Now.
Su-won is already the daughter of an official, and he also meets people as a prince. There are many rules in Kyoto, and he cannot visit people casually like he did in Xiangzhou. Many eyes are watching him, and being too casual will easily be criticized. He doesn't care, but he is afraid of ruining Su-won's reputation. Before Su-won left, she looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she ran back and kissed him on the chin before leaving, which made Lu Ying shy. Jiang Yu was wearing a mask, so he couldn't kiss her cheek, so he could only kiss her chin. Jiang Yu touched the place on his chin where she had kissed him. His heart was filled with emotion. He looked at her departing back until she disappeared from his sight. Then he turned around and went back to Qinghe Hall. Su-won was walking on the road in a very good mood. Shin Qingli was waiting for her in the pavilion on the road. Lure saw her coming and hurriedly notified her young lady. Miss Su is back." Shun Qingli was sitting here bored. When she heard Su-won coming, she stood up and left the pavilion, jokingly saying, "How is it? Are you happy to meet Prince Jiang?" Su-won is not someone who gets shy easily, so he asked Shun Qingli, "So, was Sister Shin happy when she met my eldest brother alone?" This question stumped Shun Qingli. Thinking of Su Jing, her face turned red. She was already 19 this year and would be 20 in winter, but she was still unmarried. Now many people were laughing at her and calling her an old maid. "Happy, of course I'm happy." Shun Qingli told the truth. "Sister Shin, it won't be long before I change my mind. My eldest brother is already counting the betrothal gifts and preparing to go to the Shun family to propose marriage." Su-won was talking to Shun Qingli while walking on the road. Su Jing always felt guilty toward Shun Qingli, so he wanted to prepare more betrothal gifts to propose marriage so as to express his respect and sincerity towards the Shun family. Su Jing completed the Xuanhe Dam project, and the emperor gave him many rewards. In addition, Su-won and his mother kept all the valuable jade ornaments he had won as the top scholar in the imperial examination for him. All of these would be sent to the Shun family as a betrothal gift. Intermarriage between officials is not the same as that between merchants. They should not make too much of a scene as it may easily arouse suspicion of trade. As I said, those who receive salary should not compete with the people for business. If an official is found doing business, he will be punished. However, the Su family had been doing business and had their own businesses before Su Jing graduated from high school, so this did not count as knowingly breaking the law after taking office. Moreover, as long as it was not out of line and the profits were not huge, the imperial court would turn a blind eye. Anyway, you have to pay taxes. When Shun Qingli heard Su-won say this, her face turned even redder and she lowered her head and looked at her toes. Su-won knew that she was shy, so he didn't say anything more, but just covered his mouth and laughed. The eldest brother said that this matter should be settled as soon as possible. Shun Qingli can't wait too long and must get married before summer comes. While walking on the road, two figures suddenly appeared at a small fork in the road. Because it was dark and they couldn't see clearly, Su-won and Shun Qingli were forced to stop. The two people opposite also stopped and shone their lanterns on each other and found out that they were old friends. It turned out to be Gu Yu. She walked out from a side path, and it seemed that she had also met someone at night. Gu Yu also saw clearly that it was Su-won, so she stood still and waited for her to salute her. She is now the county lady, superior to Su-won. Su-won has to bow to her whenever he sees her. She feels secretly happy when she thinks of Su-won bowing his head in front of her. Shun Qingli was unaware of the grudge between the two. She followed etiquette and pulled Su-won to salute her. Although Su-won was reluctant, he still bowed. "Greetings to County Lady Huimin." Su-won didn't say anything. She just thought, I'll make you happy this time, but it may not be the same in the future. Gu Yu was indeed pleased and put on airs. So it's Miss Shin-san and Miss Su. No need to be so polite. You're going back to Weiyang Palace as well, right? Why don't we go together? Please come in first, County Lady. Shun Qingli nodded at her. Su-won pouted in an invisible place. Gu Yu walked in front, and the two of them were a little behind. After being exposed to the wind outside for so long, Su-won felt very cold. It was not until he arrived at Weiyang Palace that he felt warmer. Su-won noticed that the lip balm on Gu Yu's lips was a little smudged, and it turned out that she had gone to meet Morong Sheng. Before Su-won went in, she specifically asked Lu Ying if her hair was messy. Lu Ying shook her head, and she walked in with peace of mind. Several ladies had already returned to the palace, and only the queen was still sitting in the main seat. However, she looked a little tired, rubbing her forehead from time to time. When she saw Su-won and Shin Qingli come in, she nodded and smiled at them. The queen is worthy of being the queen. She is graceful and elegant, and her temperament is that of a mother of a country. However, Su-won had observed the ladies before and found that they all had outstanding looks. They were all beautiful women, and one could see how stunning they were when they were young. But the queen had a face that represented peace and prosperity. Her beauty was not stunning, but she was mainly virtuous. Qinghe hauled that the emperor was drunk and went back to the palace to rest, so the banquet was over. The Weiyang Palace was about to be dispersed, and the Queen Mother announced that everyone could go home. The noble ladies then left the palace one after another and reunited with their fathers and brothers. Su Jing and Su Chen came to the gate to the harem specifically to pick up Su-won. Su-won came out with Mrs. Shun and Shun Qingli. Seeing her eldest and third brothers waiting for her, she happily lifted her skirt and went over. Big brother, third brother, the little girl can now act as she pleases. The looks that Su Jing and Su Chen gave her were all gentle and doting. Is it cold? Su Jing asked. Su-won shook her head. She had just stayed in Weiyang Palace for a while and had warmed up. The Grand Secretary also came to pick up his wife and daughter. Su Jing looked up at Shin Qingli, and Shin Qingli was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, and their eyes conveyed affection. Su-won looked at the two people with a tear in their eyes and sighed that he had bumped into them again. Let's go. It's late at night, and our parents are still waiting for us at home.
Su Chen patted Su Jing's shoulder to remind him.
Everyone walked towards Xuanwu Gate together. Su-won saw from the corner of her eye that Jiang Yu was standing in a dark corner, looking at her quietly. She looked back every few steps, and every time she looked back he was standing there looking at her. Su Chen suddenly reached out and straightened her head so that she looked straight ahead. Wan, when you walk, you should concentrate and look ahead. Why are you always looking back? Su Chen did it on purpose, not letting her see Jiang Yu. He was still angry, but he couldn't bear to be angry with Su-won. Arriving at Xuanwu Gate and saying goodbye to Shin Qingli, the three siblings prepared to get on the carriage. Gu Yu's carriage passed by. She opened the curtain and looked out, just in time to meet the sight of the three siblings of the Su family. When Su Chun saw Gu Yu, he thought he had seen it wrong. Su Jing did not react, but Su-won was speechless. Really annoying silver, conspicuous bag. Gu Yu also knew that the Su family didn't like her now, so she didn't take the initiative to say hello. Getting on the carriage did Su Chen ask his questions. Su-won told him what he knew. After listening, Su Chen nodded to show that he understood and sighed. She's quite nice though. He didn't know the complexity of this matter. He only said that because he heard that Gu Yu did good things. Su-won didn't want him to feel this way. She had selfish motives in this regard and didn't want Su Chen to change his opinion of her. She is now in love with the fifth prince. If she wants to marry him, her identity as a merchant girl is not enough. But now that she is the county lady, she is worthy of him. Gu Yu did all this with selfish motives in mind. She was just telling the truth. Su Chen felt like he had heard another shocking piece of news. What? She and Morong Sheng. Su Chen had an incredible expression on his face, and then looked at Su Jing. Su Jing was not sure either. He only knew that these two people were indeed on the same side. In the past, Gu Yu had come to win him over on behalf of the fifth prince. How could she know the fifth prince? Su-chin thought that the identities of these two people could not possibly be connected. This is a long story, and Su-won doesn't mind saying it again. Anyway, the way back is still long. Told her third brother what had happened in Yenzhou before. He was indeed surprised, but after Su-won explained, Su-chin didn't think it was a big deal. He didn't want to interfere in other people's circumstances, but he just hoped it wouldn't affect his family. It just so happened that Su-won had something to tell her eldest brother. She had been thinking about this decision for several years and felt that the time was right. Brother 3, I have a decision I want to tell you. Su-jing knows his sister very well. Once Su-won makes a decision, he can tell the priorities from her expression. Su-chin also realized that what Su-won was going to say next might be very important. Won, just tell me. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Su-jing smiled at her. Su-chin also nodded. Su-won had not discussed this matter with his family, so he planned to tell his eldest brother and third brother first. The two of them are now in their careers, and the eldest brother is the backbone of the Su family. Any major decision must first be made with his consent. I have decided to donate our Yuyan Hall's assets to the court. After nearly 4 years of operation, our family has accumulated a total of 150,000 taels of wealth through Yuyan Hall. Now, the court has just finished a war that lasted for several years, and it also spent a lot of money on repairing the dam. The treasury should be quite empty now, right? I know it's not appropriate for a woman to participate in politics, but I can only say this in front of my brothers. However, I made this decision a few years ago. Those who eat salary should not compete with the people for business. I am now an official's daughter. Sooner or later, Yuyan Tang will be put in front of the public, so we might as well take the initiative. In order to avoid that, I will speak out and affect my eldest and third brothers. After all, I am your biological sister. With such a large family business, people will be jealous sooner or later. So I decided to donate it to the court and take out 120,000 taels of silver to subsidize the sacrifice soldiers as pensions. As soon as Su-won made this decision, Su-jing and Su-chun fell silent.
What Su-won said was right.
Those who receive salary should not compete with the common people for business. If the family of an official is also engaged in business, or such a large business, sooner or later, they will be exposed to the public and will inevitably be impeached by the imperial censors. But this was all Su-won's own effort. Su-jing never thought of asking her to donate it. Instead, he thought of dealing with it as it came, but he couldn't let Won-won's efforts go to waste. But now, Su-won's move made him ashamed. But Won-won, this is your hard work. You're going to donate it just like that? Su-chun has not been at home in the past few years, but when he heard these numbers, he knew that Su-won had paid a lot. By traveling all over the country and doing the work personally, we were able to open up this national industrial chain. Now he just donated it and left 30,000 taels for himself. This is too. Third brother, I had already made this decision after my eldest brother graduated from high school and after you joined the army. I knew that my two brothers would be able to make a career in the future, so this business should either not continue, or if it is continued, the final result should be expected. This is a well-thought-out decision, and my move is also a righteous one. This decision can ensure that our Su family will be safe and worry-free for a lifetime, or even for several generations. Big brother, you can continue to contribute your talents in the court. Third brother, you are now a general, a famous general who will be passed down through the ages. Your achievements will be recorded in history books, and your achievements in Kyoto will not stop at the level of lieutenant general of the city defense camp. Maybe I can also earn a county lord position, and my mother can be granted an imperial decree or something. How impressive is that? Su-won made everything sound so easy that Su-jing and Su-chun felt as if she had not paid anything for Yuyan Hall. Won. Su-jing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su-won. Okay, big brother, I've made up my mind. Whatever you put in, you'll get pretty much what you get in return. Sometimes, giving up is also a kind of wisdom. Think about how to write the letter tomorrow. Now you are the master of our family. Besides, I haven't left nothing for myself. I'll tell you later. Su Wan smiled mysteriously, and Su Jing knew that this matter was a done deal and could not be changed. But it's better this way. After donating it, everything will be safe. From now on, the Su family can live a stable life. They lost their wealth, but gained a good reputation. Su Chen also knew that he couldn't change anything, but at the same time he felt that he owed Su Wan too much. She was too sensible. Their Su family owed her in the past, and now they owed her more and more. How could he make up for it? I can't make up for it in this lifetime. I can only love and care for her doubly. There's no rush for this. We still have time. We still have to say hello to our families and see what they think. Su Jing believes that a family is a whole, not a single entity, and everyone advances and retreats together. I'll listen to you. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Once the Yuan Hall is donated, fourth brother can open a restaurant without restraint. Su Wan was also thinking that if he didn't donate, Su Yun would be hesitant when running the restaurant. He donated such a huge fortune and just opened a restaurant. The imperial court can't say anything, right? Open blatantly and openly. Su Jing smiled helplessly and reached out to pinch Su Wan's face. You always think about others and never think about saving more for yourself. How about donating less money? Save more for your dowry? A total of 150,000 taels and donated 120,000 taels. Su Jing felt sorry for Su Wan as he had too little left for himself. Su Wan waved his hand indifferently. If we are going to donate, we should donate thoroughly. Otherwise, people will think that we have made enough money, so we are willing to donate. The reason why she is so confident is that she has everything under control for a long time. Her banquet has made a lot of money over the years. Nowadays, the monthly net income of banquet in Kyoto alone is 10,000 taels of silver. Even though Su Wan lost Yuan Hall, she was still a hidden wealthy woman, but her family didn't know about it. Wan, I'm proud of you. Su Jing looked at Su Wan's smile, and for some reason he felt sad. But Su Wan really doesn't feel sorry. Su Chen was silent. She didn't feel pain, but he felt pain for her. Already midnight when they got home. Su's mother and father were already asleep. There was no shortage of servants in the house, and Su's mother was served by an experienced old nanny. Everyone else went to sleep, and the three siblings returned to their own courtyards. However, Su Jing couldn't sleep, and Su Chen couldn't sleep either. They woke up the next morning. Su Yun and Sun Linger both pestered Su Wan to ask whether the banquet in the palace was fun or not. Also, have you seen the queen? Is she beautiful? Su Wan was almost annoyed to death, but she still answered them one by one. It's fun. The palace is very big. It's easy to get lost without a guide. The Imperial Garden alone is as big as our Su mansion. And the Empress is the mother of the country. She is naturally elegant and beautiful. The hall was bustling with noise. Father Su and Dr. Sun were sitting on one side drinking morning tea. Mother Su was really enjoying her life now. She was served wherever she went and didn't have to worry about anything. All the family had to respectfully call her Old Madam. Grandma Yi has made an appointment with her to go shopping later. The children are all there, and the family is together. Su's mother is happy to see the scene. It would be even better if there could be a few more little kids. It's time to eat. Breakfast was placed on the table. Today was a day off for the whole court, so Su Jing had time to have breakfast with his family. Sun Linger was still laughing and joking with Su Wan, but Su Yun insisted on joining in and was dragged away by Su Yi. Fourth brother, can you please stop eavesdropping when girls are talking? What did I eavesdrop on? They weren't whispering to each other. Su Yun said confidently. His personality hasn't changed at all after all these years. Su's mother was worried whether he would be able to find a wife in the future with his personality. Both Su Wan and Sun Linger were amused. It's time for dinner, come here quickly. Su Mu waved at Su Wan and Sun Linger. I want to sit with Wan. As long as Su Wan is around, Sun Linger will stick to her and won't let go. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. Linga was always like a child. However, his eyes were filled with doting. Both girls were the most important people to him. One was his sister, and the other was the person he loved. Wan, let us go shopping with Madam and Grandma. It's so boring at home. I haven't had a good time since I arrived in Kyoto. Sun Linger suggested.
Okay, Shuwana readily.
Eat first. After you go out, eat less of those messy snacks. They are not good for your stomach. Just eat the main meal. Dr. Sun said this as soon as he heard that these people were going out. Grandma Yu was unhappy again and slapped him on the shoulder. What's it got to do with you? We're the ones going out, not you. You're really nosy. I haven't even had a good time yet, but you've messed things up. Dr. Sun was beaten and looked resentful, but he dared not say anything.
Sun Linger smilet unkindly.
Su Mu has become a Buddhist. Never mind.
He can't do anything about it.
Just let them be. As soon as Su Yun sat at the table, he became busy picking up dishes for Su Wan. Soon, Su Wan's plate was full of steamed buns and steamed dumplings. He also called Su Mu, second brother. You pick up some food for Linger. I won't pick any for her, it's inconvenient. Su Yi couldn't bear it anymore and pressed down Su Yun's chopsticks with the tip of his chopsticks. Fourth brother, can you wait until Wan finishes eating before you serve me some? Whose cheeks were puffed up like a puffer fish, nodded in approval. Seeing this, Su Yun stopped what he was doing and poured hot tea for Su Wan. Drink some water, don't choke. Su Wan swallowed the dumplings with water, and Sui whispered in her ear again. Wan, I bought you a few boxes of rouge a few days ago. They are the most fashionable styles in Beijing. My third brother came back yesterday, so I didn't have time to give them to you. I'll bring them to you later. He had said before that once he made money, he would pay for Su Wan's rouge, and now he has kept his word. Fifth brother, we can't finish what we bought before, and you're buying again. Su Wan was helpless. It's okay, you can use them in turn. Su Yi just likes to buy them, and doesn't care whether he can use them all or not. Sun Linger is so envious. This is the advantage of having many brothers. He is also the youngest in the family, and is everyone's favorite. Okay, thank you, fifth brother. Su Wan could only obediently accept this overwhelming love. Su Yun was not convinced, and thought to himself that he would find some time to buy 2 sets of clothes for Wan. In the past 2 years, Su Wan has not bought any clothes, jewelry, rouge, or powder by herself. Everything she wears and shoes, except her underwear, was bought by her fourth brother. The fifth brother was in charge of jewelry and rouge and powder. Even the underwear was prepared by Su's mother, and she just lay down. Finding an opportunity, Su Wan winked at his eldest brother and asked him to tell him about the donation. Su Jing received her look and announced the matter as he wished. Father and mother, Wan has decided to donate Yuyan Hall to the imperial court. Except for Su Jing and Su Chen, everyone present looked at Su Wan in silence. Wan, are you serious? Su Yun looked at her in disbelief. The rest of the people couldn't believe it either. After all, Su Wan has traveled all over the country to do business over the years, and everyone has witnessed the hard work he has put in. Now that he has said he will donate the money, no one would be willing to do so. As a last resort, Su Wan could only repeat her plan again. She was doing this for the betterment of this family. A good starting point. Su Wan is so generous and considerate that the Su family really doesn't know what to say. I felt for her and my heart surged. Shame on me, so much shame. The brothers were all silent, eating their own food, because Su Wan's broad-mindedness was something that most people couldn't and very few people could achieve. Dr. Sun nodded in approval. Good child, Wan, you are really. I have lived for more than 60 years, and I have never seen a child like you. Tell me, how can you be so good? Dr. Sun also saw it. In the past 2 years, Su Wan went to see the old master on behalf of Jiang Yu, accompanied him, and fulfilled his filial piety. Even the old sect leader said that this girl was so good that he was speechless.
Su Wan smiled embarrassedly.
She felt really embarrassed that everyone was praising her. Su's father and mother looked at each other, and Su's mother's eyes were red. Su's mother asked her, My goodness, are you really willing to do this? Upon hearing this, Su Wan nodded vigorously. Father Su sighed and continued, The shop is yours, and the money is earned by you. You can do whatever you want with it. Dad has no objection. Dad is proud of you. After telling my family, the matter was settled. Su Jing changed into his official uniform and went directly to the palace to meet the emperor in the afternoon. There is no need to talk about this kind of thing during court proceedings. The lower the profile, the more righteous it appears. Will be completely different for His Majesty to announce it personally and for him to be prominent himself. Since Wanwan has been so wronged, he must earn enough good reputation for her. The emperor issued an edict to suspend court for 1 day today, but when he heard that Su Jing asked for a meeting, he was quite surprised. Everyone is resting at home at this time. Why did he make this special trip? When he met Su Jing directly told the emperor the family's decision. The emperor was a little confused and almost didn't react. So Su Jing repeated it again and even told the history of his rise to wealth over the years. All the credit belongs to Wanwan. He will not take any of it. He specifically emphasized that it was his sister who took the initiative to bring it up. The entire industrial chain of Yuyentang was handed over to the imperial court, and it later became an imperial commercial industry. It also donated 120,000 taels of profit over the years to be used as soldiers' pensions and to fill the national treasury. The emperor has been worried about the empty treasury recently and is thinking of investigating corruption. Having just won a battle, it is not a good idea to impose taxes at this time, as he is afraid that the people will complain. Just at this moment, he dozed off, and his beloved minister Su brought him a pillow with great sincerity. It just so happened that the soldiers' pensions were also giving him a headache, and now the Su family's move could solve his urgent problem. Minister Su, are you sure your sister has made up her mind? The emperor still had to go through the process. Otherwise, if he agreed directly, it would seem that he was greedy. In fact, Su Jing's background had already been investigated, and the emperor had known about the Su family's Yuyan Hall for a long time. However, Su Jing had just completed the Xuanhe Dam, and he could not abandon him. But in a few years, even if he doesn't say anything, those censors will definitely use this matter to talk about it. He can't hide away, and he will have to pay the price. All I can say is that the Su family is very smart, and those who know the times are heroes. Su Jing emphasized many times that this industry was run by his sister, and it was also his sister who took the initiative to donate. If this is true, then this woman's broad-mindedness should not be underestimated. It is rare in the world. Your Majesty, I have already thought about it and can hand it over to the court at any time. Okay, the Su family is righteous. On behalf of the people of Jin State and the families of the deceased soldiers, I thank Miss Su for her generosity. Emperor was very pleased, and on the second day, he announced the matter in front of all the officials when he went to court. He praised the Su family's parents for their good education and praised Su, one of the Su family, for her righteousness, and said she was a role model for women. The emperor directly announced that Su, one of the Su family, would be named Princess Xuanla, enjoying a fiefdom of one state, and that the old lady of the Su family would be named a third-rank official. This matter spread quickly in Kyoto, and Su Wan's fame directly overshadowed Gu Yu. In comparison, Gu Yu's dedication was not as good as Su Wan's. The entire industrial chain was donated to the court, and an additional 120,000 taels were donated. How much money is that? The longer the time goes, the more money there will be. Within 2 years, the entire treasury will be full again. A full treasury is the foundation of a dynasty. Yuyintang's goat milk soap is extremely profitable. Su Wan earned 150,000 taels in just 4 years. This data represents everything. There is nothing wrong with conferring the title of princess on someone. Moreover, these 120,000 taels were used as pensions, which is an even more commendable reputation. The Su family is amazing. 2 of their sons are officials, and they also have a princess. The Princess Su Wan is unique in Kyoto. Only the daughter of a prince can be named a princess, which is second only to a princess. Su Wan is not of royal blood, but his status rose rapidly due to his merits. With a title and a family, this background is unrivaled. Su Wan's main idea is to do great things quietly. For her princess enthronement ceremony, she has to go directly to the palace, where the empress will personally receive the crown. The princess has her own court robes and specially customized crown, which represent her identity and status. Su's mother was appointed as a lady of honor by the imperial servants in the palace, who came directly to the palace with the imperial edict and the court dress of a third-rank lady of honor, without the need for canonization. The servant took the two imperial edicts and followed Su Jing back to the Su family, then read the imperial edicts in public. Everyone in the Su family knelt down to listen to the imperial edict. When Su's mother received the imperial edict and the court dress of a noble lady, she was a little confused. Su Jing took a bag of change and gave it to the servant who announced the decree, invited him for tea, and then personally saw him out. Mother Su held the imperial edict and said directly, "Mom, I also got a reward? I became a royal lady?" In fact, this imperial edict from Su's mother is a must, but Su Jing has to ask for it. He is now a second-rank official and has made great achievements. He can ask for imperial edicts from both his stepmother and his wife. The emperor might as well confer the title on them all at once, so as to avoid Su Jing having to ask for it, and just go with the flow. Yes, you are now a noble lady, and your daughter is a princess. Father Su was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. The ancestral tomb of the Su family is full of smoke. There are both civil officials and military generals in the family, all of whom are high-ranking officials. Now there is also a princess. This is such enormous wealth. As a parent, it is impossible for you not to be proud when your children are all successful. He now felt that he was covered in golden light. This princess is second only to the princess in rank and is of the second grade. The pattern on her court dress is a kite. The queen's is the phoenix, the princess is the peacock, and the county princess is the iris. Each one is a symbol of status. The servant who announced the decree said that 3 days later, Su had to wear the princess's court dress and was not allowed to wear any jewelry on her head. She had to go to the palace for the enthronement ceremony, where the empress would personally receive the crown, and the ceremony would be completed with great ceremony. "Oh, my daughter is now a princess, how great!" Su's mother cried with joy. They had finally achieved their goal and had no regrets in this life. They just waited for their children to get married and have children. Only then would they die with peace of mind. Su also felt like she was dreaming. It was pretty good. She traveled through time and space in a book and became a princess. In the future, she would also be a figure in history books. Su Jing told Su that the court had sent a royal merchant representative to take over the business with her, and Su had already prepared everything, including all the documents, the account books of each store in Yuyan Hall every quarter, and the clear records of income, expenditure, and profit. She only left 30,000 taels for herself. Isn't that not much? There are also personnel rosters, property deeds, and land titles, and Su also has requirements. The management personnel she originally arranged cannot be changed. Even if there is a need to change, they have to wait until the contract expires. The emperor had no objection to this. Once the handover took place, the property would belong to the court, and Su would not be able to get involved. However, those people were all selected by her personally, and they have worked diligently over the years. She made a promise to them, and she cannot go back on her word. Now she just changed their boss. Working for the court means having a job, right? The end of the universe is the job. Before this, Su had fulfilled his promise to Mangzhong and the others to get their denaturalization documents. They were the first group of people I bought, and had been with me the longest. The 6 of them had been given documents to prove their citizenship before coming to Kyoto. They have all started their own families over the years, and have become good citizens after leaving Yuyan Hall. They should just live a down-to-earth life from now on. As for my uncle, he is still the manager of Yuyan Tang's Xiangzhou workshop, but the boss is changed to the imperial court. The next day, the imperial merchant from the court arrived. Su handed him a pile of documents and asked him to review them slowly and then send people to various places to hand them over. Su doesn't have to do anything anyway. He did something big in silence, and Jiang Yu also knew about it. Such a big thing would spread quickly in Kyoto, let alone the Duke Zhang's mansion. Jiang Yu heard this. He couldn't help laughing. He was very proud. His girl is so outstanding. She gets everything she wants with her own ability. He asked her why she had to establish private property in the first place. It turns out that she was waiting for her here. Mei-lin and Jiang Yu parted ways. Jiang Yu wanted to see her, so he sent a letter to the Su mansion, but there was no response, and he didn't know why. He is going to Zhongzhou soon, and before that he still wants to meet Su-won. He had no choice but to take a different approach, since there was no response from the Su family. At night, Su-won was in a daze in her yard. Not long after dinner, Sun Linger sat with her for a while, chatted for a while, and then left. After Su-won's enthronement ceremony was completed, Su Jing would go to the Grand Secretary's residence to propose marriage, find a matchmaker, go through the 3 books and 6 ceremonies, and then draft a marriage certificate and go to the government office to present the jade butterfly. After that, they could choose a date for the wedding. These are things that my elder brother and my parents need to take care of, so Su-won doesn't need to worry about them. Luing, bring me my zither, I want to play 2 songs. Su-won was in a good mood today and wanted to make some music. Luing immediately moved it over. Su-won has not been idle in the past 2 years. He found a master to teach himself. Now he can play the guzheng quite well, but his level is still amateur and cannot be called professional. Jiang Yu carefully sorted out the reasons and finally found something wrong. Su Chun and Su Jing did this on purpose. The reason was simple. He had a crush on their sister, so he was deliberately challenging him. I sent several visiting cards, but he just pretended not to see them. Forget it. They are all brothers-in-law, and we will be a family in the future. If he wants to marry Wanwan, he has to get his brother's consent. Since the right way is blocked, he has no choice but to take the risky path. He has to fight to see Wanwan. Jiang Yu visited the Su mansion at night. There were many servants guarding the house now, but they could not defend against Jiang Yu, who was very good at climbing walls and running on rooftops. He entered the Su mansion in no time. He didn't know where Su-won's courtyard was, and the Su mansion was quite big, so he had to look for it slowly. But he found it very quickly, because the sound of a zither came from Su-won's yard. He immediately recognized that it was the same timbre as Rugu, which he had tuned himself. The song Su-won played was the one he had personally taught her, Feng Qiu Huang. Now Su-won could play the song very skillfully. The music sounded melodious, and her fingering was steady. It could be heard that the little girl had put in a lot of effort in the past few years when he was away. Following the sound of music, he came to Furong Pavilion. He stood on the top of the wall, jumped down, and landed steadily in the yard. Su-won was sitting by the window playing the zither, very seriously. Luing was standing on her right, and Luyun was guarding the door. Almost the moment Jiang Yu landed on the ground, the two of them noticed it and immediately became alert. A hidden weapon came straight at Jiang Yu, but he dodged it easily by turning sideways. The dart stuck on the rockery behind him. Luyun spun around twice and attacked Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu responded calmly. After a few moves, he forced Luyun back without hurting her. Luyun took a few steps back and almost lost his balance. It was a little dark in the yard, so it was normal that he couldn't see clearly. "It's me," Jiang Yu said in a deep voice while standing still. Luyun immediately recognized that it was Jiang Yu's voice and hurriedly clasped his fists and said respectfully, "So, it's the prince."
I'm sorry.
Su-won was so distracted by the noise in the yard that she stopped playing her zither. When Luing said that an assassin had come, she was so scared that she immediately hid behind the window and observed secretly. Until Luyun ran to the window and said, "It's all right, girl. It's Prince Jiang who's here." "Jiang Yu? Why is he here at this hour?" She walked out from behind the window, and the two looked at each other through the window. Jiang Yu was wearing a dark-colored robe with his sleeves neatly tied up, his hair tied into a high ponytail, and a mask, but he still couldn't resist the noble temperament emanating from his inside out. "Jiang Yu, why are you here?" Su-won was really puzzled. Why didn't he just go out of the door? Why did he have to cosplay as an assassin? Jiang Yu took off his mask and climbed in through the window, showing off the assassin's bad behavior to the end. Jiang Yu came in and didn't respond. Instead, he gestured for Luyun and Luing to leave first. The two sisters left obediently, one closing the door and the other closing the window. Su-won didn't take it seriously, but sat back in front of the zither, looking up at him with a questioning look on her face. "I'm asking you, why do you come to my room so late at night and not leave the house? What's your pleasure?" Jiang Yu couldn't help laughing, poured himself some tea, and after drinking it, he moved a stool and sat next to her and explained, "I can't help it. There are rules in Kyoto. If I want to come to see you, I have to hand in a visiting card first. But your eldest brother hasn't responded yet, so I can only do this. I will go to Zhongzhou in a few days. I want to meet my honorable Princess Xuanla before that. Is that not okay?" Jiang Yujun raised his eyebrows slightly, with a smile on his lips, which was very seductive. He even deliberately emphasized the 4 words, Princess Xuanla, and teased Suwon. Suwon glared at him and said proudly, "You're just being perfunctory when you see me, right?" "No, I'm the eldest son of Duke Zhang's mansion. We are of the same level, so it's not considered perfunctory," Jiang Yu retorted. Suwon choked and was speechless. It seemed that Duke Jiang was a first-class marquis, and his son was of about the same level as himself. However, even if it was embarrassing, she had to be confident. "You are just perfunctory." She glared at him, and Jiang Yu immediately realized that he was wrong, then squatted down and took her hand and said devoutly, "Okay, I was wrong, Your Highness. Can you please forgive me?" Seeing him like this, Suwon couldn't help but laugh, then pointed at his forehead. Jiang Yu leaned back. "Smooth talk." Jiang Yu sat back down and asked seriously, "Wanwan, why did you think of donating to Yin Hall? You have put a lot of effort into this. Don't you think it's a pity?" Suwon's move came suddenly, and he did not expect her to do this. He originally thought that she would give 60% to 70% of the profits to the court, but he did not expect this girl to donate the entire shell and core. "Don't you think so? Donating it can bring peace and prosperity to the Su family, and even several generations won't have to worry about it. Isn't that good? I was thinking about this when I asked you to open Bingjitang with me. Besides, I also want to do something for this country while I have the ability. Those sacrificed soldiers have relatives at home. I can see that it seems calm now, but you can imagine how empty the national treasury is now. I used Yintang to exchange for a princess. How great is that? I tell you, that Gu Yu did it on purpose. She thinks being a county lady is amazing, and she even asked me to pay my respects to her. I will get my revenge next time." Suwon became excited whenever she mentioned Gu Yu, and her little girl's temperament came out. However, she would only act like this in front of Jiang Yu, because she knew that Jiang Yu would not think that she was petty and always comparing herself with others. Indeed, Jiang Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with this at all, and he even thought his Wanwan was so adorable. In fact, although Suwon and Gu Yu were competing with each other, she was not really trying to suppress Gu Yu. Instead, she knew in advance that after donating Yuyan Hall, the emperor would definitely express his gratitude and let her become a county princess or something. The result exceeded her expectations, and she was directly promoted to a princess, which was really good. "Silly girl, you are the best. No one can compare to you. At least that's how it feels in my heart." Jiang Yu reached out and touched her cheek, his eyes full of affection. A sudden and gentle touch made Suwon feel shy. Jiang Yu's hand moved down, gently lifted her chin, and slowly moved closer to her. When he was about to kiss her, Suwon raised her hand to block him and pushed him back. She did it on purpose. She created just the right amount of emotions. Jiang Yu was interrupted, and the corners of his eyes turned red. "What's wrong? How could you Yuzi have any bad intentions? He just wanted a kiss." Suwon just smiled and put her hand on his chest. Jiang Yu realized that she was teasing him deliberately, so he curled his lips, put his arms around her waist, let her get close to him, and kissed her when she wasn't paying attention. At times like this, Suwon always remained motionless, but at the same time, she was very excited. She closed her eyes to experience it and hugged him back with her hands. This time Jiang Yu didn't kiss for long, and he wasn't as passionate as last time. This was in Suwon's boudoir, so he had to restrain himself. Leaving her lips, he kissed the corner of her mouth affectionately again and said in a hoarse voice, "Play the phoenix for me again, okay?" Suwon nodded, and they both sat down. She even reached out to cover her face. Jiang Yu sat next to her, listening to her playing the zither, but his eyes were fixed on her profile, looking at her in fascination. He was thinking their married life should be like this in the future. He felt satisfied just thinking about it. The music was pleasant to the ears. Luyan and Luing saw the two figures reflected in the window and both showed envious expressions. The prince and the girl are such a perfect match, Luing exclaimed. Luyan also nodded in agreement. Slight footsteps outside the yard. If you listen carefully, you could find that the footsteps were steady and powerful, which only a martial artist could sound. The two men immediately became alert. The next moment, Su Chen stepped into the yard, and Lu Yun hurried forward to block his view, because Su Wan's window was facing the yard door. Third Master, why are you here so late? When I heard Wan playing the zheng, I wanted to come over and listen to it myself.
Su Chen replied.
Lu Ying had already informed Su Wan, and her piano playing suddenly stopped. Inside the room, Su Wan pushed Jiang Yu to hide behind the screen. This guy came here secretly, and it would be terrible if the third brother knew about it. Wouldn't he fight him to the death? Jiang Yu also knew that it was inappropriate, so he let her push him and hide. Su Chun had already walked to the door of the room. Su Wan stood there obediently with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. He tilted his head and smiled at Su Chen. Third brother, why are you here at this time? When Su Chen entered the room, he began to look around, as if he was looking for someone, but he still did not forget to answer Su Wan's question. I heard your piano playing was intermittent, so I came over to see what was wrong. Was your practice not going well? His words seemed different from what he said to Luyan. No, it was very smooth. Practice is definitely intermittent. Su Wan felt a little guilty. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and did not comment. He walked up to Su Wan and said with a smile, Can you let third brother appreciate Wan's piano playing alone? Okay, I'll play the song for you, third brother. Please don't be disgusted if I don't play it well.
Su Wan agreed readily.
Jiang Yu hid behind the screen with his arms folded. He knew that Su Chen had discovered him, but just didn't point it out. Su Chen sat in Jiang Yu's previous seat. He looked at the stool with an unhappy expression. He reached out and patted it twice, but there was clearly not a speck of dust on it. Su Wan played 2 songs for Su Chen.
Su Chen smiled happily.
He felt proud to see his sister was so talented. Their Wan is really amazing and can do everything. After Su Wan finished playing, he looked at Su Chen. Okay, third brother, what do you think? Does it sound good? Su Chen nodded and replied. It sounds nice, of course it sounds nice, but third brother hasn't read much, so he can't say anything to praise it. I just know it sounds nice. These words brought Su Wan's dream back to Yangao. Third brother had said the same thing before, and it seemed like he was commenting on Shikima or something. Hey, is third brother going to go back and rest? Su Wan was somewhat perfunctory. She was worried that Jiang Yu was still there, so she wanted to send her third brother away quickly, and then send Jiang Yu away. How could Su Chen not know Su Wan's little thoughts? So he stood up and cleared his throat. It's time to go back and rest, but Wan, I found that there seems to be a wild cat in our house. This wild cat is always fierce, and doesn't like to get close to people. You have to be careful at night and ask Luyan and Luing to close the doors and windows so that they won't be scared by the wild cat. When Su Wan heard this, his heart skipped a beat.
Who was third brother pointing at?
Who was hiding behind the screen, couldn't help but sneer. This guy was pointing fingers at him and comparing him to a wild cat, and he said it deliberately for him to hear. Wild cat? Where did the wild cat come from? Third brother, you must have heard it wrong. Our Su mansion is a new house. Su Wan pretended to be confused. That's good. I'll leave first. Su Chen rubbed Su Wan's hair and left her small courtyard. As soon as he left, Su Wan pulled Jiang Yu out, stuffed the mask hidden under the pillow into his hand, and pushed it out. Hurry up, my third brother is getting suspicious. Jiang Yu thought it was funny. Su Chen already knew it, but it was time for Jiang Yu to leave. After all, he had already met the person he wanted to meet and done what he wanted to do. Okay, then I'll go first. When I come back from Zhengzhou, I'll come to your house to propose marriage. Jiang Yu was still thinking about this matter, and he had to do it. Okay, I'll wait for you, let's go. Soo-won was now thinking about sending the person away. Jiang Yu walked away, looking back every few steps. This time he went out through the main gate of the yard and left openly. He had only taken a few steps when a figure appeared behind him and attacked him without any explanation. The two figures were entangled with each other in an instant, and the fight was inseparable. Jiang Yu was on the defensive all the time, while the opponent attacked fiercely. Su Chun was very angry, so he attacked quickly and aggressively. Jiang Yu didn't want to fight him seriously, so he jumped onto the wall and tried to leave, but Su Chin chased him relentlessly. The two of them chased each other on the roof and wall of the Su mansion, one in front and one behind. Finally, the fight extended outside the mansion. Jiang Yu simply gave up struggling and took a solid punch on the face and a palm strike on the chest. Fortunately, seeing that he did not resist, Su Chun withdrew most of his strength so that Jiang Yu just coughed a few times. Why didn't you dodge? If I hadn't lost my power in this palm strike, you would have been in pain for at least half a month. Su Chun panted slightly and looked at Jiang Yu angrily. Jiang Yu touched his cheek with the tip of his tongue and laughed, very wickedly. I made a mistake. Can't I just be beaten? Hearing this, Su Chun still looked at him unhappily, but the anger in his heart was gone. Don't we have a front door for you to enter the Su mansion? Do you have to act like a thief? I can't help it. My brother won't let me come. Jiang Yu felt aggrieved. Although Su Chun didn't know what this meant, he had already vented his anger today, so he warned Jiang Yu. If you dare to break into my sister's bedroom in the middle of the night again, I will show no mercy. Of the enthronement, Soo-won got up early in the morning, took a bath, and then put on the dark blue court dress of the princess. Her hair was combed neatly and meticulously, and she also put on light makeup on her face. When Sue's mother saw her daughter like this, she was so relieved. Oh my dear, this princess looks so good in her court dress. Mom, it will look even better when I put on the imperial crown. Soo-won turned around in front of her. When you come back, can fifth brother draw a portrait for you? Soo-yi felt that Soo-won's day must be recorded. This is a must. The highlight moment of Soo-won's life must be recorded in a picture. Okay, thank you, brother 5. Are you saying thank you to me?
Sui srach her no se lavingle.
Sun Linger also looked at Soo-won with envy. She had never submitted to any girl of the same age in her life. Soo-won was the only one she submitted to. Everyone saw her off and watched her get on the carriage and go to the palace. Soo-won got off the carriage in front of Schwanwu Gate. Nanny Jean, who was beside the queen, had been waiting for a long time. She brought people and prepared a sedan chair. She would carry Soo-won to Manhwa Palace for the enthronement. This was the etiquette and decency. Soo-won was sitting in a sedan chair that was swaying from side to side. The sedan chair was carried by 4 people, and Nanny Jean was following beside him. Arriving at Manhwa Palace, Soo-won knelt on the futon. The enthronement ceremony was held in the courtyard. The Queen Mother arrived soon. She specially wore a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown today. She stood in front of Soo-won, who saluted her. The Queen smiled very dignifiedly. A servant was reading a very long prayer. Soo-won didn't know what he was reading. She just knelt obediently with her head lowered. She bowed when she was asked to and kowtowed when she was asked to. It was really tiring to go through the whole process. Soo-won's knees were numb from kneeling, and finally she reached the last step. The Queen Mother placed a crown that fit the style of a princess on her head. The crown was made of kingfisher feather craftsmanship, and it matched the court dress she was wearing perfectly. It's very heavy. The moment I put it on my head, I could feel the weight of the crown. The Queen Mother put the crown on her. She helped her up with both hands. Princess Schwanla, the ceremony is complete. Please get up quickly. Thank you, Queen. You're welcome. Princess Schwanla is very kind and has made such a contribution to our country. I should thank you. You must be hungry after getting up early to prepare these ceremonies. Why don't you move to my Fingy Palace to have some tea? It was past breakfast time, so the Queen Mother suggested having some tea and snacks. There are many rules in the palace. The Queen spoke personally. Soo-won naturally had to give her face, so she followed her to Fingy Palace. But she didn't expect that after she arrived for a while, concubine Shun, concubine Da, concubine Shu, concubine Xian, and concubine Su all arrived. So Su-won started chatting with a group of ladies, but mostly they were the ones talking while she was listening. Today, it was as if they had agreed on it beforehand, and they kept praising her. Especially concubine Shun. Her son Morong-hwai and Su-chin were good friends in the military camp. After Morong-hwai came back, he kept telling her to be polite to the Su family. So concubine Shun liked Su-won more and more. Su-won was extremely hungry, but he couldn't lose his composure. He only ate 2 pieces of snacks on the table and didn't drink much water. It wasn't until Nanny Jean came in again and whispered something in the queen's ear that the queen spoke. Okay, Princess Xuanla is tired today. I'm sure you've seen the enthusiasm of the sisters. Minister Su is waiting for you at Xuanwu Gate to go back together. Let's not keep you here. Upon hearing the news, Su-won cheered inwardly, thinking that he was finally liberated. Indeed, Princess Xuanla held her enthronement ceremony today. I'm afraid she has been busy since early morning and hasn't had breakfast yet. Let's let the princess go back quickly. Concubine Shun was proud of her son's success and became more generous in her words and deeds. The Queen Mother asked Nanny Jean to escort Su-won out of the palace. The Queen Mother and other concubines sent gifts and asked a few servants to help carry them. Su-won walked behind Nanny Jean, passing through the imperial garden. The hair crown on her head made her neck uncomfortable, and she wished she could go faster. As a result, a man in brocade robes came towards them, followed by 2 young servants, walking with his hands behind his back and humming a song. Accessory on her body is extremely valuable, exuding a sense of preciousness. Nanny Jean saw the person coming and immediately bowed. This servant greets His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. May His Royal Highness be well. Su-won didn't understand either, so he just bowed along with them. When she heard that it was the 7th Prince, she sighed inwardly. So he was a prince? No wonder he was so noble. Everyone get up. Morong-hwai waved his sleeves. He looked at the woman in court dress and guessed that she was Su-chen's sister, Jiang-yu's sweetheart, Princess Xuanla. This must be Princess Xuanla. I have heard of your great name for a long time. When Su-won heard him ask her, she raised her head and looked at him. Seeing that he was smiling brightly at her, she immediately lowered her head again. Therefore, she also saw Morong-hwai's face clearly. The men in the Morong family were indeed all good-looking. Morong-hwai's mother, concubine Chen, was so beautiful, and her son was also handsome and suave. It is you, my lady. Morong-hwai smiled when he heard this. He saw Su-won's face clearly and thought to himself that Brother Jiang was really lucky. His sweetheart was so beautiful. No wonder he was thinking about her so much and treated Su-chin like a treasure. He also had to pay his respects to his mother. Nanny Jean was also here. She was the queen's person, and it was not appropriate for her to talk too much with the princess. So Morong-hwai said, "Congratulations to Princess Xuanla on her great happiness, but I still have to pay my respects to my mother, so I'll leave you now." Morong-hwai left without saying anything more. After he left, Su-won followed Nanny Jean out of the palace. After a lot of effort, they arrived at Xuanwu Gate. Her eldest brother's carriage stopped at the gate. Shizi saw her coming and hurriedly notified Su Jing, who was in the carriage. Su-won was wearing complicated clothes. Shizi helped her get into the carriage, and Su Jing also reached out to pull her. "Are you tired today?" Su Jing asked with concern. The first thing Su-won did after sitting down was to take off the hair crown on his head. In an instant he felt his blood circulation flowing smoothly. The carriage started, and Su Jing conjured up a box of food like magic. "I knew you wouldn't be able to come out for a while. You probably didn't eat anything this morning, so I asked Shizi to buy you some cheese and steamed dumplings.
They should still be hot. Come eat them."
It's really considerate of my brother. He saved my life. Su-won is so hungry now. Brother, you are so nice. Su-won held the food box. The carriage was moving smoothly, and she could eat in the car. Su Jing looked at her lovingly and told her to eat it quickly while it was hot. Su-won finished drinking the yogurt and ate half a basket of steamed dumplings. His stomach was finally saved and he felt better. Brother, I'm done eating. Well, eat a little to fill your stomach. I guess Mom and the others will prepare a big meal for you when you go back, Su Jing said with a smile. Su-won nodded and looked at his elder brother's red official robe. It fit him perfectly, as if he was born to wear it. After attending court, he went to meet the emperor and discussed this year's imperial examination with the Grand Secretary and the Minister of Personnel. He has already asked for leave from the emperor and will go to the Grand Secretary's residence to propose marriage in 3 days. When the emperor heard that the two families were planning to get married, he expressed his full support and praised them as a match made in heaven. Su-won and Su Jing returned home. Sure enough, the family had prepared a big meal. Su's mother took Su-won back. The servants in the mansion lined up in the yard. When Su-won arrived at the front yard, they shouted in unison, "Greetings to Princess Xuanla. Long live the princess." It was obvious at first glance that this commotion was done by Su-yun, but Su-won was in a good mood today and gave rewards to everyone with just a wave of his hand. Lu-yun and Lu-ying have also changed their way of addressing her. They no longer call her girl, but Princess So-in. Su-yun cooked a banquet himself, but it would take some time to prepare. Su-won had just eaten in the carriage and needed some time to digest the meal. Su-won, please sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon. I'll go back to cook first. Su-yun came out wearing an apron, and after picking up Su-won, she went back to the kitchen. After his elder brother pays the betrothal gift, Su-yun will prepare for the restaurant and open Chunglu. Su-won couldn't take off her clothes yet. After dinner, Sui had to draw a full-body picture of her. However, Sun Linger, Su's mother and Grandma Yi surrounded her and asked her to try the hair crown on.
Su-won did as they wished.
Su's mother held up the hair crown and sighed. Wow, it's quite heavy, much heavier than mine. She is a third-rank imperial official, which is definitely different from her status as a princess. After putting it on, Su's mother looked at her daughter with satisfaction and praised, "Girl, you're so pretty. Very pretty. What a graceful figure. This dress truly carries the dignity and aura of a royal family." Sun Linga nodded, folding her arms. Su Jing went back and changed out of his official robes and put on moon-white casual clothes. He became a handsome young man again, gentle as jade. When he puts on his official robes, he becomes a smart, calm, and powerful official with a dignified demeanor. After dinner, Su-won sat on a chair in the yard, with a heavy hair crown on her head, and sat obediently for Su-yi to paint. "Fifth brother, can you draw the head first? My neck is tired," she begged. Su-yi nodded, roughly outlined the shape, then asked Su-won to take off the crown and place it next to him while he drew the details. When it was finally completed, the image of Su-won in the painting was very perfect. After the painting was framed, Su-won took it to his own yard and found a room to hang it up. Her conferring the title of princess has come to an end, and the most important matter for the Su family now is the marriage between Su Jing and the Shun family. Everyone prepared carefully, fearing that something might go wrong. The engagement, Su's father and Su Jing invited the Minister of Personnel to be the witness and brought a matchmaker and the betrothal gifts to the Shun family. The Grand Secretary's mansion has also been prepared. Shin Qingli is hiding in her own yard and is not allowed to show up today. Her parents will prepare her date of birth and choose an auspicious day for the wedding. The matchmaker read out the list of betrothal gifts that Su Jing brought. The specifications were quite high and did not belittle the university's mansion. The Grand Secretary and Mrs. Shun were particularly satisfied. The 3 books and 6 ceremonies were carried out step by step, and after comparing their horoscopes, they found that their horoscopes were very compatible. Both of them were of noble status, so they were perfect together. Su Jing and the Grand Secretary both agreed that the sooner the wedding was held, the better. After all, Shun Qingli was already 20 years old this year, and if she didn't get married, she would be laughed at. So, the wedding was scheduled for next month, which is early May. Now it is early April, and there is still a month left. After the date was set, both sides stepped up preparations. During the 1-month gap, everyone could do whatever they wanted. After all, The wedding didn't require the children to worry about it, as Sue's mother and the eldest brother would take care of it. However, Sue's mother had just arrived in the capital and did not understand the rules of the capital. She had to ask Mrs. Shun about these rules, such as how to invite people, what to prepare on the wedding day, how to write invitations, and the marriage rules of Kyoto. Sue's mother ran several times for this, going in and out, and was very busy. Mrs. Shun understood the Su family's situation and knew that old Madame Su was from the country. She did not look down on her, but answered all her questions and even made a list for her to follow. Such good in-laws, well-educated and well-mannered. What else is there to complain about? Jiang met Su Wan and went to Zhongzhou in advance. He planned to come back before Su Jing's wedding. The purpose of this trip to Zhongzhou was, firstly, to visit my grandfather, and secondly, to inform him that he was going to propose marriage to the Su family. Shin Qingli's wedding dress had already been prepared. The two parties were not allowed to meet before the wedding, but Su Wan still took time to visit her from time to time. Su Yun took advantage of this month to take care of the restaurant business. He had to choose a location and a shop, intending to do something big in Kyoto. Kyoto is a city of outstanding people and riches, so his drinking capacity must be a little bigger, even bigger than that of Xiangzhou, and it would be best if he had a 3-story restaurant. He trained a new team of chefs in Xiangzhou and took over Chenglu in Xiangzhou. He then brought the original team to Kyoto to open a new restaurant. In the past 2 years, Chenglu has made a lot of money, and Suyun has some spare money. Su-won has not asked him for half of the profit yet, saying that he will collect it again every time the profit reaches 100,000 taels. During this period, Su-won also received an invitation from Prince Xiang's mansion, saying that it was the 50th birthday of Princess Xiang and a birthday banquet was going to be held. Su-won was now a princess, so naturally, she was on the invitation list. Su's mother also has to go. The Su mansion doesn't have a hostess now, so she will be the hostess. After Shin Qingli marries into the Su family, she won't have to show up in such occasions. In mid-April, Su's mother had to take Su-won to Prince Yang's mansion to attend a birthday banquet. This birthday banquet was attended by all the dignitaries in Kyoto, including princes and princesses, princesses from both dukes' mansions, and people from various marquis mansions. It was a grand occasion. Su's mother had never been to such an occasion before and was afraid that she would embarrass Su Jing. She did not sleep well for 2 nights before going. It was Su Mu who made her a tranquilizing decoction and gave her an acupuncture, which allowed Su's mother to sleep well. Otherwise, she would have to go to the birthday banquet of Princess Xiang with dark circles under her eyes the next day. This time it was a big birthday, so Su-won picked out a suitable birthday gift to bring with him, and it had to be worthy of the status of the Prince Xiang's mansion. Su-won picked out a blood coral, which was very precious and was given to her by Jiang Yu's grandfather. They made ornaments out of the corals they found in the South China Sea. Whenever Su-won went to see him, he never left empty-handed and was forced to carry a lot of things with him. The next morning, Su-won dressed herself up. She was a princess now, so the dress she wore to attend grand occasions had to be worthy of her status and couldn't be too plain. The palace rewarded a lot of clothing fabrics of princess specifications, and the ladies in the various palaces also sent a lot. There were all kinds of fabrics, including shu brocade, cloud satin, and wan gauze, countless of them. Su-won found some embroiderers and designed many styles himself, and asked the embroiderers to make ready-made clothes for him. A few days ago, a few sets were delivered over, and Su-won just came in handy. In mid-April, it is neither too cold nor too hot, so it is most suitable to wear a horse-face skirt. She was wearing a pink and white satin horse-face skirt with a pattern of hundreds of butterflies embroidered in clouds, which made her look extremely fresh. Good color that is 80% good only requires 20% matching. If you add 70% or 80% matching, it will only be more beautiful. Today, Su Jing and Su Chen also have to go to Princess Xiang's house to celebrate her birthday. Today, male and female guests are seated together. That is, there is no separation between men and women, and many children of royal nobles can be seen. This kind of occasion is similar to a large-scale blind date site, where girls and boys of appropriate age may fall in love with each other. Su's mother dresses conservatively and traditionally. Suwon chose them for her, and there's nothing wrong with them. After packing, the mother and daughter went to Prince Seong's mansion first. Su Jing and Su Chun would go there after the court session. We arrived at Prince Seong's mansion. There were already several carriages parked in front of the gate, and more people were coming in from behind. The servant came forward to greet Suwon. The housekeeper was standing under the eaves, and the servant led them up the stairs. Luyun presented a gift and introduced himself. The old lady of Minister Su's residence and Princess Xuanla congratulate the princess on her golden birthday. Hearing that it was Princess Xuanla, the housekeeper immediately became respectful and bowed, saying, "This old servant greets Princess Xuanla and asks how Madame Su is. Please come in and take a seat." Suwon nodded, and the servant led Suwon in, through the front hall, and came to the back garden of Prince Seong's mansion. The palace is the palace of the prince, which is even bigger than the Su mansion. Some of the ladies and rich girls have already gathered in the garden. You must first go to the flower hall to pay a visit to the princess before you can move freely. The servant at the door heard what the usher said and immediately announced loudly, "Princess Xuanla and old Madame Su are here from the Minister of Personnel's residence." Xuanla is now talked about in the capital. Some time ago, when the enthronement ceremony was held, various mansions sent congratulatory gifts, and the warehouse was almost full. Suwon's generous donation filled the national treasury, which invisibly helped some people. Otherwise, the emperor would immediately find someone to investigate corruption and fill the national treasury, which would surely cause quite a stir in the court. Now that Princess Xuanla has solved the emperor's urgent problem, some officials who were feeling guilty have breathed a sigh of relief. They went back and told the women and their families to be polite and try to curry favor with the princess when they see her in the future. So when Suwon appeared, everyone in the flower hall looked at her. Who can stay here are all of status. Madame Shen has just arrived, but she didn't bring Shin Qingli with her today because she is about to get married and cannot go out during this period. Princess Xiang also knew that Suwon was now a popular figure and was highly valued by the higher-ups, so she had to pay attention to him as well. The Su family is now the new rich in Kyoto. They are indeed capable and no one in the family is a freeloader. So she stood up and smiled gently at Suwon and Su's mother. Xianlu congratulates the princess on her golden birthday. Suwon said in the carriage that she wanted Madame Su to follow her and do whatever she said. She didn't have to say anything, just smile. "My lady and my lady are so polite. Please take a seat." The mother and daughter has been raised to a higher level because of Suwon's identity, and they now sit above Mrs. Shun. "Jiaqing, you're also a princess, so you must take Princess Xuanla to have a good look around our palace." The Prince of Seong's mansion also has a youngest daughter, who was born when the princess was in her 30s. At that time, many people secretly laughed at her for giving birth to a pearl at an old age. But it doesn't matter. The prince wants a daughter, right? Let her laugh if she wants. If they are able to dance in front of her and make her laugh, then they are considered capable. Princess Jiaqing was sitting next to the princess. Upon hearing this, she stood up and greeted Suwon. Suwon had just sat down and had to stand up again. The two princesses greeted each other. Princess Jiaqing had a bright and beautiful appearance, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and bright red lip balm, which made her skin look even fairer. Princess Jiaqing's dress is also very bright. The princesses in novels who are loved by everyone, unrestrained, bright, and confident are described as such. "Princess Xuanla, why don't I take you out for a walk now?" Jiaqing raised his eyebrows at her, and Suwon understood something. She looked at her mother, and then at Mrs. Shun, meaning, "Please help take care of it." Mrs. Shun smiled and nodded slightly, and Suwon then agreed to Princess Jiaqing's words. "Then I'll have to trouble you, princess." After that, she whispered to her mother, "I'm leaving first. Remember what I taught you. Mrs. Shun is here too. Don't be nervous." Upon hearing this, Su's mother nodded with a smile on her face. She was really obedient and had been grinning since she entered the palace. She was still nervous, but she also had to remain dignified and graceful. Suwon and Jiaqing went out. Today the breeze was not dry, The sun was shining, and the flowers in the garden were in full bloom. The noble ladies in the garden looked at them, and whoever they passed by had to bow and greet them. Jiaqing just smiled and asked Suwan, "Princess Xuanla, how old are you this year?" She wanted to see who was older between the two. "I'll be 18 at the beginning of next month."
Xuan answered truthfully.
"Then you are a few months older than me. I was born in August. From now on I will call you sister." Jiaqing was quite familiar. Suwan nodded and said okay. Jiaqing took her to find a place to sit down, and the noble ladies gathered around. Everyone had seen it at the last palace banquet, and everyone knew Suwan's current identity. When the ladies got together, they would just chat and talk to each other, and the topics were mostly about clothes, jewelry, rouge, and so on. Talented, he can speak eloquently from time to time. Suwan would interject from time to time, so as not to appear out of place. Perhaps because of their identities, everyone was very cautious, afraid of offending them, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. On the pavilion in the center of the lake, there gathered the sons of high-ranking officials, reciting poems and composing essays. Even though men and women were seated together, everyone was very well behaved. The ladies and gentlemen would not get together to talk too much unless there was something important to do, and would not be alone together unless they were brother and sister. At this time, someone praised Suwan's clothes for being beautiful. "I found that Princess Xuanla's outfit today is really beautiful. The butterflies on it are embroidered very well, and the stitches are very fine, which shows that the embroiderer has superb skills." Not knowing which noble lady she was from, Suwan didn't even recognize her and could only smile. "I just found an embroiderer in the city to embroider it. It's really good. If you are interested, I can tell you which embroiderer embroidered it." "Okay, princess, please tell me now." So Suwan told them the place. Jiaqing also noticed that Suwan was not feeling comfortable, so he said, "Sister, why don't I take you somewhere else to have a look?" Suwan was feeling uncomfortable, so she was naturally happy when she heard her say that. She felt so awkward being here, and it was a completely awkward conversation. Everyone was smart and knew what Jiaqing meant, so they tactfully did not follow him. The two left the crowded place, and Jiaqing prepared to take her to the fence beside the pond to sit and feed the fish. The pond in Prince Yang's mansion is particularly large, with a pavilion built on it. There are long corridors on both sides, benches under the corridors, bird cages hanging in some places, and the pond is full of koi. Before they reached the place, Gu Yu came out from the corner with her maid. The maid beside her was no longer Chining Hong, but another maid with an unfamiliar face. What a narrow road the enemies meet. It's a similar scene, but now the positions have changed, and it's Suwan's turn to look at her. Gu Yu was quite surprised to run into Suwan here. She had heard about Suwan's affairs and could only say that Suwan was quite generous, donating such a huge family business without hesitation. Before, she was a county princess and Suwan was the daughter of an official. She was waiting for her to pay her respects to her. But only a short time has passed, and she has become a princess. She has to pay her respects to her in return. She knew that Suwan must be there today and was trying to avoid her on purpose, but who knew that enemies would meet on a narrow road? Jiaqing was also there, so she had no choice but to bow. "Greetings to Princess Jiaqing and Princess Xuanla." Suwan smiled with satisfaction. It was great. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, things have changed. Looking at Suwan's smug smile, Gu Yu was so angry that she clenched her hands into fists. "Just wait. After you marry Brother Shun, you will still have to bow to me. Can you climb higher than the prince's wife?" "Hello, Princess Huimin." Jiaqing greeted her immediately. Gu Yu nodded and then said, "My two princesses, I still have to go and pay my respects to the princess, so I'll excuse myself first." Gu Yu didn't want to stay here with Suwan for a moment, otherwise she would be suppressed by her. Well, Suwan didn't want to see her either. After Gu Yu left, Suwan and Jiaqing fed the fish here. Not long after, Su Jing and Su Chun came over after court, traveling with them. When they arrived, they first went to see the prince, then went to wish the princess a happy birthday, and after that went to look for his mother and sister. Gu Yu stepped into the flower hall to wish the princess a happy birthday. When she sat down, Sue's mother was sitting opposite her. Mother Sue was not surprised to see Gu Yu, as she had heard about her affairs from the children. However, when their eyes met, Gu Yu saw tears in her eyes, and Sue's mother looked away unnaturally, refusing to look at her. That incident could not be forgotten in her mind. She had raised a child for more than 10 years, and although the family conditions were not good, she still raised the child by holding him in her hands for fear of dropping him, and by holding him in her mouth for fear of melting him. Afterwards, what she did to the fourth child made her realize that this daughter was not suitable to stay in their Sue family after all. Everyone in their Sue family cared about each other. In times of crisis, they only thought about how to protect each other and would never drag each other to sacrifice their lives. She was disappointed, and after a long time, she felt dazed. When they saw each other again, she was not surprised, but just felt embarrassed. Soon, Su Jing, Su Chun, and Morong Hui arrived, congratulated the princess on her birthday, and then left. During the process, Su Jing and Su Chun ignored Gu Yu. Even if he took a quick glance, he quickly and calmly looked away, which made Gu Yu's heart feel like it had fallen into an ice cave. Su Wan is so lucky. After leaving the Gu family and returning to the Su family, only a year has passed, and she is still the noble eldest daughter with no shortage of people serving her. Now her brothers have all become successful, but their love no longer belongs to her. They just stand behind Su Wan and watch her coldly. Su Jing and Su Chun went to look for Su Wan and finally found Su Wan in the corridor. She was talking and laughing with Princess Jiaqing. Princess Jiaqing was straightforward and unpretentious. It was said that although she was a girl, her hobbies included riding horses, archery, playing polo, and throwing pots. During every royal hunt, she always managed to catch a lot of prey, comparable to a female hero. With such a person, you don't need to be deliberate or worry about saying the wrong thing.
Suwan quite la ex-princess Jiaqing.
Wan, Su Chen called her from behind. The two princesses turned around at the same time, and Su Wan's smile deepened when he saw that it was his eldest brother and third brother. Big brother, third brother. As the three approached, the two princesses discovered that the seventh prince was also there and quickly stood up. Greetings to His Royal Highness, the seventh prince. Greetings to the seventh prince. Jiaqing and the seventh prince are cousins. Don't be polite. You don't need to be polite in front of me. The seventh prince was quite approachable. He put his hands on Su Chen's shoulders and smiled freely. It's you. Do you still remember me? Jiaqing was quite surprised to see Su Chen, so she asked in surprise. Su Wan smelled something unusual and stared at the third brother. Su Chen looked at Princess Jiaqing and felt that she looked very familiar, and then he remembered.
It's you.
Turns out you are Princess Jiaqing. He knocked his head and remembered Hong. Then he looked at Princess Jiaqing as if he had suddenly realized something. Jiaqing nodded vigorously and smiled brightly. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to be Princess Xuanla's third brother. What a coincidence. Hey, what happened between you two that we don't know about?
Tell us about it.
Morong Hui raised his eyebrows at Su Chun and joked. There's no story. The seventh prince was just joking. Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Su Jing was also very curious. His third brother had met Princess Jiaqing, so everyone was waiting for him to explain. Seeing that everyone was curious, Jiaqing began to explain. It turned out that a few days ago, Su Chen took office as the lieutenant general of the city defense camp and patrolled the streets on horseback at night. Jiaqing sneaked out of the palace to play and had her jade pendant stolen. Fortunately, she was discovered in time. She shouted and was about to chase after the thief, but Su Chen happened to run into her, jumped off his horse, and then used his light skills to catch the thief in a few moves, winning everyone's cheers. Passers-by on the street applauded continuously. Su Chen returned the jade pendant to Jiaqing, then mounted his horse and left without looking back, so much so that Jiaqing didn't even ask his name and thought he was very cool. However, seeing that Su Chen admired her very much, he kept it in mind. So that's what happened. What a coincidence. Well, I still have to thank you for helping me find the jade pendant. It was given to me by my brother, and it is very important to me. Jiaqing thanked Su Chun with a red face. The two brothers came to the palace after changing into casual clothes after court.
Shucheng wora dar colored robe.
He did not dress neatly today. His sleeves were let down, which gave him a bit of the noble air of a young master. Su Chun is a handsome man, the kind of handsome that is very manly, and you can tell he is a sports student. You're too polite, princess. This is what I should do. Even if I were not the lieutenant commander of the city defense camp, I would still help if I encountered such a thing. Su Chun smiled a little silly, and his main character was helpful. One after another, the crown prince arrived, followed by Morong Shun and several other princes. The relationships between the characters are as follows. The eldest prince Morong Min is the queen's eldest son, but the crown prince is frail and sickly and not in good health, so he has his eyes on the position of the Eastern Palace. The second prince, Morong Fu, is the son of concubine Da. The third prince, Morong Rue, is the queen's second son. The fourth prince, Morong Ting, is the son of concubine Xian. The fifth prince, Morong Sheng, son of concubine Shu. The sixth prince, Morong Qi, son of concubine Su. The seventh prince, Morong Huai, is the son of concubine Chen. There is also an eldest princess named Morongya, who is the queen's daughter and has already married and has a prince consort. The second princess, Morong Shui, the daughter of concubine Da, recruited a scholar who won the third place in the imperial examination in the same year as Su Jing as her husband 2 years ago. The third princess, Morong Lin, was only 12 years old. She was the daughter of concubine Chen and the younger sister of Morong Huai. There are also several princesses and princes from the prince's family, so I won't go into details. The crown prince also came out today, which was a rare thing. As soon as they appeared, the focus was on the princes. The fourth prince, the fifth prince, the sixth prince, and the seventh prince did not have a principal wife yet. The fourth prince and the sixth prince had 2 concubines, and the other 2 were still single. Therefore, many noble ladies flocked to the 2 princes, especially the seventh prince, who was now the most favored by the emperor. Su Wan did not participate. She was not interested in these princes. Su Jing and Su Chen were taken to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to play, and suddenly only Su Wan and Jiaqing were left. Jiaqing had to go greet the princes and princesses and couldn't accompany her for the time being, leaving her alone in the corridor feeding the fish. After a while, Jiaqing came back. She took Su Wan to the pavilion in the center of the lake. The princes and princesses were all there, as well as some talented men and beautiful women from Kyoto. They held a poetry reading and had a poetry contest. I'm not good at poetry competition. Su Wan was already scared before he even went. She can only recite it, but she can't keep it for herself. It's okay. I don't know how to do it either. I'm just joining in the fun. Who says that people of our status must be able to recite poems and compose couplets? Let's hide behind a little bit and no one will notice us. Jiaqing really said whatever she wanted to say, but Su Wan liked to hear what she said. Asked the reason. So, the 2 of them ran to stand in the corner. Su Jing was born as the top scholar, and now he is the youngest minister, so he is the main force of the man. However, he still spotted the 2 princesses who came to join in the fun and acted stealthily. What should I do? I think everything my sister does is cute. The 2 found a corner and sat down, listening to them recite some poems that they couldn't understand. After listening for a while, Su Wan and Jiaqing yawned at the same time. Su's mother and Madame Shun also came out of the flower hall and found a sunny place with the other ladies to appreciate the flowers and bask in the sun. Everyone knew that Su's mother was a country girl, but with Mrs. Shun protecting her, no one dared to speak against her. Are you bored? Jiaqing said to Su Wan first.
Su Wan replied in a restrained manner. I've fine.
How about let's go? I'll take you to see my cats. Jiaqing is a cat lover and has many cats in his yard. I heard that Su Wan was interested in cat watching. She also likes cats. In modern times, she said that she would get one once her work became stable, but now she no longer has that opportunity.
Okay.
Su Wan suddenly became energetic. Sneaked out through the crowd again. Before I had walked a few steps, I heard the 7th Prince Morong Huai start to compose a poem. He said, I'm not good at writing poetry, but I have a friend whose poetry is sure to surpass all of yours. Hearing such a loud tone, Jiaqing stopped. Let's first listen to what poem my seventh brother is going to recite to overwhelm the audience. Suwon is fine. Then let's listen to it first before leaving, since the suspense is so great. This poem is called Drinking Wine. Let me read it to you. Have you not seen the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never coming back? Have you not seen the white hair in the mirror in the hall, which was black in the morning and turned white in the evening? When life is happy, you should enjoy it to the fullest, and don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. I was born with talents that must be useful, and I will get them back even if I spend all my money. When the title of the poem came out, Suwon was stunned. She stared straight at the center of the crowd, at the man who was fanning himself with a folding fan and reciting poetry, Manhwa. I thought it was a coincidence until he read out the content of the poem, and Suwon felt as if struck by lightning. This is really Li Bai's Jinjiu. Jin State is a fictional dynasty, so how could there be such a poem? And Manhwa also said that it was written by a friend of his. What a way of making up a friend out of nothing. However, after Suwon reacted, he was instantly filled with joy and excitement, and he wanted to rush up to confirm it right away. She giggled foolishly, and Princess Jiaqing looked at her in confusion. Elder sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you grinning? Suwon quickly waved his hands and explained, It's nothing, I just thought of something funny, huh? She could hardly stop laughing. Manhwa had already finished reading and instantly won applause from the whole audience. This poem is so wonderful. Every sentence is a classic. Those who are sentimental and romantic will like the sentence, Enjoy life to the fullest when you are happy, and don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Those who like this sentence are all noble ladies. Men prefer the saying that I was born to be useful, and even if I lose all my money, I will get it back, which is very inspiring. Everyone praised this poem as wonderful and said that after today, it will surely become famous in Kyoto. Oh, I don't understand. I'm a layman. Sister, let us go see the cats. Jiaqing was confused. She only knew that the poem was long and sounded impressive, but she couldn't understand the poetry at all. Now, Manhwa is pretending to be cool, and it is not convenient for Suwon to find him for confirmation. It is better to go see the cat first, and then find a chance to test him later. Anyway, he likes to be with the third brother. Jiaqing took her to his own courtyard. The courtyard where the little princess of the palace lived must be very grand. Sure enough, Jiaqing's yard was bigger than hers, but there were few decorations in the yard. Unlike other girls, whose yards were full of flowers and plants, her yard was very different. It had a swing, a target, a pitching pot, and the kind where one could draw a bow and shoot 2 arrows anytime and anywhere. Princess Jiaqing is really interesting. She can play pot tossing when she has nothing to do. She first brought Suwon to her boudoir. Her boudoir was also very unique. As soon as she entered the door, she saw an exquisite bow and arrow inside. This is the coming-of-age gift my father gave me. How about it? Doesn't it look nice? Jiaqing looked at his beloved bow, feeling very proud and asking for praise. Suwon didn't know much about it, and she wasn't into this, but she just nodded. Yeah, it looks good. Suwon nodded in a silly and cute manner, and Jiaqing instantly felt that she was such a silly beauty, but she liked her very much. Let me tell you, I'm different from other girls. I like fighting and killing. What do you like? Suwon thought about it and realized that she was different from other girls. As for me, I just like to eat, sleep in, and dream. Ha ha. You're so funny. Jiaqing couldn't stop laughing because of her amusing him. But soon, she felt that her image was not very good, so she quickly covered her mouth and stopped. This morning, the princess told her repeatedly to be more restrained and not to show her bandit habits in front of others and embarrass her. Therefore, in front of others, Jiaqing always remembered his mother's instructions to him. However, when she returned to her own yard, Suwon was there, and she and Suwon got along well, so she accidentally exposed her true nature. I'm sorry, Sister Wanwan, I lost my composure. That's just how I am. I can't control myself easily.
Please bear with me.
It's okay. Just be yourself in front of me. I won't laugh at you. Soo-won shook his head indifferently. This is good. The more casual the better. She won't feel uncomfortable. Come on, I'll take you to see the kitten. Jiacheng took Soo-won's hand and started walking towards the side room, a room she had specially cleared out to raise cats. I even hired a maid to take care of the cats. Soo-won was particularly looking forward to it because she also liked cats. The palace is holding the princess' birthday banquet today. We were afraid that the cats would run away and that some of the guests would be scared, so we locked everyone in the room and didn't let them go out. I pushed open the door. I saw a blanket on the floor. Kittens were lying here and there, sprawled out on the floor, looking very lazy. I counted them and found there were 6 cats in total. All of them were round and chubby. There was a big orange cat, a black and white one with a straight face, and 2 pure white ones, similar to the British shorthair cats, with round heads, short and thick limbs, thick tails, and black paw pads. There is also a lion cat, which looks particularly handsome and elegant, sitting there upright, and a calico cat. Wow, they're all so plump and cute. As soon as Soo-won arrived, she picked up a little white cutie. The little cutie was very affectionate. As soon as Soo-won held it, it cried softly. It was a little clip. Do you like it? Our Ruishua is already pregnant with kittens. We will give you 2 when the time comes. Jiacheng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Which one is Ruishua?
Soo-won asked.
Jiacheng pointed to another white kitten on the ground with a bulging belly. It is Ruishua. The one on your body is called Shungyun. It and Ruishua are a pair. They will give birth to a bunch of white kittens in the future. Jiacheng explained using his hands and feet. And these are Xiaoju, Shumo, Chongfeng, and Xiaohua. Jiacheng pointed at several other cats and introduced them. Soo-won likes kittens with round heads and round brains, so when Jiacheng said he wanted to give it to her, she was quite happy. Then I won't be polite with you.
I'm Chickskinnet.
And I like cats, but I just can't find a chance to keep one. Soo-won thought it would be a good idea to have 2 cats, which could provide him with emotional value and heal his heart. It's okay. It's hard to support too many anyway. I don't get along well with those noble ladies in Kyoto. I can't bear to give them anything when they ask me for it. But you're different. I think it's great to play with you. Jiacheng is a man of temperament, and it only takes a moment for him to like or dislike someone. For a long time, the 2 of them just stroked the cat and got covered in cat hair. It was not until someone came from the front yard to inform them that the dinner was about to start that the 2 of them simply cleaned up and went to the front yard. Jin State does not taboo men and women sitting at the same table, so men and women can sit together, but people who are not familiar with each other should consciously separate, unless they are brother and sister, then it is okay to sit together. Soo-won will naturally sit at the same table with Soo-jing and Soo-chin. Anyway, everyone at the table is equipped with serving chopsticks, so there will be no gossip. Murong-hwai was also there, and Jiacheng naturally sat with them, while Gu Yu was with the 5th prince Murong-sheng. Murong-sheng walked close to the 6th prince and was accompanied by 2 noblemen whose names he could not tell. It was Jiacheng who introduced them as the 2 young marquises of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery and the Marquis of Shun. However, Gu Yu and the 5th prince were together, which caused a lot of complaints from everyone, and they speculated about their current relationship. To outsiders, the 2 people have nothing in common. It seems that they have already won over these 2 forces. Through Jiacheng's explanation, Soo-won remembered that these 2 were Gu Yu's bootlickers in the original novel, so it is understandable that they are working together. But what is certain now is that Jiang Yu and his brother are both neutral. Without these 2 forces, it will be difficult for Murong-sheng to fight for the throne. Murong-hwai sat opposite Soo-won and chatted with Soo-chun with great enthusiasm. The 7th prince was not bad-looking, but compared with Jiang Yu, she still felt that Jiang Yu was better-looking and more in line with her aesthetic standards. Soo-won realized that she kept thinking about Jiang Yu, and for a moment, she felt a burning sensation in her heart. However, she wanted to test Murong-hwai, so she found an opportunity and said, "Your Highness, the poem you just read was really great. It shows how talented and open-minded the person who wrote it is. Between the lines, we can see how frank and generous he is. Murong Huai raised his eyebrows when he heard this and agreed. He is indeed a man of quality, a banished immortal, and he loves to compose poetry when drunk. Murong Huai talked about this. His eyes were filled with pride. After Su Wan heard him say this, he felt more certain because Li Bai was known as the immortal poet, and he liked to compose poetry after getting drunk, just like a banished immortal. She smiled and cleared her throat, ready to test it. Your Highness, the seventh prince, I have a friend who also wrote a poem that is comparable to your friend's poem. Are you interested in listening to it? After Su Wan said this, not to mention Murong Huai, even Su Jing and Su Chun became interested. Because the scene was relatively quiet, the attention of the neighboring tables was also attracted invisibly, and everyone paid attention to this side. The poem, Song of the Wine, can be said to be a masterpiece that is hard to surpass in the poetry world for a century. When it came out, everyone was deeply shocked. However, the seventh prince was unwilling to reveal the name and address of the poet, otherwise, it would definitely cause quite a stir in the poetry world. Wanwan, I am ashamed of myself for not being able to write such a good poem as the seventh prince's Song of Drinking. But you said that you also have a friend who wrote a poem as good as this one. I am very curious, what kind of poem can be as good as Song of Drinking? Su Jing also likes to recite poems and compose essays on weekdays, so he is very curious about Su Wan's poems. Yes, the poem of this friend of mine is already very amazing. Let me hear what kind of poem can be compared with Drinking Song. Murong Huai thought to himself, when Li Bai's poem came out, the whole audience was shocked. It was at the top level. Is there any poet in this dynasty who is more powerful than Li Bai? Su Wan kept the secret and successfully attracted everyone's attention. Some people who were interested even came over to join in the fun. Gu Yu looked over here and saw that Su Wan had become the focus. She couldn't help but pout, thinking she really loves to be in the spotlight. The poem, Song of the Wine, which could be said to be unmatched by any contemporary poet. How could she know such a friend who could write a better poem than Song of the Wine?
Shuwan smiled gracefully.
Since everyone wanted to listen, she would read it. Anyway, she also said that it was written by a friend and it had nothing to do with her. The most important thing was that they were from the same hometown. This is the poem my friend wrote. Listen carefully. Su Wan cleared the suspense and cleared his throat again, and everyone listened attentively. The wind is strong and the sky is high. The monkeys are howling sadly. The sand is clear and the white birds are flying back. The endless fallen leaves are rustling down. The endless Yangtze River is rolling in. I am often a guest in the sad autumn of thousands of miles. I am alone on the stage after 100 years of illness. My hair is covered with frost due to hardships and hatred. I have just stopped drinking the muddy wine cup in my destitution. Su Wan felt that this poem, Climbing the High Mountain, could be compared with Drinking Song, and the two poems were equally good when put together. Well, the author has a strong desire to survive and pays tribute to Li Bai and Du Fu. I don't mean to compare them. It's just for the plot. I don't mean to plagiarize Joy of Life. Please be gentle. Murong Huai made friends out of nothing, so she also made friends out of nothing. She was reading, someone was already taking notes with paper and pen. After listening to it, everyone showed an expression of amazement, because this poem is very profound and can be experienced by oneself. Especially Murong Huai, his expression was quite natural at first, but after hearing this poem, his expression was as if struck by lightning. From natural, to shocked, to unbelievable, and finally to standing up and sitting down at a loss, his face full of excitement. If it weren't for the inappropriate presence of so many people here, Murong Huai would have definitely gone up to meet Su Wan right then and there. OMG, I have been in this country for several years and finally found an organization. I thought he was the only one who had traveled through time here, but I didn't expect there was another traveler. In fact, he posted this poem today just to find the organization and see if there are other time travelers like him. Anyone who has received an education will be familiar with Song of the Wine. If you haven't read much, you must have heard a few classic quotes from it, right? I never expected that hard work pays off, and my family is actually right beside me. What a good poem. It's really a good poem. Some people at the scene have already reacted and started praising it, and the others followed suit. For a moment, everyone's praises lingered in Soo-won's ears. Soo-won just kept explaining that this was all thanks to her friend's literary talent. I can't write poetry. I'm just a messenger of poetry. If you want to praise someone, praise my friend instead. She only had respect for Du Fu, so how could she take his poems for herself? Moreover, since they were not hers, they would be exposed sooner or later, and it would be painful to be slapped in the face. She spoke. She took the opportunity to glance at Morong-hwai. The boy was so excited that his face turned red, and he took a big gulp of wine. Su Jing was also surprised. Hearing two such good poems at once today was a great gain for him. Wanwan, when did you meet such a great friend? Can you introduce him to me? He really wanted to meet this great scholar. But Soo-won couldn't do it, so she could only lie on the spot. Brother, I haven't contacted him for a long time. I only met him once, and he never left his name. When I saw him write this poem that day, I thought it was good, so I wrote it down. Besides, he wanted to travel around and didn't like to show off in front of others. After hearing what Soo-won said, everyone's heart sank. Two great poets emerged today, but neither of them was interested in becoming famous. It was such a pity. Another opportunity to meet a great scholar was lost. Su Jing was also disappointed when he heard this. On Gu Yu's side, Morong-shung was also full of admiration after listening to the poem. He nodded repeatedly and communicated with the two young marquises. Gu Yu rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. She complained about Soo-won in her heart. It wasn't her thing. Why was she showing it off? But Soo-won has explained again and again that he did not want to take all the credit for himself. So, what else does he want? Your Highness the Seventh Prince? I'm not lying to you. This poem is indeed on par with Song of the Wine, right? Soo-won said to Morong-hwai. Morong-hwai nodded rapidly. Yes, they are indeed equally good. Wonderful, wonderful. Morong-hwai gave a thumbs up and kept grinning. No, he had to find a time to meet with Soo-won and have a good talk. The banquet began, and everyone returned to their seats. Jiacheng was very excited and kept talking to Soo-won, whispering. The princess smiled with relief when she saw the two princesses having so much fun. Madame Shun took Sue's mother to dine in the area specially set aside for entertaining ladies like them, so she had no idea what was going on there, only that it was very lively. Sue's mother had been there for so long that she was probably used to such occasions. Even when eating, there were some rules and etiquette to follow which she didn't understand, so she could only watch Mrs. Shun and do what others did without making a fool of herself. After lunch, there was a play to watch in the afternoon, so everyone went to watch the play. The crown prince came over, said hello, and then went back with the third prince. He was not in good health and could not stay outside for long. The second prince and the fourth prince also went back after finishing their meal, leaving 5, 6, 7, and 3 princes. Morong-shung had now been assigned an actual position and was about to leave, but Gu Yu looked at him pitifully, and he felt reluctant to let her go, so he stayed to accompany her. The two of them are beginning to show their close relationship in public. According to the original plot, it won't be long before Morong-shung will prepare to marry her. At that time, Gu Yu has the favor of the Su family and Jiangyu, so it will be very smooth for her to marry Morong-shung. But things are different now. Gu Yu has nothing except the identity of a county lady. It might be a bit difficult for her to marry Morong-shung. Today, the two of them walked together frequently and even ate at the same table. It was easy for everyone to guess that the fifth prince had fallen in love with Gu Yu. Although the fifth prince has no power and his mother has no family, he has made great contributions on the battlefield and is also highly valued by the emperor. Now he has a position in the Ministry of Revenue, which means he has real power. There are many fence-sitters in Kyoto, and the fifth prince is also very popular, and there are many noble ladies who want to marry him. And Morong-shung was also very good-looking, which made it even better. Gu Yu was close to the fifth prince, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among many noble ladies, and they began to take the lead in squeezing her out. A county lord, who is only in name only seriously. Morong-hwai now has to work in the Ministry of Justice, so naturally, he doesn't have much free time. He eats, drinks, and has fun, and prepares to leave after dinner. But before leaving, he still had to find a way to communicate with Soo-won. He asked the servant who served him personally to pass a note to her. After all, Soo-won was of a higher status than him, and reputation was extremely important in ancient times. It was not easy for him to talk to her alone, so this was the only way. She expected to receive the note. After taking a look, she found out that Morong Hwai asked her to meet him at Feihua Tower tomorrow. Been in this alien world for so long, 5 years, and suddenly I found that there are other travelers like me in this world. How can I not be excited? Who wouldn't be excited? Soo-won is particularly looking forward to tomorrow's meeting. I had to watch the play and have dinner at the Prince Yong's mansion before I could leave. This is the rule, because most of the male guests have official business to attend to, but the female guests must wait until the process is completed. But fortunately, Princess Jiacheng got along well with her, so Soo-won's life was not boring. Watching the play, Princess Seong sat in the main seat, and her deputies on both sides were princesses from the other 2 princely palaces. Further down the table were the wives of 2 dukes' palaces, one from the Duke of Tang's palace, the current empress's maternal family, and the other from the Duke of Zhong's palace, who held military power. Among the aristocratic families, these 2 families are even more respectable than the royal palaces, but their status is lower than that of the royal family. Even the princess has to be polite to them when she sees them and dare not show them a bad look. Nowadays, there are only 3 royal palaces in Kyoto, except for the princes who have not yet been crowned as kings. Some of them have gone to their fiefdoms, and those who remain are those who supported the current emperor's ascension to the throne. Therefore, in Kyoto, only those with power have the final say. Without power, no matter how prominent one's family background is, it is useless. However, the 2 families were evenly matched in Kyoto and were always compared with each other. The ladies of the 2 families were always competing with each other wherever they went. Soo-won and Jiacheng sat in the back row. Su's mother and Shun's mother were also at the table next to them. There were 2 people at each table. There was a small coffee table in the middle with fruits and snacks on it. Soo-won did not participate in the tea party with these noble ladies in the morning, so he was not very clear about who was who. It was only after Jiacheng sat down that he slowly introduced them to Soo-won. The lady in crimson is the wife of Duke Tang, the current queen's sister-in-law, and a second-rank official. The younger one is the second wife of Duke Jiang. Hearing that it was the Duke Jiang's mansion, Soo-won knew that this was Jiang Yu's home. The second wife was rarely mentioned in the original text, so she didn't know much about Jiang Yu's family affairs. She didn't know whether this person was a good person or a bad person. She only knew that he had a half-brother. Why is it the second wife? Soo-won asked Jiacheng in a low voice. Jiacheng also whispered to her head. Duke Jiang originally had a wife who was said to be a remarkable woman. Not only was she beautiful, she was also talented. Her sword dance was even famous in Kyoto. However, she was a commoner, not worthy of Duke Jiang. She was also short-lived and died early. She was always despised by Madame Jiang during her lifetime. This second wife was originally a daughter of an official family. She was deeply loved by Madame Jiang. She asked Duke Jiang to take her as a concubine. Later, her mother's family committed a crime and was exiled. She was also spared for the sake of the Duke's mansion. After Madame Jiang passed away, the old lady always wanted her to continue to be his concubine, but Duke Jiang was famous in Kyoto for his deep affection, and he only had one second wife in the backyard for so many years. And it was rumored that it was not Duke Jiang's wish to take a second wife, but he was forced to do so. No matter how the old lady threw a tantrum, Duke Jiang was unwilling to let the second wife become his principal wife. However, although the second madam does not have the title of the principal wife, she has the final say in the backyard of the Duke of Jiang's mansion. When she goes out, she always behaves like the principal wife. Soo-won didn't know much about these things and had to ask around to find out. From this perspective, Duke Jiang is not bad. In this era, it is acceptable for him to only have one concubine and not give her a status because of his deceased wife. I just don't know why the relationship with Jiang Yu and his son is so bad. The second lady didn't know if she felt someone was talking about her, so she tilted her head slightly and glanced back. Su-won happened to see it. With this aura, if you didn't know her, you would really think she was the main wife. Jiacheng was gossiping, so he turned his eyes away and touched his nose, feeling guilty. Su-won was very calm. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have to live under the same roof in the future, so it would be nice to get to know each other in advance. Gu Yu sat in the seat behind the two of them, together with a sister she knew well. She didn't know any upper-class ladies in the circle, and the people she dealt with were all daughters of 4th and 5th rank Beijing officials. Because, although she was a county lady, her family was a merchant family. Among the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, merchants were always at the end. Every time Gu Yu attended an occasion, she was wearing gold and silver jewelry, so they thought she was full of the smell of money and were unwilling to play with her. Anyway, all those who were unpopular went to play together, and few of the noble ladies were willing to deal with her. She saw Su-won and Jiacheng talking and laughing in front of her and walking so close to each other. She felt contempt and disdain in her heart. It's only because of the face of the 2 brothers of the Su family that they are willing to take her out to play. Otherwise, why would she? Su-won didn't pay any attention to her and continued discussing opera with Jiacheng until the opera was over and it was time for dinner. But she felt that there was always someone watching her from behind, and she knew who it was without having to guess. Jiacheng has already said that after Ruishue gives birth to kittens, he will give her a male and a female to make a pair. During the meal, Su-won prepared to sit at the same table with Su's mother and Mrs. Shun. The second wife of Duke Zhang's mansion was supported by her maid as she passed by them. She suddenly stopped and looked at Su-won. Su-won looked at her openly. She was a princess, and much more noble than her, a concubine. But this second lady looked her up and down with a look that was not quite understandable, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, so faint that it was almost invisible and disappeared in a flash. It was a look of contempt, as if he looked down on Su-won. Su-won thought to herself, "Who the heck are you looking at me like that?" She would not show any fear and looked into her eyes without any panic. Su's mother didn't know who this person was. She was dressed so elegantly and gracefully, and it seemed that she was of high status. Moreover, her eyes and demeanor made people feel uncomfortable. Mrs. Shun saw that something was wrong. She knew about Su-won and Jiang Yu's affairs. She was about to speak out to ease the atmosphere when the concubine spoke up. "I guess this must be Princess Xuanla of the new noble Su Shilong's mansion, right?" Upon hearing this, Su-won smiled generously and unconsciously brushed the dust off his sleeves. "It's me, the princess. You should be the concubine of Duke Zhang's mansion, right? I have just arrived in Kyoto and have not yet recognized all the ladies in the circle. I am afraid that I have recognized the wrong person. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Su-won didn't look at her when he spoke, as it was impolite, but she was the first one to look at him like that. She was a concubine, not even worthy of an imperial edict. She was just relying on the fact that the Duke's mansion had no main wife and she was now in charge, and she was just taking advantage of the power of others. After all, she was a second-rank princess, so why should she have to look at her face? Moreover, she even emphasized the word "side" on purpose. That lazy tone instantly made the second lady's nostrils grow bigger in anger. It was obvious that she was deliberately enduring it and was actually gritting her teeth. It was only the first time the two met in front of outsiders, but the atmosphere was very tense. "My princess is right. This is indeed the second wife of Duke Zhang." Mrs. Shun saw that the tension was indeed getting worse, so she stood up with a smile on her face to smooth things over. The second wife of Zhang was stopped by Su-won as soon as she came up. She must have known the relationship between Su-won and Jiang Yu, so she came to show her power and test her at the same time. But now she knew that Su-won was really a tough guy. He was embarrassed before even 2 rounds had even started. She felt that Princess Xuanla was indeed not a simple person. If she really got together with Jiang Yu, it would be difficult to control her in the future. Just looking at her magnanimity of donating her entire family property, she knew she was a big shot. Now she has finally seen it. She wanted to plan a future for her son, and Jiang Yu was the biggest stumbling block. However, she couldn't even become a principal wife, and her son had always been labeled as a jerk, and he couldn't get away with it wherever he went. As long as Jiang Yutian is the prince, her son will never have a chance and can only be a straw bag laughed at by others all his life. Secretly, she also regarded Jiang Yu as a thorn in her side, and she was afraid that he had already found out everything about the two of them. Although Jiang Yuan was not by Su Wan's side, he protected her like an iron barrel, and there was no chance for him to attack her. Otherwise, he would have attacked Su Wan long ago. The second lady saw that she couldn't win the argument, but she had to smile. She smiled coldly, which was uglier than crying, then turned around and left, going to her own seat. As long as Jiang Yu is gone, her son will never be able to turn things around. If her son can't turn things around, she will have to live with such an absurd identity for the rest of her life. It seems like she has a great life, but she will be laughed at wherever she goes. Su Wan won the first round, and I thought this second madam was such a powerful character. How powerful could a person who couldn't hide her emotions be? After dinner, Su Wan took her mother away from Prince Yang's mansion and went home, and Jiaqing came to see her off in person. Sister Wanwan, come and play with me more often when you have time, or I'll send you a message and take you to some interesting places. The interesting places she mentioned were nothing more than the martial arts training grounds and the equestrian arena. Su Wan agreed with a smile and waved goodbye to her. Okay, ask someone to notify me, and I'll come when I'm free. My eldest brother is getting married next month, so you must remember to come. Jiaqing nodded. She loved attending wedding banquets the most because they were so lively. After playing in Prince Yang's mansion for a whole day, Su Wan was still a little tired and leaned on his mother's arm in the carriage. After Su's mother walked out of Prince Yang's mansion, she felt completely relaxed. Oh, I'm exhausted today. I've never sat so straight in my life. Su's mother came from the countryside and was a casual person by nature. She did whatever she felt comfortable with at home. Outside, you can only sit on the small chairs outside because it looks dignified. She has to keep her back straight and hold her hands up all day, so isn't she exhausted? It's okay. You'll get used to it if you participate more often. This was the only way Su Wan could comfort her. She quickly shook her head. No. Wait till tomorrow when your sister-in-law comes home. I won't have to worry about these things. Your sister-in-law has to handle these social interactions. Look at Madame Shun. She handles them with ease. I'm not from this circle. For me, this kind of occasion is just torture. Su's mother said whatever she wanted to say. She would rather stay at home and not go out. Su Wan just smiled. Her mother also wanted to be a hands-off boss every day, just like her. But it's also true that when my eldest sister-in-law comes into the family in the future, the household chores will be handed over to her, and she will definitely be able to manage it in order. In addition to playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the noble ladies in Kyoto also have to learn these things about managing the inner house. Outside, you also need to take all aspects into consideration. You have to be high-profile when you should be high-profile and low-profile when you should be low-profile. If others look down on you, you'll gain a reputation of being weak and easily bullied in this circle in the future, and anyone will dare to point fingers at you. When we returned to the Su mansion, and Su Yun had just returned from outside. During this period, he was busy with the opening of Chunglu in Kyoto, and was extremely exhausted. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. Su Wan has several years of experience in Xiangzhou. This time, Su Wan is not going to care about him anymore and let him do it on his own. In the original book, he also did it himself, and he did a pretty good job, didn't he? Su Wan, I've been running myself crazy lately. Kyoto is really huge, at least twice as big as Xiangzhou. Also, the prices here are too high. Everything is expensive. If you want fresh vegetables, you have to go out of town to buy them from farmers. Now I understand how hard it was for you to travel all over the country to do business. Su Yun sat in the hall, rubbing his legs constantly. Back then when he had Su Wan's help in Xiangzhou, he didn't feel anything. But now he has to do it all by himself, and he is really tired. Not to mention that Su Wan traveled all over the country back then, and was always busy like this wherever he went. For the Su family, she has really worried too much and suffered too much. Now she has donated everything without any regret, just to provide security for the Su family. What do you think of this? In short, he admires her. Su-won is his god, and he adores his sister very much. He often heard Su-won say this, so he learned it. Fourth brother, in my opinion, your physical fitness is too poor. You always said you wanted to learn martial arts, but you just talked and did nothing. It's boring. Su-won looked at him with disdain. He was at a loss because of Su-yun and couldn't refute it all. I'm too busy and don't have time, right? Su-yun began to quibble. TSK, what an excuse. Look at fifth brother. He practices Tai Chi in the yard when he has nothing to do. Look how healthy fifth brother is now. He never has a headache, fever, or cold all year round. Su-yi is indeed learning Tai Chi from Mr. Qian in Xiangzhou to strengthen his body, which is good. Su-won, I'm not convinced by what you said. I'm just complaining. Who said I'm not as good as Su-yi? I stir the wok in the kitchen every day. I have a muscular body, right? After saying this, Su-yun punched his chest and arms with his fists to show his dissatisfaction. Su-won was about to die of laughter, but she tried her best to hold it back. Oh, I'm so tired after today. I'm going to take a rest. Su-won stood up, rubbed her arm, and left. Lu-ying and Lu-yun were waiting for her at the door. Su-yun was very angry at her perfunctory attitude, but he didn't stop her in the end. After walking for a while, passing by Su-yi's yard, Su-won stopped and looked at the door, and found that he was playing the flute in the yard. In the past few years, he also started a side business. Su-won had a ready-made flute, so he took it because he was interested and found a teacher to teach him. He is much better at learning than Su-won and is very hardworking. Now he is very skilled in playing the flute. Moreover, as an artist, his aesthetic taste is extremely good now. It may be because he has spent more time with Mr. Qian, so he pursues more and more elegant tastes. This yard is tidied by him, and the scenery in each season is different. His hobby was also strange. He chose a remote yard, close to the large rockery at the back, and transplanted many ginkgo trees and maple trees at the back of the yard. From a distance, fifth brother's yard seemed to be surrounded and protected by trees. Su-yi obviously felt that someone was looking at him at the door. He turned around and found that it was Su-won who was observing him secretly. He grinned, and his smile was very warm, like the sunshine in winter. Su-yi's skin is whiter than Su-yun's, and his smile is as gentle as spring breeze, but Su-yun looks like a fool when he smiles, ha ha ha. Wanwan is back. Come in and sit down. Su-yi stood up and walked to the door to greet her. Now, Su-yun and Su-yi are going to come of age in winter, and we will have to give them a good party and celebrate then. The Su family brothers are all over 1.8 meters tall. In the past few years, Su-yun and Su-yi have also grown taller and quickly caught up with their older brothers. Su-yun is a sunny, silly boy, while Su-yi is elegant and graceful, with great taste. Su-yun gives people the impression of being a sports student, but he is a funny type. Fifth brother, I heard you playing the flute, so I stopped to listen. I just came back from Prince Xiang's mansion, so I won't go in to sit down. I'm a little tired today. Su-won hung her head, and indeed looked a little unwell. Hearing this, Su-yi smiled gently again. He took the flute in his hand and stepped out. Then I'll take you back. Su-yi's yard is a little far away from Su-won's yard. The yard closest to Su-won is his eldest brother's. Su-jing arranged it this way on purpose, saying that it is convenient for taking care of Su-won. The second is Su-chen, who is a martial arts expert and can protect her at any time. Su-chen's yard is right between Su-won's yard and Su's father and mother's yard, so he can take care of both sides. The fifth brother wanted to send her off, and Su-won did not refuse. The two siblings walked quietly on the road. They arrived at Farong Pavilion. Su-yi did not go in. Fifth brother, would you like to come in, sit down, drink some tea, and chat? Su-won tried to persuade him to stay. It's late at night, so I won't go in. Aren't you tired? Go to bed early. Su-yi is still very well behaved. Normally, he would not step into Su-won's yard casually, and certainly not at night, unless there is something going on. After Yu went back, Suwon took a shower and went to bed early, as he had to go to Feihua Tower to meet his fellow villagers tomorrow. Suwon got up early the next day because he had an appointment with Morong Hwai to meet in the afternoon, but Suwon still attached great importance to a meeting of this level. She didn't eat much for lunch. The family was busy with the eldest brother's wedding, and no one noticed where she went. They just thought she went out shopping. She was dressed very low-key. After all, both of them had high identities. If they were seen by someone with ulterior motives, who knows how they would spread gossip. Morong Hwai had been waiting at Feihua Tower early. Ever since he found out that Suwon was also a time traveler, he was so excited that he didn't sleep much that night. Suwon arrived at Feihua Tower and had just entered when the shopkeeper took the initiative to take her to the private room where Morong Hwai was. This Feihua Tower should be Morong Hwai's intelligence center. The door was pushed open. The two looked at each other, too excited to speak, and talked to each other for a long time. In fact, Morong Hwai really wanted to hug Suwon. From a modern perspective, a hug between men and women is just a way to express one's emotions, and it is even a polite way. However, after living here for several years, he has been somewhat influenced by the rules of this dynasty and still pays attention to the differences between men and women. Family, please sit down and let's have a good chat. Morong Hwai saw Suwon. It was like seeing a relative, someone closer to him than his mother, concubine Shun. After Morong Hwai revealed his true nature, he spoke with a Beijing accent, with clear and melodious pronunciation. After Suwon sat down, he kept grinning foolishly. How should I put it? This feeling is really indescribable. I'm just very excited. Morong Hwai ordered a lot of snacks, filling up the table and the best tea. He poured tea for Suwon and asked, "Tell me quickly, how long have you been here?" Suwon thought about it and made a 5 gesture. 5 years in total. Then I came a little later than you. I have only been here for less than 4 years. Morong Hwai also tilted his head and thought for a while before answering. I was confused before. The goat milk soap in Kyoto was all the rage and has now become an industry of the imperial court. I did some research on it and wondered how there could be goat milk soap in this era. But then I thought, according to our history, our ancestors invented soap thousands of years ago. This dynasty is fictitious, and it is understandable that there are so many talented people. A goat milk soap doesn't mean anything. At that time, I thought you were a wonderful woman, but I didn't expect that you are also a time traveler like me. You don't know that after we exchanged secret codes, I couldn't sleep all night last night. Morong Hwai didn't look like a precious prince at all. He just looked like an excited badger in the melon field. Suwon agreed with this, and her reaction was exactly the same as his. When I first heard about drinking song, I was also shocked. I thought we just had the same name, but when I heard the content, I was sure that you were also a time traveler. In order to match the secret code with yours and not arouse suspicion, I could only bring out Du Fu's poem. But I am different from you. I came from a book. The world I live in is actually a book. Did you just travel through time and space? Suwon's simple sentence contains so much information. Traveling through a book? Morong Hwai shook his head helplessly. This world is actually a book, isn't it? But I died in the sea when I was surfing. When I opened my eyes, I turned into the dude Prince Morong Hwai of this dynasty. So I also traveled into the world of the book, but I don't have a god's perspective, right? Suwon nodded and asked her to explain. She didn't know what was going on. Both of them spoke in a low voice. How could they plot such a thing out loud? If there were ears on the other side of the wall, it would be over. However, Morong Hwai was so smart. How could a time traveler like him make such a small mistake? He would have cleared the area long ago. There were only his own people outside, all of whom were his trusted aides cultivated over the years. Our world is a female-oriented novel. The protagonists are the current Huaimin County lady and your 5th brother Morong Shun. I was reborn as a vicious female supporting character with a tragic end, so I had to fight a lot when I first came here, so now the plot is all messed up. I can't guess where it's going to go next. I only know the endings of some characters. But now it seems that I can't guess the endings of these characters either. Morong Shun? How can a scheming boy like him be the protagonist? Why can he do that? Murong Huai heard that Lao Wu was the male lead. He immediately became dissatisfied. First traveled through time. It took him some time to accept his identity, and he was very low-key in everything he did and said. However, after he completely accepted his new identity, he began to think that he should not use this identity in vain. He couldn't come here for nothing, so he decided to become the emperor who ruled the world and give it a try. It would be worth it even if he failed. Perhaps it's because the protagonist created by the author is excellent in the eyes of the readers, but when we personally enter this world, what you see is the most real. Everyone has selfish desires, and there is no absolutely perfect person. Or perhaps it is because of our arrival that something has changed, but everyone has only one goal, which is to live beautifully in this world. This is Su Wan's personal opinion. Apart from that, she seems to have no words that can comfort herself. Murong Huai nodded approvingly and then said, "Tell me about the general plot of the book and how you have been in this world over the years, what you have done. And do you know what my fate is in the book?" he asked. As for his fate, Su Wan thought about it carefully and said, "You are at best a passerby in the book, and you don't appear many times. In the original novel, you are a salty prince, not fighting or competing, just wanting to be a qualified playboy. Your final ending is not bad, right? After Murong Sheng became emperor, you took your mother and sister to the border fiefdom. You are also the only prince who died well in the war for the throne. Those who went against Murong Sheng had a bad ending. Some died, some were disabled, and some even spent the rest of their lives in prison." Murong Huai felt a little sad when he heard about his fate. What good could a fiefdom on the border be? It was just to save his life. But when he heard the last sentence, Murong Huai suddenly shuddered. What do you mean he was the only prince who had a good ending? Does that mean all his brothers had bad endings? What the heck is there to say? He is so cruel and ruthless. If he becomes the emperor, I will have a hard time. I always targeted him in the military camp and stole his limelight. Don't be anxious. Let me tell you the direction of the original book, and then you can analyze it slowly. Su Wan asked him to be patient. Original book is the growth line from Gu Yu's perspective, the love story with Murong Sheng, and the efforts made by the two to climb to a higher position. This requires mentioning some of the main characters in the book, such as the vicious female supporting character Su Wan, who appears in the early stages and is used as a contrast to highlight the good qualities of the heroine. Of course, as the second male lead, Jiang Yu is inferior to the male lead in every way, but in Su Wan's heart, Jiang Yu's character is invincible. And the 5 brothers of the Su family are complete tools. They seem to have no independent thoughts. They only know how to pamper Gu Yu, support her, and use her. Su Wan now thinks that it was all the author's deliberate creation of characters. In her writing, the characters have lost their souls and the right to express their own emotions. Instead, if she makes him angry, he has to be angry. Perhaps all paper people are like this, so only when you enter this world and come into contact with it, you will see the real people, some good and some bad, with their own thoughts and joys and sorrows. And Murong Sheng was able to ascend the throne smoothly because of the help of these people. Gu Yu provided him with financial resources, Jiang Yu provided him with troops, Su Jing negotiated for him in the court, and Su Chun was an emotionless killer. Just the icing on the cake, adding a few more layers of brilliance to Gu Yu. The novel reaches the middle and late stages, which is when the character of Su Wan has already died, and everything exists for Gu Yu. As for Murong Huai, he is a cannon fodder, used to carry out the plot. He is pulled out when needed, and each time he appears, the description does not exceed 300 words. He is a full prince, and his existence is only to highlight Murong Sheng's wisdom. After hearing the rest, Murong Huai was so angry that he almost died. Why was Murong Sheng so cool and awesome? He was just an ordinary cannon fodder. It was so unfair. I finally understand. I am dispensable in the book. The reason I have a good ending is because I am a fool and pose no threat. You are written as a vicious female supporting role, and you can only save yourself and redeem yourself. After listening to what you said, I found that it was not easy for you. You even straightened some crooked teeth with your bare hands. He mentioned probably refer to Su Jing's future, Su Yun's deformed feelings, and Jiang Yu's fate as a tool. It's okay, mainly because I have a bird's eye view, otherwise I don't know what it would be like now. Fortunately, she had a golden finger. Others use space systems when traveling through time, but she has a god's perspective when traveling through books. That's pretty good, and she is content. That's true, but I think that since all of us paper people have souls, then in our own eyes, we are the protagonists. Now the plot is ruined, as you said, and I also changed the plot. To tell you the truth, when I first accepted the fact of the time travel, I just thought that I couldn't be so mediocre. I had to plan something for myself, so I thought about joining the army and fighting Shun. Now my popularity has overshadowed him, but I didn't expect that I would bring his NPC to my side. The NPCs he was referring to were Jiang Yu and Su Chen. When he first saw their performance on the battlefield and their impressive martial arts skills, out of a man's normal admiration for them, he wanted to make friends with them. Unexpectedly, these friends he made with such sincerity turned out to be the main characters in the book. You mean Jiang Yu and Su Chen, right? I have to warn you, although we are from the same place, they are very important to me in this world, and you are not allowed to use them to hurt them. Su-won would not be blinded by excitement and ignore even his own brother and the person he likes. Hwai shrugged after hearing this. Hey, I guess we are good citizens in the 21st century who have received 12 years of compulsory education and 4 years of education at a prestigious university, but we are so despicable in your eyes, right? Seeing his accusing look, Su-won burst out laughing. She also understood what Hwai meant. His original decision was simply to fight for himself and make some plans. After all, as a man who traveled through time from the 21st century and became a prince, how could he not have some ambitions and pursuits? Moreover, Hwai is a modern man, so his insights and strategies are naturally better than those of the ancients. No, I understand what you mean, but you and Shun are on opposite sides now, so you have to be careful. You are now one of his opponents, the kind that can pose a threat, and you never know when he might trick you. He wants to fight for the throne. Can Su-won stop him? My current identity is legitimate, okay? For Su-won, as long as it doesn't affect her life, it doesn't matter. Hwai wants to fight, let her fight. Anyway, she doesn't want Shun to be the emperor. If Gu Yu becomes the queen, she will not have a good life. The only way is to let Hwai become the emperor. Hwai is a man of the 21st century. He has advanced thoughts and ideas. If he becomes emperor, he might really be able to lead a dynasty towards greater prosperity. After all, we are modern people, and our thinking will not be as rigid as that of the ancients. However, whether he is suitable to be an emperor still needs further observation. Even though he, like Su-won, has traveled through time from the future, Su-won will not believe him 100%. I can only say that they sympathize with each other. When she thinks that she is not the only one in this world, she feels comforted. Hwai is now her special friend. Don't worry, after today's meeting, we are considered family. In this strange world, let's help each other. Come, after drinking this cup of tea, we will be good friends. If you have any problems, let me know. As a prince, I can still do a lot of things. I understand what you mean. I won't force anyone to stand on my side. I will rely on my own abilities to gain everyone's recognition. People who come from modern times have correct values and will not use any means to gain anyone's support. Hwai firmly believes that his abilities are the result of real hard work, and there will always be people who can recognize his talent. His tone and attitude were sincere, and Su-won was willing to make friends with him, so he drank the cup of tea. The two people are at different heights and have different standpoints, so they will not be opponents and can certainly be friends. I'm not a very smart person, but if you think highly of me, I'm willing to help you if you have any problems, as long as they don't violate my bottom line. Su-won's bottom line is her family and the people she cares about. As long as it does not affect their own interests, she is willing to help. It is not a bad idea to let Hwai be the emperor. Anyway, it seems that Shun is no longer suitable to be the emperor. If Hwai had not traveled through time, he might still be the chosen son of God. But God loves to play jokes. Bugs appear one after another. No one knows what Gu Yu and Shun have committed. The two of them drank tea and became good friends. This was also a secret between them. Behind the scenes, they were good friends who appreciated each other from another world. In front of others, they were still a noble prince and a respected princess, and they could not act too familiar with each other. Hwai also treated Su Wan as his own and told her directly about his ambition. He wanted to be the emperor. Said so bluntly, and laughed. You said these treasonous words to me. Aren't you afraid that I will stab you in the back? The current emperor is still alive, and you want to be the emperor. Su Wan lowered his voice and complained quietly. Hwai raised an eyebrow and said disapprovingly, As I said before, I am an idle fish with aspirations. Don't worry, I am better than Shun anyway. And I believe that we are both highly educated people in the 21st century. The situation is there, and our goals are different. I want to climb high, and you want peace. If I succeed in the future, all of your dreams will not be difficult to achieve. If I die in the future, I may not be able to control it, but as long as I am alive, your Su family will be able to live in peace. I can guarantee that you will live a carefree life in this strange world. He is really open-minded. He told her everything right away, and it seems that he really trusts her. Su Wan could understand that if she were a man and traveled through time to Hwai's position, she would make the same choice as him. After all, the trip would not be in vain, and she had to leave a mark in this world, right? Unfortunately, she started out as an unknown cannon fodder female supporting role, without any status blessing. She has come to where she is today through her own efforts. It's good enough to have reached this point, and she should be content. I don't have any big pursuits. I don't ask for a sensational or famous life, but I just want to live a beautiful life with a clear conscience. Today's meeting went very smoothly. It is comfortable to talk to modern people. You don't need to worry about saying something wrong, and you can play with memes as you like. Su Wan told Hwai how he died. After hearing this, he widened his eyes in surprise. So you are the unlucky one. Your story has been reported. The short video has received over 1 million likes and tens of millions of views. When I saw this video, I also clicked the like button. The way Su Wan died was quite strange. He was standing fine in the gold shop, but was hit to death by a car. How unlucky was that? If he could see, he would definitely see the several black lines on Su Wan's forehead, which had become tangled into a ball. My family members, I really have no words to say. Should I be happy that the highlight of my life is actually being killed? She said was so humorous that Hwai couldn't stop laughing. I don't know how long it has been since I laughed so heartily in front of others. As a member of the royal family, I have to pay attention to my image all the time when I am outside. I cannot let others see my weaknesses. I also have to argue with them in the court. It's really tiring. I'm afraid that after working so hard for so long, you'll suddenly fail miserably. It would be fun if the emperor then dislikes you and kicks you out of the list of heirs. Of course, when he was in the military camp with Jiang Yu and Su Chen, he could still be himself most of the time. He also learned that Jiang Yu and Su Wan's love started because of Su Wan's redemption. No wonder that guy loved her so much. The 21st century shines brightly in another world. How many people can withstand it? But then again, outstanding girls are always popular. Hwai still admired Su Wan very much because he knew that he was telling the truth. Unlike him, although he was admitted to a prestigious university, he let himself go after he relaxed. He stayed up all night in the dormitory playing games with his roommates and failed courses as frequently as he changed clothes. He was nothing. I regret not having read enough books when I need them. I should have read them thoroughly. You're really interesting. Maybe I'll be reported too, with a headline like, "A male college student was surfing alone on the sea and died on the bottom of the sea." He muttered, somewhat helplessly. You have nothing to worry about. I still have family in the modern world. I'm afraid my parents must have cried themselves blind. Fortunately, they have 2 sons and my brother is also very successful. At least I won't be gone, and no one will take care of them in their old age. Perhaps this is the only consolation. Fortunately, I am not an only child. Otherwise, what would my parents do? Since you are here, you should make the best of it. You also have your mother here. Imperial concubine Shun looks fine. Soo-won had met Imperial concubine Shun once, and she looked quite gentle. He just didn't know if they would fight to the death in the palace fight. My mother is a stupid beauty. She is completely protected by my father. If it weren't for my father, I don't know how many times she would have been framed. This was the conclusion Morong-hwai came to after spending so much time with concubine Shun. His mother was very simple and Buddhist, and she was able to survive to this day only because of the honor and favor she received. You are truly a biological son. If your mother knew that you were complaining about her like this, she would be so angry, Soo-won deliberately joked. I dare to say this because he is my biological son. My mother is very kind and gentle to me. She always responds to my requests. Otherwise, I would not have such a reputation before. Morong-hwai vaguely recalled the incredulous expression on his mother's face when he returned from the battlefield with honor. She saw herself. She seemed to not recognize herself. She complained, "Oh my God, I've only heard of thunder making people stupid, but never heard of it making people smart? Is this really my son?" That's right. The seventh Prince Morong-hwai was struck by lightning 4 years ago. He didn't die, but he was ill for a long time. After that, the current Morong-hwai took over. Seeing that he had been out for such a long time, Soo-won thought that it was time for him to go back. For now, their interests did not conflict, and they would not become opponents. It would be quite interesting to be good friends and chat with each other. Soo-won and Morong-hwai chatted for such a long time, but she also remembered the time, so she left when it was almost time. Morong-hwai did not ask anyone to see her off. Instead, he would leave half an hour later in the evening to avoid causing any misunderstanding. Soo-won returned to the Soo mansion with Loo-yun and Loo-ying in a good mood, humming a song intermittently. For the next half-month, she accompanied her mother Soo every day to prepare for her eldest brother's wedding. The whole house was filled with festive atmosphere, with red silk hung everywhere and wedding characters posted on the wall. Soo-moo has already written a marriage certificate for Sun Linger and prepared a betrothal gift himself. It is not as generous as the one prepared by his elder brother because the two of them plan to hold the wedding in a low-key manner. Sun Linger didn't want to be too ostentatious, and Dr. Sun also said that it was just a formality. As long as the etiquette and rules were in place, the amount of the betrothal gift didn't matter. They were not a wealthy family, so they didn't care about these things. But despite this, Soo's mother still added some to Soo-moo's betrothal gift list. A 3-story house was bought in Kyoto. Sun Linger's name was written on the title deed, and the betrothal gifts were sent directly to the house. The couple's wedding date was set for the end of September, and they chose a good day that was suitable for getting married. There are many good things happening this year. What Soo's father and mother hope to see most is that their sons get married quickly and have a few children to take care of while they are still strong. Soo Jing is already 26 years old, and it is finally time for him to get married. After the eldest son got married, the second son got married, but the third, fourth, and fifth sons still don't know where their wives are. At first, Soo-moo felt that it was too rushed. He was afraid that Dr. Sun would be reluctant to part with his granddaughter, so he planned to postpone the marriage for 2 years. Unexpectedly, Dr. Sun was very supportive of their early marriage because he was old and wanted to see his granddaughter have a good home during his lifetime. It would be even better if he had a few great-grandchildren. Soo-moo listened to his master and mistress very much. He would stay in Kyoto this year and stay there for a few years after getting married. After he had children, he would return to Jeongjo to live and return to his roots. They also took into consideration that Soo's mother might not want to leave her child, so they planned to live in Kyoto for a few years after marriage. Dr. Sun and Grandma Yi are already over 60 years old. They are really half buried in the ground and are no longer fit to run around. Although they look strong now, don't many people die in their sleep? At this age, even if you close your eyes at night, you don't know if you can see the sun tomorrow. Living one more day means earning one more day. Soo-moo and Sun Linger were both very filial, so they did not hesitate and agreed to the idea of marriage between the two families. They had already gone through the official documents and completed the 3 books and 6 ceremonies, and now they were just waiting for the wedding in September. Therefore, Sun Linger had to avoid suspicion before marriage and took her grandparents to live in the house that the Su family bought specifically for her. From a modern perspective, the Su family is a good home with good conditions. As soon as I got married, I had a house and a car, and my husband was very filial and reliable. The love story between Su Mu and Sun Linger is full of sweetness. The stubborn and old-fashioned little doctor vs. the quirky and mischievous girl. The former is a bit slow in responding to matters of the heart, and Sun Linger has to guide him, setting traps and teasing him from time to time, making the straight man fall deeply in love and unable to extricate himself. In the original novel, Sun Linger appears in almost all of the few plots that describe the second brother. The two are inseparable. Sun Linger falls in love with the second brother at first sight, and the second brother falls in love with her over time. It's so sweet. Their love story had no twists and turns and was very smooth along the way. It was only a matter of time before they got together. The wedding date was set for early May. The day before the wedding, the Shun family would host a banquet to marry off their daughter, and the next day would be the main day for the Su family. The older brother became more nervous at such times. Mother Su asked him to try on the wedding dress, which fit him perfectly. He looked even more majestic than the bright red top scholar gown he wore when he returned home in glory that day. Because he will be able to marry his beloved girl soon. Oh my Ah-jing looks so energetic in this red wedding dress. It looks so beautiful. God bless us. Our Su family is really lucky. When Su's mother saw her eldest son wearing wedding clothes, she was so happy. Other people's grandchildren are old enough to go out and buy tofu, but she has no grandchildren yet. She doesn't care. She wants grandchildren, both grandchildren and grandchildren. She loves them all. 1 or 2 is not too few, 3 or 4 would be even better, haha. The whole family was happy for Su Jing, and everyone was in high spirits. Su Wan even found a tailor and had someone come to the Su mansion last month to make clothes for everyone so that they could wear something decent and luxurious on the day of their eldest brother's wedding. Dusk, Jiang Yu came back and Jiang Yunhe was with him. The purpose of this trip to Zhengzhou was firstly to visit my grandfather and secondly to bring the betrothal gift that my grandfather had prepared for Su Wan. Then, I could send it together with the betrothal gift prepared by the Duke John's mansion to the Su mansion for proposal. My grandfather is old and not suitable for traveling, so he asked Jiang Yunhe to represent him in proposing. The 2 children get married in the future. He will come in person to be a witness. Whenever Jiang Yu returned to Kyoto, he would wear a mask wherever he went. No one in Kyoto, even the second wife of Duke Jiang and his second son Jiang Yan, had ever seen his true face. He was very mysterious. Only the Su family and Morong Sheng and Morong Huai from the royal family knew about it. Su Wan was quite surprised to see him at this time. He had no problem entering the Su mansion this time because Jiang Yunhe didn't want to live in Duke Zhang's mansion or Farong Cottage, but he thought it was too quiet. So the only option was the Su mansion. After all, his apprentice is here, and he hasn't seen him for several years. He is also missing this bad boy. The moment Su Chen saw his master, he was so excited that he was speechless. He rushed up and gave him a bear hug. "Master," he shouted, his tone unable to hide his excitement. "You little jerk, be gentle. I'm old. How can I withstand what you're doing?" Jiang Yunhe joked. All in all, he is only in his 40s this year, about the same age as Su's father. How come he can't bear it after just hugging him? Su Chen quickly let go of Jiang Yunhe, then rubbed his head embarrassedly. "I haven't seen you for a long time, right? I'm so excited." He originally thought that after his eldest brother's wedding was over, he would take leave and go to Zhengzhou to visit his master, but he didn't expect that his master would come by himself. Jiang Yunhe is Su Chen's mentor, which means he is a distinguished guest of the Su family. Su's mother ordered the servants to prepare an unused small courtyard for Mr. Jiang to rest. Jiang Yunhe was also very happy to see his disciple, but he still paid great attention to etiquette and brought many gifts when he visited. "Master Su, Madam Su, I am sorry to have to bother you for a few days. This is just a small token of my appreciation. It is not a token of respect. The gifts brought to the door, there are also gifts for Su Jing's wedding. Mr. Jiang is so polite. You are Su Chen's mentor. Just treat this place as your own home. We used to live in the same village for more than 10 years. We have a bond. You have helped our family a lot in the past, and we will always remember it. In the past, the Su family was poor and he and his wife were not at home. Later, he found out that because of Su Chen, every time Jiang Yunhe caught something good, he would ask Su Chen to take some back for a snack at home, saying that it was what he deserved after helping to slaughter the animals so that the children of the Su family could eat without burden. It's because the child has a promising future and is willing to work hard that he has achieved what he has today. It's a great achievement for me to have such a disciple in my lifetime, haha. Jiang Yunhe looked at Su Chen with eyes full of pride and smiled brightly. Then, he looked at Su Wan, who was standing aside. The last time they met was last year. Unexpectedly, this girl became more and more beautiful. He didn't know what good fortune this boy Jiang Yu had. Ever since Jiang Yu entered the door and saw the Su family, his eyes have been looking at Su Wan with tenderness. Su Wan felt embarrassed by her gaze and could only lower his head, his ears slightly red. My goodness, no matter how thick-skinned you are, you can't stand to stare. Su-yun had long discovered that Jiang Yu had ill intentions and had been staring at Wan since he entered the room. So he simply pulled Su Wan's hand and asked her to stand behind him, blocking Jiang Yu's sight. Afterwards, he looked at Jiang Yu provocatively. This Su-yun, when things are good to you, he treats you like a brother, but when it comes to Su Wan, he becomes as stingy as a jerk. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows helplessly. It seemed that he would suffer a lot from these 5 brothers of the Su family in the future. After arranging Jiang Yunhe as accommodation, everyone went back to their own work. Su Chun went specially to accompany his master to reminisce the past. Su Yun's Chenglu is scheduled to open in mid-May and is now preparing for promotion. Chenglu is not an inn. If it combines dining and accommodation, as soon as it opens, many restaurants in Kyoto will face bankruptcy. Chenglu was in Xiangzhou. Many restaurants went bankrupt. The business was monopolized by Chenglu. Restaurants with similar strength to Chenglu were instantly defeated and lost all their money. The other brothers of the Su family were arranged to entertain Jiang Yu. He was the eldest son of Duke Jiang. Su's mother and father still felt a little restrained when they saw him. Used to think that he was just an ordinary son of a merchant family in Kyoto, but I never expected that he was actually the prince of the Duke's mansion. I'm sorry for not welcoming you, Prince Jiang. If we're not welcoming you well, please forgive me. Su Jing sat in his seat, looking at Jiang Yu with a smile. Sitting in the main seat were Su's father and mother. When they heard their eldest son speak in such a sarcastic tone, they felt a pang in their hearts. Jiang Yu was helpless. What should he do if his brother-in-law was not very friendly to him? I used to call him a Yu, but now I call him Prince. That seems too strange. No, the Su family has been very kind to me, and Aunt Su treats me like her own son. How could I dislike them? Jiang Yu's shameless smile made Su Yun roll his eyes. Upon hearing this, Su's mother quickly said, Ayu, just treat this place as your own home. Come whenever you want. Auntie welcomes you at any time. She was quite satisfied with Jiang Yu, and she agreed to have him as her son-in-law. Before, she just thought that this boy was very capable and protected their Su family very well. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. However, the second wife of the Duke's mansion doesn't seem easy to get along with. If Su Wan marries her, will she be wronged? But she may have forgotten that her daughter is not the type to suffer injustice. Normally, if anything is said, she will retort on the spot. Don't forget, she is a princess now. It is more than enough for her to deal with a concubine. Her status can crush her. Yes, Ayu, we are all family. When we were in Xiangzhou before, we treated you as our own family. You can come to the Su mansion anytime you want. Even if you want to live here, it's no problem. These words were spoken by Su's father. After he finished speaking, the 4 sons in the family all looked at Su's father and mother, who were sitting at the top. Wow, this guy is really good at letting a wolf into the house. Now, Only the brothers are still awkward about Jiang Yu and Su-won's affairs. Su's father and mother have long regarded him as their son-in-law. Then I'll respectfully obey your command. Jiang Yu raised a bright smile. It doesn't matter. The biggest hurdle has been overcome. Let his brothers target him as they please. As long as he can marry Wanwan, he will accept it. Su-won was not in the reception room, but returned to her own yard. However, she was still thinking about Jiang Yu in her heart. She hadn't seen him for more than a month. That guy is being harassed by his brothers and probably can't get away. I'm afraid I won't see him today. But she didn't expect that she had a mother who is a great helper to her. Su's mother knows her daughter very well. She has been through it herself and can understand her feelings and her desire to see her loved one. So, she arranged for her brothers to do the work and then left the opportunity to Jiang Yu, asking him to find Su-won. Jiang Yu walked in the Su mansion openly this time. Although he had only been here once, he was already familiar with the layout of the Su mansion, and he found Su-won's Farong pavilion very easily. Su-won was swinging on the swing and didn't notice that someone had appeared behind him. Lu Yun and Lu Ying disappeared without a trace. Lu Yun, push me hard, I want to try something exciting. Su-won wanted to swing the swing high and experience the exciting feeling of weightlessness. Behind him, a big hand pushed the swing, and it immediately swung very high.
Su-won scouted excitedly.
Higher, higher. She felt it was not high enough and continued to give instructions. It can't be any higher. It can only be this high. A familiar voice sounded behind her. Su-won turned around quickly and saw that the swing was still swinging. She lost her grip and fell backwards. She screamed in fright and closed her eyes. The expected pain did not come, but I fell into a solid and warm embrace. Jiang Yu hugged her with one hand and used the other hand to steady the shaking swing. Su-won opened her eyes and found that it was Jiang Yu, who was smiling at her tenderly. You are so old, but you are still so reckless? Su-won broke free from his arms and looked at him in confusion. It was already night. Why was he still here? You haven't left yet? I thought you went back home. Jiang Yu nodded. I wanted to come and see you before I left. Just now? Su-won muttered softly when he heard it. Jiang Yu would not be satisfied with just a glance at her. What he wanted was to be alone with her for a while, even if it was just to sit together quietly. Missing someone is like an invisible big hand. When a person has worries in his heart, that big hand will always pull him from time to time, intensifying the longing in his heart that is about to burst out. Or, just stay here tonight and go with Big Brother to pick up the bride tomorrow. Just now, Su Jing had invited him. Since he was here, and it was so late today, he would go to pick up the bride tomorrow. Shin Qingli had someone pass on a message saying that the eldest brother of the Shun family had returned and had arranged many talented men and beautiful women to block the door. He was also waiting for many difficult problems, so he should be mentally prepared. Tomorrow, Su Jing would have to overcome many difficulties before he could win the beauty. Jiang Yu happened to catch up and was drafted into the army and was scheduled to join the team to break through the pass the next day. Are you going too? Su-won looked at him in surprise, which meant that he was going to be his elder brother's best man. But it's also true that everyone is so familiar with each other, and they used to be like brothers. Although Su Jing minds the matter between him and his sister, and has never told him for such a long time, his friendship with Jiang Yu remains unchanged. Therefore, it is understandable to invite Jiang Yu to accompany him to pick up the bride. After nightfall, the entire Su mansion was illuminated by red lanterns, creating a warm atmosphere of joy. Well, I'm going too. Are you surprised? He pulled Su-won to sit on the stone bench in the yard. It's not surprising. It's great. Our Su family hasn't held a wedding banquet for a long time. This time, my eldest brother and sister Shun are finally married. I'm happy for them. From tomorrow on, I'll have a sister-in-law. There was actually a hint of pride in Su-won's expression. He knew it clearly in his heart before, but due to etiquette, he couldn't call her sister-in-law. From now on, he can call her that openly. My eldest and second sisters-in-law are both remarkable people. One is a talented lady from the capital, a lady from a famous family, and the other is the descendant of a divine doctor with unparalleled wisdom. In the future, there will be third, fourth, and fifth sisters-in-law, and they will surely be outstanding people as well. Seeing her boastful expression, Jiang Yu just looked at her and smiled. That was great. These people would be his family in the future. Before he met Su Wan, he felt very lonely. After meeting her, that feeling of loneliness became more and more distant from him. I went to Zhongzhou this time and brought the betrothal gifts that your grandfather prepared for you to Kyoto. However, this betrothal gift must be given to you privately. Only the gift from the Duke's mansion can be given to you openly. I hope you don't mind. I'm afraid that if the ceremony is too grand, it will cause unnecessary suspicion and trouble. Taboos in Kyoto. If a family like the Duke's mansion brings two betrothal gifts together to the Su mansion, I'm afraid there won't be enough space to put them all on the two streets. This overwhelming wealth will bring about a lot of trouble. The censors in the court are all worried about not having enough achievements. If the time comes, they will jointly impeach the Duke's mansion for abusing their power for personal gain and giving it some unfounded accusations. The fear is that it will implicate the Su family. Su Wan understood and nodded obediently. She knew that Jiang Yu was doing this for her own good, but he also wanted to give her the best to show his sincerity and respect. Therefore, these things only need to be understood by the Su family themselves, and there is no need for others to see them. Does your father know about us? Su Wan suddenly asked a question that caught Jiang Yu off guard. He hadn't mentioned this matter to Duke Jiang yet. Firstly, the relationship between father and son was not good. It should be said that Jiang Yu had a grudge against him. Whenever they were under the same roof, they never spoke more than 10 sentences. Secondly, Duke Jiang spent most of his time training in the military camp, and the father and son had few opportunities to meet, and he had never asked about Jiang Yu's marriage. I'll find a time to talk to him. My marriage is my own decision. Don't worry, Wan Wan. After we get married, we don't need to live in the Duke's mansion. We can move out. Or I can live with you in the Su mansion for a long time. Jiang Yu had already made up his mind. He wouldn't care what others thought of him. As long as Su Wan was happy, that was all that mattered. How could Su Wan not be moved when she heard him say that? Living in the Su mansion in the future, what's the difference between that and being a live-in son-in-law? It's also about a man's dignity and face. I'm afraid he will become a joke in Kyoto in the future. Moreover, even if he is willing, would Duke Jiang be willing? If his son moves out to live with his parents-in-law after getting married, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Would your father, Duke Jiang, agree to this? I'm afraid he would break your legs. He won't. The relationship between him and me is weak. He never took care of me since I was a child. Besides, I am not his only son. From Jiang Yu's words that he has a lot of dissatisfaction with his father. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. In fact, Duke Jiang's position on Jiang Yu is very firm. At least for so many years, he's been sitting firmly in the position of the crown prince. His so-called other son has always existed as a jerk son. It can be said that he gave enough dignity to the late Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Yu. Duke Jiang must care about his son. After all, he is the child of his beloved woman. Su Wan had never met Duke Jiang, so she couldn't make any comment, but she had to admit that a man who was so well regarded by the people and soldiers couldn't be that bad. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Can you give me a hug? Jiang Yu stood up, walked to Su Wan, then gently supported her head, hugged her, and let her head rest under his ribs. I haven't seen her for more than a month. I miss this little girl so much. Su Wan also stretched out his hand and put his arm around Jiang Yu's waist. She could feel how good the man's body was, and his abdominal muscles were so hard that she wanted to pinch them.
Ba.
What was she thinking about? As she was thinking, she went off track. They hugged each other quietly for a while, and then chatted sweetly. Jiang Yu didn't kiss her tonight. Maybe he felt embarrassed to be in this yard with the stars above his head. Stayed at the Su mansion tonight, living in the same yard with Su Chen. Anyway, the two of them often slept together in the military camp. After Su Chen had a fight with Jiang Yu last time, he silently accepted the blow from him, and the resentment in his heart dissipated a lot. Forget it. If I have to choose someone to be my brother-in-law in the future, it would be better to choose Jiang Yu. The first day of May is the day when Su Jing of the Su family marries Shun Qingli, the third lady of the Grand Secretary's family. In the morning, and the Su family got up early. The banquet tables in the mansion had already been set up, and everything for entertaining guests in the back garden and front yard was ready. The Su family married the first daughter-in-law, who was also the legitimate daughter of a Grand Secretary. They could not lose her dignity, so all the specifications were of the best, so as not to lose face. Red silk wedding characters could be seen everywhere. Su Jing's yard was decorated like a bridal chamber, and the couch in the room was covered with peanuts, longans, and red dates. They are also piled up into small towers on the plate, placed steadily. Su Jing changed into his groom's wedding suit early in the morning. The crown on his head was very gorgeous. It was a reward from the emperor, who had specially asked court craftsmen to make it for him when he heard that he was going to get married. Golden hair crown with a tassel chain made Su Jing look precious. It was the first time that Su Wan saw such a noble elder brother. Usually, he looked like a modest gentleman, gentle as jade, and his clothes were very simple. But there is no doubt that if Su Jing dresses up well, he is not inferior to any noble son. He has an innate temperament, which shows that his life is extraordinary. Su Wan was also wearing a purple gauze skirt with crabapple flowers embroidered with gold thread today. The crabapple flowers at the corners of the skirt were clustered together, which looked very beautiful. Su Jing took the auspicious time and went to the Shun mansion with the wedding procession to pick up the bride. The four brothers of the Su family and Jiang Yu all followed Su Jing on horseback. They were all dressed decently, but they would not overshadow Su Jing. Today I accompanied Su Jing to pick up the bride and went through many difficulties. Ceremonial band played gongs and drums along the way and set off firecrackers from time to time. Ordinary people on the street stopped by the roadside to watch the fun and talked about this wedding with great relish. It was said to be a match made in heaven. Their love story had already spread throughout Kyoto. Just as Su Wan had said before, Third Miss Shun and Minister Su hit it off at first sight and fell in love with each other again. Unfortunately, number one scholar Su was transferred to Xuanhe at that time and could not return to Beijing for several years. Third Miss Shun was already of marriageable age, but she was still waiting patiently. Number one scholar completed his great cause and proposed to Third Miss when he returned. The lovers finally got married. The two families were considered to be of equal status. One family had produced a second-rank minister, a fourth-rank military general, and a princess who was generous to the people and had a kind heart. It is said that perfect couples are made in heaven, and good people should be a family. The Shun mansion was still decorated with lights and red silks hung everywhere. Many noble ladies from Kyoto came to Shun Qingli's boudoir to add to her makeup. After the bride is picked up, they will go to the Su mansion to attend the wedding banquet. The brothers and sisters of the Shun family came back. Even the half-sisters came back and politely added to Shun Qingli's makeup. They are concubines' daughters and have to rely on the support of the Grand Secretary's mansion. Now that the third sister is marrying Minister Su, the family of Minister Su is also of good status. By building a good relationship with the third sister, she can have another viable network of contacts. The eldest brother of the Shun family, who is also Shun Qingli's biological brother, came back from faraway Huizhou to attend his sister's wedding and send her off. He has been appointed prefect of Huizhou, and he will be transferred back to Beijing in 2 years at most. This time when he came back, the Shun family had a small reunion. The eldest brother of the Shun family was still very satisfied with Su Jing. His ability to manage the Xian River well showed his ability. He had already known that the people in the Su family were very good and capable. Mrs. Shun cried several times today, always wiping her tears quietly. Looking at my daughter in her red and green wedding gown, with a phoenix crown and bridal attire, she was so beautiful beyond words. Shun Qingli is almost 20 years old. In modern times, she is still young, but in ancient times, she would be an old maid. She has received a lot of criticism over the years, but she doesn't take it seriously. As long as she can live a good life in the future, what's wrong with getting married later? It is said that it is difficult to have both in this world. A woman with a good family background may not marry a good husband, and a woman with a good husband may not marry a good family background. But she is both. Is she a winner in life? Shin Qingli looked at her crying mother, and her eyes also turned red. Don't worry, mother. I will come back to see you often. Nonsense, since you're going to your husband's house. You should put your husband's house first in everything you do. Be filial to your parents-in-law, support your husband, be friendly to your sisters, and take care of the inner house. Don't always think about running back home. Your parents-in-law are simple and kind people. You should respect them well when you marry into the Su family. Princess Xuanla is your best friend, and you'll be your sister-in-law in the future. I believe you can get along well with her. The brothers-in-law of the Su family are all promising and capable people. As the eldest sister-in-law, you should set a good example for the relationship between sisters-in-law in the future. Do you understand? Mrs. Shun has said these words to her daughter many times, but Shun Qingli always listened patiently. Qingli, you are the youngest daughter of our family, and you are the apple of everyone's eye. But now you are going to be married, and you have to change the bad temper and bad habits you have developed at home. People have entrusted the household chores to you, and you will be responsible for the family. You can't be bad-tempered anymore, understand? Mrs. Shun finished speaking. The Grand Secretary came again, and Shun Qingli was helpless. It was Brother Shen who felt sorry for his sister and retorted, Father and Mother, our Qingli married into the Su mansion to enjoy life, not to be a servant. I agree that she should be filial to her parents-in-law, support her husband, and be friendly to her brothers and sisters. But if she is wronged, our Shin family will not tolerate it. Pa, look at what you said. Is your brother-in-law so untrustworthy? I know, aging. He is the most caring child, and the Su family's parents are so kind. How can our Qingli be wronged if she marries him? Mrs. Shin really trusts Su Jing and thinks highly of the son-in-law. Well, Su Jing is also a student I have taught. I know his character. Princess Xuanla donated her family property for the sake of Jin's state. Doesn't this prove how good the Su family's education is? In short, we are all relieved that Qingli will marry into the Su family. All the brothers in the world who love their sisters will be dissatisfied with their sister's sweetheart. Even if they admit it in their hearts, they will still say a few sour words. Brother, isn't it the same for the 5 brothers in the Su family? Jiang Yu was almost squeezed to death. Master, Madam, the son-in-law is almost here. We can get ready. The nanny beside Madam Shun came to report. Shun Qingli heard the voice. Her face turned red with nervousness and shyness. The maid quickly helped her cover the tassel curtain on her hair crown, and then brought her a peacock fan for her to use to cover her face. Everyone be ready. Don't show mercy to my brother-in-law. Show off your best skills and give him a good test. At the command from the eldest brother of the Shin family, the talented men and women took their positions and prepared to block the door. The Grand Secretary and Madame Shen went to the front hall to receive the wedding party first, while the eldest brother of the Shin family brought his support group to block the way, requiring Su Jing to pass layers of tests before he could take the bride away. Today, Su Jing also has talented people and generals with great martial arts skills, so he should be able to pass the test. As for the Shin family, at most they prepared a lot of riddles, poems, or songs for him to answer. Of course, there are also people who know martial arts, and they want to compete on the spot. When Shun Qingli heard that Su Jing was here and saw her brother's aggressive look, she quickly grabbed one of her half-sisters. Big sister, can you please ask your brother not to make things too difficult for them? They haven't even entered the house yet, but they've already protected each other. Miss Shin couldn't help but find it funny and joked, if it's not difficult today, then when will it be difficult? Are you going to wait until you bring your son-in-law back home in the future before making it difficult? Shun Qingli blushed and didn't know how to answer. Okay, don't worry. No matter how much my elder brother embarrasses him, he can't make you miss the auspicious time. The auspicious time for the wedding has been chosen, and there is also a time limit. When the time comes, the wedding must be carried out. Su Jing paid his respects to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, while Su Mu held a plate of small purses, all of which were small red cloth bags sewn together, each worth 5 taels of silver. When the ladies came to the door to ask for good luck, he would use these to get rid of them. There is no need to confer too many titles, just follow the rules. This is the standard in Kyoto. Under the emperor's feet, who would deliberately show off. Even if it's only 5 taels, there are hundreds of purses worth more than 500 taels, which is enough. Su Jing brought his best men to the courtyard where Shin Qingli was getting married. The entrance was very lively, and Brother Shin was already waiting at the gate with his men. As soon as they approached, the ladies insisted on giving wedding money before they would open the door. Su Mu handed the tray to the maid guarding the door, and the maid knocked on the door and handed the tray in. At first, the door was only open a crack. After the people inside received the red envelopes, the door was opened wide. But this was not enough. Brother Shin had a decent smile on his face, and everyone, led by him, blocked the door. Brother-in-law, if you want to take my little sister away today, you have to pass our test first. Hearing this, Su Jing smiled and bowed to him. This was the first time he met the eldest brother of the Shun family. Brother, just ask the questions. Su Jing was also fully prepared. In this case, Brother Shin was no longer polite. The talented people he found had prepared a lot of poems. They responded to the first stanza, and Su Jing responded to the second stanza, and they would continue to respond until they were satisfied. Su Jing himself is a talented person, so none of these are difficult for him, and he can handle them with ease. The ladies asked questions about when Shun Qingli was born, what she liked to eat, and what kind of snacks she liked. Su Jing answered all the questions fluently about what a qualified husband should do. Jiang Yu and the others seemed redundant on the side. It seemed that Su Jing could handle all these problems by himself. At best, they were just there to support the occasion. He wears a mask to cover his face wherever he goes in Kyoto, and it has become his iconic image. People can tell at a glance that he is the prince of the Duke of Zhong's mansion. But I didn't expect that the crown prince and Minister Su were so close, and he even came to be the best men. However, Jiang Yu has always had a reputation for being ugly. Everyone thought he was ugly, so he didn't dare to show his face. Therefore, despite his noble status, there were not many noble ladies in Kyoto who wanted to marry him, and they were all rather cold towards him. Brother Shun was very satisfied with Su Jing's performance. Shin Qingli, who was listening inside, also had a shy smile on her face. The last level was a contest of martial arts. Brother Shun invited a general from the army, and Su Jing sent Su Chen. The general was also a colleague of Su Chen. When he saw Su Chen, he said bluntly, "General Su, I can't beat you in a serious fight. Let's just stop here and create some atmosphere." He knew that he was no match for the other person. Su Chen had always been known as the living devil on the front battlefield. He was brave and good at fighting, and had made many outstanding achievements. How could he fight against the other person? All I can say is to stop at the right time, and don't let the atmosphere get cold. Su Chen also knew this truth, so he smiled and nodded, clasping his fists and bowing. "Well, I'll give in." The two men came to an open area and started fighting. They both stopped when they were done, but the skills of that general were indeed not as good as Su Chen's. Su Chen could fight him fluently with one hand behind his back. When the noble ladies saw Su Chen's graceful demeanor, some of them blushed secretly. General Su was a handsome man, tall and straight, with a lovely smile. It was said that he was still unmarried. Nowadays, the Su family is considered a leader in Kyoto, and marrying General Su is a good match. After dozens of rounds, the general was at a disadvantage, and seeing that the auspicious moment was approaching, he raised his hand to call a halt. "Stop, stop. I am ashamed of myself. Ashamed of myself." He bowed to Su Chen, as if he had admitted defeat. "The test has been passed, the time has come, and the next step is to pick up the bride." The eldest brother of the Shin family came forward and patted Su Jing on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Be nice to my sister in the future. If I find out that you bully her, I will never forgive you. Don't worry, brother. Qingli is my life. I will cherish her very much, Su Jing said seriously. The eldest brother of the Shun family nodded with satisfaction. He was going to carry his sister on his back and go out, and first go to the front hall to say goodbye to his parents. Shin Qingli lay on her brother's back, and Su Jing and the others followed behind her. The group went to the front hall of the Shin mansion in a mighty procession. After getting off the ground, Shin Qingli and Su Jing knelt on the ground and kowtowed to their parents, and Shun's mother burst into tears. Father, mother, I am getting married today. I kowtow to you too. She and Su Jing kowtowed 3 times before standing up. Seeing this, university scholar Shun's eyes also turned red. Mother Shun gave her a few more instructions before helping her and her son-in-law up and watching them leave. Shin Qingli covered her face with a fan and was not allowed to look back during the process. She had to walk out of the Shin mansion side by side with Su Jing. Brother Shin will see her off the whole way. After Shin Qingli gets on the bridal sedan, the nanny beside Madam Shin comes out with a basin of water and pours it on the ground, meaning that a daughter who is married off is like water poured out. Of Shun's mansion, firecrackers were blasted and ceremonial music was played. The wedding procession picked up the bride and went to Su's mansion. Shin Qingli couldn't help crying in the bridal sedan. She was afraid that crying would ruin her makeup, so she could only gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Jing rode on the horse, looking back at the sedan chair from time to time, then smiled knowingly. The 4 greatest fortunes in life are rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and getting your name on the list of successful candidates. Su Jing has almost completed his mission, and his life is complete. Su-won had to help entertain the guests who came to the Su mansion for a drink. Su's father and mother also kept an eye on the movements outside, waiting for the wedding procession to arrive. Finally, the sound of gongs and drums was heard, and everyone started to get ready. As soon as you enter the door, you have to bow in the hall. Su's father and mother sit on the high chair. Princess Jiaqing arrived at the Su mansion just before the wedding procession arrived, and Su-won had just received her. She was wearing a light blue horse-face skirt today, which was particularly refreshing. Her hair was also beautifully combed. She seemed to have been carefully dressed up, even more exquisite than the last time she was seen in Prince Xiang's mansion. As soon as she arrived, she turned around in front of Su-won. Sister Wanwan, do I look good today? Su-won nodded and praised. It's nice, very beautiful. You are also very beautiful, but the bride is the most beautiful today. Jiaqing said mischievously. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of gongs and drums was heard outside, and the wedding procession returned. Sun Linger happened to come too, and when she saw Su-won, she greeted her. Su-won held Sun Linger's hand in one hand and Jiaqing's hand in the other and ran to the door to see her sister-in-law. At the door, many guests who liked to join in the fun also came to see the bride. The matchmaker helped the bride down from the bridal sedan. Shin Qingli was at least 1.65 meters tall. She wore a floor-length wedding dress with a red base and green as the main color. She held a peacock fan in her hand, which made her figure look even more slender and taller. She had good manners, and walking side by side with Su Jing, they looked a perfect match in every way. The 3 girls were very happy because Shin Qingli was so beautiful. Jiaqing said that they were a perfect match and said with an intoxicated look on his face, I've heard about the story of Sister Shin and Minister Su before, and it moved me so much. One was willing to wait until she was 20 to get married for the sake of her lover, and the other worked hard to build the Xian River Dam for the sake of the girl he loved, just to return with glory and marry the girl he loved. Oh my God, what a touching love story this is. In Kyoto, there have always been only political marriages. Many couples have never even met each other before getting married, so how can they be in love with each other? Most of the time, it's just 2 families banding together after weighing the pros and cons. There is no affection at all, and it can only be cultivated slowly, so there are many resentful couples in this world, like Su Jing and Shin Qingli who love each other and eventually get married. The matchmaker kept shouting blessings. After stepping over the fire basin, the 2 newlyweds walked side by side on the red carpet, which extended all the way to the main hall. Sue's father and mother sat in the main seats, both of them with tears in their eyes. Su Jing tilted his head to look at Shin Qingli beside him. His expression was gentle, his face was slightly red, and he was full of affection. Shin Qingli also glanced at him secretly in tacit understanding. Su Wan arranged for the maids in the mansion to hold flower baskets, and Su Jing and Shin Qingli followed them as they walked, scattering flowers all the way. The colorful petals were flying all over the sky, which was so beautiful. The magpies were very active today, flying around in groups of 2 or 3 in the air, chirping and announcing the good news. Su's mother asked someone to grab a few handfuls of millet to feed the little guys. Su Wan, Sun Linger, and Jiaqing ran into the main hall first, stood beside Su's father and mother, found a perfect viewing point, and rubbed their hands excitedly. Several brothers of the Su family also followed in and stood beside Su Wan. When Jiaqing saw Su Chen, he blushed quietly, subconsciously adjusted his hair, and stood upright. When Su Chen saw Jiaqing, he nodded and smiled at her politely, and Jiaqing's heart was filled with joy. Su Wan's attention was all on his elder brother, so naturally he didn't notice Jiaqing's little movements. Jiang Yu stood silently behind her. From his angle, he could just see Su Wan's small, rosy earlobes and her white neck with a hint of pink. The strands of hair from her temples fell by her ears, which was very cute. Her neck was flushed pink, simply because she was so excited. Jiang Yu couldn't help swallowing and looked away awkwardly. Then, Su Jing and Shin Qingli had already arrived at the main hall. Both sides of the main hall were surrounded by guests who came to watch the ceremony. The eldest brother of the Shin family was seated in the seat of honor, just below Su's father. Straight into the wedding ceremony, the host began to recite the lyrics, and the 2 newlyweds faced the door. I bow to the spirit of heaven and earth. There is a cause and effect on the 3-life stone. I bow. Bow twice to the essence of the sun and the moon. All living things of spirit, bow twice. 3 bows for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, good weather and abundant crops. 3 bows for good weather and abundant crops. After completing the process, the 2 faced their parents again. I bow to my parents, the mirror that nourishes me. I bow twice to thank my parents for their hard work and teaching me. Bow again for peace and harmony, and turn the yellow earth into gold. Bow 3 times. Finally, the couple bows to each other, standing facing each other. We bow together, sharing happiness and hardships. I bow again, wish you a loving couple and a son soon. Bow 3 times, live together till old age, be together forever. The ceremony is over. As the process was completed, there was warm applause at the scene, congratulating the newlyweds for being a perfect match. Su Wan was so excited that she shed tears of emotion. It's not easy, it's not easy. It's really not easy for you to get to where you are today. Finally, they were sent to the bridal chamber. The eldest brother stayed in the front hall to entertain guests, while the eldest sister-in-law was sent back to the bridal chamber. In a while, Su Wan and Sun Linger will accompany her to prevent her from being bored alone in the room. Her 2 elder sisters were married and could not come to accompany her, so only her sister-in-law, Su Wan, could come. She was about to follow him to the new house. She turned around and found Jiang Yu standing behind him and bumped into his chest. Jiang Yu held her shoulders and helped her stand steadily. Sun Linger was standing beside her, with a look of pain on her face. Only Jiaqing blinked his eyes, looking confused. Why is the Prince of Jiangwa here? He seems to be very familiar with Sister Wanwan. Shu Wan blushed. Angrily, why are you standing behind me without saying hello? Jiang Yu's expression under the mask was unclear, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. You were so engrossed in watching it that you didn't notice it. Indeed, Jiang Yu had been watching her from behind just now, but she didn't notice it at all. When he saw Su Jing and Shun Qingli's wedding, he was also filled with emotion. He was looking forward to marrying Su Wan in the future, and he wanted to give her a more grand and memorable wedding. He is now very much looking forward to that day, and the corners of his mouth can't help but rise just thinking about it. Su Wan was indeed so engrossed in watching just now that he didn't pay attention. At this time, Su Yun and Su Yi came over and they held Jiang Yu on each side and pulled him out. I'm telling you, don't even think about running away today. Big brother asked you to stop the drinking. Su Yun said righteously. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. He had never thought of running away. He had agreed with Su Qin in the morning that he would help Su Jing block the drinking and would not come back until he was drunk. Su Wan looked at his helpless expression and laughed unkindly. It seemed like the fourth and fifth brothers were doing it on purpose. It was too obvious. He couldn't stand seeing the two of them staying together for too long. Before leaving, Sui did not forget to tell Su Wan. Wan, my brother asked me to tell you to prepare some food for my sister-in-law. She got up early today and is hungry. The eldest brother is so thoughtful. He always thinks about his lovely wife, Su Wan, Sun Linger, and Jiaqing, and they are given a lot of food. Wow, Minister Su is so thoughtful. Sister Shun has finally found a good home. Jiaqing expressed his envy again. Princess Jiaqing, you will find such a good husband in the future. Sun Linger said with a smile. Just now, Jiaqing has learned that Sun Linger is Su Wan's future sister-in-law. She shouted in her heart that this family is so good-looking, and the offspring born in the future will be amazing. These genes are simply invincible. These sisters-in-law are all so beautiful, and the brothers are all more handsome than each other. Wanwan is spoiled by so many people. I am so envious. Speaking of this, Jiaqing lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly. A figure came to his mind, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Let us go to the kitchen and get some food for my sister-in-law. Suwon followed his elder brother's instructions and went to the kitchen to make a bowl of skimmed chicken soup, then took a bowl of vegetable porridge and a bowl of pastries and brought them to the bridal chamber. Shun Qingli sat obediently in the room. From time to time, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside. A maid was guarding outside the door, busying herself back and forth in the yard. Su Jing's yard was decorated according to her preferences. She liked crabapples and gardenias, so the yard was planted with crabapples and gardenias. A swing was also built for her. The layout was similar to when she was in the Shun mansion. The furnishings in the room were made of the same wood that she usually used in her boudoir. On the dressing table, there are bronze mirrors, wooden combs, various jewelry, rouge and powder, as well as Bingjitang's beauty cream. Soon as she arrived here, she felt like she was back home, very friendly and safe. This shows Su Jing's feelings for her. Lu Er stayed by her side, watching all this, and even teased her daughter. Miss. Oh no, I should call you Madam now. Madam. Our son-in-law is so kind to you. This courtyard is decorated according to your preferences. When I came in, I almost thought I was back in our begonia garden. Shin Qingli just lowered her head and smiled shyly. When she thought about getting married to Su Jing today, she felt like she was dreaming. The crown on her head was a bit heavy, pressing on her neck. The crystal drape in front of her also hit her face from time to time, which was very disgusting. But she didn't dare take it off, fearing it would be inconvenient when she put it on again later. So she could only rub her neck from time to time to relieve the pain. Su Wan and the other three girls are inseparable in the Su mansion. Wherever she goes, Sun Linger and Jiaqing follow. I passed the garden with the food. I saw many ladies chatting in the garden, each with a smile on their face. But she had sharp eyes and saw Gu Yu at a glance. So she rubbed her eyes and looked carefully. She was not mistaken. It was indeed Gu Yu. She was now surrounded by a group of noble ladies, and no one knew what they were talking about. That's not right. The Su family didn't invite her to the wedding banquet because of various previous reasons. They were afraid that it would be awkward if they invited her. So, why did she come uninvited? But there was no time to think too much. Since she was a guest and had prepared gifts, could she just run over to ask her? Today is a good day for my eldest brother and sister-in-law. She doesn't want to cause any trouble, so let it go. After she left, Gu Yu also noticed her. The Su family did not invite her, but she came on her own initiative and even prepared a gift. She knew that she was in the wrong and had done wrong things in the past, but she remembered their past friendship and shamelessly came to give a gift to her eldest brother, even if he didn't like her. As long as she is sincere, I will be able to change my opinion of her over time, right? Another thing is that she wanted to meet Soo-yeon today and apologize to him in person. Soo-yeon was not in the court, and he would not appear in certain occasions on weekdays. Only on this occasion today could she meet him with justification. In fact, she also knew that Soo-yeon had been the best to her in the past. She could feel it, but she was just hurt by him. She owed him an apology. As long as she said it in person, would he forgive her? Thinking of this, Gu Yu looked around, trying to find Soo-yeon. But Soo-yeon was in charge of the kitchen at the moment. He was in charge of his eldest brother's wedding banquet. He could take this opportunity to promote Chun-lu and let everyone know that such delicious food was made by Chun-lu's chef. Those who came today are all dignitaries, rich daughters, and prominent figures. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. Now that Chun-lu has become famous, we can contract out these banquets in Kyoto and even host banquets for dignitaries. We will make a lot of money. Soo-yeon's calculations were making a lot of noise. When the meal starts, Sue's father will emphasize that today's meal will be prepared by Chun-lu's team of chefs, and he will also spread the news that Chun-lu is about to open. He is such a smart guy. These were all approved by Big Brother, so it's not considered rude. Soo-won even praised him for being smart, He was not in the front hall or the garden, so Gu Yu naturally couldn't find him. Soo-won brought soup and food to Shin Chingli. Shin Chingli looked at the hot chicken soup and looked at her gratefully. Won, you are so considerate. I am still hungry today. Sister-in-law, this is not just my kindness, it was my eldest brother who specifically asked me to do this. How could Soo-won take away such credit? This was an assist, helping his brother and sister-in-law to further their relationship. When Shin Chingli heard that it was Soo Jing who asked her to do this, her face suddenly turned red and she felt embarrassed again. While she was drinking chicken soup, Sun Linger saw that she looked so tired with such a big hair crown on her head. Sister-in-law, I'm afraid that my brother won't be done with his work until nightfall. Why don't you take off the crown? It will make your neck more comfortable. Is it okay? Speaking of this, Shun Chingli had wanted to pick it for a long time, but she was not sure. Sure, why not?
Pick it. Sun Linger winked til Lia.
Lure immediately came over to help her take off the hair crown. In an instant, her neck felt relaxed, and Shun Chingli let out a long sigh. Today Sister-in-law, I'm afraid that my brother won't be done with his work until nightfall. Why don't you take off the crown? It will make your neck. Jiacheng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Shin Chingli. When she saw the beautiful sister, she wanted to get close to her very much. Shin Chingli covered her lips and laughed. The princess will have such a day, and she will be even more beautiful on that day. Jiacheng thought that it would be too early for that day to come, and she didn't even know what the other person felt. In the front hall, Soo Jing was forced to drink various kinds of alcohol. Soo Mu, Soo Chen, and Jiang Yu were all forced to drink a lot, 1 cup after another. I'm afraid they will all go back to bed drunk tonight. Soo Yi was relatively free, so he took on a task to record everything that happened today. He was painting in the pavilion in the garden, preparing to paint a picture of the Soo Mansion's wedding banquet to record his eldest brother's wedding scene. To paint this picture completely, I'm afraid it would require several meters of drawing paper, which is a huge task. However, his painting here attracted many talented men and women in Kyoto to watch. Soo Yi turned a deaf ear to the world outside the window and focused entirely on his painting. He seemed oblivious to the constant stream of praises in his ears. It's not that he has an eye bag and must be conspicuous in public, but the painting must be done on the spot so that everything he sees and hears can be fully recorded. Moreover, today is sunny, with birds singing and flowers blooming, so the outdoors is more suitable for painting. The onlookers were shocked by Soo Yi's painting skills, which included details like every leaf and every pavilion. Some people could even see themselves in the paintings. Among the onlookers, there were many talented people with great attainments in painting, but after seeing Soo Yi's paintings, they could not help but praise and admire him. Once this wedding banquet picture comes out, it is sure to cause quite a stir. To be honest, many great scholars have painted night banquet pictures, but their paintings are not as colorful as Soo Yi's, and the characters in them are not as vivid as those in Soo Yi's paintings. Even if they're just a small one, you can tell who this person is. He used a very clever design, adding fluorescent powder to the painting. As long as you look at it from an angle where there is light, you can find that names are carefully added above each character. There were so many people here that it was a bit inconvenient for Soo-yi as his view was blocked. Please give me some face. I need some quiet time to paint. I will invite you to appreciate my painting after the wedding banquet painting is finished. He tactfully expressed his intention to clear the area. Everyone was not a shameless person, and since Soo-yi's attitude was so gentle, they naturally dispersed obediently and went about their business. However, there are still many people who are thinking about this matter and want to be the first to see what the wedding banquet picture will look like after it is completed. Soo-yi is likely to become famous today with his painting of the Soo Mansion's wedding banquet. In addition, when the Grand Secretary was chatting with the Emperor a few days ago, he also mentioned Soo-yi. Some time ago, the Emperor wanted to ask the court painter to draw a portrait of himself at this age. The Empress and the ladies in the harem also needed new portraits. He mentioned this to the Grand Secretary, by the way, and when the Grand Secretary mentioned the portrait, he immediately thought of Soo-yi from the Soo family. He once painted portraits of his wife and daughter. I am not exaggerating about his painting skills. He could make a person's facial expressions and appearance 70% similar to the original. The Emperor did not believe it after hearing it, thinking that the Grand Secretary was exaggerating, until the Grand Secretary brought the portrait of his wife, wearing the imperial robes, to the Emperor. Wow, even the Emperor had to say that she looked like him. But at that time, the marriage between the Shun and Soo families would be held in a few days, so he did not mention it for the time being. After this matter was over, Soo-yi would probably be summoned to the palace. Of course, he himself doesn't know yet that he is about to have this opportunity. The kitchen at the Soo residence was bustling with activity, and the cooks were almost catching fire from swinging their spoons. The fragrance continued to waft from the back kitchen and could be faintly smelled in the front yard. To be honest, I have never been so impressed by the delicious food at any other wedding, because it has a completely different taste and indescribable flavor. They don't know it's spicy now, but they will know it later. The food at Minister Soo's residence smells so good. Yes, I smelled it too. It looks delicious. When will the feast start? It seems to be the afternoon. It's almost time. At noon, the guests all have tea and snacks, a variety of teas accompanied by light meals, and the main meal is served in the afternoon. This is the standard for wedding banquets. All the dishes in the kitchen have been prepared, and now they just need to be served. Soo-yun is so busy that he keeps his feet on the ground, giving orders everywhere. Gu Yu also looked for him everywhere, but unfortunately couldn't find him. Each prince's palace sent people to deliver gifts. The 7th prince, the 6th prince, and the 5th prince even came to the Soo mansion in person to congratulate. Soo Jing was already a little drunk, but he still had to come out to greet them in person. Murong Huai was quite casual. He looked around as soon as he arrived, looking for his old friend. Murong Sheng and the 6th prince said a lot of polite words, and Soo Jing arranged for them to take their seats. When Gu Yu saw Murong Sheng coming, they exchanged glances from a distance. Pink bubbles surrounded Gu Yu, which showed that their relationship was very sweet. However, they might not be able to sit at the same table today, because the Soo family has arranged separate tables for men and women. Soo Wan and the others had been chatting with Shin Qingli in the bridal chamber until the banquet started in the front yard. Lu Yun came to inform her, and then she took Princess Jiaqing and Sun Linger to the banquet. When they arrived at the front yard, they found that Murong Huai and the others had also arrived. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Soldering iron, long time no see. Soo Yi's wedding banquet picture could not be completed in one day. He could only draw a rough outline and then slowly perfect the details. The princes all sat together tacitly today. It was self-evident what the 5th Prince Murong Sheng came here for. He needed to win over Soo Jing, so he came in person. Murong Huai came in person only because of his good relationship with Su Chen. He didn't need to win over Su Chen because Su Chen would automatically stand on his side anyway. Before the meal started, Su's father needed to come out and give a speech. Today, everyone was a dignitary, and it was his first time to participate in such an occasion. As the host, he was quite nervous. The dishes on the table were very novel, and the aroma of food wafted through the yard. No one in Kyoto had ever seen such cuisine. It's red and pungent, but it makes people very appetizing. Thank you all for attending my son Su Jing's wedding today. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Today's banquet will be hosted by Jingdu Chunglu. I hope you all enjoy the food and drinks. Thank you. Father Su's words were very brief but exquisite, and he expressed everything that needed to be expressed. The banquet officially began. Gu Yu sat at a table with a few daughters of small families who were on good terms with her. It was only then that she saw Su Yun. Seeing that everyone was eager to try and showed curiosity about his food, Su Yun smiled with his big teeth bared. He walked to the table of Su Mu and Dr. Su Isuan with ease. The eldest brother and the third brother wanted to entertain the princes, and Jiang Yu also sat with them, wearing a mask. Today he turned into an emotionless wine-blocking machine, reducing his presence to 0. After the meal started, everyone couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks to eat the food, especially Morong Huai. When he saw the braised pork with chili, stewed pork, fish and sour soup, mutton hot pot, etc., he started drooling. This look is inseparable from the contribution of the soldering iron. After taking a bite, the braised pork was fat but not greasy, soft, sticky, and fragrant. The sourness of the sour soup fish was just right, and it whetted my appetite. The braised pork tasted just like the ones in modern braised food restaurants, or even better. The chopped green onions were so fragrant that it made me want to die. I was moved to tears. It was so tearful. Morong Huai hadn't eaten chili peppers for several years. I was so moved. Everyone at the scene was impressed by the novel dishes and praised them highly. With 6 people per table, the girls who loved spicy food didn't care about their image at all and took chopsticks of food one after another. Those who can eat spicy food will find themselves in a new world, while those who can't will enjoy the sour soup fish and mutton hot pot with some fresh seasonal vegetables. There is also a dish of braised pork with pickled mustard greens, which is suitable for all ages and goes wonderfully with rice. Any socialite who comes here will have to drink 4 bowls of rice before leaving. The banquet at Minister Su's house was so delicious that everyone remembered that this was Chunglo's food and they would definitely go and try it again after the restaurant opened. Others also thought of asking Chunglo's chef to take care of the wedding if there was a happy event at home. Even Morong Sheng and the 6th prince were amazed by the dish. It was rare to see such harmony at the dinner table. Everyone was busy eating, and Su Jing took his brothers to toast each table. He was getting married today, so he definitely couldn't get drunk, so he asked a few strong men to help stop the drinking. Su Chun and Su Mu were almost done drinking, but Jiang Yu seemed to be still sober. This guy could drink quite a lot. When he came to Gu Yu's desk, Gu Yu immediately stood up and looked at Su Jing with a smile. Su Jing was a little surprised to see that it was her who came. He remembered that he didn't invite her. But since we are here, we are guests. Su Chun and Su Mu looked at each other and fell silent. Su Jing filled the glass with wine and raised his glass to Gu Yu. It is a great honor for our humble home to have the presence of Lady Huaimin herself. Whether it's brilliant or not, but it's definitely very awkward, and I still have to say some polite words. Gu Yu is also shameless. No matter how the Su family distances themselves from her, she can still call them brother. Brother, happy wedding. I wish you and sister-in-law a long and happy marriage. Su Jing drank the wine in one gulp and just smiled without saying anything. After everyone toasted, Su Jing and the others finally had time to return to their seats to eat some food. However, Gu Yu's calling of Big Brother puzzled the girls sitting at the same table, so they asked her what was going on. Gu Yu then took the opportunity to tell them about the identity swap with Su Wan. Only then did they know that Gu Yu and the Su family were a family. She was an adopted sister, and these brothers in the Su family were also her brothers. It just so happened that the people sitting at the same table with her were all well-known loudmouths, so it didn't take long for the matter to become known to everyone. Halfway through the meal, Gu Yu saw Su Yun going to the backyard alone. She found an excuse to leave the table and followed him. Su Wan had been paying attention to her intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that she went with her fourth brother, she felt uneasy and followed quietly behind. Soo-yun was a little tired today and wanted to go back to his own yard to rest for a while. He was no longer needed in the front yard. But I didn't expect that Gu Yu would follow me. At this moment, the guests were having a feast in the front yard, and the servants were also helping in the front yard, so the backyard was empty. Fourth brother, Gu Yu called out from behind. Soo-yun was walking happily on the road with his hands behind his back, but when he heard the voice, he was stunned. There are only two people in the mansion who call him fourth brother, Soo-won and Soo-yi. Moreover, Soo-yi is a man, so he rarely calls himself fourth brother. He could tell it was Soo-won's voice at once. This female voice was obviously not Soo-won's voice. He turned his head and saw a woman in a pink dress walking towards him. When he got closer and took a look, he was a little hesitant to recognize. Was the person in front of him Gu Yu? All in all, after not seeing each other for 5 years, each other's appearance has already undergone subtle changes, losing their youthfulness and becoming more steady and mature. The girl in front of him has grown up and become a young lady. She is no longer the childish girl she used to be. To be honest, Soo-yun's life has been occupied by Soo-won over the years, and he has gradually forgotten the existence of Gu Yu. However, he has never forgotten the trauma she left behind. The scar under her shoulder blade has faded with the passage of time, but it will never disappear. I heard that she is now a county lady, but her status is still not as noble as Wanwan's. Soo-yun smiled awkwardly. Thinking back to the past, some scenes that still traumatize him flashed through his mind. County Lady Huaimin, right? I'm honored to meet you. Soo-yun bowed to her. Fourth brother, why are you so polite? Just treat me as an ordinary person. Now the Soo family is very polite to her. She felt embarrassed at first, but now she is used to it. The county lady Huaimin thinks too highly of me. How can I, a commoner, treat her so disrespectfully? He is not in the official career, he is even a traveling businessman, just a commoner. As Soo-yun spoke, he took 2 steps back, putting some distance between him and her. Seeing this, Soo-won, who was hiding behind a pillar and peeking, smiled unkindly. She leave a big shadow on fourth brother? Why did she show off in front of him? Gu Yu's smile froze a little, and her outstretched hand froze helplessly in midair. She wanted to take a step forward, but didn't know what position to take. She took a deep breath and said, Fourth brother, whether you admit it or not, I have always regarded you as my own brother in my heart. I was young and ignorant before, and I did things that hurt you. I owe you an apology. I'm sorry, fourth brother, please forgive me. Gu Yu bowed to him solemnly. Seeing this, Soo-yun remained calm and just snorted. County lady, I only have one sister. Her name is Soo-won. She was personally conferred the title of Princess Xuanla by the emperor. As for the past, I don't remember anything. Once Soo-yun lets go of something, he really lets go. He is not afraid of hurting Gu Yu, but speaks his mind directly. These words hurt Gu Yu deeply. Her eyes were full of tears, and her eyes were red. She looked at Soo-yun pitifully. Fourth brother. We were the closest when we were young. No matter where you went, you would take me with you. If there was anything delicious, you would save your share for me. You also promised me before that in your heart, I was your only sister. Have you forgotten? Her playing of the emotional card now had no appeal to Soo, but instead made him feel uncomfortable. Gu Yu pushed him to block the knife, causing him to almost die in that alley. He said that voluntary and forced are completely different concepts. The former was his wishful thinking, and even if he died, he deserved it. But the latter can often see a person's character more clearly. Selfish people are not worthy of being mentioned. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. He is lucky to be alive, but how many lives does he have to prevent it? So many years have passed, and Soo-won has long replaced her and become an indispensable part of his life. She is like a flower that blooms towards the sun, constantly infecting him. Blood ties are the most gentle things. County lady, as you said, I was ignorant before. When I was young, I didn't know the value of pearls and mistook stones for treasures. I really don't remember what happened before. Today, County lady came to the Su mansion to drink at my eldest brother's wedding. She is an honored guest. If I don't treat you well, please forgive me. But this is the backyard of the Su mansion, and there are few people here. My status is different from that of the county lady, so I will leave now. Su Yun is really sharp-tongued. He must have learned it from his fifth brother. Every word he says is full of gems. Gu Yu's heart ached so much that she thought bitterly, why is Su Won the pearl and she is the stone? She had to prove that she was the pearl and Su Won was the stone that was inferior to her. Seeing Su Yun running away quickly, Su Won, who had been observing secretly on the side, came out. She felt happy when she saw Gu Yu standing there in a daze. When she had just returned to the Su family, her fourth brother was so dissatisfied with her, all thanks to Gu Yu's advance efforts. With her tearful attitude and some slander, she managed to control the immature fourth brother, who was only 14 or 15 years old, and he targeted her everywhere. Gu Yu turned around and saw Su Won gloating over other people's misfortune, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. Why, have you been wanting to see me laugh at you? Otherwise, why did she appear immediately after Su Yun poured a bucket of cold water on her? What are you saying? I'm in my own home. I can go wherever I want. Do I need to say hello to you? Su Won said confidently. Gu Yu sneered and pretended to be indifferent. What are you so proud of? I gave up all these on my own initiative. If I had insisted on staying in the Su family, what would you have to do with me now? She really got humiliated, but she still insisted on being tough. Su Won laughed angrily and said sarcastically, people go up, water flows down. This is understandable. When the Su family was poor, you didn't seem to be reluctant to leave. You ran faster than a rabbit. You said it yourself. This is your own choice. Since you have chosen it, you have no right to regret it. Besides, everything I have today is the result of my own efforts. I have never borrowed anyone's help. Everything I have is what I deserve. Su Won has this confidence. Her position as a princess was also gained by spending money, but all this money was earned by herself. In comparison, she is much more confident than her. Gu Yu felt that she couldn't win the argument with Su Won. She was indeed in the wrong, and just wanted to show off her happiness with words. But Su Won was very eloquent, and she couldn't beat her in an argument. We haven't even reached the final step yet. It's hard to say who will be more glorious than the other. Don't you want to marry the Prince Zheng? Then you may be disappointed. Duke Zheng already has a favorite candidate for the prince's wife in his mind, but this person is not you, and it can't be you. Now the Su mansion has formed an alliance with the Grand Secretary's mansion. You are aware of the Grand Secretary's reputation in the court. In many cases, he can play a leading role. Now my eldest brother and third brother, one a civil official and one a military official, are in their heyday in the court. The Jiangwagong mansion holds the military power. If we form an alliance with your Su mansion again, not to mention that he may not agree, I am afraid that the emperor will not agree either. A family to be too prosperous. As the saying goes, when the water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. You are so smart, you must know this. In fact, Gu Yu just wanted to cause trouble for Su Won and annoy her, but what she said was indeed reasonable. Su Won knew how serious this was, but she just believed Jiang Yu because he said he could handle it. Now it seems that, just as Gu Yu said, it would be very difficult for Jiang Yu to solve the problem. But Su Won is not someone who can be easily provoked, and he will definitely fight back. Instead of worrying about others, you might as well worry about yourself first. As far as I know, the fifth prince's power is weak now. You want to be his princess. On the surface, your status is enough, but I'm afraid that you can't play any role with the title of county lord. The Gu family is a businessman and can't reach the court. If you want to do big things, you must have enough power. Money alone is not enough. If the fifth prince wants to quickly consolidate his power, the fastest way is to find a daughter of a minister who has a background, power, and can have a say in the court to marry. What do you think? I remember that the fifth prince is working in the Ministry of Revenue, right? It is said that the Minister of Revenue has an unmarried daughter, and there is only one daughter in the family. How important is this? As the saying goes, Those who are close to the water get the moon first. Do you think what I said makes sense? After Su-won said this, Gu Yu clenched her hands hidden in her sleeves. She was scared, and she was nervous. Su-won's words were very sharp. Now Morong-shung was in the Ministry of Revenue every day and often visited the home of the Minister of Revenue. How could the Minister of Revenue's legitimate daughter resist such a handsome, talented, and single prince every day? Of course I fell in love with it. Moreover, the Minister of Revenue also intended to send his daughter to the fifth prince's palace. He has only one daughter, who was raised like a treasure. He wanted to pick all the stars and moons in the sky for her. As long as she expressed her preference for the fifth prince, the Minister of Revenue would naturally extend an olive branch. Morong-shung now has only 2 marquisate standing by his side. Besides, there is only an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who is on good terms with him, and the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who shows some signs of turning against him. If he could marry the girl, the Ministry of Revenue would have complete control over the matter. Su-won stabbed the man and left, and he himself was fine. The issue with Duke Jeong is something Jeong Yu should be concerned about. What's the point of her being concerned? He couldn't just rush to someone's house and beg them to marry him, right? In the evening, the banquet at the Su mansion was over. The 5th and 6th princes had already left. Murong Hwai and Su Chin were drunk and were arguing with each other, holding onto each other's shoulders. Jeong Yu was also drunk. He propped up his head and closed his eyes. It was unclear whether he was asleep or just resting. In the end, it was the 2 young servants around Morong Hwai who sent him back to the 7th prince's palace. When he passed by Su-won, he looked at Su-won with a smile and said, "Branding iron, see you another day." Su-won's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, "You drink some horse urine because you are arrogant. What if it is exposed?" She quickly joked, "Your Highness the 7th prince is really humorous. What is a branding iron?" The second brother was also drunk, and Sun Linger supported him back to the room, helped him change clothes, and wipe his body. As a result, Sumu turned into a little wolf dog, threw Sun Linger onto the couch, and bent down to kiss her lips. After a long while, he muttered, "Linger, we are going to get married soon. Are you happy?" After saying that, Sumu rested his head on her neck and fell asleep. Sun Linger's heart was beating fast, but she smiled happily and sweetly. She hugged his waist and said softly, "Naturally happy." Su Yun and Su Yi were responsible for taking care of the third brother, and Su-won came back only after sending Jiaching to the carriage. The hall was empty. Su Jing wanted to stay completely sober, but he was still 7 points drunk and stumbled to his new house. The maids hurriedly left the yard. When I opened the door, Shen Qingli had already dressed up again and was sitting quietly beside the couch, fanning herself. The matchmaker had to watch the 2 of them drink the wedding wine, eat raw dumplings, and say a lot of blessings before she left. Shen Qingli foolishly ate 3 and then joked about having 3 more children in the future. She was so embarrassed. There were only 2 people left in the room. Su Jing took away her fan, reached out and gently took off her hair crown, and then rubbed her neck. The 2 of them were very close, and Shen Qingli could clearly smell the strong smell of alcohol on him. "Are you tired?" Su Jing said with blurry eyes. Shen Qingli shook her head, and just as she said she was not tired, she was pressed down by him holding her back. "Then let's do what we should do," Su Jing said hoarsely and kissed her lips. The buttons of the small dress came undone, and the bright red curtain fell down. There were flickering candlelight in the room, but the red color made it look dark red, creating a very atmospheric feeling. The wicks on the dragon and phoenix candles were cut, and the red wax dripped onto the mahogany table. It had already solidified and burned all night long. Su-won returned to the courtyard alone. Lu Yun and Lu Ying followed her quietly. When they stepped into the yard, they found that there seemed to be someone sitting on the swing. "It's Jeong Yu." No wonder they were gone after she sent Jiaching back. Some were drunk, some were tired, and some went to take care of others. But he came to her alone. At this moment, Jeong Yu was sitting on the swing, swinging, and seemed to be having a lot of fun. Lu Yun and Lu Ying wisely avoided them first, leaving space for Su-won and Jeong Yu. As soon as I approached him, I could smell a faint smell of alcohol. I didn't know how much he drank today, but he had a really good alcohol tolerance and good drinking manners. He didn't make a fuss when he was drunk. I thought you went back. Soo-won spoke behind him. Jong-yu knew that she was back and was waiting for her here on purpose. He naturally moved his buttocks, making half a space on the swing, patted the open space, and motioned for her to sit down. Soo-won also sat down naturally. As soon as she sat down, Jong-yu put one hand around her from behind and the other hand around her waist from the front. He put his head on her shoulder, just like a little husband. Soo-won thought, what's wrong? She's being so coquettish. However, she complained in her heart but said nothing, just letting him lean on her. Today, but she was curious about who Duke Jeong preferred as his daughter-in-law. Just as he was thinking about it, Jong-yu spoke. I will be back soon. Tomorrow I will tell my father about the betrothal. Wait for me. I will come to marry you soon, he said, and his tone sounded like he was acting coquettishly. Soo-won thought of what Gu Yu said. She nodded and said okay. Jong-yu was a strong person. She gloated over his misfortune and laughed at herself at the same time, but she didn't know that Jong-yu's personality was such that his father couldn't control what he didn't want to do. He leaned on Soo-won's shoulder for a long time and was reluctant to leave, but he knew that it was not possible now. He had to propose to her and take her home. Only then would he be legitimate. Leaving, Jong-yu kissed her lightly on the lips. Afraid that the smell of alcohol on his body would make her uncomfortable, he did not let the kiss last too long. He returned to the Duke's mansion. Duke Jeong had just returned from the military camp. As soon as he came back, he saw his son, who had been missing for more than a month, coming back drunk. When Jong-yu saw him, he took the initiative to call him father, which was rare. This made Duke Jeong a little uncomfortable, but he still snorted seriously. If you don't know, you might think that my Jeonggu mansion is an inn. This place outside is your home, right? He has lived in the Duke's mansion for only a few years since he was a child. Jong-yu didn't argue with him. He raised his eyebrows and followed him into the mansion. Today is the wedding day of Minister Soo and the daughter of Academician Shun. Jong-yu and Soo-chun are on the same page in the military camp, so he guessed that they were going to attend the wedding today. Duke Jeong was quite satisfied with Soo-chun, a boy who was capable of fighting and brave and resourceful. He had even specially appointed him as his deputy general in the military camp. Soo-chun was captured by the enemy because he was protecting himself during the retreat. He owed that person a great favor. Today, there was a happy event in the Soo mansion and he personally selected the gift and asked his confidant to deliver it to show his importance. Except for some special occasions, the Duke's mansion must attend the royal banquets in person. For banquets for officials, you only need to present gifts, using the value of the gifts to show the importance. There is no need to show up in person. Of course, you can go if you want, or ask the younger generation in your family to go. The concubine's surname was Ning, and her name was Ning Wei. She had already been waiting in the hall to prepare food to welcome the Duke back. Duke Jeong always came back late, so they had dinner late as well. She brought her son Jeong Yen and waited obediently, not forgetting to remind him. When you have some insight, take the initiative to serve soup to your father and tell him about your recent achievements in martial arts training. Jeong Yen hummed impatiently and retorted, why practice martial arts? I'm not cut out for it. Besides, no matter how your son practices, he only has eyes for that son. What's the point of me practicing? Even if you practice for your whole life, you will only be suppressed by others. Jeong Yen has given up. His mother has been planning this and that for him over the years, but Jong-yu is still fine, isn't he? Nonsense, we are all your father's sons. As long as you study hard, how can your father not see it? Ningwei knew that although Duke Jeong did not care about the mother and son, Yenner was his own son. How could he really not care about him? If something unexpected happened to Jong-yu, he would need someone to inherit the title, right? As he was speaking, his maid at the door spoke. The Duke is back. Madam and Master have been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing that Duke Jeong had returned, Ningwei quickly pulled her son up to greet him. However, she did not expect that Jong-yu would also come in with him. Their smiles instantly fell. Why is he back? And with the Duke? Jiang Yu ignored Ningwei and went straight in and found a seat to sit down. Now that we've bumped into each other, wouldn't it be annoying? Duke Jiang had a serious expression on his face. He looked at Ningwei and Jiang Yan, then glanced at the nanny. How many times do I have to tell you to call your master the second madam and Jiang Yan the second young master? You are not distinguishing between the master and the subordinate. I think you, a lowly servant, are tired of living like this. Also, you didn't even show respect when meeting the prince. Have you learned all the rules? Duke Jiang really favors his eldest son and is trying to clear his name. The nanny was so frightened that she fell to her knees and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Please calm down, my lord. I am old and I said something wrong. Please calm down, my lord. Duke Jiang snorted again and said, Go get 10 boards yourself.
Yes.
The nanny bowed her head again, trembling all over. Ningwei's face was already very ugly. There was no mistress in the duke's mansion. Wasn't she the only mistress? She had taken care of the household affairs for many years. Even if she had no merit, she had worked hard. Wasn't she worthy of being called a lady? My dear, Nanny Fong is old, and she is also an elder by my side. Her body cannot bear 10 beatings. Ningwei wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, looking as if she was crying, and she also pleaded for the servant. If you didn't know her, you would think she was very kind. No need to say more. A beating won't teach a lesson. Duke Jiang had spoken, and there was no room for regret, so Ningwei had no choice but to give up. As soon as she came over, she wanted to sit down, but Jiang Yu sneered at her. Now concubines are so ignorant of the rules? Ningwei paused, and Duke Jiang's hand, which had just taken the chopsticks, also paused, but he didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Yan heard this and looked at Jiang Yu angrily. What do you mean? Jiang Yu poured himself a bowl of soup and explained calmly. According to the rules of Kyoto, when the lord and his direct descendants dine, concubines and illegitimate sons are not allowed to sit at the table. Concubines are required to serve on the side. According to the rules, you cannot sit here now. He looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes full of provocation. My mother and I have been eating at the same table with my father for years. Even my father has never told us these rules. Who are you to comment? Jiang Yan still couldn't tell the difference between the big and small Wang and dared to yell at him. Duke Jiang's face suddenly turned unhappy. Jiang Yu still maintained a half-smile on his face, but he retorted slowly. I'm telling the truth. You are a jerk, and Aunt Ning is a concubine. You can't eat at the same table with the master. Jiang Yan was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he couldn't refute it. He and his mother were indeed a jerk and a concubine now. Ningwei, who was standing aside, was so angry that she clenched her hands into fists, her nails almost scratching her skin, but she tried her best to suppress the expression on her face to avoid losing her composure. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she looked at Duke Jiang and started crying. My dear, I have been managing the Duke's mansion over the years and have been very diligent. I have been very considerate in taking care of the inner house, managing the servants, and attending banquets and social events. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. It is too sarcastic for the prince to speak so rudely as soon as he returns. He is really good at playing a pitiful role, and his acting skills come naturally. Most people would be moved when hearing her say this. But who is Duke Jiang? He had led troops in battles for so many years that he had already developed a very strong heart. Moreover, his concept of the legitimate and illegitimate families was very rigid. He just drank the soup calmly and said, A was not wrong. You have indeed worked hard managing the Duke's mansion over the years, but you have also been very active in socializing and have maintained your reputation. When A was not around, I went to the military camp to train soldiers every day, leaving early and returning late. When I came back, I did not bother with you about these things. But now that Yu has mentioned it, you should follow the rules. You can have someone prepare the food and send it to my yard. From now on, you can have 3 meals a day in your own yard. And Jiang Yan, you are not young anymore and you still eat at the same table with your mother every day. It is not right. From now on, you can have your 3 meals a day prepared and sent to your own yard. Duke Jiang unconditionally favors Jiang Yu, And since Jiang Yu has already mentioned this, it is impossible for him not to give him face. Of Ningwei and her son turned blue and red, they were completely helpless against Duke Zhang's actions. Yes, he only has this one woman available in his backyard, but he uses her without any burden and calls it giving himself dignity. But your son didn't say anything, and you didn't mention it. Now that he has said it, you come to support him and slap yourself in the face? Husband, she wanted to say something, but Duke Jiang was so unhappy that he put down his chopsticks, so her words were stuck in her throat. Put your identity in perspective. I didn't say it before, because I was too lazy to say it. A Yu is the prince of the Duke's mansion. In this mansion, he is the only one except me. You just need to follow his words. Also, only the legitimate wife can call you husband. You should call me Duke. How many times have I said it? Duke Jiang was also very angry. He knew that Ningwei had been taking care of the household all these years, so he treated her as a tool. But since his son minded, he followed him up the stairs. Another knife stabbed straight into Ningwei's chest. She looked at Duke Jiang, and for a moment she was filled with shock and surprise. She didn't even know that for so many years, she had been so insignificant in his heart. Duke Jiang also hated her. She relied on his mother to beg him to marry her, and even used some tricks to give birth to Jiang Yan. He just couldn't get over this. If it weren't for this, Shinra wouldn't have gotten so angry that she fell seriously ill and became so weak that she eventually died of the illness. Because of this matter, he felt indebted to Shinra and Jiang Yu, so he indulged Jiang Yu like this. Jiang Yan also looked at his father in confusion. In the past, he would at most not eat the food prepared by his mother, but if he was really hungry, he would sit down and eat a few bites before leaving. But now, Jiang Yu indulged him with just a few words. As a son, I feel disheartened. We are all sons, but he is the only one who is so dispensable? Yes, he admitted that he was not as good as Jiang Yu in many aspects, but he was his biological son after all. If you have nothing else, please leave. The prince and I will talk alone. Zhang Guogong spoke and asked Ningwei and Jiang Yan to leave. Ningwei was extremely reluctant. She had no choice but to leave with her son. Yes, Duke, I am leaving now. Ningwei's voice was trembling. She sounded like she was crying, and her nose felt extremely sore. When she turned around, she was filled with hatred. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yu won't be staying in this house for long and will leave. After he leaves, she will have the final say here. She should just be patient. After she left, Jiang Yu also finished a bowl of soup. The old man had just given him face. He was in a good mood now and, by the way, mentioned the matter with Suwon. I have a girl I like, Jiang Yu said frankly. Duke Jiang, who was eating, paused when he heard this, then looked at his son with a frown. A few days ago, he was worried about Jiang Yu's marriage. Jiang Yu is now 23 years old, and Jiang Yan, who is 2 years younger than him, already had 2 concubines. Only he had not even a maid to warm his bed for so many years. He was very anxious. So he set his sights on Joan Liar, the legitimate daughter of the shunned marquise. She is only 17 years old, extremely talented and beautiful. The most important thing is that the Shun Marquis mansion does not have much influence or power, so a marriage with the Duke's mansion will be a good match, and the higher-ups will not have any objections. But now, he came up and said that he had a girl he liked, which caught him off guard. He had to find out who she was first. It didn't matter if she was of lower status, as long as she was suitable. Who is it?
Tell me about it.
The residence of the Minister of Personnel, the younger sister of Minister Su, the current Princess Xuanla, Su Wan. Jiang Yu introduced it solemnly, with a hint of pride in his tone. After listening to the story, Duke Jiang thought about it carefully. Princess Xuanla was well known in Kyoto. The things she had done, and her brothers were not ordinary people. Jiang Yu had been good friends with Su Chen in the military camp before, so it was normal for him to know Princess Xuanla. However, he had never met Princess Xuanla, so he could not comment on what kind of person she was for the time being. But considering the situations of the two families, it is not appropriate. The Su family is too powerful now. They have 2 ministers, one civil and one military. They have just married into the Grand Secretary's mansion. Their influence in the future will be very great. If they were to form an alliance with the Jianghu mansion again, I am afraid that the higher-ups would have objections. It's not appropriate. I hold military power, and the Su family is now at its peak, with too much influence. If you two were to marry, it would probably arouse the emperor's suspicion. Duke Jiang did not hide anything and directly pointed out the inappropriate points instead of saying forcefully that he disagreed. I know. I have considered all of this. That's why I didn't ask for a reward. I just waited here. I want to personally ask for the emperor's order to grant me the marriage. If His Majesty agrees directly to my request, he will satisfy me with whatever I want. Good man. It turns out he had been planning this for a long time. As smart and resourceful as he is, he knew the interests involved early on, so he was unwilling to enter the officialdom at first. He just asked the emperor for a big pie in case of emergency, and he is waiting here. The emperor promised in the Hall of Supreme Harmony was a golden word, and he had to abide by it. Duke Jiang was stunned by his action. He said that when he did that, he knew that the boy had bad intentions. Nonsense. The emperor did agree to your request. Some estrangements and suspicions are built up invisibly. How can I allow you to do such nonsense, including the hundreds of people in the Jiang family's side branches and the entire Jiang Guogong mansion? Minister Su's talent is obvious to all, and he will definitely not stop at the position of minister in the future. I also know Su Chen's ability. He is the best among the younger generation, and he will not stop at the position of Lieutenant General of the City Defense Battalion. The Su family will be very glorious in the future. If you marry them now, and I have the power of 100,000 soldiers in my hands, how do you expect His Majesty to guess? Let alone the Duke Jiang mansion, you have to consider the Su family too. The Su family has just risen. Are they going to give up their future glory because of this marriage? Duke Jiang was also considering the long term, and he was not forcing the couple to break up. If he were the emperor, he would probably think that they were plotting a rebellion. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Since ancient times, those in high positions have been suspicious. The lives of hundreds of people depend on him, so how can he not take it seriously? It's my own marriage, I have my own say. At worst, I won't be the prince of this duke's mansion. Anyway, I still have Fengyue Villa, but you can't stop me from marrying anyone. Jiang Yu knew it all, so he didn't need to explain it to himself. However, he was determined to marry her, and no one could stop him. When Duke Jiang heard him say this, he angrily slammed the table and pointed at him and cursed, "Unfilial son, you are talking nonsense. Listen to what you are saying. You are the only legitimate son of the Duke of Jiang's mansion. In the future, only you can take this position. Now, for the sake of your love, you are willing to disregard the lives of all the family members. You are simply unreasonable. I indulge you for your mother's sake, not for you to be so unreasonable." Speaking of Jiang Yu's mother, Jiang Yu snorted coldly. "Are you worthy of mentioning my mother? Now you are talking about me like this, but back then you insisted on marrying my mother despite the opposition of the entire clan. After you got married, you ignored your promise to my mother, married that woman, and had a child with her. Are you worthy of her? It was an accident. I was completely forced into it." Duke Jiang was in the wrong, but he did not forget to refute, but his voice became weaker. "Were you forced to do it? If you hadn't indulged your grandmother in her nonsense, crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to hang herself, and had been blindly filial, none of these things would have happened." Jiang Yu said, standing up excitedly. His mother is his Achilles heel, and he has a lot of resentment towards Duke Jiang because of his mother. At the beginning, old Madame Jiang cried, made a fuss, threatened to hang herself, and then went on a hunger strike before she forced Duke Jiang to surrender. Originally, he thought that she would just be a decoration in the mansion, but the old lady used the most disgusting method and sent Ningwei to his bed, and they got pregnant. In fact, as long as he stood firmer, with Madame Jiang's personality, could she really starve herself to death? Jiang Yu's mother had many conflicts with Duke Jiang because of these things, but she finally let it go for the sake of her children. However, Her health deteriorated, and she only reported good news to her grandfather, but not bad news. In the end, she died of old age, and there was nothing she could do. Jiang Yu has always suspected that Ning Wei and the old lady were related to his mother's death, but the old lady has passed away, and many things cannot be verified. At first, she disliked Jiang Xinro very much. She hated her, mocked her, and flattered Ning Wei. If a person disliked someone, everything that person did was wrong. In the end, the father and son parted unhappily. Duke Jiang overturned the table in anger, and Jiang Yu finally left in anger. The spies arranged by Ning Wei only knew that the father and son had a big fight, but they knew nothing about the content of the fight. Jiang Yu did not leave the Duke Jiang's mansion, but just returned to his own courtyard. He was determined about this matter. As he said, he would rather not be this shabby prince and marry Su Wan. Moreover, the reason why Duke Jiang flipped the table was because Jiang Yu said in a fit of anger, even if you don't agree with me becoming a live-in son-in-law, I still want to be with her. Regarding the self-cultivation of a qualified love brain, he always remembered what Su's mother said, that she was reluctant to let her daughter get married, and if possible, she would find a live-in son-in-law. However, he drank too much tonight, so the alcohol might have played a role. Duke Jiang heard this. Shwama have that made her son, who is always calm, self-controlled, and indifferent, so obsessed? But he seemed to have forgotten that he had gone through the same thing himself. However, fate is a fickle thing, and there is no medicine for regret. The next morning, in the main hall of the Su mansion, the mansion had been removed, leaving only the red lanterns. Su's father and mother waited for their daughter-in-law to serve them tea all morning. But they also sympathized with the couple as newlyweds. Maybe it will come later. So, he asked the children to have breakfast first, but unexpectedly, the couple arrived at the dining room on time. Su Jing supported his newlywed wife affectionately, and Shin Qingli leaned on his shoulder softly. Brother looked rosy and refreshed, and my eldest sister-in-law had a pair of beautiful eyes, but there were dark circles under her eyes. She used powder to cover them up in the morning, but the effect was not obvious. Her temperament became more charming overnight, like a peach that has finally ripened. Everyone understood. Su Wan was grinning from ear to ear, and so was Su's mother. It seems that her wish of becoming a grandmother is about to come true. Dad, Mom, your son and Master Qingli are here to serve you tea. The servants brought up hot tea. Su's father and mother sat on the high chair, having prepared red envelopes. There was a red paper with the word, happiness, written on it, and some silver notes were wrapped inside, a small token of appreciation for the daughter-in-law to use as private money. Shin Qingli held the tea and called them Dad and Mom one by one. Mr. and Mom Su smiled so much that their eyes narrowed into slits. To have a good wife. Su Wan looked at the scene. His parents looked happy. Now they were healthy, and his eldest brother's face was filled with happiness. It's great that she changed their fate. After serving tea, the family sat down to have breakfast, with laughter and joy throughout the meal. The eldest brother and the second brother each picked up some food for their wives. Su Mu had a hangover the night before. When he woke up in the morning, he found Sun Linger sleeping next to him. He felt ashamed of his behavior towards her last night. He pressed her down and kissed her like this. As a result, Su Mu didn't dare to look Sun Linger directly this morning. Sun Linger didn't think there was anything wrong. The more unnatural it was, the more likely it was something fishy. However, she was also relieved that the child finally got it. Yesterday was the wedding of Su Jing and Shin Qingli, and today is Su Wan's birthday. From today on, Su Wan is officially 18 years old, which is an adult in modern times. Day yesterday, so today the whole family will just stay at home with her and celebrate her birthday quietly. It's so hard to finally have a complete family together. Yesterday, Su Wan told Jiaqing to come again today because it was her birthday, so she was the only one invited. When Princess Jiaqing heard that she was Su Wan's only one, she was so angry that she insisted to come today and even prepare a birthday gift. Prince Xiang and the princess are very supportive of her playing with Princess Xuanla. Now that the Su family is at its peak and Su-won's status is also noble, it's appropriate for the two of them to play together, isn't it? It just so happened that Jiaqing's personality was different from that of the ordinary noble ladies in Kyoto, and he had never been able to get along with them. But now it seemed that he and Princess Xuanla got along very well. Yesterday, Sun Linger had already carefully noticed the unusualness of Princess Jiaqing. Whenever she saw Su Qin, she would unconsciously avoid his gaze, and her ears would turn red. What did this mean? After returning from Prince Xiang's mansion where she attended the princess' birthday banquet, Su-won gossiped with her about the chance encounter between Su Qin and Jiaqing. Isn't this a perfect example of a hero saving a beauty, a young general seeing injustice and drawing his sword to help, and a simple princess falling in love at first sight? When Su-won heard her description, he also smelled something unusual. Jiaqing and the third brother sound like a good match, but if their family were to marry into the Grand Secretary's mansion and the Prince of Xiang's mansion successively, would the higher-ups really not think too much about it? Add to that the fact that she and Jiang Yu are involved, and Duke Zhang's mansion is involved, and the lineup for rebellion is complete. Second sister-in-law, are you sure that our family won't be too strong with this configuration? Su-won now directly calls her second sister-in-law. It doesn't matter if a few months pass by. It's a foregone conclusion. Sun Linger thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. However, it was just her intuition, and she was not sure. Today is Su-won's birthday, and the family has prepared gifts. Sun Linger made a pair of calming medicinal pillows by herself and put many fresh flowers in them. There is no strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine, but instead a very comfortable fragrance. Although it is not a valuable item, Sun Linger spent a lot of effort on it. This pillow can help you sleep better and prevent nightmares. If you sleep comfortably at night, you will naturally not have nightmares. Brother made her a bottle of facial ointment, which was green and a bit like a mud mask. This is something I developed some time ago. Apply it evenly on your face before going to bed every night, but avoid the eyes, mouth, and nose. Apply it for a quarter of an hour and then wash it off. It can make your skin firmer and smoother. If you have acne on your face, it will also have a very good effect. If you don't have acne, you can use it as a beauty ointment on a daily basis. It will only benefit your skin and not harm it. When Su-won saw the mud mask, her eyes lit up. The ancients called pimples and blackheads acne. She didn't have these things, but many girls were troubled by this. Su-won was thinking that it would be great if he could invest this into Bingjitang and turn it into a product for the market. The price does not need to be too high, everyone can afford it. It can not only increase Bingjitang's performance, but also help girls with bad skin to find a way to make their faces more beautiful. However, the Su family still does not know that Bingjitang is actually her property. She thought about it and decided to find a time to talk about it so that everyone would have an idea. Thank you, second brother. Do you still have the recipe for this ointment? I want it. After I use it up, I can continue to make it. Su-won was very cunning and started to trick him. Su-mu and Sun Linger smiled in tacit understanding when they heard this, and Su-mu took out a prescription from his pocket. I've prepared it for you. Take it. The girl thought he didn't know. The Jade Face Cream was formulated by Sun Linger and is now very popular all over the country. Sun Linger had heard about it before and went to buy a box. When she got it back and saw that it was her recipe, it was not difficult to guess. Moreover, don't the names Bingjitang and Yuyintang have the same meaning? Su-won's birthday was coming up soon, so the two of them discussed it and developed a recipe for an ointment to be used on the face. Everything went so smoothly, and it had been prepared long ago. When Su-won got the prescription, she still felt it was a little unreal. Looking at the expressions of my second brother and his wife, why do they look a little weird? Next it was the turn of the eldest brother and sister-in-law. Shin Qingli had already made preparations. When she was sewing her own wedding dress, she also sewed one for Su-won. When women in the Jin dynasty got married, especially those from prominent families, they had to embroider their own clothes. Su-won saw that she didn't know how to do it, so she embroidered it for her. The two people were of similar stature, So Qingli improvised and embroidered a wedding dress for her that was even more delicate than her own, with fine stitching and flowing lines. Su Jing is now married to Qingli, and they are together now. Since his sister-in-law gave him the gift, he did not make any other preparations. Su Qin didn't know what to give. He hadn't been home for several years and had been absent several times, but he had no experience and wanted to show his appreciation. He remembered that the first birthday gift he gave to Su-won was a round fan, so after he got off work last month, he searched all over Kyoto and finally bought a double-sided embroidered round fan with a jade handle at a high price. It just so happened that the weather was about to get hot, and the noble ladies in Kyoto all had one in their hands. The female shopkeeper said that the one he bought was very easy to match with clothes, as long as it was embroidered with her favorite hibiscus flowers. When Su-won received it, he was truly amazed. The white jade felt very cool to the touch, and the jade was of good quality and crystal clear. But the most valuable part was the double-sided embroidery. Hundreds of taels to buy a round fan for his sister. Noble ladies bought round fans, mainly to match them with their clothes. Such expensive ones could only be placed on the windowsill to be admired, and they were reluctant to use them. Until now, she still keeps the round fan worth 5 taels of silver that her third brother gave her when she was 14 years old, and is reluctant to use it. Thank you, third brother. I like it very much. Su-won took the fan in his hand and couldn't let it go. On the fan handle, which is very delicate. I didn't expect that despite his rough image, the third brother has such good aesthetic taste. Sun Linger and Qingli both came over and looked at the fan carefully. It was so delicate and beautiful. They loved it very much. So, Su Jing and Su Mu looked at each other. One touched his nose, and the other coughed to cover up his embarrassment. After Su Qin finished delivering the gifts, Su Yun's eye-catching bag came out. Ahem. You've delivered them all, right? Now it's my turn. His attitude, I wonder what he is going to do next. He clapped his hands, and a moment later, several maids came in carrying a clothes rack filled with all kinds of ruchuan skirts hanging on it. Red, purple, pink, green, cyan, and light yellow, and the bottom layer is also thoughtfully matched with shoes of the same color. Seeing this, Su-won couldn't help swallowing. This. Su-yi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Su-yun's conspicuous bag. Wan, happy birthday. I've said before that I want to buy all your clothes for the rest of your life. I'll have them made for you at the largest clothing store in Kyoto. You can wear these after summer starts. You can wear pink and light yellow for the spring banquet, which will make you look bright and pure. Wear purple and blue for weddings. Wear green and red for visits. I personally had someone draw the blueprints and sent them to you. I only started making them after I reviewed them. Take a look and see if you like them. Su-yun's arrangement was very clear, and there was nothing wrong with it. The Su family has a good aesthetic sense. Over the years, he has hired someone to make Su-won skirts, which are very much in line with her aesthetic taste. Su-won went forward to look at them one by one. They were indeed beautiful. The fabrics were all top-quality silk fabrics that dissipated heat and absorbed sweat, and they had a good feel and drape. Thank you, fourth brother. I like it very much. Each color has 4 patterns, including various flowers, butterflies, and birds. The same goes for shoes, so you don't have to wear the same thing twice this summer. The last one was Su-yi. Su-yi was clever and had customized a dressing table in the largest cosmetic shop in Kyoto. The wooden box is so beautiful, made of mahogany with patterns, like a food box, the octagonal one. There is a small turntable on it. With a slight turn, the box opens like a flower, with rouge, lip balm, eyebrow powder, all sorted out. Seeing this design, it was hard for Su-won not to think of the modern couple who were separated from their children. However, this design is still very novel in Kyoto, and the raw materials of these cosmetics are of the best quality and do not harm the skin. The bottom layer contains many makeup tools, such as lip brushes, powder brushes, eyebrow brushes, etc. Su's father and mother looked around and found that their sons had bought everything they needed, so the 2 parents had no idea what to prepare for their daughter. Therefore, Su's father and mother planned to cook lunch themselves and make a bowl of hand-rolled noodles as longevity noodles. Now that we have everything we need, The thought behind our thoughts is more important than gold, silver, and jewelry. Dr. Sun, Grandma Yi, and Jiang Yunhe were also there. After discussing it, both sides unanimously gave a heavy red envelope. Now, Su-won has too much money to spend. The annual net income of Bingjitang alone, excluding the expenditure on raw materials and workers' wages, is nearly 50,000 taels of silver. As he was speaking, Jiaqing arrived. Princess Jiaqing has arrived. She has prepared a birthday gift for you and asked you to go to the front yard to take a look. The Su family members looked at each other, wondering what gifts Princess Jiaqing had prepared, and they had to go to the front yard to see. Su's mother ordered the servants to quickly prepare tea and snacks to entertain Princess Jiaqing with great ceremony. Su-won, Sun Linger, and Jiaqing played together for a whole day, and now they have become good sisters. As soon as they heard that she was coming, they ran out quickly. When he arrived at the yard, Su-won was shocked again because Jiaqing was leading a pony in the yard. It's white, not very tall compared to ordinary horses, and has a very low chassis. He wore a red saddle and a headband with a ruby on it. This horse is so handsome, it looks like it was tailor-made for girls. Wanwan, you're here. Look, this is the birthday present I prepared for you. It's called Baozhu. I'm giving it to you. Do you like it? Jiaqing raised an eyebrow at her. Today she was wearing a neat riding suit, dark red, and small boots of the same color. Her hair was also neatly combed into 2 large braids hanging in front of her chest, with a red glass chain wrapped around it. There were 2 strands of hair in front of her forehead. This outfit was neat yet noble. Just like in novels, the most favored junior sister in a big sect, with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and a small fong when she smiles. At this moment, she looked at Su-won and smiled sincerely. Su-won and Sun Linger came up and looked around the horse. The little pony Baozhu was pure white, and its hair was shiny and smooth, and it was obvious that it was well-groomed. You really gave it to me? Su-won pointed at Baozhu, then pointed at his nose, a little incredulous. This little pony, Baozhu, is very suitable for her temperament no matter from which aspect. She is not very good at riding a horse. Ordinary horses are very tall, and it is difficult for her to climb up them, and they are not easy to control. Jiaqing nodded vigorously. Well, I have 3 ponies like this, namely Baoshi, Baozhu, and Baohua. Sister Linger, do you like them? I will give Baoshi to you someday, and we 3 can each have one. When we go out for an outing someday, they're just right for riding. They are very docile and easy to control. Jiaqing touched Baozhu's head with his hand, and Baozhu snorted. Su-won also followed suit and touched Baozhu. Baozhu was very affectionate, as if she knew that she was going to change her owner. Thank you, Jejia. I will take good care of Baozhu. Su-won asked Lian to take Baozhu to the stable and specifically asked him to send Ma Ping out alone to clean up the place. Sun Linger had only met Jiaqing once, and he wanted to give her a horse. She felt really embarrassed. No need, my lady. You can keep the gemstone for Baohua to keep company. Unexpectedly, Jiaqing climbed onto Sun Linger's shoulders and said cheerfully, Don't be polite, Sister Linger. We are all good sisters, and good sisters should share together. What Wanwan has, you should have too. Su's mother and Shin Qingli were watching from the side and didn't realize that Princess Jiaqing was so approachable. Shin Qingli had not had much contact with Jiaqing in the past few years. Most of the time, the princess followed the princess and greeted her, but she looked quite reserved. Now that she thought about it, it was probably because of the pressure from the princess. The brothers were standing in the corridor. Jiaqing glanced at Su Chen. In an instant, she let go of Sun Linger's hand and stood up straight. I haven't asked how Madame Su is doing yet. Jiaqing is here to greet you. And Madam, how are you too? Shin Qingli is now Su Jing's wife, and Su Jing is the head of the Su family, so she naturally becomes Madame Shin. How could Su's mother let a princess greet her, especially a princess from the royal palace? This was unacceptable. My lord, you are so polite. Please come in and have a seat for tea. Madame Su, you don't have to be too nervous about me. Just treat me as an ordinary girl. I'm here to celebrate Wanwan's birthday today. Having said that, Sue's mother didn't dare to treat her as an ordinary girl. Shun Qingli smiled and said jokingly, Princess Jiaqing is really approachable. The sun is strong today, let's go in quickly. The brothers are all at home today, and don't have to go out to work. Su Jing has 7 days of wedding leave, and Su Chen has taken 3 days off.
Hiacheng woke Dora Shuchen.
Today, Su Chun happened to be standing in the center position. The 5 brothers bowed to her together. Princess Jiaqing, you have to follow the proper etiquette. As soon as Jiaqing saw Su Chen, his face turned red and his heart started beating fast. She lowered her head with a smile on her lips. No need to be polite, no need to be polite. Because of Sun Linger's words, Su Wan paid special attention to Jiaqing's reaction today. It was true that as soon as she saw the 3rd brother, she seemed to become shy. Brothers made way for him and respectfully invited him in. In the end, Jiaqing felt a little uncomfortable. Su Wan saw her discomfort and simply took her to her own yard. Once out of that hall, everyone felt at ease. 3 girls were playing in the yard, chatting, drinking tea, and gossiping. As they were talking, the topic turned to Su Chen. Wan, doesn't General Su have to go to the city defense camp to serve recently? The sudden appearance of a 3rd brother and the question asked by Jiaqing made Su Wan and Sun Linger stunned. Although, if Jiaqing really likes the 3rd brother, it seems that he would be quite good. He took 3 days off and will be on duty tomorrow. Su Wan said truthfully. Jiaqing nodded as if he understood, and then asked again. How old is your 3rd brother? I heard that he is very powerful on the battlefield, and the enemy is terrified when they hear his name. He must be very good at martial arts, right? Can he climb walls and fly over rooftops? Jiaqing talked about this. His eyes became starry. He is 23 this year. My 3rd brother is really good at martial arts. He is good at riding, shooting, and fighting. He can also climb walls and run on rooftops. When Su Wan talked about his 3rd brother, his tone and expression were full of pride. She said this. Jiaqing's eyes turned into admiration. Wow, that sounds amazing. Next month will be the annual Royal Hunting Festival, a 5-day hunting trip to Junshan. The emperor will bring all the princes, as well as the sons and daughters of the military families, to Junshan for hunting. General Su should be able to go, too. Wan, you are also a military family member, so you can go too. What I look forward to most every year is this hunting festival. By then, I should be able to witness General Su's elegance with my own eyes. She witnessed Su Chen's moves on the street last time. She concluded that Su Chen's martial arts must be very strong. She has been interested in these fighting and killing things since she was a child. Of course, I'm also interested in people. When Su Wan heard her talk about this royal hunting, it seemed that every costume TV drama had it, and it was a grand scene. She had never seen it before, and it was new to her, so naturally she wanted to join in the fun. He is the Lieutenant General of the City Defense Battalion. Even if he went, he would be going to protect the Emperor and the enclosure, right? It doesn't matter. As long as he goes, he can follow His Majesty in hunting. No one knew what Jiaqing was thinking, and Su Wan couldn't guess it either, but she looked very happy. However, it can be concluded that she is indeed very interested in the 3rd brother. At Duke Zhang's mansion, Zhang Yu was a little drunk last night and had a quarrel with Duke Zhang. When he woke up the next morning, he had a headache. The servants in the yard brought some stomach-warming porridge. Sir, the Duke has told you to go to the study to see him after breakfast. Zhang Yu thought about the conversation last night and frowned. Got it, go down. He remembered Wan's birthday today and had to go to the Su mansion in the afternoon.
Anan.
He called out to Anan, the guard guarding the door. Anan pushed the door open and came in. Young master, what do you want me to do? Prepare the wooden box I brought back from Zhongzhou and go to the Su mansion in the afternoon. Be careful not to damage it. Yes, young master. Anan received the order and retreated respectfully. No one knew what was inside that wooden box. It was so huge, and the young master treasured it very much. He put it in the carriage all the way back from Zhongzhou, and I guess he was going to give it to Princess Xuanla. Jiang Yu ate a few bites casually, and then went to the study, where Duke Jiang was already waiting. On the way, he also met Ningwei, who was delivering snacks. It was rare that the Duke was at home today, so she had to show her courtesy and find out why he had quarreled with Jiangyu last night.
Who knows, we met halfway.
Madam, are you going to deliver some snacks? Ningwei saw him. She bowed to him reluctantly. Sir, I'm going to bring some snacks to the Duke. Jiangyu would not miss any opportunity to annoy her, and he winked at Anan. No need to go. I'll bring it to you. Ningwei was stunned when she heard this. The plate of pastries in her hand had already been taken away by Anan. Afterwards, Jiangyu ignored her speechless and resentful expression and took his people away. Your Majesty doesn't like sweet things. Anan, this cake is for you. Thank you for the reward, young master. I won't be polite. Anan ate while walking. Ningwei was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she couldn't do anything. After Jiangyu disappeared, she stomped her feet in anger and threw a can of fish food under the corridor into the water, causing quite a splash. The fish food was scattered, and all the koi in the pond gathered together. The housekeeper who was passing by saw this, and hurriedly called out to the servants, "Go get the net and fish out the fish." The koi in this pond were carefully selected by the Duke. Don't let them get too full. After hearing this, Ningwei became anxious and panicked. Jiang met the study room where Duke Jiang was writing. On the white rice paper, he had written 4 big characters. Everything depends on human effort. When he had just finished, Duke Jiang took a look and was quite satisfied. Now that you're here, I won't talk to you about those empty words.
Sit down.
Let's talk about what happened last night calmly, father and son. Is that okay? In the eyes of the soldiers, Duke Jiang is a very serious and tall figure who keeps his word. Who would have known that in private he is so humble to his own son Jiangyu? Jiangyu raised his eyebrows and found a place to sit down. 5 years ago, I was chased and poisoned and stabbed several times. If it weren't for her and the Su family, I would have been a handful of dust, a wandering ghost. They detoxified me, healed my wounds, and took me in. Over time, I fell in love with her, and we loved each other. I couldn't live without her. She has been waiting for me all these years. Now that I'm back, I have to fulfill my promise. Jiangyu didn't waste time talking to him and got to the point. Hearing this, Duke Jiang stopped writing, looked at him and asked, "Who is chasing you?" "It's all in the past. This is not the point. I've already dealt with it. Let's get back to the topic. Yu Wushang has become a disabled man. He is now bedridden every day and will not live long. He no longer poses a threat. Have you figured out your feelings? Are you unable to repay the favor of saving your life, or are you really in love with each other? It has nothing to do with saving my life. I still say that I must have her. If you don't agree, then I will not be the prince." Jiang Yu's expression and tone made him look like he was here to inform you, not to discuss things with you. Duke Jiang felt his eyes go dark and he really wanted to pinch his own philtrum. He didn't know what sin he had committed to have such a rebellious son. He breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is not as simple as you think. We need to think about it carefully. You should at least let me meet the legendary Princess Xuanla before letting me make a decision, right? In the afternoon, Jiangyu came to the Su mansion and asked someone to bring in a large carved wooden box. He came here now, he didn't bring any visiting card. He just wanted to be thick-skinned and come directly. Su Wan continued to bring Jiaqing to play at her place in the afternoon. It was not until her third brother came to call her that she realized Jiangyu had come. The third brother also asked someone to bring a large box over. When it was opened, a zither was found inside. This zither is so beautiful, with a phoenix carved on it and painted. The wood used is rosewood, which exudes a pleasant fragrance. The material of the strings is also the best, but Su Wan may not understand what the strings are made of. Feng Qiu Huang, he mentioned. He had said before that when she had completely learned how to play the guzheng, he would give her this Feng Qiu Huang, which had been passed down through generations. This is a top-notch product. It can be said to be priceless, and many people cannot buy it even if they have money. Jiangyu gave it to you. Do you want to go to the front hall to meet him? Su Chen asked. Jiangyu wanted to come to the backyard to see her, but his brothers were all at home today and had nothing to do. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he was afraid that it would not be easy. As soon as Jiaqing faced Su Chen, he became a quail, no longer chattering, but just stood aside quietly, looking particularly well-behaved. Su Wan knew without thinking that it would be impossible for Jiang Yu to be alone with her when he came today. Fourth brother Su Yun alone would drive him crazy. Third brother, you go first, I'll be right there. It's okay, I'll wait for you. When you get better, we'll go together. Su Chan came to deliver something, and there was nothing else to do anyway, so let's go together. Su Wan nodded, and then took great pains to move the Fengqiuwang to the bedroom. During the process, Lu Yun and Lu Ying wanted to help, but were rejected by her. It can be seen how much she likes this Fengqiuwang. After Su Wan went in, Jiaqing and Su Chun were the only ones left in the yard. Su Chun put his hands behind his back and smiled at her politely. Jiaqing lowered his head with a blushing face. Afterwards, she took the initiative to find a topic. General Su, what do you like to do? Facing Jiaqing's question, Su Chun felt a little uncomfortable. He had never spoken to girls before, so when facing Princess Jiaqing, he felt stiff all over. Reply to the princess, I don't have anything I particularly like to do. If you have to say one thing, then does it count as me liking to stay in the martial arts training ground and practice martial arts? Seeing him stuttering, Jiaqing couldn't help but laugh and thought he was so cute. General Su, it's really interesting to see you blushing. This is of course something you like. I usually like playing polo, pitching pots, archery, and riding horses. Do you play polo? If there is a chance in the future, can I invite you to form a team with me? Jiaqing is really a brave girl who knows how to take the initiative. When Su Chun heard that these were her hobbies, he found it incredible. The princess is indeed a carefree person, similar to Wan Wan, and doesn't put on airs, which is a good thing. But I didn't expect that she actually liked these things that only men like to play with. I am proficient in horse riding and archery, but I have never seen polo played. Su Chin touched his head embarrassedly. Jiaqing watched his reaction. The cuter he found it. The longer he talked to him, the redder his face would be, and the softer his voice would be. General Su, do you always blush like this when you talk to girls? Jiaqing's words were shocking, and Su Chen's face turned red again, like a cooked shrimp. The princess is making fun of me. I don't talk to girls very often. He hardly ever talked to girls. In his daily life, he was mostly surrounded by men. At home, he only talked more with Wan Wan. He also rarely talked to his eldest and second sisters-in-law, always trying to reduce his presence. He had never interacted with girls much, so when Princess Jiaqing teased him casually, he blushed. Su Chen's innocence, from beginning to end. Su Wan saw the scene when she came out. She also observed secretly and saw Jiaqing teasing his third brother. She thought it was funny, but quickly came out to help. If I don't help, I'm afraid that third brother will really be in trouble. Jia, stop teasing my third brother. He has a slow temper and has never gotten along with girls. Apart from our relatives, most of the people around him are men. He can't stand your teasing. Su Wan explained this, but Jiaqing only captured one piece of information. There is no woman around Su Chen. He is very simple and clean. I'm not teasing General Su. General Su is just too shy. Jiaqing smiled again with his hands covering his mouth. Su Chen felt like he was about to burn with anger and quickly turned around. Su Wan looked at his third brother and realized that he was a general after all, but he would become so shy when talking to a girl for few more words. Su Chen thought that it was mainly because the princess' smile was so contagious that he didn't dare look at her directly. He felt nervous every time he looked at her. In the past, when he faced a woman, he would just treat her as a mute and ignore her. But Princess Jiaqing was quite talkative and he couldn't ignore her. General Su, when I have time next time, I will start a polo game and invite you to join me. You must come. Jiaqing launched an attack again. Su Wan would not stop him. Third brother was already so old, he should have some luck in love. Even if the two families were not in harmony, if they were really in love with each other, she would not be the bad person and try to break them up. Instead, she would bless them. As the saying goes, when enemies come, we will fight them. When floods come, we will block them with earth. There is always a solution to everything. Hearing this, Su-chin glanced at Su-won quietly, only to see Su-won smiling and nodding at him. So, he turned around and bowed solemnly to Princess Jia-cheng. Thank you for the invitation, Princess. If things are not too busy, I will definitely come. Su-chin agreed. Jia-cheng was so happy that he almost flew up and said excitedly, Well, you must come.
Well.
Su-chin wanted to say that he said it on the premise that he was not busy, which means that he might not come if he had something to do, but he had already agreed to it. How is he going to explain this? Won, aren't you going to the front hall? Let's go. Jia-cheng was in a good mood and pulled Su-won out.
Princess Jia-cheng,
I want to say. Su-chin followed behind, his voice neither loud nor soft. However, Jia-cheng didn't hear a word. Su-chin had no choice but to give up and obediently followed behind to the front hall. In the front hall, Jong Yu sat in his seat. On his side sat Jong Yunha and Dr. Sun and his wife. Opposite them, the four brothers of the Su family sat in a neat row, all looking at Jong Yu. Su's father and mother sat in the main seats, and the atmosphere in the hall was a little stagnant. Jong Yu sat in his seat very calmly, and Soo-yeon looked at him with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. The reason is simple, it's just because Jong Yu announced something just now. Jong Yu came in and saw that everyone was there. He knelt down directly in the hall, facing Su's father and mother and his brothers, very pious. He said that he would choose a day and personally ask the emperor to grant the marriage. Then he would come to the Su family to propose marriage to Su-won, hoping that Su's father and mother would agree. He said this. Su's father and mother were naturally very happy because they had witnessed the friendship between the two children along the way. One is willing to wait for another, and one is willing to guard another. Su-won is already 18 years old, and it is time for her to get married. Although her parents are extremely reluctant, they are also looking forward to this day. If the other party was Jong Yu, they would be happy. They have not seen much of the world, and are not clear about the complicated relationships between the court and the families. They only know that they want their daughters to get what they want and live happily. In fact, the brothers knew that Jong Yu was a good match for Su-won, but when they heard him say that, they still felt uncomfortable, especially uncomfortable and very irritated. Shin Qingli and Sun Linger took people to prepare dinner, so they were not in the main hall. Su's mother only prepared a meal at noon, but Jong Yu missed it. Now Shin Qingli is the mistress of the family, and it is her job to prepare dinner for guests. He came back, he happened to meet Su-won, Jia-cheng, and Su-chun, and the five of them went to the main hall together. In the main hall, no one spoke, but just sat there in a weird atmosphere. When Su-won walked in, the first person he saw was Jong Yu. That purple figure was particularly eye-catching. Jong Yu was not wearing a mask today. He must have taken it off when he came in. At this moment, he was also looking at Su-won with a smile between his eyebrows. When Jia-cheng saw Jong Yu, he did not recognize for a moment that he was the eldest son of Duke Jong's mansion. Before, Su-chun mentioned Jong Yu. Who is Jong Yu? She had only heard of Prince Jong, but not his real name, so it was normal that she didn't know him. Moreover, Jong Yu's appearances in public over the years have been few and far between. Su-won couldn't help laughing and winked at him. Seeing this, Jong Yu's mouth immediately broke into a big smile. In the eyes of everyone, the interaction between the two was just an unabashed expression of affection through their eyes. Soo-yeon felt that Jong Yu was deliberately provoking them. When Su's mother saw her daughter coming, she waved to her and asked her to come over to her. Su-won came over, held her hand, and walked to her side. Su's mother smiled from ear to ear. Won, you just told us that he would ask the emperor for permission to marry her on a chosen day, and then come to our house to propose marriage. What do you think? Su-won heard this, looked at her mother's happy expression, and her father nodding his head in approval. She then looked at her brothers who were all sitting there with stern faces. However, the culprit Jong Yu was sitting there with his legs crossed, looking nonchalant. It seemed that he was in a good mood, with an obvious smile on his face. He discussed this with Duke Jong. Did Duke Jong agree? Duke Jong did know about it. In the morning, the conversation between the father and son ended with Duke Jong giving in first. However, his stance was firm. He did not agree to what the two wanted, but he did not stop them either. Just say that this matter should be delayed for a maximum of 2 months. He needs to get to know Princess Shun first. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for him to agree to their marriage without even meeting his future daughter-in-law. Moreover, the current situation of the two families is very clear. One move can affect the whole body. There are so many people in the Jiang family, and as the head of the family, he cannot be careless. Jiang Yu also agreed, but he still informed the Su family in advance. Otherwise, it would be unjustifiable for him to visit Wanwan at the Su family later. As long as Su's father and mother nod their heads, this matter will be easy to handle. Su's mother is really something. When asked what she thought in front of so many people, what else could she think? Of course she would accept it. Mom and Dad, I will listen to you. Suwon answered with pretended reserve. Suyun couldn't bear it anymore and snorted deliberately to make himself felt. Humph, Mom, there's no need for you to ask her. She's already turned her elbow outward. Suwon was so upset when she heard that. She couldn't refute it. Why was she so ungrateful? It was nonsense. This is just a normal relationship that develops naturally. Anyway, she didn't care about those twists and turns. If Jiang Yu wanted to marry her, he would find a way to clear the obstacles himself. Mother Su glared at Suyun directly. How can you talk like that? Are you itching for trouble? You're already a grown-up. Don't force me to slap you. Su's mother's inconsistent attitude towards her son and daughter formed a sharp contrast. Jiacheng laughed unkindly. The people in the Su family are really interesting.
Haha.
Seeing that the princess was laughing at him, Suyun blushed and muttered, Mother, Princess Jiacheng is still here. Can you please give me some face? Oh, you also know how to save face. Su's mother glared at him again. Suwon looked at Suyun provocatively and raised his eyebrows. Suyun could only close his eyes and brainwash himself. I can't see. I can't hear. Jiacheng was still confused. It sounded like this purple-clothed man was the one Wanwan liked.
Who was he?
He needed the emperor's blessing for the marriage. She feels a little familiar, yet a little strange. She looks pretty good and is a good match for Wanwan. The other brothers looked gloomy. Su Jing suddenly stood up and looked at Jiang Yu. Prince, please come with me. I have something to tell you. And you come with me too. Su Jing glanced at the other brothers and motioned for them to follow. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows, stood up calmly, and bowed to Su's father and mother. Uncle, aunt, excuse me first. Go, all of you, be polite to a Yu and don't bully him. Su's mother knew that her son's talk to Jiang Yu must be related to Wanwan. It is understandable that they have been feeling awkward because of the matter between a Yu and Wanwan. Suwon also knew that this was something Jiang Yu had to deal with. Brothers are now her strength. With their support, she feels safe. She also knew that her brothers would not do anything to him. It was just a serious talk. The eldest brother was the head of the family now, and he had his own decisions on some matters, which was a responsibility to his family and a way of protecting his sister. As for Jiacheng, she was confused again. What the heck? What did Minister Su call that man in purple just now? Crown Prince? The 5 brothers of the Su family took Jiang Yu directly to Su Jing's study. After entering, there were chairs inside. Everyone found a chair and sat down, while Su Jing sat at the desk. Jiang Yu was calm and didn't feel restrained. He knew what to say next, and he had already thought about it and would try his best to give them a satisfactory answer. Prince, I asked you to come here alone because I want to ask you something about you and Wanwan. Brother, you don't have to be so formal.
Just call me a Yu.
You always called me that before. You are not shy at all, calling me big brother all the time. Su Yun said sarcastically. Thank you for the compliment, 4th brother. Jiang Yu replied politely, not afraid of angering Su Yun to death. You. Su Yun kept saying you for a long time but couldn't make any sense. I told you not to call me 4th brother. You're so much older than me. Don't you have any idea? We're a family now anyway, so why not just call her Wanwan? Jiang Yu said confidently. Sui held his forehead helplessly and looked at Su Yun, thinking that he was really incompetent and playful. You can't win the argument, you can't win the fight, and you still have to make yourself unhappy. Okay, Soo-yun, shut up and get back to the point. And Prince, please be serious too. Soo-jing glanced at the two elementary school students one by one. As soon as the eldest brother spoke, Soo-yun immediately shut up, but he still looked unconvinced when looking at Jiang Yu's expression. Su-mu is still the same as before. When he has nothing to do, he doesn't talk much and has a rather cold temperament. He is an icy handsome guy with a wooden attribute. Su-chin was quite overexcited when he first found out, but now he's fine. He and Jiang Yu have been on the battlefield for several years, and their relationship is still there. He trusts Jiang Yu's character very much. After they had a fight before, he's fine now. Now, speaking of their marriage, to be honest, as long as Wanwan has no objection, he has no objection either. He is a cavalry general in name only. Now that the country is peaceful and there is no war, it is just a title. His main job is still in the city defense camp. When I went to the battlefield were, firstly, to defend my country and fulfill myself, and secondly, to achieve success and give confidence to my family. But now it seems that the eldest brother is the biggest confidence. Soo-yun's temperament has never changed, like a firecracker. As for Soo-yi, he is still the same squinty-eyed man who loves to smile, is deep-minded, sees things clearly, and is sarcastic. If he doesn't speak, it's fine, but when he does, it's always to the point. Sir, does Duke Zheng know about you and Wanwan's affair? Su-jing then began to ask the questions he wanted to ask.
I know. I've already told him about it.
Does Duke Zheng agree with what you are doing? Su-jing asked again. I didn't agree verbally, but I didn't object. I know what you're worried about, big brother. My father has the same concerns about our current family background and power, so he didn't agree directly, but said he would take the long view. But he said so, which means he agrees in his heart. In order to avoid the emperor's objection, we have to think of a way to be thorough. Anyway, big brother, don't worry about this. I, Jiang Yu, want to marry Wanwan, so these things are the things that the Jiangguogong mansion should worry about, and they will not affect the Su family in the slightest. When Jiang Yu said this, all the brothers present frowned at the same time, especially Su-jing. He thought for a moment and said, Duke Jiang holds military power, and I am now on duty at the Ministry of Personnel. Next year, the Minister of Personnel will retire and return home. There are many twists and turns in the marriage between our two families, and I don't need to say much. If we insist on the marriage, His Majesty will not be happy, which is a big hidden danger for both families. You and Wanwan have been in love with each other for so many years, and we have watched you go through it all. To be honest, you can't make the decision on your own when it comes to emotional matters. As a brother, I just hope that she can have a safe and happy life in the future. She is more than just family to us. Due to some misunderstandings in the early years, we were absent from her life for 10 years. From the beginning, we didn't even treat us equally. But if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have come to this point so quickly. If it weren't for her, my parents wouldn't be as healthy as they are now. If it weren't for her, perhaps my brothers and I might not have found the true meaning of life. She is the lucky star of our Su family. We don't object to you two being together. On the contrary, if it really doesn't work, I would rather give up everything I have now and let her get what she wants. Do you understand? When it comes to the word, treat everyone equally, Su-yun lowered his head in shame. He had misjudged people and had the wrong heart back then. Because of someone's few words, he glared at Su-wan, who had just returned, and always said things that made her uncomfortable. I didn't feel it at the time, but now when I think about it, the disappointment that flashed across Su-wan's eyes every time he said those hurtful words was real. But afterwards, she was still smiling and treating each of her brothers equally with an indifferent attitude, showing the same amount of love and care. Later, he paid special attention to this matter and always asked Su-wan to treat everyone equally. He always wondered, would she put him last because of what he had done in the past? Jiang Yu, let me tell you, although I can't beat you and my status is not as noble as yours, if you dare to let Wanwan down, I will take her back from you and hide her even if I don't want to live. I don't care what difficulties you have. Since you promised her, you have to do it. I don't care. As Su-yun spoke, his eyes turned red, his nose felt sore, and he almost burst into tears. Seeing Su Yun like this, the brothers became even more depressed. Su Mu knew very well that Jiang Yu was not penniless in addition to his identity as the eldest son of Duke Jiang, as well as Fengyue Villa. He could abandon one identity anytime and anywhere and still have another one. No matter which identity he used, he could protect Wanwan well. Over the years, he had been traveling abroad to study medicine and had spent the least time with Su Wan, but he had long regarded her as his only sister and loved and protected her as much as anyone else. As rational as he is, he still feels sad. Su Yi now thinks that among the 5 brothers, he seems to be the only one who has not achieved success or fame. He is still stuck in the same place, with no improvement, little money earned, and no reputation in Kyoto. He can't even say the words of giving Su Wan confidence, and they seem pale and powerless. Jiang Yu looked at them, each of whom spoke in a serious and earnest manner, and he felt unhappy. But he was not unprepared and unexpressed. Wanwan is not only the Su family's lucky star, but also my lucky star. I promise that after marriage, I will not live with Wanwan in the Duke's mansion. I have already bought the house next to the Su mansion. When the time comes, I will open a side door to connect to the Su mansion. In the future, Wanwan can go home every day. I have also discussed with my grandfather that half of the property in Fengyue Villa will be under Wanwan's name. What do you think, brothers? He knew that the Su family was reluctant to part with Su Wan, so he asked someone to buy the empty house next to the Su family. After he married Su Wan, he would move in with her. By connecting the 2 houses through a door, they can still see each other every day. No matter how the people in Kyoto gossip about them in the future, it doesn't matter. As long as the Su family is satisfied and Su Wan is happy, it's fine. I know that my uncle and aunt are reluctant to part with Wanwan. She is the only daughter in your family and the youngest one, so I have already made plans. It just so happens that I am not very close to my family in Kyoto. You, second brother, know the power of Fengyue Villa best. Putting half of the property in Wanwan's name is my sincerity to her and to the Su family. Moreover, I have made preparations. If His Majesty is unwilling, I will voluntarily give up my status as the Crown Prince. This status is like a floating cloud to me and is dispensable. Do you think this is feasible? Jiang Yu put away his usual laziness and looked at the 5 brothers of the Su family with a serious face, with a rare sincerity in his eyes. Jiang Yu said was indeed beyond the expectations of several people. They did not expect that he had made so much preparation and sincerity in order to marry Wanwan. To move next to the Su mansion. It's good to live next door. I agree with this wholeheartedly. We can still see Wanwan every day in the future. If someone bullies her, we can be there to protect her immediately. As for bullying Su Wan, that is impossible. It would be good enough if Su Wan does not bully Jiang Yu in the future. After moving in after marriage, she is the boss and does not need to look at anyone's face or deal with others. She can do whatever she wants. At this point, Su Yi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up and sneered. It's easy for the prince to say that he can give up his status for Wanwan, but Duke Jiang may not agree. You are the only direct descendant of the Duke's mansion. How can he agree to you giving up this status? Besides, unless you sever your relationship with him, if you just give up your identity, in everyone's eyes, you are still his son, which makes you seem a bit ambiguous. Su Yi's words were always so sharp that Jiang Yu was silent, not knowing how to respond.
But this is also a fact.
Duke Jiang favors his deceased wife and legitimate son, and everyone in Kyoto has seen it. Even if Jiang Yu does not become the crown prince, he is still Duke Jiang's son. It is indeed a case of trying to cover up one's own faults. 5th brother, I know what you're worried about, but please give me some time. I will definitely be able to solve these problems perfectly so that both the Jianghu mansion and the Su mansion will be safe and sound, and it won't affect anyone. It won't take too long. Jiang Yu was a little distressed. For the first time, he felt a sense of powerlessness about the current situation. He didn't care about the situation in Kyoto before, but as Duke Jiang said, he had to take into account the lives of hundreds of people in the Jiang family and its branches. Wanwan is already 18 years old and still hasn't found a marriage. I'm afraid that others will talk about her and ruin her reputation. I hope that the prince will keep his word, and at least this matter can be resolved before the end of this year, right? Soo-yi is a thoughtful person and thinks a lot, but among these 5 brothers, he is the most decisive and hard-hearted. Anyway, it is necessary to put more pressure on him. It won't take that long. When I returned from the battlefield, I refused the emperor's reward and specifically asked for a gift. I thought there would be such a day. Now it's just the right time to use it. I will find a chance to see the emperor. He is the toughest one. He is the first one who dares to be so tough with his majesty. He always keeps his word. If his majesty knew that he had played a trick on him like this, he would probably be furious, and then the one who would suffer would be the resentful father, Duke Jiang. He is truly his father's dearest son. Su Jing has been sitting here for such a long time, and his brows have never relaxed, but Jiang Yu said so just give him a chance and let him get busy. However, there were some things he still had to tell him, even if it would upset him. Some time ago, several ministers in the court asked me about Wanwan's marriage, and it seems that they are interested in marrying into our Su family. You have to hurry up. This is true. Those who come to ask are all high-ranking officials, and they extend many olive branches. Sure enough, Jiang Yu's face turned dark in an instant, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are they?" Su Jing raised his eyebrows and felt really happy when he saw Jiang Yu's reaction. I don't know when he became so sinister. Our Wanwan is so popular? Su-yi, the scheming boy, added some fuel to the fire. Jiang Yu's face darkened even more. No matter who it is, no one is worthy of our Wanwan. Su Chen said proudly. Their Wanwan deserves the best in the world, and those toads should just get lost as far away from them. Not long after Su Jing and the others left, Jiaqing finally found an opportunity to ask Su Wan what was going on. Su Wan just remembered that she didn't seem to know Jiang Yu and didn't know anything about them, so she patiently explained it to her. She explained her relationship with Jiang Yu, but she didn't tell the ins and outs of it. She just simply acknowledged her relationship with Jiang Yu. Anyway, everyone in Kyoto will know about it in the future, so it's not impossible to tell Jiaqing in advance. After listening to this, Jiaqing felt that he seemed to have some misunderstanding about Jiang Yu. I thought he was really as ugly as the rumors said, so he always wore a mask when he appeared in front of people. I didn't expect that the prince was not as ugly as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was so handsome. If he didn't wear a mask, I guess I don't know how many noble ladies in Kyoto would be fascinated by him. Although I don't know why, he must have his own reasons. Now she has finally resolved her previous doubts. She feels that Wanwan and Prince Jiang know each other and are very familiar with each other. She wonders in her heart how they know each other. But now she knew, and she was happy with it because when Su Wan and Prince Jiang stood together, they were very compatible in terms of status and appearance. They were simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. In the evening, everyone sat together to celebrate Su Wan's birthday. The table was full of dishes that she liked, with a bubbling hot pot in the middle, which was spicy. Yesterday, Jiaqing ate the banquet hosted by the Su family and was completely shocked. When he saw the table today, it was even more luxurious and sumptuous than yesterday's banquet. After eating them one by one, she showed a satisfied expression. She was so touched, and they were so delicious. Mrs. Su, can I come to your house often for meals in the future? Your food is really delicious. She looked at Su's mother and asked. Su's mother is so hospitable, and Princess Jiaqing has such a good personality. There is no way she could refuse. No problem, Princess. You can come whenever you want. We welcome you anytime.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jiaqing smiled again, revealing his fangs. Seeing her smile like that, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh along with her, and sighed that Princess Jiaqing was truly a person of temperament. After dinner, Su Wan and Sun Linger sent Jiaqing to the carriage and watched her leave before returning. Before leaving, Jiaqing said that he would have someone send the gem over tomorrow to give to Sun Linger. Sun Linger said no, but she insisted that sisters are more important than anything else, and that she must have everything Su Wan had. This sweet burden made Sun Linger dizzy. During the day, after Jiang Yu had talked it out with his brothers, everyone seemed less resistant to him meeting Su Wan alone. So, before he went back, He came to see Soo-won on purpose. Happy birthday. This is a gift for you. Do you like it? Jong-yu came to say happy birthday to her before he left. Only has the two of them. Soo-won nodded vigorously, took his hand and went into the house and asked him to sit down. She put the fengqiuewang in a good place. But now she was ready to take it out and play a song for him herself. Jong-yu was afraid that she would have a hard time carrying such a big box, so he stood up to help her. He stood behind her, hugged her from behind, and his warm breath sprayed on her ears. Don't move. I'll help you get it out. He really would flirt with her whenever he got the chance, and Soo-won was really crying. Soo-won crawled out from under his arm and waited for him to move Feng Chiu-hwang out and place it on the table where she had always placed it. The other one was temporarily placed in another place. It is indeed a masterpiece, something that has been passed down for generations. It is so exquisite that I am afraid I might accidentally break it. It's okay. If it breaks, just find someone to fix it. Jong-yu's tone was very casual, as if the fengqiuewang was not an antique, but just an ordinary musical instrument. No, that won't do. This is something your mother left for you, right? Since it's something your mother left for you, I have to keep it well. Soo-won gently stroked the pattern on it, but what she said made Jong-yu stunned. How do you know it was left by my mother? Jong-yu remembered that he didn't seem to say that it was left by his mother. Then how did Wonwon know about it? Soo-won's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Why did she know that? Of course, it was because she had read the original novel. This Feng Chiu-hwang appeared in the later part of the novel, and it was mentioned that it was left by Jong-yu's mother. I'm just guessing, is that not okay? She could only get away with it this way. Jong-yu frowned, but didn't ask any further. He once said that no matter what she did or said, he would not question it, even though she had her own little secret. Yes, of course. What song do you want to hear? I'll play it for you, Soo-won said as he adjusted the timbre of Feng Chiu-hwang. Now, she is considered an old hand and is no longer the newbie who couldn't even adjust the tone. Jong-yu looked at her skilled appearance and smiled dotingly. I want to listen to Feng Chiu-hwang. Jong-yu was interested in this piece of music after all. He was the one who taught it himself. Soo-won also guessed it, so he nodded in agreement. Jong-yu brought a stool and sat next to her, listening quietly to her playing the piano. This fengqiuewang is truly a masterpiece, impeccable in every aspect. The top-notch tone and moving melody make people indulge in it unconsciously. Jong-yu was standing next to her, supporting his chin with his hand and looking at her intently. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became. To be honest, before he met Soo-won, he never thought that he would be so obsessed with a woman in his life. The song ended. Soo-won saw Jong-yu still in a daze, so she took the initiative to kiss him on the lips. Jong-yu reacted. She had already left his lips. Almost subconsciously, he reached out and grabbed her arm, brought her over, let her sit on his lap, and hugged her for a passionate kiss. The next morning, someone suddenly came to the palace. It was the chief servant beside the emperor, Servant Liu, who came with his men. Su Jing came out with his whole family to meet him. He was the chief servant beside the emperor. When he came to the Su mansion, it meant that the emperor had given instructions, so naturally he dared not neglect it. Minister Su, the emperor has ordered the fifth son of the Su family to come to the palace to meet the emperor. The emperor also specifically instructed that I don't know if the fifth son's wedding banquet picture has been completed. If it has been completed, please bring the wedding banquet picture with you to meet the emperor. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the Su family was surprised. Except for Su's mother, everyone thought that the emperor suddenly summoned the fifth brother because he had done something wrong, or because the paintings he made violated some taboo. In short, the elderly tend to think too much. But everyone else knew that Su Yi's chance had come. The emperor must have heard about Su Yi's talent, so he summoned him to the palace and specifically asked him to bring the wedding banquet map. Su Jing couldn't help but smile, turned to look at Su Yi and asked, Old Five, have you finished drawing the wedding pictures? Su Yi seemed to be stunned by this sudden surprise, and stood there at a loss for a moment. It was Soo-won who pulled his sleeve to indicate that his elder brother was asking questions. Su Yi finally reacted and quickly replied, It has already been painted.
You can go anytime.
In that case, please bathe and change your clothes, then bring the wedding banquet map with you to the palace to meet the emperor. Servant Lu spoke in a shrill voice, and his face was full of wrinkles when he smiled. To bathe and change clothes before attending court. The emperor's majesty cannot be despised. Ministers have to bathe before attending court every day. Su-yi, an ordinary citizen, is no exception. Please wait a moment, Servant Lu, and go to the side hall to have some tea and snacks. Su Jing politely took him to the side hall. Su-yi went to take a shower and change his clothes. His mother prepared a set of light blue robes for him, which were new from head to toe. Su-won was really excited, because if nothing unexpected happened this time, fifth brother would become famous in one battle. His name would soon appear in the Confucian scholar circle in Kyoto, and he would have a place there. Great news! Fifth brother has finally waited for this day. In the side hall, Shun Qingli took a heavy purse and stuffed it directly into Servant Lu's hand. Thank you for your hard work, Servant Lu. Here is some money for the tea.
Please accept it.
It's not Shun Qingli's influence, but it's just the rule. Servant Lu is a popular figure around the emperor. He has come all the way here, so he still has to pay for his hard work. Moreover, giving appropriate benefits is also a way. Many officials rely on contacting the servants who have a say in the palace to understand the emperor's mood and avoid stepping on minefields. These servants are all shrewd people. If someone gives it to them, they will take it. So, he naturally took the purse given by Shun Qingli, which contained at least 100 taels of money. Then we would like to thank Madame Su for the reward. Please help look after my brother-in-law when you come to the palace. Thank you for your help. Shun Qingli took the opportunity to make this request. Not to mention, she had only been married for 2 days, but she already had the style of a mistress of the house. Soon, Su-yi finished bathing and changing his clothes. He packed his newly completed wedding banquet painting in a box and set off with Servant Lu. Aging, will your fifth brother be in trouble when he goes to the palace this time? Mother Su looked at the direction where Servant Lu's carriage left and asked Su Jing worriedly. Seeing this, Shun Qingli smiled and comforted. Don't panic, mother. My fifth brother has become successful. I think it's because some time ago my father went to the palace and told His Majesty that my fifth brother is a painting genius. He also specially took a portrait that my fifth brother painted for my mother a few years ago for His Majesty to review. I heard that the emperor recently wanted to redraw portraits for himself, the empress, and the other ladies in the harem, so Dad recommended my fifth brother to His Majesty. In addition, on the day of the wedding, my fifth brother made a lot of noise when he painted the wedding banquet. I'm sure His Majesty is also curious about his ability and whether it's as good as the rumors say. Anyway, nothing will happen if he goes this time. After hearing her daughter-in-law's explanation, Su's mother felt a little relieved. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Why do you always worry about their shortcomings? Just relax. Father Su saw things clearly. Mom, my fifth brother is a careful and thoughtful person who knows how to read people's minds. He is a very measured person. You don't need to worry about him getting into trouble. If it's Ayun, you can worry about him. While Su Jing was praising Su-yi, he also brought up Su Yun for comparison, which instantly made Su's mother laugh. Su Yun himself was full of question marks.
What?
Is this how you play the game of stepping on one and praising the other? Brother, look at what you said. I'm not that bad. Su Yun felt so wronged. Su Wan laughed unkindly, praising his elder brother for being so sharp. Su Yun was immediately unhappy. He looked at Su Wan with his hands on his hips and refuted confidently. Yes, I'm not very good at talking. Don't eat the food I cook in the future. Don't worry, fourth brother. It's okay if I'm wrong. When Su Wan heard that he was not allowed to eat the food he cooked, he was very upset. After all, he was the recognized chef in the family. It's too late. Su Yun crossed his arms with a proud look on his face. The brother and sister were playing and fighting, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. The elders and brothers all smiled indulgently upon seeing this. Su Chun went to the city defense camp to work today and didn't know that his fifth brother had been summoned. He rode a horse and led his team on routine patrols on the streets, doing his job conscientiously. Not far away, Jiaqing's maid climbed on the window and observed quietly. When she saw Su Chen appear, she immediately called her own princess. Princess, General Su has appeared. When Jiaqing heard this, he suddenly woke up from his drowsiness. She quickly ran to the window and saw that it was Su Chen riding a tall horse and patrolling the streets in silver armor, looking very majestic. She adjusted her hair and clothes and dressed in a rare ladylike style today. Come on, let's go down. Jiaqing came to the first floor of the tea house, took advantage of the opportunity when Su Chen passed by, and came out at the right time. General Su, what a coincidence I meet you again. Su Chen was looking straight ahead, working with a serious face, when he suddenly heard Jiaqing's voice. Her voice might be because he had heard it a lot recently, so it was very familiar to him. Turning his head, he found Jiaqing standing on the steps looking at him. Today, she had changed from her grassland style of yesterday and was wearing a silk gauze skirt that reached her chest, revealing her swan neck and delicate collarbone. Su Chen looked at the delicate white skin and slender neck, which seemed like it could be broken with a slight pinch. Soon, he was shocked by his own shameless thoughts, which made the tough guy blush again. Hello, Princess Jiaqing. What a coincidence. Su Chen stuttered a little, and it seemed that he was like this only with Jia Qingkai. It was indeed a coincidence that they saw him every day in just a few days. Behind him, perhaps they felt embarrassed, so they said to Jiaqing, Princess, I have official business to attend to, so I will leave now. Please be careful on the street alone. He saluted her while riding on his horse, and then drove away again after he was done. Jiaqing looked at his back and smiled foolishly. He told me to be careful. He's concerned about me, right? He's so considerate. Xiaoqing, the maid beside her, didn't know what to say when she heard this. Princess, it's really hard to judge you, this nymphomaniac. You dressed up so beautifully just to meet General Su by chance, and then say a few words and leave? Afterwards, Su Chen seemed to always run into Princess Jiaqing when he went out on patrol every day. It was such a coincidence that he found it a little hard to believe. Sui entered the palace smoothly and followed servant Liu to the emperor's bedroom, the Zichen Hall. On the way, I was deeply shocked by the majestic palace with its green bricks and jade tiles. This is his first visit to the palace, so it is very memorable. The emperor was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and was reviewing memorials. Sui and others were waiting outside, and servant Liu went in first to report. Not long after, servant Liu reappeared and invited him in to see the emperor. After entering, Sui knelt down immediately and kowtowed. I, the humble commoner, pay my respects to His Majesty. Long live the emperor. The emperor put down the memorial and looked up at the young man kneeling below. The Grand Secretary talked to him about it. It sounded so magical that he wanted to see it in person. It just so happened that he was very interested in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and he also wanted to know whether the gifted young man that others talked about was real. Get up and talk. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sui stood up from the ground. Even so, he still kept his head slightly lowered and did not look around. The emperor carefully observed the young man and found that he was not panicked in front of him and behaved politely, which was good. I heard from the Grand Secretary that you are extremely accomplished in painting and have a natural talent. I have seen the portrait you painted for Madame Shun, and it is indeed stunning. This time I summoned you to the palace, and I want you to paint a new portrait for me, the queen, and all the concubines in the harem. Are you willing? The so-called court portrait is a portrait of a deity wearing court robes. Sui heard this and immediately bowed. In reply to the emperor, I am willing to do so. Haha, you seem eager to try. You must be very confident in your own abilities. The emperor thought that he would be a little shocked and hesitant after hearing about it. After all, they were portraits of the emperor, the supreme ruler of the dynasty, and the empress, the mother of the country. If it was messed up, he would be unhappy and punish him. Unexpectedly, the young man looked very expectant. It seemed that the grand scholar was not bragging. Your Majesty is willing to give me a chance. I should seize it. Opportunities are rare in life, and if you encounter one, you must hold on to it firmly. Su-yi was very frank, and the emperor admired his true nature, and then he laughed even more heartily. Okay, well said. I also heard that on the day of Minister Su's wedding, you painted a wedding banquet picture on the spot.
Did you bring it with you?
I wonder if I can have the honor of appreciating it? The emperor's use of the words, "May I have the honor," was really scary. Even if Su-yi was calm, he couldn't help but panic a little. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Every polite word the emperor says from time to time is enough to make you nervous for a long time. The painting was in the hands of servant Liu, who called in a few young servants and opened the painting in front of the emperor. This wedding banquet picture is 2 meters long. It records in detail the area from the front hall to the backyard of the Su mansion on the day of the wedding banquet, from front to back. The characters above have all existed on the scene and are flesh and blood. Some important figures even had details painted on them with gold powder, and you can see their names if you look closely. If you look at it from the side in the sunlight during the day, or with a candle at night, the emperor stepped down from the dragon throne, walked to the front of the wedding banquet picture, and began to observe it carefully, with his waist slightly bent. Su-yi stood aside quietly and obediently. This painting reflects the marriage culture of Jin state to a great extent, and it also shows the prosperity of this dynasty. The characters above, from high-ranking officials to waiters, each one is so three-dimensional and vivid. The smile on the face and the body movements are so lifelike. Everyone's clothing also well expresses the multicultural clothing characteristics of the Jin state. The hairpins and rings worn by the noble ladies also indirectly illustrate the advanced level of various crafts in this dynasty. The structure of the houses and the layout of the interior and exterior scenes can also well illustrate the aesthetic taste of the Jin dynasty, and it is evident everywhere that this was an elegant dynasty. If this painting were passed down to later generations, it would be living evidence of the Jin dynasty's power and prosperity. No matter how many years have passed, whether dynasties have changed, or even if times have changed, the preservation of this painting will be very helpful for archaeological work. The most important point is Su-yi's careful thoughts. There is a scenery in the picture, which is a yard full of hibiscus trees. Although the hibiscus has not bloomed yet under his pen, those hibiscus flowers are in full bloom. In the courtyard, a young girl in purple clothes is swinging on a swing. You can clearly see that the hairpins she is wearing are all hibiscus flowers. She was the only one in this scene. As the emperor watched, he kept nodding his head, exclaiming in admiration, and even laughing with joy. Great, great, this wedding banquet painting is so well done. Our Jin kingdom has no shortage of night banquet paintings, but there are very few that can capture the essence. Doesn't this wedding banquet painting just show how prosperous our Jin kingdom is, and how peaceful and prosperous the country is? Su-yi, you're great. The emperor put his hands on his hips, with a big smile on his face. He even gave Su-yi a thumbs up, wearing a jade ring on his thumb. Su-yi kept smiling and lowering his head, looking very humble. Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. You deserve it, no need to be modest. It's just that in this courtyard, the hibiscus flowers are in full bloom, and there is only one girl. This season is not the season for hibiscus to bloom, but what is the purpose? After listening to his description, Su-yi naturally knew what he was referring to. In reply to your Majesty, the purple-dressed girl swinging on the swing is my sister, Princess Shun. She has always loved hibiscus, but if I were to paint her alone in the courtyard, it would be too low-key. So, after much thought, I added the blooming hibiscus. I originally wanted to record the grand occasion of my brother's wedding so that my descendants can see it in the future, and I also wanted to give my younger sister something unique, so I came up with this idea. He never thought that after the painting was completed, the first person to see it would be the emperor. It can be seen that all of you brothers in the Su family love Princess Shun very much. The princess has a sense of justice and is indeed worthy of your favor. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to take this wedding banquet picture back today. The emperor did not ask too many questions about this. It was understandable that someone favored his own sister, but the last sentence made Su-yi unable to remain calm. Your Majesty, could you please stop punctuating your sentences like that? It makes me feel uneasy. I can't take it back today. Faced with Su Yi's confused expression, the emperor suddenly felt that it was really interesting to tease young people. Don't panic, don't panic. I want to ask if you can give me this wedding banquet picture. I want to keep it in the palace and pass it down through the ages, so that future generations can see that the wedding customs and human relationships of our great Jin dynasty are prosperous and flourishing. So that's how it is. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This is great. Whether it is kept in the palace or distributed among the people, there is a lot of knowledge involved. Once any cultural relic is labeled as being produced by the imperial palace, its value becomes immeasurable.
Of course I can.
Your Majesty, I am so lucky to have you think highly of me. It's a pity that this painting cannot be shown to Wanwan alone. You call yourself Master Wuyang, right? His Majesty saw the signature seal in the corner of the painting.
Suinotet.
What is the origin of this name? The emperor asked again. So Su Yi explained to him why he called himself Wuyang Jusher and the origin and meaning of this name. His Majesty also nodded in agreement as he listened. Afterwards, he asked servant Lu to spread the wedding banquet painting on the table, and then found a seal and stamped it with the imperial seal under the signature of Su Youyang. Therefore, the value of this painting reached a new level. Su Yi looked at the seal that symbolized the supreme power, and his heart was so overwhelmed that he almost cried for joy. Shall Luzi pass on my oral order and have the Shanggong Bureau expedite the making of a seal for Master Wuyang, and then make a plaque and send it to the Su mansion. Find someone to go to Rui Pavilion and clean up a side hall for Master Wuyang to stay in temporarily. For the next period of time, Master Wuyang will need to paint portraits for me and the concubines in the harem, so be sure to arrange a few more people to serve him. The emperor's action was tantamount to recognizing Su Yi's identity as a painter and gilding his name. Being bestowed with an imperial seal and plaque, what a great honor. The emperor attached so much importance to Master Wuyang. Servant Lu knew what to do and immediately went to do the work, not daring to delay for even a moment. What kind of fortune is this for the Su family? A big celebrity has appeared around the emperor. This is really a stroke of luck. In the future, you must try to curry their favor, as they are a family of rare talents. Su Yi knelt down again and kowtowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Stand up. No need to be polite. The emperor waved his hand, his eyes still fixed on the wedding banquet picture. This university scholar is indeed a man of integrity. He simply appreciates talented young people. After court tomorrow, we must keep them all here to appreciate this wedding banquet picture. Su Yi soon moved to Rui Pavilion, and servant Lu also arranged 2 young servants to serve him. Later, he sent someone back to the Su mansion to pass on the message that Master Wuyang would stay in the palace for a while to worship the emperor and the empress. Specially sent someone back to deliver the message and to pack a few more sets of clothes for Su Yi to take to the palace. Upon hearing about Su Yi's good fortune, the Su family was simply thankful to God and burned incense. Su-won didn't expect that the 5th brother's starting point seemed to be better than in the original book. From then on, he was successful. The next day, after the emperor left court, he came to Rui Pavilion after reviewing the memorials. He asked Su Yi to draw a single portrait for him first, and then asked the queen to come and draw a double portrait for them. It took 2 days in total to complete the 2 portraits of the emperor. The emperor was very satisfied after taking a look at it and basically replicated his appearance one by one. Even the beard is clearly visible. The queen was also extremely satisfied. She was wearing a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown, and her aura as the mother of the country was captured in the painting. After the emperor and the empress saw it, they each bestowed rewards. Since the incorporation of the Yuantang industrial chain, the national treasury was filled in just 2 months, and all expenses of the harem were gradually restored. Therefore, the ladies became more generous in giving rewards. Looking at those silk fabrics, Su Yi decided to give the lighter ones to Su-won and the older ones to his mother. In the next few days, he would paint the ladies, starting with concubine Chen and going down in order. It would take 1 day to paint each lady. Moreover, some ladies had a lot of requests, such as making their faces smaller, their eyes bigger, and their faces thinner. Soo-yi tried his best to meet their needs without going too far. Soo-yeon has not returned yet, but the gold-plated lacquer plaque customized by the palace has been delivered to the Soo mansion. Were written by the emperor himself. It was delivered, the Soo family came out together to receive it, and then sent the plaque to the courtyard where Soo-yi lived and helped him hang it in the center of the study. The study room in Soo-yi's yard is the room he usually uses for painting. It is filled with scrolls, paints, and brushes of varying thicknesses. Inside a large blue and white porcelain jar are some of Soo-yi's recent paintings that he was not satisfied with. When Soo's mother looked at the plaque of Master Woo-young, her mouth almost cracked with laughter. "Oh, my youngest son is really amazing. He has become a great scholar." She clasped her hands together and looked up with a happy face. Soo-won was watching her mother's behavior and found it funny, but she was also very happy. Happy for her fifth brother. "Mom, you're biased. Soo-yi and I were born on the same day, so I am also your youngest son. Why don't you praise me like that?" Hearing this, Mother Soo looked at the naughty boy next to her and pointed at his head. "You haven't been half as worry-free as your brother since you were little. Think about it yourself. Who got beaten the most when you were little? Besides, you were born 25 minutes earlier than I, so you're older than him. You're so beautiful." Soo's mother said she disliked him, but she didn't really dislike him in her heart. People like Soo-yeon cannot be given sunshine. Once they are given sunshine, they will shine brightly. Okay, Soo-yeon finally understood that he was at the bottom of the food chain in this family, right? "Mom, fourth brother is also very capable. He manages Chunglu so well. Even though it hasn't opened yet, many people have come to inquire about it. Once Chunglu opens, you can imagine how popular it will be." Soo-yeon's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that it was Soo-won who spoke up for him at the critical moment. She really did, Soo-yeon cried to death. "Won, you're the best. I love you so much." Soo-won just felt that his fourth brother looked really pitiful, as he was always disliked by his mother, even though she only said it verbally. "You guys, especially your third brother, you're so old and still don't want to get married. You just hang out with the guys in his city defense camp every day. How could any girl be interested in him? Chingli, you should go to Kyoto tomorrow and look for a suitable young lady for your third brother. If there is one, please arrange a match for him. Our family doesn't care about family background. What matters most is that the person has good character and a good heart." Now, after worrying about the eldest and second oldest, they start to worry about the third oldest, and then the fourth and fifth oldest. There is simply no end to the worries. "Okay, mother. I will pay more attention to you. Third brother is kind and gentle, handsome and tall, and a great general who has served in the battlefield. There are many girls who want to marry him, but it depends on whether he likes it." Shun Qingli agreed immediately. She knew that it would be easy for the third brother to find a wife, but she was afraid that he would not be willing. Soo-won didn't stop him after hearing that. Although she could see that Jia Jia was interested in the third brother was obviously not yet open to the world of love, so this matter could not be rushed. Jia Jia's identity is quite sensitive. If there is a chance, she would rather her third brother get in touch with more girls so that he can know what he really wants. Soon, she had to go out again and made an appointment to meet Cheon-yang. They had not seen each other for half a year. When she arrived in Kyoto, Cheon-yang also brought her workshop to Kyoto. The main focus is companionship. Aiken is a really kind-hearted child. He has been honest since he was young. He rushes to do all the chores at home without any complaints. I know he is obedient, but this relationship is a lifelong matter. I don't want him to compromise. So, let him choose what he wants. I will accept it whether it is good or bad. Sue's mother was supported by Shin Qingli and Soo-won and came out. When they arrived at the back garden, Nanny Lin, who was brought by Shin Qingli from the Shun family, came towards them. Madam, the third young master has returned and brought a girl with him. He is looking for you everywhere." When they heard that the third brother had brought a girl back, the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, aunt, and sister-in-law were all stunned.
"Ah?
My son has come to his senses and knows to bring the girl back. The old mother was very happy to hear that. But Nanny Lin was in a dilemma. She said, "Madam, I don't think she is a decent girl. She is dressed in rags. Judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem to be a girl from our Jin country. She looks more like a foreign girl." "Outsider? What do you mean?" When Sue's mother heard the word outside, she naturally thought of those vicious and evil external enemies who were fighting against them. In an instant, all good feelings disappeared. Shun Qingli remained calm. "Let us go and take a look. Third brother is not a reckless person. There must be a reason." After listening to Nanny Lin's description, Su-won immediately knew who it was. Probably Mimi. Some time ago, foreign prisoners of war were beheaded at the Meridian Gate, and the head of the leader of the Waya tribe was hung on the city gate for 7 days and 7 nights. Mimi also came back with the prisoners of war, but she saved her third brother and made a contribution to the battle. Her merits and demerits offset each other, so her life is not in danger. However, the sentence should not be much better. After all, she is an outsider woman and a member of the royal family. The three of them arrived at the front hall. Su Chen was sitting in his seat. There was a girl standing in the hall. From the back, she looked thin and ragged. She was taller than Su-won and Shin Qingli, and her hair was vaguely curly. She was standing there trembling, like a frightened deer, looking around helplessly and vigilantly. She looked at Su Chen, but Su Chen just sat there calmly, waiting quietly, without even looking at her. "Third brother, I heard you were looking for us?" Shin Qingli helped Su's mother in and asked with a smile, glancing at the girl subtly. When passing by her, Su's mother took a special look at her. She did look like an outsider, and a very beautiful one at that. When he saw her face, Su-won confirmed his guess. It was indeed Mimi. Her face was still beautiful after all these years, and her facial features became more profound and mature. If it weren't for her thin figure, in normal conditions, she would be that kind of exotic beauty with all kinds of charm. When Mimi saw Su-won, a look of surprise appeared on her face. It was that girl, the girl who saved herself together with General Su that year. Seeing that everyone was seated, Su Chen stood up and greeted Shin Qingli. "Sister-in-law, her name is Mimi. She is the daughter of the former leader of the Wuyao tribe and a concubine's daughter. I was on the front line and accidentally fell into the enemy camp. Fortunately, she saved me and passed on the information. On the day of the emperor's judgment, she was spared, but she was demoted to servantry. Today, she was sold on the street by her former master and was about to be sent to a brothel. I redeemed her. Sister-in-law, please arrange a job for her in your house for her help in the past so that she can have a place to stay for the time being." Su Chen's move was reasonable, and Shin Qingli could not refuse this request. But she still looked at Su's mother and Su-won, asking for their opinions with her eyes. When Su's mother heard that she had saved her son, her heart softened, and she felt a little pity for her. It was obvious that she agreed. Since he had been favored, he had to repay it. He was just giving him a place to stay. As long as he didn't cause any trouble, he would accept it. Shun Qingli thought about it, then looked at Mimi. "The kitchen is still short of helpers, so you can go and work there. Nanny Lin, please make some arrangements. Wait for her to wash and change her clothes, and then get her some food and water. Let her rest for 2 days before you can start working." Shin Qingli was very thoughtful. Taking her status into consideration, she naturally could not arrange for her to appear in places such as the front yard or the garden where guests could be received. So the only convenient place was the back kitchen. For a girl, working in the kitchen may be a little inappropriate, but it is enough for a living. Picking vegetables and sweeping the floor are always easy tasks. Mimi worked as a servant girl for a while. After being bullied and looked down upon many times, she also learned some ways to survive. The first is to learn to please and keep your head down. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su's mother and Shin Qingli. "Thank you, ma'am, for taking me in." Mimi is very grateful. "Thank you also to General Su for saving me." Mimi was always grateful for escaping the fate of going to a brothel. "You have done a favor to my third brother, so it is only right for us to take you in. However, your current status is rather special, so we can only arrange for you to work in the kitchen. I hope you don't complain. Shun Qingli wanted to make it clear in advance that since she was a servant, she had to act like a servant. She did owe Su Chen a favor, but Su Chen had also just saved her from dire straits. Now the Su family had taken her in, but it was not convenient for her to appear in front of others, and she had to know her own limitations. I understand, ma'am. Mimi lowered her head, and tears as big as beans fell to the ground. Nanny Lin then took her away. After she left, Su Wan asked Su Chen, "Third brother, why was she sold a second time?" As far as she knew, a servant would only be sold a second time if she made a mistake. Su Chen had a conflicted expression and seemed unable to speak. I heard from the pawnbroker that she was accused by the mistress of her original owner's family of seducing the master, so they used the excuse of bribery to corrupt the harem and wanted to sell her to a brothel. I happened to see her struggling to escape while patrolling the streets, so I rescued her, but I didn't know where to send her, so I could only bring her back. So that's how it is. Su-won would rather believe that it was the master of that family who had bad intentions towards her, rather than her trying to charm him, which didn't seem likely. Looking at her appearance, it doesn't look like she can live a stable life. If she doesn't look for others, others will take the initiative to cause trouble for her. Alas, she was born in the wrong family. There is nothing we can do about it. Mother Su could only sigh like this. Not long after, Nanny Lin also came back, and Shun Qingli gave her additional instructions. Mammy, you, and the people in the kitchen should be alert. Try not to let her walk around in the front yard on weekdays, especially when there are guests. She has a special status, so don't ruin the general's reputation. But don't be mean to her on weekdays, understand? I understand, ma'am. I will tell them. Nanny Lin replied with a smile and stood on her left side consciously. Seeing how she handled the situation, Sue's mother nodded with satisfaction. To have a reliable and sensible daughter-in-law. At that time, Madame Shun was worried about her daughter being alone in the Su mansion, so she arranged for a capable nanny to accompany her. After she got married, she had to have a confidant to serve her. Although she might not need to engage in intrigue in the Su family, it would be helpful to help share worries and solve problems on a daily basis. Every family has trivial matters to deal with, and many of them can pose hidden dangers, if not handled properly. Shun Qingli is thoughtful and considerate of everyone in the family. If it were Zhao Xiyun in the original novel, she would probably make a big fuss and scold Su Chen for bringing cats and dogs home to attract attention, and would kick him out. Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Chen stood up again and greeted her. You're welcome. We're all family. Why should we be so formal? Shun Qingli smiled, covering her lips with a handkerchief. In the afternoon, Su-won went to meet Xiaonyang. The meeting place was no longer a restaurant, but a small house that Xiaonyang bought in Kyoto. I found this place with Luyun Luing. It has 2 courtyards and is about the same size as Jiangyu's Farong cottage, but it is well maintained, with flowers and plants neatly trimmed. There are only a few maids and servants cleaning the courtyard. Su-won arrived at the front yard, but didn't see anyone, so he went to the backyard and stood under the round arch, just in time to see this scene. Xiaonyang was lying on a lounge chair in the yard, and Foaming was fawning on her, bringing a plate of fruits and feeding them to her one by one. How is it to your liking this time? It would be better if it could be a little more sour. Xiaonyang said pickily, and then took another bite of sour dried apricots. Foaming watched her talking one word at a time and felt that the saliva in his mouth was secreting rapidly, and his brows were furrowed as if he was about to pinch an ant to death. He soon realized that there were several pairs of eyes looking at them. The sharp-eyed person turned around and glanced over, and found that the person coming was Miss Su. He quickly put away his seriousness and stood up. The princess is here. When Xiaonyang heard that Su-won had come, she supported herself and climbed up from the chair. Seeing this, Foaming quickly reached out to help her. Slow down, slow down. The boss is here. Please sit down. Would you like some sour dried apricots and sour plum cakes? Today, Xiaonyang has taken off her heavy makeup and looks gentle and simple. As I got closer, the air was filled with the smell of dried apricots and plum cakes, all of which smelled sour. You are pregnant? Su-won boldly guessed that all the signs proved that Xiaonyang was pregnant. Otherwise, why would Foming be so worried about her and eat so much sour food? Cheonyang didn't expect Soo-won to be so direct, so she simply nodded. It's been almost a month, and I've been suffering from severe morning sickness lately. Cheonyang touched her belly lovingly. That's pretty fast, Foming. It's only been less than 3 months, right? He followed Jongyu down from the front line, and the child is already 1 month old. Foming scratched his head embarrassedly, not knowing whether the princess was praising him or insulting him. He was indeed proud, though, that he had a family now. Heard him call Cheonyang sister. That year, she smelled something unusual. It turned out to be just as she expected. It's just that this generation is too easy to please, isn't it? Cheonyang blushed for a rare moment, and her whole body exuded a maternal glow. By the way, master, when can we drink the wedding wine of you and the prince? As soon as Cheonyang sat down, she started gossiping about this matter. Soo-won thought of Jongyu and couldn't help but frown. It's almost there. It should be soon. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be next year at the latest. Foming took the initiative to leave space for the two to talk, but he avoided it and ran to guard the door. I've been in Kyoto for so long, and I finally see you. You don't know how good the business of Kyoto Bingjitang is. Don't tell me. The emperor's feet are prosperous, and there are few poor people coming and going. Cheonyang spoke truthfully about her inner feelings and what she saw with her own eyes. I came to see you today to give you a new recipe which my second brother recently developed.
Take a look at it.
Soo-won took out the recipe given by his second brother and the box of ointment and showed them to her. Cheonyang picked up the box of green facial paste and smelled it. It had a fresh herbal fragrance, without the pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Instead, it made people feel extremely comfortable after smelling it. What's the name of this? As for the name, Soo-won had never really thought about it. It hasn't been named yet. This is for treating acne on the face. If you don't have it, it can also improve your skin. You can choose the name. Don't make the price too expensive. Make it affordable. Cheonyang nodded as she listened, and silently took note of her request. Since it was developed by the little genius doctor, it must be a good thing. Sumu was very famous in the Jiangnan area. The epidemic made him famous. In Kyoto, anyone who was not ignorant knew that the miracle Dr. Sun Beidou had a single disciple, known as the Little Miracle Doctor, but no one knew that this person was Su Mu from the Su family. I am not in good health now, so I may not be able to do many things myself, but the people under me are trustworthy and have been working with me for many years. Cheonyang is pregnant now. It is not convenient for her to move around in the early stages, and she has to focus on taking care of the fetus. No wonder Fengying no longer follows Jongyu. His personal bodyguard is now Anan. I guess he took a special leave to come back to be with his wife. The two of them have already gone through the paperwork at the government office and had a simple wedding ceremony, inviting Fengying's secret guard brothers and Cheonyang's sisters. The two sides match themselves up. If there are people of similar age and who are attracted to each other, they can try to be together. Following the young master, each of them has grown up already. Although the young master provides food, accommodation, and money, he does not guarantee a wife for them. These brothers hang out together day by day. It is impossible for them to fall in love with each other, right? There have been more than a dozen pairings, but most of the brothers still have no place to go for the rest of their lives. It's up to you. My current status makes it even more inconvenient for me to move around, but I believe in you. I didn't bring you any supplements this time. I'll ask Luyan to send some to you tomorrow. Before she came, she didn't know that Cheonyang was pregnant. Otherwise, there would be so many delicious and nourishing blood swallows, peach gum, etc. in the mansion. She would have brought whatever she had. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. We are so familiar with each other. This sour dried apricot is really good. It's not sour at all. If you don't believe me, try it. Cheonyang brought the plate to her. Soo-won looked at the dried apricots in it. They were so good in color and quite appetizing. He really believed her and picked up a piece and started eating. The taste was so sour and numb that Soo-won's face twisted into a mask of pain in an instant, and her saliva glands were almost dysfunctional due to the sour taste. Seeing her reaction, Cheonyang was a little confused and handed her a handkerchief. Is it really that exaggerated? I think it's okay, not that sour. Suwon wiped his mouth, looked at her resentfully, and complained, Sister, you are suffering from morning sickness and acidophilia, so of course you don't find it hard to accept. Cheonyang smiled embarrassedly when she heard this.
Sorry, boss.
I'll ask Fengying to bring you something sweet to neutralize the pain. Don't bother me. I'm leaving now. I won't disturb your world of two. If you have anything, please contact Luyun. You just take good care of it. Suwon stood up and prepared to leave. He had taken a bite of sour apricot and still hadn't recovered from it. Fourth Brothers Chunglu is about to open, so he brings Suwon to see it. The location is very prosperous, with a total of 3 floors. This time there is an additional element, that is, the 3rd floor is uniformly in the form of private rooms, and there is a minimum consumption requirement. Suwon's suggestion is that each private room has a dedicated one-to-one service. That is to say, after booking, the host will dine inside, and a waiter will be arranged outside to be responsible for the service inside. Pouring tea, setting the table, making tea and brewing tea. The waiters are proficient in all kinds of tea ceremonies. Anyway, as long as you are willing, you don't have to do it yourself. However, the minimum consumption for a private room is 50 taels. There are 12 private rooms in total. Every day at noon and in the evening, each room can only accommodate 1 table of guests. Reservations must be made before coming. This is specially designed for senior officials to entertain and discuss business with each other. It is very private and of high standard. Of course, the price is clearly marked, and those who are willing to take the bait will do so. The 2nd floor is an open-style compartment separated by screens. The one facing the street is a standard seat for 4 people with a hollow space in the middle, while the one facing the hall is a standard seat for 2 people. The 1st floor is the lobby with a stage in the middle. Singers and musicians are invited to perform every day, and the sounds of stringed instruments are pleasant to the ears. However, there was no dance to appreciate. Suwon said, Why would a serious restaurant that does catering have any dancing? If you want to watch dance, go to Chinluchuguan. It's good to have music to listen to. The UAGs invited are all national-level singers. In short, their techniques are very good and pleasing to the eye. With such a large scale, a lot of money can be earned in a month. Suyun will donate a certain amount of silver to the court on a regular basis every year, which is equivalent to ensuring safety and using money to ward off disasters. By Suwon, Suyun is no longer concerned about how much money he can make. What matters most is his passion. As long as the money left over every year is enough for the family's expenses, it will be enough. Many round tables on the 1st floor, with 6, 8, and 12 seats. There are all standard seats, and of course there are seats for 4 people. What do you think? Is the Chunglu in Kyoto much more impressive than the Chunglu in Xiangzhou? Suyun stood with his hands behind his back, wearing very expensive clothes. He really looked like a big boss. Land in Kyoto is very expensive, and restaurants are competing with each other to see who can spend more on decoration. Everyone comes for the good environment, good food, and good service. Suwon combines the service quality of the modern catering industry and incorporates some fresh elements. It is very novel and eye-catching for Kyoto people, and they all want to try it unconsciously. Thank goodness for your advice. Chunglu can stand out among so many peers. You are really smart in doing business. Suyun was very satisfied looking at his Chunglu, running errands and doing odd jobs in the front of the building. They rented a yard and arranged accommodation for everyone. The environment is pretty good. It's a 4-person room with a yard, a kitchen, and a living room. In short, if you want your subordinates to work hard when doing business, you must first show them how good you are as a boss, rather than just making empty promises. The taste is the most important. Everything else is secondary. So, 4th brother, you are still the one who has made the most contribution. If the food is not delicious, it will be useless no matter how fancy you make it. So, believe in yourself. You are the one who has put the most effort into Chunglu. Suwon always adheres to one belief about 4th brother. You have to praise him when you should and criticize him when you should, otherwise 4th brother will easily become arrogant. However, when it comes to professional matters, We still have to give him absolute affirmation and support and not let him lose confidence. As Soo-won expected, Soo-yun immediately became proud after she praised him. That's because there aren't many people with my talent. Come on, where do you put fifth brother? Soo-won felt that in terms of talent it was Soo-yi. Every profession has its specialties. I'm only talking about cooking. Please don't get me confused, okay? Soo-yun said proudly. He admitted that Lao Wu's talent was unquestionable, but he did not want to compete with him in painting. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you released the news that Chunlu will open the day after tomorrow? They released him and even posted a notice at the city gate. I begged my third brother for a long time before he agreed to let me post it. Soo-chun was in the city defense camp. He said he wanted to borrow the bulletin board at the city gate, but he insisted that this was abusing his power for personal gain. He wondered how big a deal it was. It was just a piece of paper. Finally, he threatened him that if he did not agree, he would expose an ugly incident from his childhood and tell it to his other brothers. Soo-chun had no choice but to agree, but he only agreed to post it for one day. What's secret?
Can you tell me?
Soo-won was curious about what kind of scandal could scare her third brother, so she asked with a gossipy look on her face. Soo-yun pushed her head away with his hand. Girls should not ask about the affairs between men. Soo-yun directly rejected her and turned away. Okay, Soo-won said. I won't ask then. The two siblings returned home. The fifth brother still hadn't come back today, but the eldest brother brought a message. On the first day of June, there will be a royal hunting party. Our family has an invitation. As a princess, you, Wanwan, must attend. Your third brother and I will go, and you can bring your family. Your sister-in-law will accompany you. Su Jing is now deeply favored by the emperor, so he must be on the invitation list. Su Chun is a military general and is in the city defense camp. This time, he was also transferred to the enclosure to cooperate with the commander of the royal guards to protect the safety of the emperor and the overall security of the enclosure. With him were several young military generals. Again, if the third brother wanted to go, he would definitely be a bodyguard. Okay, I'll get ready. It is said that we will be staying in the enclosure for half a month, so we have to pack some luggage, including spare clothes, daily necessities, and so on. You've never been there before, so you may not know what to prepare. Let me help you prepare. Shin Qingli took the initiative to take on this matter. Soo-won is not only her sister-in-law, but also her good sister. She did so much for her voluntarily. Thank you, sister-in-law. If you keep doing this, I'll start to doubt whether I'm a 3-year-old child. Soo-won walked up to her and took her hand. We are a family. Why are you being so polite? Besides, you're the youngest child in the family. If we don't spoil you, who will? Shun Qingli scratched her nose. All along, in Soo-won's mind, her image has always been that of a gentle older sister who is very caring. Shun Qingli was very grateful to Soo-won. If she had not traveled thousands of miles to Beijing to find her, perhaps she and Su Jing would have missed each other in this life and would never have been as comfortable and happy as she is now. Princess Jiaqing is here and said she sent you some riding clothes. It seems that Jiaqing is well informed and even prepared clothes for her. Let's go see Jia. Soo-won always called her Jia in private. Su Chin came back after patrolling the streets this morning. They take turns, sometimes he patrols in the afternoon and sometimes in the morning. In the front hall, Jia Chung had indeed prepared several sets of riding clothes, in bright red, with 2 different styles, similar to the grassland style. They were not bright red, but very suitable for Soo-won. Wow, it's so beautiful. I think this color definitely suits you better than me, but I was afraid it wouldn't fit you, so I bought it directly from the ready-made clothing store. You can try it on, and you can change it if it doesn't fit. Jiaqing explained with a smile. When Soo-won heard that it was bought, she felt a little embarrassed. She was so good to her. What should she buy in exchange? After thinking it over carefully, she said to Firefly, Luing, I still have an unopened box of ice skin jade bone cream. Go get it and give it to Princess Jia Chung. The jade bone paste sells for 100 taels on the market, which is enough to repay the favor. Is it the signature beauty cream from the newly opened Bingjitang? I've heard about it. My brother bought me a box a while ago, and it's almost finished. Jiaqing is a princess, so she should have used all the new things in Kyoto. The Yuyen cream is useful, but the dosage is small. If you use it morning and night, you need at least 2 bottles a month, which is 200 taels. What kind of family spends 200 taels a month? What's more, if there are many women in a family, it would be a huge expense for each woman to have a can. Yes, I happen to have some, but I don't know what gift to give you right now, so please don't be disgusted. I don't mind. Jiaqing waved his hand. In the back garden, Su Qin was practicing with a sword and was sweating all over. The weather was getting hot, and more exercise would cause a lot of sweating. He stopped to wipe the sweat off his face, and when he turned around, he found Mimi standing behind him with a fruit plate in her hand. The green grapes were crystal clear and round. There were sliced apples and lychees that were ripe in season, all cooled with crushed ice. General Su, Mimi called him. She was now wearing the maid's uniform of the Su mansion, but it still couldn't hide her beauty. "Why are you in the front yard?" Su Chun asked with a frown. He remembered that his sister-in-law had told her not to appear in the front yard unless necessary. "I saw that you were sweating from practicing martial arts under the sun, so I thought of bringing you some iced fruit to quench your thirst. Don't worry, I'll be back in the backyard right away," Mimi explained with her head down, feeling aggrieved. Su Chen looked at the cold fruit plate in her hand with a conflicted expression, but he still reached out and took it. The lychees above are said to have been distributed from the imperial palace, and ministers above the 3rd rank could get a portion. Because they came from the distant Lingnan, they had to travel through mountains and rivers, and a lot of ice was used along the way to keep them fresh so that they could arrive in Beijing smoothly. He had no food at the 4th level, so that was what his eldest brother brought back. I remember that Wanwan liked to eat lychees very much, but there were not many of them. My eldest brother said that all the lychees should be given to Wanwan. After all, lychees were rare in Kyoto. "Thank you for your trouble. Go back now." He acted very coldly towards Mimi, casually placed the fruit plate on the stone table, and then poured himself some tea. Mimi glanced at him with a look of vague grievance in her eyes. Finally, she took a step and left. He walked away. He looked back every few steps, but Su Qin did not touch the fruit on the fruit plate. This scene just happened to be seen by Su Wan and Jia Cheng. Jia Cheng's fists became stiff, and his breathing became rapid. Su Wan tilted his head to look at her, and could clearly feel that something was wrong. His eyes were about to burst into flames. "Who is that maid? What's her relationship with General Su? They seem very close." Jia Cheng turned around and asked 3 questions in a row. Because of anger, the neck and cheeks look a little red. Su Wan blinked in confusion, wondering whether to explain it to her, and then heard Jia Cheng say, "A few days ago, I heard that he rescued a girl on the street and brought her back. Could it be the one just now? General Su wants to take a concubine?" This was getting more and more outrageous. Su Wan quickly denied it. No. That's not the case. Men in our Su family are not allowed to take concubines. If you have 3 or 4 wives, your legs will be broken. Why? Jia Cheng looked at her in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of this rule. "It's just that our family has traditional rules, set by my father. Anyway, my brothers are not allowed to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If possible, this tradition can continue. As for my 3rd brother, he's a piece of wood who knows nothing about men and women. He will not take concubines. Besides, that girl is a lowly woman, so it is even more impossible for her to have anything with my 3rd brother." Su Wan explained it to her, but she also caught a message. How did Jia know that the 3rd brother brought back a girl? She had been secretly keeping an eye on the 3rd brother? If this was the case, Su Wan could understand why Jia came to the Su family so frequently. As expected, I have my eyes on the 3rd brother. After Su Wan's explanation, Jia felt much better, and she even smiled happily. "I thought this is a good rule. The Su family's education is really good. It can be popularized. So that's how it is. I feel relieved now." Su Wan let out a long sigh, took Jia Cheng's hand, and went to the nearest pavilion to sit down. Jia, let me ask you a question. Ask me anything you want, and I will tell you everything I know." Seeing Wan's serious look, Jia Cheng realized that the conversation that was about to begin would be more serious. Jia, tell me the truth, are you interested in my third brother? What's interesting? Jiaqing answered directly. It's not that I'm interested, but I like him. Jiaqing's sudden change confused Suwon. The reversal of this answer was a bit too quick, which was a bit beyond Suwon's expectations. She stared at her in amazement. Jiaqing was very frank. He didn't hide anything, nor did he feel shy or awkward. Wan, let's be frank. I like your third brother, and want to marry him. Wow, this is too explicit. Jia is really brave. In ancient times, when people's thoughts were feudal and old-fashioned, she could express her feelings without any hesitation. I guess she is confident enough. But your third brother doesn't seem to understand my feelings. Just like you said, he's a block of wood. I've shown it so obviously, but he's still unmoved. You said I wait for him on the street every day, and we run into each other by chance, but he thinks it's a coincidence every time. Tell me, does he really not understand? Or is he rejecting me in a tactful way? Jia pouted and said aggrievedly, I think the former is more likely. He really doesn't understand. At least that's what Suwon thought, but the latter factor was not ruled out. From their angle, they could just see the third brother practicing martial arts. He wielded the sword so smoothly that the fallen leaves on the ground were blown up by the strong wind. The third brother has always been very innocent, and his reaction to emotional matters is probably even more so than that of the second brother. However, when a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain between them, but when a woman pursues a man, there is only a layer of gauze between them. Jia and Sanga, they seem to be a good couple. The gentle, honest, and innocent young general meets the brave and confident princess who pursues love. It's really a sweet couple. Of a girl chasing a boy, and the boy is still innocent. Wouldn't that be so tempting? Suwon seemed to be able to imagine the awkward and socially anxious state of the third brother every time Jia took the initiative to attack. A general who is incomparably brave on the battlefield, when he meets a proactive girl, his voice is no louder than a mosquito's. With Jia's personality, she has the whole thing under control. She won't stop it, but she won't interfere either. General Su looks so good when dancing with a sword. He's so awesome. Jia Chung held up her chin and watched Su Chin practice swordplay. She was simply a fangirl. The third brother is a double-door refrigerator with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He is about 1.8 meters tall. He looks thin when he is dressed and has muscles when he is undressed. Who wouldn't be confused when seeing him? I understand. After Su Chin finished dancing, he drank 3 cups of iced tea in a row, and his head was covered in sweat. Pa. It's really wonderful, General Su, you are really amazing. There was a burst of applause, followed by the sound of 2 footsteps. Su Chin turned around and found that it was Jiaqing and Wan. It might be because he had met Jiaqing too many times recently, and every time Princess Jiaqing was dressed up beautifully and always smiled at him, so that he blushed and felt uncomfortable when he saw Jiaqing now. My lord, you are so kind. Greetings, my lady. Su Chin stammered a few words at first, then turned around and realized that he had not saluted yet, so he quickly added another one. Seeing him like this, Jiaqing couldn't help laughing, and his laughter was as sweet as a lark. I couldn't help but darken the color of my neck a little. Princess, would you like some fruit? Here we have some. In order to divert her attention, he picked up the plate of fruit on the table and handed it to her. The ice cubes underneath had already melted halfway. The water vapor at the bottom of the plate condensed into water droplets that dripped onto the ground and were quickly absorbed by the dry stone slabs. Wow, there are lychees. I love lychees the most. General Su, can you peel them for me? I accidentally cut my hand, which is not very convenient. Suwon quietly watched Jiaqing flirting with her third brother. She turned into a spectator and wanted to crack some melon seeds on the spot. The princess is injured? Is it serious? Su Chin grasped the key point and looked at Jiaqing anxiously. He wanted to see her hands, but found that she had hidden her hands behind her back. Su Chin saw that she was looking at him expectantly with tears in her eyes. He was somewhat unable to refuse, but how could it be right for a grown man like him to peel lychees for the princess? So he looked at Su-won and was about to say something, but Su-won spoke first. Wait, I think I left something in the front hall. I'll go look for it. Third brother, can you help me look after Jia? I'll be right back. After Su-won finished speaking, she fled the scene. Jia was very relieved. She thought her good sister was so considerate. Su-won left, and Su-chun was helpless. The person standing in front of him was the princess. First of all, as a subject, the princess had a noble status, and he could not leave her behind. Secondly, this was in the Su family, and there was no one else around. He had to entertain the guests well, there was no doubt about that. So he could only put the fruit plate back on the table, wipe his hands with a wet towel, then pick up a lychee, peeled half of it, and handed it to Jiaqing. Jiaqing looked at the lychee in front of her. She leaned over and ate the lychee in one bite, leaving half of the shell in Su-chun's hand. Thank you, General Su. The lychees you peeled are so sweet. Jiaqing smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling. Su-chun felt a little stuffy in his chest for a moment, and a feeling that made his heart feel uncomfortable surged up, but he didn't hate it. Su-won hid in the dark and watched. She thought to herself, it must be Jia who knows how to flirt. She is so good at flirting. Is she risking her life? The taciturn third brother has finally welcomed his spring. After that, the two of them talked for a while, but I couldn't hear it. However, she went back at the right time. Jia was in a good mood afterwards and never mentioned Mimi again, as if she had forgotten about this person. But what she didn't know was that Su-chen had already explained it clearly to her, so of course she didn't mention it again. Such a great favor should indeed be repaid, but giving her a place to stay is the most that can be done. After all, Mimi was able to save her life because Su-chun had begged for mercy. Otherwise, she would have been sentenced to death, but she would have been demoted to a servant and exiled 3,000 miles away. If she didn't die on the way, she would have lost half of her life. Su-yi came back the next day, and as of yesterday, his mission in Rui Pavilion was completed perfectly. As expected, they brought back a lot of rewards. All the beautiful gold, silver, and jade jewelry were given to Su-won and the others to choose from. Woman in the family has a share. Today is different from the past. There are elder and younger sisters-in-law in the family. It is not just Won anymore, so naturally we have to treat them equally. Su-won had so many of these things that she couldn't use them all. It didn't matter whether she wanted them or not, so she quickly picked out a few things herself and let her sister-in-law and Linger choose the rest. On weekdays, some inexpensive trinkets were used to reward servants. There is also good news. Su-yi has been appointed as the emperor's imperial painter. Different from court painters, imperial painters are painters who only serve the emperor and are not dispatched by other people in the palace unless the emperor nods. Now, Su-yi is more or less an official, and is also a favorite of the emperor. There will be a hunting trip next month. The emperor asked me to go with him and help draw some scenes worth recording. The emperor said that we can bring family members. I thought that since so many people from our family are going, why don't you come with me? It is said that it is to paint scenes worth recording, but in the final analysis, it is to paint the emperor and just paint his famous scenes of heroic spirit. Why should I go with you? I'm not interested in these things.
Su refused coldly.
He doesn't like crowds. Too many people means more trouble and trouble. Sun Linger felt disappointed when she heard Su Mu's refusal. She also wanted to join in the fun, but she was too embarrassed to say it. If Su Mu went, it would be natural for her to go along and join in the fun. But now that he is not going, she will feel that her status is not justified. Su-won immediately saw through Linger's thoughts and was thinking about how to help convince his second brother when his fifth brother spoke again. Brother, you're a medical student. 5 of our family members have gone there at once. There must be many ferocious beasts in such a large hunting ground, and there are many people. If someone gets hurt by accident, it would be more convenient to have someone with medical skills by his side. As far as I know, there are only 8 doctors in the Imperial Hospital, but there are so many people in the hunting ground. If there are too many injured people, I am afraid they will be too busy to handle it. My eldest brother and I do mind, but my eldest sister-in-law and Wanwan are here too, so you can go with them. Second brother, they will be back in less than half a month. Sui knew that moving his eldest sister-in-law and Wanwan out would definitely work. If he added fuel to the fire and said a few more words, his second brother would definitely be shaken. Sure enough, Sumu's expression began to waver. Being afraid that Wanwan and the eldest sister-in-law would get hurt was secondary. The main thing was that Sui wanted to pull his second brother out to show off in front of people. He knew that there would be many opportunities for such occasions. He didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted his second brother to have a chance to become famous. Sumu thought about it and finally agreed. Okay, let's go together. Can I go with you then? Sumu had just finished speaking when Sun Linger immediately asked him excitedly. Eldest brother takes care of eldest sister-in-law, fifth brother takes care of you, so I am the one taken care of by Wanwan. Sun Linger blinked and said seriously. The corners of Sumu's mouth curved up, and his eyes revealed an emotion called doting. You can go if you want. Sumu agreed to her request. Sun Linger immediately jumped up happily. Wanwan, I can go with you too. Can we live together then? Okay, Suwon responded obediently, looking soft. Su Yun on the side was unhappy. He held up his head and kept humming. Old 4, did you take the wrong medicine?
Who offended you again?
Su Chan was sitting next to him and saw him moving around like a thorn on his butt. No, third brother, you can't speak and no one thinks you are dumb. Su Yun glared at him. I'm just telling the truth. Su Chan felt that he was not wrong. You guys are so kind. You organized a group to participate in the royal hunt and left me alone at home. So this was the reason why Su Yun started complaining. Now everyone is a big shot in front of the emperor, except him, who is nothing. What should he do? His brothers are more rebellious than each other. Should he roll up too? If you want to go, that's fine.
I'll take you with me.
Su Chen thought about it, and it seemed that he hadn't brought his family with him yet. Forget it. You didn't bring your whole family to the banquet. I won't go. I'm also very busy. Chenglu will open tomorrow. Except for the eldest and third brothers, none of you can escape.
Come and help me.
Do you hear me? Su Jing and Su Chen still had to go to court. They both had official positions and were very busy, so there was no need to force them to come. Tomorrow is the opening day of Chenglu, and everything is ready. Just waiting for a hit. Had been created at the wedding banquet, and now people in Kyoto are waiting for Chenglu to open. Ever since they had eaten Chenglu's food at Su Jing's wedding banquet, they had been deeply impressed, but they had never eaten there again. The Chung building is now very popular, and all the private rooms on the third floor have been booked in advance. The private rooms on the second floor have almost been reserved, and only the first floor is used to accommodate individual guests. Of the opening day, the Su family went out early and went to Chenglu. The top-notch private rooms on the third floor, which is fixed and not open to reservations. Su Yun arranged all his family members to stay in this room. He said he asked them to come and help, but that wasn't really the case. Did he really want them to go upstairs and serve dishes? I'm just here to show my support and join the fun. Ribbon-cutting ceremony. Only Su Yun showed up to take the lead. He donated 1,000 taels of silver to a charity hall in Kyoto today as a charity. Had gathered on the street outside to watch the fun, and everyone was discussing the origins of Chenglu. It looks really grand, and this kind of business model is very novel in Kyoto. We have a delivery service and are open all night. No matter when you want to eat, we can have it as long as you come, or you can ask the servants at home to make the order. No need to pay extra delivery fee. By noon, the first floor was already full of customers. The reservations on the second floor were almost all filled, and a few tables on the third floor had also arrived. Those who booked the third floor were all high-ranking officials, and, of course, there were also famous ladies. Among them, the fifth prince booked a room, and the prince of Duke Jiang also booked a room. Shun, Gu Yu, and the sixth prince appeared in Chenglu, and the waiters took the three of them upstairs. They were in room number 3, and each room was equipped with a maid to help make tea, pour tea, and serve food. They are all trained, which shows that Chenglu is professional in service. In addition, a room was also booked in Prince Xiang's mansion, which was booked by Jiaqing to show support for Su Yun. She came with her father, mother, and the Prince of Xiang and his wife. Gu Yu prepared a gift for the opening. When she arrived with Morong Shung, Su-yun was standing at the door welcoming guests. "Boss Su, congratulations on your grand opening." Morong Shung stepped forward with a smile. Before at a wedding banquet, so he was not unfamiliar with them. "Greetings to His Royal Highness the 5th Prince, His Royal Highness the 6th Prince, and Princess Huimin." "Boss Su, there's no need to be so polite. This is the gift we prepared.
Please accept it."
Morong Shung glanced at Gu Yu. Gu Yu immediately took the gift from the maid and handed it to Su-yun. "Fourth brother, congratulations on your grand opening." No matter how the Su family distanced themselves from her, she should still call him brother. In this kind of situation, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. Although Su-yun looks unreliable on weekdays, he is still very sensible. "Thank you, Princess Huimin." Su-yun signaled his servant to go and pick it up. "Quickly take the distinguished guest to the box and serve them well." This time, Su-yun did not deny that Gu Yu called him fourth brother, and Gu Yu was quite happy. Then people from Prince Yang's palace arrived. Jiaqing came happily, holding his father's hand in one hand and his mother's hand in the other. Still prepared. And when Su-yun saw it was the princess, he was much more enthusiastic than when he saw the 5th prince and the others. There is no other reason. After all, Princess and Wanwan are good sisters. And Princess is very nice to Wanwan. Prepare a few servings of double-skim milk and send them to room 5, and prepare a few special pastries and put them on my bill. Double-skim milk is also a popular dessert of Chunglu. It needs to be ordered a la carte and is not included in the private room set meal. Finally, Jiang Yu came. He came with Morong Huai, and they were accompanied by several of Morong Huai's good friends, who were also noblemen from Kyoto. But I haven't seen him very often, so I can't remember his name. Jiang Yu came. Su-yun was polite to the 7th prince and simply ignored him. But Jiang Yu had already gotten used to it and went to box number 2. Morong Huai looked at the decoration and services of Qinglu and felt like he was dreaming of modern times. Very kind. It turns out that it was his soldering iron that was used. It was obvious that it was his idea to use the soldering iron. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, Su-won pushed open the door of room 1 and came out, ready to say hello to Jia Jia and the others, when he ran into Jiang Yu and Morong Huai and their group. When she turned around, the purple figure was all she could see. Although he was wearing a mask, the upward curve of his mouth proved that she was the only one in his eyes at this moment. "I haven't seen her for several days, and I miss this girl so much." Recently, the emperor issued a task, appointing the 5th Prince Morong Shung and the 7th Prince Morong Huai to investigate a case of corruption. They are determined to root out all the corrupt officials in the court. This is also a test from the emperor. Whoever can complete the task early may be one step closer to the position of crown prince. Now the prince's health is getting worse and worse. He vomited blood a few days ago and still feels cold even in hot weather. The imperial doctors are helpless. The prince was indeed capable, but fate did not fulfill his wishes and gave him a crippled body. Otherwise, the prince would have the qualifications to be emperor. Although he had a younger brother from the same mother, his brother was not half as good as him and was also uneducated. He was often reprimanded by the emperor, but he always accepted it with an open mind and never changed his ways. Although he is the legitimate prince, His Majesty is a very rational person, and anyone who is unsuitable will not be considered. This time, choosing these two princes means that His Majesty prefers these two princes, but wants to see who is more capable. Jiang Yu was dragged along by Morong Huai to help. He had been running errands for him these days and had no time to come to see Su-won. Greetings to His Royal Highness, the 7th Prince. Princess, there is no need to be so polite. Are you going? Morong Huai pretended to be unfamiliar with her in front of others. This was also an unspoken idea between the two. Oh, I'm going to say hello to Princess Jiaqing. You guys go in and sit down first. I'll come over later. She made a gesture of invitation. Morong Huai covered half of his face with his folding fan and smiled, then walked forward. The two young masters followed him on both sides, and Jiang Yu walked behind. When passing by Su-won, he tilted his head and whispered something to her. Such a light sentence made Su-won's face turn red. Hate it. Of course she knows that she is good-looking. What does it mean to be more and more beautiful? Soo-won covered her face, but the smile that she couldn't suppress betrayed her. Jia-chun was very active in the room, constantly introducing dishes to her family. Now I know why you always go to Princess Xuanla's house. It turns out you dislike the taste of my food. Prince Xiang smiled dotingly at his daughter. No, I just wanted to play with Wanwan. It's rude to call Princess Xuanla by her nickname? Are you so rude in someone else's house? The princess tapped her forehead and scolded her. The Su family is very kind. They don't care about these rules. Jia-chun would not lie, which means the Su family is indeed very nice, so the prince and princess did not object to her playing with Su-won. Jia-chun blocks Su-chun on the street every day. The prince has heard about it a long time ago, and his subordinates have come to report it more than once. If he still can't see his daughter's intention, then he has lived his life in vain. General Su is well known and has made outstanding contributions. He is also a straightforward person. After observing him for a long time, I find that he is good character and never hangs out in brothels. He would go home obediently after his shift. As for the girl he brought back from the street, he had also asked about her and knew the whole story. General Su is a good candidate to be his son-in-law. He has a good character and looks. If possible, he would fully support him. He is an idle prince with no real power and has not been involved in state affairs for many years. Apart from his identity as a prince, he doesn't talk about anything else. He still has the right to want to find a good son-in-law, right? He had supported his brother in ascending the throne back then, and until now he has never asked him for anything. But for the sake of his daughter, as long as she is happy, he is still willing to ask for it. Su Wanlai said hello to Jia-chun and the others and left without disturbing the family gathering. After coming out, she bumped into Gu Yu again. When Gu Yu saw her, he turned around and went back without hesitation. How could Su-won do as she wished and speak immediately? County Lady Huaimin, you are here to eat at Chenglu as well? Gu Yu rolled her eyes and thought to herself, I can run into you anywhere. She called me, and I could only turn around and salute her reluctantly. Hello, princess. It's true that a higher, ranking official can crush someone to death, Gu Yu kept complaining in his heart. Please don't be polite, my lady. I have other things to do. Please do as you please. Su-won just wouldn't let go of any opportunity to annoy her. Who made her annoy him in the past? She was planning to visit the 7th Prince Morong Huai, but learned that the 5th Prince and the 6th Prince were talking to the 7th Prince inside, so she had to give up the plan. The atmosphere inside is now very subtle. The two princes are competing with each other, their words are sharp, and neither of them looks down on the other. Su-won could only return to his own box. Gu Yu stood there, waiting quietly. When Su-won passed by her, she suddenly said, The 5th Prince is about to choose a princess consort. He said he would choose me as the 5th Prince consort. I have indeed heard rumors recently that His Majesty is going to select concubines for the 5th Prince, the 6th Prince, and the 7th Prince. All unmarried noble ladies in Kyoto above the 6th rank must participate. Each prince must choose one principal wife and 2 concubines. Su-won is a princess, so she is naturally not on the list, but Gu Yu is. At that time, as long as the 5th Prince gave her the seal of the Queen, she would be the legitimate wife of the 5th Prince. Her tone seemed to be showing off. When she becomes the prince's consort, things will change, and it will be her turn to avoid me.
Su-won drooled her lips.
She had no intentions towards the 5th Prince, so why was she showing off to her? However, Su-won did not show any bad reaction, but looked at her with a smile. Really? Congratulations, County Lady. I'm looking forward to drinking at your wedding. Thank you, and I wish you get what you want soon. Gu Yu knew that it would be difficult for Su-won to marry Jiangyu, so she was secretly hinting at her. Su-won was still smiling, polite yet elegant. After turning around, she rolled her eyes. Can't you still show off after you become the 5th Prince? But on the other hand, Su-won found it a bit funny that she was like this. She had lived for so many years in her 2 lives combined, but she was becoming more and more like a little girl, and she was even competing with Gu Yu. It seems that I am too idle recently, and I need to find something to do. On the first day of Qingluo's opening was really good. From morning to night, the flow of customers was uninterrupted, and people even had to queue up and wait for a number. On that day, Qinglu became really famous in Kyoto, extremely popular. Ever since I had a quick meeting with Jiang Yu in Qinglu, I hadn't seen him for almost half a month. However, the secret guard came to deliver the news, saying that he had followed Morong Huai to the neighboring state to do some business. When it comes to corruption, the corruption is spread down one level at a time, with officials protecting each other. At this time, it is really important to collect evidence. Those corrupt officials will certainly go to great lengths to avoid confiscation. But this incident would not affect the smooth progress of the royal hunting trip at all. The day before departure, the princes all returned to their respective positions. Royal tradition and no royal member can be absent. The Su family was ready and followed the team to the hunting ground the next day. The scene was truly grand, with a large number of imperial guards, led by members of the royal family, dispatched to protect the emperor. The Su family was sitting in a carriage, and the carriage behind them was carrying their supplies for the next half-month. Su Chen rode his horse in front to protect the emperor, and the Su family's carriage was a little behind the team. To get to the hunting ground, but the section outside Kyoto is slow because we are afraid of affecting the public security in the city. After leaving the city, the line was long, so the driving speed was slow, and we didn't arrive until the evening. After arriving at the place, someone took them to their own residence. Everyone lived in a yurt-type house. The Su family's tents are all together. Su Wan and Sun Linga live together. Su Jing naturally lives with Shin Qingli, the second brother and the fifth brother, and the third brother lives in the emperor's tent so that he can protect the emperor at any time. Everyone was quite tired today and prepared to rest early in the evening. The people who had arranged the enclosure 2 days in advance had already temporarily built a large kitchen, and the food was delivered by palace maids. Tomorrow morning, everyone must gather to escort His Majesty to the hunting grounds. If you are interested, you can prepare your equipment and go along. If you are not interested or don't know how to do it, you can stay in the camp and play by yourself. This time, the emperor brought the empress, noble consort Chen and consort Shu with him. The noble ladies and wives could stay with the empress and the others to watch singing and dancing, listen to some ditties, chat, and so on. There will be a bonfire party on the first night, and you can exchange the game you hunted during the day for it. The paddock is huge, and polo matches, wrestling competitions, and the like will be held there later. Su Wan's tent was neither big nor small, but it was well decorated and had everything that was necessary. It was the first time for Sun Linger to sleep in such a tent, and it was very fresh. Wow, I've really learned a lot today. This is the first time I've seen such a grand occasion. It's really the royal majesty and the wealth. Wanwan, do you think it must have cost a lot of money to put on this event? Coming at once, their food, drink, and daily expenses are all costing money. I don't know either, but this is a royal tradition, and we have to do it no matter how hard we try. Suwon had been riding in a carriage for a whole day on a bumpy road. At this moment, she was lying on a recliner, feeling very comfortable. By the way, do you want to go hunting with them tomorrow? Sun Linger asked again. Suwon shook his head. I don't know how to hunt. I'm more likely to be attacked by prey. But Jia and I have an agreement. When she comes out of the paddock, the 3 of us will go out to play on ponies. The paddock is divided into areas, and we can go chase roe deer and rabbits. This sounds like a good idea. Before coming, Jia specifically asked to bring Xiaoma over. So, the pearls and gems were led to the enclosure. Great. Chasing roe deer sounds great. Sun Linger was eager to try, and clapped happily. This time, Lu Yun and Lu Ying were both brought along. Originally, they were only allowed to bring 1 maid as the higher-ups had certain regulations on the restrictions on lower-level personnel. Therefore, Lu Ying was brought here as Sun Linger's maid. On the first night, everyone rested well and felt full of energy and got up early the next morning. Suwon happily put on her riding clothes and braided her hair neatly into many small braids behind her head. Mongolian grassland style and a red riding suit, which made her red lips and white teeth look even more radiant, as if she were as bright as the wind. She stood in the crowd. His Majesty and the princes were ready to go. The most eye-catching thing is the bright yellow armor of His Majesty, which represents the majesty of the emperor. They were heading to an enclosure for large game, so the first group to leave were all men. Jiang Yu was also in the team, and he stood out because of the mask he was wearing. We're going hunting we're in the second group, and we're also protected by special troops. Today, let's see who hunts the most prey. I will reward you handsomely. Let's go. The emperor seemed to be in high spirits. He cracked his whip and gave an order, and everyone rode their horses into the paddock. Dust was flying, and the ground beneath the horses' hooves was shaking. After the team set off, Su-won followed the ladies to pay a visit to the queen. The queen had a courtyard where she and the two ladies had a banquet, and dancers were performing. Let's drink tea and chat first. In such scenes, the atmosphere is quite harmonious, with everyone laughing constantly. Most of the people are focused on praising the ladies. Su-won was rather transparent. She didn't say anything either. She just sat in the back in a daze. After a while, she went back. The hunting team had not returned yet. Su-won had just returned to the tent and found Sun Linger sitting there bored. Wan, you're finally back. Su-won went out for a social event, and she was alone in the tent, feeling extremely bored. Su-won came back early because she thought she would be alone here, but her sister-in-law couldn't leave early, so she had to continue to stay with her. I'm back to accompany you. Let's wait patiently. We can go out and play in the afternoon. Not long after I came back, someone came. It turned out to be the senior palace, made beside concubine Shun. When Su-won heard that it was the imperial concubines people who came, he was a little surprised. Greetings to Princess Xuanla. As soon as the person came in, he bowed to her respectfully. No need to be so polite. Does the imperial concubine want to see me about something? She asked directly. Nothing. The queen just noticed that you looked listless at the banquet and left early, so she sent me to ask if you have a poor appetite. If you are not feeling well, please ask someone to tell her, so that the queen can ask the imperial physician to come and see you. There are too many people in the enclosure, but there are only a few imperial physicians. If you can ask the imperial physician through us, he can see you as soon as possible without any delay. Concubine Shun actually paid so much attention to her. She could see that she was listless even when she was hiding in the back. She even specially sent someone to greet her. What did this mean? As far as she could remember, she had only met the imperial concubine once, on the day of the enthronement ceremony, and they had no contact since then. It's definitely not the case that they are familiar with each other. She and Morong Huai are not familiar with each other on the surface. It can't be because of Morong Huai. What is that? Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Just send that person away first. I'm fine. I just got up too early this morning, and I'm a little out of spirits. Thank you, Imperial Concubine, for taking care of me. Please thank her for me, Auntie. I'm glad you're okay. I can go back and report now. She smiled appropriately and bowed to Su-won. Su-won took off a jade bracelet from his wrist and put it in her hand. Aunt Lao, thank you for making this special trip. The thing had been stuffed into her hands, and the aunt did not refuse, but accepted it calmly. Su-won walked her out of the tent and watched her leave. I returned to the tent, still unable to figure out why this happened. Sun Linger also found it strange, so she gossiped. Wan, I didn't expect you and Concubine Shun are so familiar with each other. She even specially asked someone to take care of you. Maybe it's because the seventh prince has a good relationship with my third brother, so he paid special attention to me. This was the only relationship Su-won could think of. The team returned before noon with a great harvest. It was said that the ones who hunted the most today were the fifth prince Morong Shung and the young master of Jiang. The fifth prince hunted a lot, but Prince Jiang killed a bear on his own, personally took out the bear's gall, and presented it to the emperor. The emperor was very pleased and praised the prince for having the demeanor of the duke when he was young. Jiaqing also did very well today and caught a few rabbits. These were the only small prey that could be found in places where the girls went, but she brought back 5 rabbits, making her the leader among the noble ladies. The queen mother gave her a purple jade and agate hairpin as a reward. Jiaqing ran to Su-won with the reward. He was so happy. At this moment, everyone is standing here to welcome the return of the emperor. The paddock is crowded with people and horses. Jiang Yu is praised. He indeed received a wave of praise. He killed a bear by himself, which is something that most people cannot do. Duke Jiang was also praised by his colleagues. Something like the Duke has taught well, and a good son is born out of a good father. Duke Jiang smiled in agreement, which was rare, and he looked very proud. Jiang Yu led Anan through the crowd and walked towards Suwan. Jiaqing and Sun Linger stood beside her, each with a meaningful smile on their face. Anan was holding a cage in his hand, and there seemed to be a little white creature inside. They were about to come over. A red figure suddenly appeared, blocking their view. I don't know which noble lady she is from, but she is also wearing a crimson riding suit, but it's not as pretty as the one Suwan wears. Who is this? Sun Linger's face fell. Jiaqing carefully identified it and then answered. It seems to be the daughter of Shun Marquis, Zhong Lier. Suwan was not unfamiliar with this name. It had come from Gu Yu's mouth before. It was the name that was rumored to be the daughter-in-law that Duke Jiang favored. The smile on her face fell. She couldn't tell what they were saying over there, and there were too many people to hear clearly. So, she silently took a few steps forward to eavesdrop. This little action was so adorable in the eyes of Sun Linger and Jiaqing. From the side, Zhong Lier was smiling shyly. Jiang Yu was wearing a mask so his expression could not be seen. He stood there with his hands behind his back, listening quietly, but he still couldn't hear what was being said. He only saw Jiang Yu's thin lips opening and closing, but no one knew what he was saying. Suwan crossed his arms, sneered, then turned and left. After walking a few steps, she ran into Shun Qingli, who was looking for her. Jiang Yu saw from the corner of his eye that the person had left, but Zhong Lier was still chattering away, saying that she couldn't give it to her anymore, and he didn't know where she got the confidence from. He was obviously feeling impatient and ignored her, turning around to chase Suwan. Shun Qingli found Suwan and said that her brother had not seen her today and wanted to confirm her safety. The three brothers all needed companions, and they were nowhere to be seen early in the morning. The second brother was unwilling to step out of his tent, and the eldest sister-in-law had various social engagements, so Suwan could only play with Sun Linger. Now Jiaqing is back. Fortunately, Sun Linger was brought with him. Otherwise, she would have been bored to death alone.
I'm sorry, Van.
There were so many things to do today. I can't be absent from any occasion. Please don't be angry if I can't accompany you properly. Shun Qingli held her hand, feeling quite embarrassed. Sister-in-law, I know everything. Why are you apologizing to me? I thought I was a weak girl who couldn't take care of myself. Suwan said with a smile. That being said, you are the youngest girl in our family. Who else should we pamper if not you? Shun Qingli's words were so heartwarming that Suwan felt a little elated. Wan, wait for us. Sun Linger and Jiaqing soon caught up. They ran over and held the two men's hands, and the four of them had a very good relationship. Jiang Yu came over. Everyone had disappeared. He held his forehead helplessly. Directly to Suwan's tent. Su Jing and Su Yi came back, changed their clothes, met Suwan and the others, and then hurried away to accompany the emperor. Fortunately, both of them could ride horses. One of them would be the recorder, and the other would accompany them hunting. Although Su Jing is a civil servant, he has practiced horse riding and archery on a daily basis. Although it is nothing compared to the military generals, it is enough to accompany them. Suwan, Shun Qingli, and the other four girls stayed in the tent chatting and drinking tea. Not long after Su Jing and his friends walked out, they ran into Jiang Yu. Big brother, fifth brother. Jiang Yu came up and bowed to the two of them. The two of them were no longer surprised by his outgoing nature. Are you here to look for Wan? She and her sisters are drinking tea in the tent. Su Jing did not make things difficult for Jiang Yu now. Anyway, the matter has been settled and both sides know each other well, so there is no need to keep blocking it. Besides, they didn't have time to argue with him right now. Hey, what is this? A fox? Su Yi noticed the cage in Anan's hand. The white, furry ball in the cage seemed to be a fox. Yes, I saw it in the paddock and I plan to capture it alive and give it to Wan. Jiang Yu looked down at the little thing in the basket and thought she would like it. Su Jing heard this and laughed in front of Jiang Yu, which was rare. You are so thoughtful, but we still have to accompany the emperor, so we will leave first. He patted his shoulder, then left with Su Yi. Su Yi also smiled at him sincerely, which was rare. Maybe it's because his actions this time were indeed very careful. After the two brothers left, Jiang Yu asked Anan to find Lu Yun and the others to inform them. When Su-won heard Jiang Yu say outside that he wanted to see her, she felt angry when she thought about what he had just said to that Zhong liar. The main reason was that Zhong liar was the person that Duke Jiang was planning to marry. Shun Qingli and the others heard that Jiang Yu was coming. They naturally tactfully left the space for the two of them. After all, the two haven't seen each other for a long time, so they must have a lot to talk about. Then Wanwan, we're leaving first. We'll come back to see you later. Let's go riding ponies this afternoon. Jiaqing also tactfully got up and left, and suddenly Su-won was the only one left in the tent. They came out. Sun Linger and Jiaqing's eyes were attracted by the fox in the cage. Especially Jiaqing, as a terminal cat lover, she could hardly walk when she saw such a cute and beautiful little fox. If Sun Linger hadn't held her back, she would have masturbated twice before leaving. Jiang Yu entered the tent carrying the cage. Su-won had his back to the door and listened to his footsteps getting closer, but she didn't turn around to look at him. Jiang Yu casually took off the mask on his face and placed it on the table. As soon as he came in, he felt that something was wrong with the person, probably because of what happened just now with the daughter of Shun Marquis. He couldn't help but grin, and he actually felt a little happy. It seemed like this was the first time I saw her being jealous of me. He stood behind her, bent down slightly, and lifted the cage directly in front of her. Su-won naturally saw the little fox in the cage at a glance, and his eyes lit up instantly. This angle is so intuitive that it is hard to ignore. I saw it in the paddock today. I thought you would like it, so I caught it for you. He put the cage on the ground, and Su-won stood up and squatted to take a closer look. The little fox was not injured and lay obediently in the cage, but its eyes looked a little timid when it looked at people. Perhaps it felt the kindness of humans, but since it has always lived in the mountains, it would still feel scared when it suddenly saw so many people, right? Those people are holding bows and arrows in their hands. How can we not be afraid? You said he was living well in the mountains. Why did you have to capture him? Jiang Yu originally thought she would say, "Wow, so cute, I like it so much." As a result, he was stumped by this sentence and didn't know how to respond. It seems different from what I imagined. I heard that you like Princess Jiaqing's Persian cat very much, but it was a tribute from a foreign country, so it's difficult to find. I think this little white fox is pretty, so I want to catch it to entertain you. But now it seems that he has done something wrong. Su-won wanted to touch the little white fox, but it looked really scared of him, and its claws were very sharp and stretched out, as if it was ready to fight back at any time. If you touch it rashly and get caught, you will easily get infected with bacteria. There was no vaccine for tetanus in that dynasty, so the risk was too great. She simply looked through the cage. Jiang Yu, this animal grew up in the wild, and it's used to life there. It has an instinct to protect itself, so it shows its claws to people. It's different from a domesticated cat, and it's hard to tame. You should release it back into the wild later. Look how uncomfortable it is, and it keeps shivering. It's not cute at all. It's not that she is a saint, but she feels that she may not be able to tame this white fox. It yearns for the wild, not to be an obedient pet. Jia said that her cat would give birth soon, and she would give her 2 kittens. She even had the cat beds prepared. It is better to keep kittens in the house. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go and release it in a moment. Jiang Yu shrugged helplessly. He originally wanted to make the girl he liked smile, but he ended up making things worse. What to do? I hope you will really let it go. Su-won said sarcastically, don't think she doesn't know. Zhong Lier must have taken a fancy to the little fox just now. Who cares if he wants it? The eyes were almost glued to the little fox. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he was completely confused by her inexplicable words. But he quickly realized what she was referring to. Hee hee. Jiang Yu chuckled a few times. When Su-won turned around, She saw him laughing like a demon and was stunned for a moment. This guy's appearance is really impeccable. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Suwon asked him with a frown. Jiang Yu still found it funny. He took 2 steps forward and hugged her in his arms. Are you jealous? She was caught off guard by his embrace. She had already thought about how to push him away, but after smelling the familiar woody scent on him, she was unable to move for a moment. Suwon didn't say anything and let him hold her. Since he knows that he is not feeling well, he must know why, right? Girls in love are more or less a little pretentious. Even if they act unreasonable, it is because they care about each other. Besides, being pretentious occasionally is also a kind of fun. The daughter of the Shun Marquis family loves foxes and has kept a few at home, but there happened to be no white ones. When she saw me catch one, she wanted me to reluctantly give it up, but I sternly refused because this is a gift from me to you, and even if you don't like it, I won't give it to anyone else. He took the initiative to explain it himself, and even emphasized the pronunciation of the 3 words strict. Suwon felt much more comfortable instantly, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. But I remember that your father seemed to want her to be his daughter-in-law. Suwon had never mentioned this matter to him, so he naturally didn't know how she knew about it, and he suddenly panicked. Who is gossiping about her? There is nothing between her and me. I don't even remember what she looks like, and I have never met her before. Although the old man had this idea before, he gave up the idea after I told him about our relationship. It can be seen that he has a strong desire to survive. However, he is really good at talking. Having a mouth is a good thing. He can make everything clear and won't keep it overnight. Jiang Yu was afraid that she would keep this matter in her heart and make herself uncomfortable. Until Suwon hugged him back and rubbed his chest, he knew that she was no longer angry. He reached out and rubbed her head, then bent down and kissed her forehead. It's been so long since we last met. Do you miss me? Suwon nodded. It had been more than half a month since they last saw each other. I've been busy helping Morong-hwa investigate a corruption case recently, so I don't have time to come to you. Don't be angry, okay? He was quite brave, and he called out the 7th prince's full name naturally. However, Morong-hwa is a modern man. He would not care about this, which also happens to show that they have a good relationship. Now, Jiang Yu and Morong-hwa have come together and are helping him investigate the case, which means that he now supports Morong-hwa. Jiang Yu supported Morong-hwa, which was a big problem for Morong-sheng. Without the support of Duke Zhong's mansion, it would be like losing a hand, which is really inconvenient. Why would you help Morong-hwa? Suwon was curious. Jiang Yu has always been firm in his stance and doesn't like to get involved in these things. The same goes for Duke Zhong. In the original novel, he has always turned a blind eye, and he kept silent mainly for the sake of his son's face. He really doted on Jiang Yu and let him do whatever he wanted. Jiang Yu didn't find it strange when he heard her ask this. Instead, he explained seriously. First, Morong-hwa has the talent, at least in my opinion. Second, Morong-hwa is a very sentimental person, very righteous. People like him will at least not abandon the donkey after he has done his job when he gets promoted. Third, he is very smart and very relaxed in interpersonal relationships. It is very relaxing and pleasant to get along with him. Third, if I support him to take that position, it will be very beneficial to our Su and Jiang families in the future. At least he will not make a fuss about our affairs. In a word, he is a gentleman, and I like to deal with people who are open and honest. Suwon also heard that he had a very high opinion of Morong-hwa. Well, Suwon also admitted that Morong-hwa was indeed very capable. This is the first time I've heard you speak so highly of someone. It seems that as a modern man, Morong-hwa exceeds the capabilities of ordinary people in many aspects, whether it is insight or knowledge. Naturally, in Jiang Yu's eyes, his abilities are relatively outstanding, which is understandable. It's so hard to meet you. Can you please not talk about others? Jiang Yu suddenly held her face and said seriously. After not seeing her for so many days, he just wanted to spend some quiet time alone with her. Don't want to waste time on anyone other than them. Suwon was forced to look him in the eye. His own shadow was reflected in his pupils. At this moment, there was only himself in his eyes. Every time he kissed himself, Suwon could feel his heart beating violently. His lips were always clear and cool at first, but only when facing herself would they gradually become hot. The only sound left in each other's world was the sound of breathing. Her lips had turned red, as if she had deliberately applied lip balm. The blush on her cheeks made her look particularly attractive at this moment. Yu was afraid that he could not control himself, so after leaving her lips, he embraced her again, holding her tightly in his arms, greedily sniffing the fragrance of her hair. "You're almost suffocating me," the person in his arms complained dissatisfiedly. He couldn't help but laugh and loosen his grip a little, but still held her tightly. Between the two continued to rise. "Wanwan, I plan to take this opportunity to ask the Emperor to grant us a marriage. What do you think?" The sudden decision caught Suwon off guard again.
Ah, so sudden?
"But there are a lot of people in the paddock. What are you going to say?" Suwon felt so uncomfortable just thinking about the scene that she, as the person involved, felt her toes were about to be deformed from digging into the ground. "It's better to have more people. Anyway, leave this matter to me. We are unmarried, and I will ask the Emperor for permission to marry us. It will be legitimate. And if I don't tell him this time, it will be hard to find another opportunity in the future." Is exactly the effect Yu wanted. The Emperor promised to give him a privilege in front of so many people, and now it's still those people. If he brings this up, the Emperor will not go back on his word. Even if I didn't agree at that time, I wouldn't reject him right away. If he had approached the Emperor in private, he might have refused at the time, although this behavior would be a bit like moral kidnapping. But in order to successfully marry Wanwan, what does that matter? You are still brave. When you are about to speak, can you tell me in advance? I will find a place to hide first, otherwise I will be embarrassed to death. Suwon was joking, but her face was already full of smiles. Okay, I'll tell you in advance. Yu's main focus is on pampering. Afterwards, Suwon told Yu that he wanted to go riding ponies with Jia Chung and the others, and he said he wanted to go along too. There is nothing to do next anyway. There are so many people accompanying the Emperor, so it doesn't matter if he is not there. It just so happened that it was not safe for the three girls to go into the woods, so he simply followed Su Mu and stayed behind to protect them. Although the enclosure is divided into areas, it is possible that large prey may sneak in. Shin Qingli had to attend many tea parties. Those ladies organized groups to play mahjong and so on, and they all invited Shin Qingli. It would be bad for her not to go. Therefore, the purpose of her coming here is to socialize with a group of noble ladies, and she cannot play carefreely like Suwon and the others. There is no way. As the mistress of the Su family, this is also a sweet burden. Su Jing mingled with men, while she mingled with women. The couple created a good reputation together and shone brightly in their respective fields. As the mistress of the Su family, she knows how to advance and retreat, and is able to handle things with ease. Everyone has a very good opinion of her. The couple is well known for their loving relationship and can be called a model couple. Moreover, apart from her as a wife, Su Jing didn't even have a maid before. Suwon, Jiaqing and Sun Linger rode their respective little white horses and went into the woods together. Yu asked someone to bring 2 horses over, and he and Sumu followed behind. Suwon can ride a horse, having learned it before, but she is just a beginner. She has no problem riding for a while, but if she is asked to learn how to ride a fast horse, she is still a little lacking. Fortunately, Baozhu was very docile. Although the chassis was a bit low at this height, it was easy to climb up and he got up in no time. Yu and Sumu were watching from behind. The girls riding ponies looked so cute no matter how they looked at them. Just like children have to wear children's clothes. Suwon and Yu found a place and released the little fox. The little fox probably didn't expect that it could escape from the cage so quickly. It walked. It was still a little uncertain. Finally, it hesitated for a moment, made a few soft and sticky calls of a little fox, and then ran into the grass and disappeared. Suwon stood up, brushed the dust off his palms, then turned to look at Yu. Look at you. It's only been a few months, and you are almost forced to work. Fortunately, I am kind-hearted and I will take it as a good deed. I hope it will have better luck and don't let anyone see it again. Yu was amused by her. What does it mean to be forced to work? There's a rabbit. Suwon spotted a rabbit and started chasing it. Jiangyu hurriedly followed. But how could a rabbit run as fast as its legs? Fortunately, he brought a bow and arrow, so he pulled the man back into his arms. How can you catch him if you chase him like this? Do you want to eat roast rabbit tonight?
Shuwan.
Rabbits were edible. To her, foxes were spiritual and white. This might be because she had watched a lot of cartoons and TV dramas when she was a child. Although rabbits are so cute, don't be afraid of them because rabbits can give birth. He put his arms around her from behind, held her hands, and taught her how to draw the bow and aim at the rabbit. Are you ready? Suwon nodded, still a little excited. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out and hit the rabbit's leg directly. Jiangyu thought that killing someone with one arrow was too bloody and was afraid of scaring his girl. But Suwon was not that pampered at all. He was just taking it for granted. When Suwon saw that she had succeeded, she pushed him away, picked up the rabbit, and waved at him, as if she didn't dislike it at all. Jiangyu also realized that he was overthinking. Jiaqing and Sun Linger were watching from behind, almost going crazy from drinking, and they both smiled like aunties in tacit understanding. Sometimes, watching other people fall in love seems much more interesting than watching yourself. Wanwan and the prince are really a perfect match. Jiaqing covered his face with starry eyes. Sun Linga nodded in agreement. She knew how to use a bow and arrow. When she saw a rabbit, she simply drew her bow and shot it, and actually hit it. When Jiaqing saw it, he was shocked. Wow, Linga, you are so awesome. You can also use a bow and arrow? My grandfather and I have been traveling since we were young. The world outside is diverse and there are all kinds of people, so I also learned some self-defense skills, but they are all mediocre and not presentable.
Sun Linger explained.
She and Dr. Sun have been traveling outside for many years, and their pets are neither delicate nor rough. I'm just like you. I only have a few skills. My father said I was like a tomboy every day. I liked all these fighting and killing things, but I didn't achieve anything. Linger, how about we have a hunting competition to see who can kill more? We can discuss it when we get back. But it should just be a simple competition that won't affect our relationship, okay? Jia Jia is a straightforward, cute, and simple girl. This is not her competitive spirit, but just a way of getting along with her good sisters. Okay, then we'll just stop here and don't go too far, okay? Safety first. Sun Linger thought it was okay to have a competition, as long as she was happy. So the two of them started a hunting competition and ran around nearby. Slow down, don't get hurt. Wait for me. When Su Mu saw Sun Linger riding away on a horse, he hurriedly followed. Jiangyu was accompanying Suwon. Su Mu followed Sun Linger, and only Jia Jia and the two guards arranged by the palace followed closely. This generation has roe deer. Roe deer are stupid creatures, very curious, and have almost no fighting power, so they are put in the same class as rabbits. Suwon was riding a pony and chasing a roe deer. The silly roe deer stopped after running a few steps and looked back at her. When he saw that she was catching up, he buried his head in the bushes, trying to cover up his mistake. Almost got rich from laughing. Jiangyu, look at it, it's really stupid. Jiangyu followed her on horseback, watching her make noises and laugh, and felt that his life had been healed. Jiaqing was hunting rabbits when he saw a sika deer running past him. Had been hunting for so long, but had never hunted a sika deer. She became excited in an instant and drove her horse to chase after it. The master of Jiaqing County disappeared. Where is the princess? I don't know. It was here just now. It really was just a blink of an eye. The two guards panicked and split into two groups to look for him. Jiaqing chased the sika deer all the way and shot several arrows, but all of them missed. The sika deer's body is quite flexible, which makes it quite difficult for her. But this also happened to arouse her determination. She wanted very much to shoot the sika deer and then present it to her father. Her father would surely be so happy at that time that he would be grinning from ear to ear. At the same time, Su Chen was patrolling the paddock. He was responsible for the safety of this paddock. The soldiers below reported, "General, just now a lady was riding a horse in the paddock and said she saw a tiger and was terrified." Commander Zhang wants to protect you, so he asked you to take someone to investigate and drive it away. This area is specially for noble ladies to take walks and play, and there are animals such as roe deer, rabbits, and squirrels. A tiger sneaks in and accidentally hurts an important person. The punishment will be severe. Moreover, the people below said that Wanwan and the others were playing in the paddock, so Suchin almost immediately gathered people to investigate. If there really is a tiger, just shoot it if you can. There is no need to drive it away, because it has already reached a place where it shouldn't be. Jiaqing chased the Sika deer for so long and finally shot its leg. He was about to catch it, but suddenly a tiger jumped out, pounced on the injured Sika deer, and then bit off its neck fiercely and decisively. The Sika deer struggled with its limbs on the ground, twitching and dying. The tiger has yellow and black stripes all over its body. It is an adult tiger with a strong body. The corners of its mouth and beard are all stained with blood, which looks very scary. It let out a low growl and looked at Jiaqing as if it wanted to eat her. No matter how brave Jiaqing was, it was his first time encountering a large wild animal like a tiger, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. The tiger walked towards her and made a gesture to pounce on her. There were a lot of humans in the enclosure today, and the large-scale hunting in the enclosure had also stimulated the instincts of these animals. Tigers are cats and will respond to stress, so when they saw humans, they instinctively became hostile. Jiaqing came to her senses, drew her bow and shot an arrow, but her hands were shaking and the arrow missed the target. This action further angered the tiger. She quickly turned the pony around and ran away. The pony was a little frightened when seeing the tiger and ran in a reckless manner. Seeing that he could no longer control himself, Jiaqing started crying in fear and held the reins tightly. The tiger followed behind, as if deliberately teasing its prey, growling from time to time, but just following behind without ever pouncing on it. This kind of chasing game is the most frustrating. Jiaqing cried louder and louder, and kept looking back. The tiger was getting closer and closer, and was about to pounce on it. The pony was frightened and started to thrash around, causing Jiaqing to sway left and right. The tiger finally stopped playing and pounced on her. Jiaqing had to give up the pony. She was thrown to the ground, holding her head. Fortunately, Xiao Ma was on a low ground, so she didn't fall too hard, but one of her legs was broken. The tiger knocked the pony to the ground and bit him, but it didn't seem to be in a hurry to deal with Jiaqing. To it, Jiaqing's combat effectiveness is the weakest. Jiaqing's feet were in pain, but she still struggled to get up and ran forward. Everyone has a desire to survive, and she wants to survive no matter what. She forgot to cry out loud, but tears kept flowing. She kept wondering in her heart, is there anyone who can come and save her? Suwon finally discovered that Jiaqing was missing. It was the two guards around her who told her that Princess Jiaqing was missing, and they had searched everywhere but couldn't find her. As for Jiaqing, his feet were in so much pain, and his whole body was aching from falling. After walking for a while, he collapsed to the ground weakly. The tiger walked towards her slowly. She had no ability to resist. She finally understood the saying, "I am at the mercy of others." This is what it feels like to wait to die. However, she had not seen her father and mother for the last time, and she had not confessed her feelings to General Su yet. She did not want to die. Jiaqing cried helplessly and leaned against a big tree. Until Suchin appeared, he just heard the sound of a tiger roaring, so he rode his horse over. Until he saw that Princess Jiaqing was leaning against a tree trunk and crying so helplessly. The white pony had been thrown to the ground and blood was all over the ground, and the tiger was approaching Jiaqing. In an instant, all the blood in his body froze. He immediately drew his bow, aimed at the tiger, and shot an arrow. Jiaqing had already prepared himself to die, and even closed his eyes. As a result, the imagined picture did not come true. Su Chen's arrow pierced the tiger's fur, but the tiger had thick skin and flesh, so the arrow angered it, but did not cause any substantial damage. Su Chen jumped off his horse and shot several arrows in succession, forcing the tiger to retreat a few steps. Jiaqing opened her eyes and saw a shadow blocking her way. He was wearing silver-gray armor and a cloak of the same color behind him. Standing there, he looked particularly tall. Jiaqing recognized it as Su Chun at once. Su Chun had thrown the bow and arrow to the ground and drew the sword from his waist. He knew that bows and arrows could not hurt this big guy. He started fighting with the tiger and used his lightness skills to make it spin around. Before the tiger knew it, it had many wounds on its body, and one of its eyes was blind. Su Chun did not suffer any loss. Jiaqing was stunned. He forgot to cry and the pain. His eyes followed his figure. In the end, Su Chun rode on the tiger and pierced its throat with a sword. Blood sprayed on his face and neck, looking particularly creepy. But he didn't even blink, as if he had been trained in the border battlefield. There were so many such scenes of killing people with one sword, so many that he had become numb. There is no mercy to the enemy, only life and death. He got off the tiger and put the arrow neatly into the scabbard. When the soldiers arrived, the tiger had fallen to the ground and was twitching. He casually pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the blood off his face. Jiaqing watched him walk in step by step, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. She felt that she had fallen into his hands in this life, and she would not be able to rest in peace if she could not get this man. Su Chun squatted in front of her and looked her up and down. There were some scratches on her face, but they were not serious. "Princess, are you okay? Where are you injured?" Su Chun's face was full of anxiety at this moment, but his tone was very gentle. Jiaqing looked at him, his mouth flattened, and then he started crying again. I was so scared, I almost thought I was going to die. She burst into tears without any image. Su Chun was at a loss. He wanted to do something, but found that he had used his handkerchief to wipe the blood. Princess, it's okay, don't cry. Su Chun, my leg seems to be broken. I'm going to be a cripple in the future, whoa. Jiaqing cried and pointed at his injured leg.
No, princess.
My second brother is the apprentice of Dr. Sunday. He will cure you. I will send you to him. He forced a comforting smile and explained patiently. Jiaqing wiped away his tears and nodded obediently, but his eyes were still twitching and wet, which made Su Chun's heart tighten. She opened her arms towards him, but Su Chun didn't react yet. Looking at his stupid look, it formed a huge contrast with the image of him just killing a tiger. Jiaqing hated him for being a piece of wood. How can I go to see a doctor if you don't pick me up? Su Chun shuddered, realizing that he had been thinking too much, and his face turned red. Well, princess, I'm sorry. He clasped his fists towards her, then picked her up horizontally with ease. Jiaqing looked so small in his arms. Su Chun hugged Jiaqing, and she was like a pitiful little dirty bag, with her arms around Su Chun's neck. Su Chun's whole body was stiff, and he didn't dare to look at her. The soldiers who followed him were all very impressed with Su Chun. He actually killed a tiger in such a short time. He was truly brave. Su Chun asked them to stay and clean up the scene, while he took Jiaqing to see his second brother's leg. He carried her to the horse and sat her down. Then he came up from behind and took her with him to find Su Mu. Jiaqing was held in his arms. She was sitting sideways on the horse, and she could see his face and jawline as soon as she looked up. Su Chun's brows were furrowed at this moment, and he seemed very anxious. The blood stains on his chin had already solidified because they were not completely wiped clean. The strong smell of blood came from that darn tiger. She didn't feel disgusted at all, and even felt that she was very lucky. Prince Yang was extremely anxious, and Jiang Yu had also sent people to look for Su Wan. But soon, the prince received news that the princess had encountered a tiger and was injured, but fortunately she was rescued by General Su and was now sent to the little doctor. Only then did they realize that Su Mu was actually the legendary Little Miracle Doctor. However, no one expected that he was also a member of the Su family and had the same mother as Su Jing and the others. I can't help but sigh. What kind of gene is this? The whole family is full of talented people, the best of the best, and they are so strong in every field. Prince Xiang and the princess, as well as the crown prince and his consort, hurriedly set out to visit Lord Su. When Su Chun carried Jiaqing off the horse, Jiaqing suddenly hugged his neck and kissed him gently on the corner of his lips. Su Chun froze in place for an instant, as if struck by lightning. His hands were shaking a little, and his heart was beating so fast that he felt suffocated. He looked down at her. Jiaqing had buried his head in his chest out of shame, not daring to look him in the eye. It was Su Wan and Sun Linger who ran out and were shocked to see the dirty bowed Jiaqing being held by his third brother. What happened? Two people came forward. Jiaqing then showed his little face, which was slightly scratched. Both of them blushed. Su Chen came to his senses and remembered the important matter. Is the second brother here? The princess's leg is injured. Yes, he's always here, come in. Sun Linga nodded quickly. Su Chen carried the person into the tent. Su Mu took out the medicine box and started working. Su Chen and Jiang Yu wanted to avoid suspicion, so they waited outside and asked someone to notify the prince and others. Jiang Yu understood what had happened and then realized what had happened. At that time, he only had Su Wan in his eyes and didn't pay attention to anyone else at all. However, it was impossible for him to say anything, let alone say that he was also wrong. In short, it was none of his business. If anyone is responsible, it is the palace guard's failure to provide adequate care. Prince Xiang and his family arrived in a hurry, looking anxious. General Su, Princess Xuanla, how is Jiaqing? Seeing them coming, several people saluted respectfully. No need to be so polite, just tell me how my baby is doing? The prince had already gained weight. Now he looks so anxious, it's actually a bit funny. It can be seen that they really dote on Jia Jia. Jia Jia also grew up surrounded by love. At this time, Sun Linger just walked out. Your Highness, Princess, the princess's leg was fractured when she fell off her horse, but it has been treated urgently and a splint has been put on. It's not serious, and there are still some scratches on her body. Please come in while I treat her. As for her leg, she just needs to rest well for a few months and it will slowly get better. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, so a fracture needs time to recover. Sun Linger came out, replied, and went back inside. After a while, Su Mu came out. Sun Linga helped her deal with the bruises and injuries on her body, and Su Mu needed to avoid suspicion. After he came out, Princess Xiang was so anxious that she followed him in, as did the crown prince's wife. The prince saw Su Mu and took the initiative to talk to him. Are you the disciple of Master Sun Beidou, known as the Little Miracle Doctor? Su Mu nodded. It's me, but I don't dare to be a little genius doctor. No, you saved the people, you deserve the title of Little Miracle Doctor. Su Mu smiled politely to show his modesty. Thank you, General Su, for saving our princess today. I am very grateful. The Prince of Xiang also bowed to Su Chen, and then bowed to Su Mu. Thank you, little doctor, for checking my sister's leg. You are so polite, my lord. It is my duty. The two brothers spoke almost at the same time, using exactly the same words. Everyone was stunned for a moment, including Su Wan, who did not expect that the two brothers had such a tacit understanding. Jiaqing had several bruises and scratches on his body, but they were not serious. However, the princess was heartbroken. After listening to Jiaqing's account of the whole process, I was terrified. My God, that's a tiger. It would be terrible if something happened to it. It seems that today we are really blessed with General Su's timely discovery, otherwise it would be too late to recover it. The crown prince's wife patted her chest, feeling a little scared. Yes, you are such a naughty boy. You really make me worry. If anything happens to you, what will your mother do? Let's see if you learn your lesson this time. Will you be naughty again in the future? The princess wiped her tears in pain. Jiaqing pouted, his eyes a little tearful. I'm sorry, mother, for making you worry. I won't do that again.